Chapter 511. Suya sad. Another day of being disdained by my sister. Those words were somewhat cruel and heartless, but deep down they knew Xiang was right. Although they had been gathering clues much faster than others since arriving in the mortal world, they knew full well that this was all thanks to Xiang. Precisely because they had always been by Xiang's side, and her brilliant ideas had always been at the forefront of everything, they hadn't thought anything out for a long time. In the world of immortal cultivation, while strength is naturally paramount, cultivating one's mindset is equally crucial. And since when had they completely neglected this cultivation of their mindset? Xie Ying's words sounded callous, but perhaps they weren't trying to warn them otherwise. Xie Zhouzhou looked up at Ji Heyuan. Seeing his calm expression, he knew he had figured this out long before he had. Even if Xiang hadn't mentioned it, Ji Heyuan would have taken the initiative to go to Wuqi Mountain to investigate Xie Yutong's true strength. Xie Ying's move was exactly what he wanted. From their first encounter at the foot of Yutian Sec Mountain until now, Ji Heyuan had clearly witnessed Xie Ying's every effort. Besides the sect's support and her own talent, Xie Ying's current strength and achievements were also inseparable from her tireless cultivation. Ji Heyuan was a formidable figure. Previously, due to old injuries, his cultivation was limited, and his age had regressed. Now, with the jade bone pills Xiang regularly refines for him to heal these injuries, Ji Heyuan's strength has long since returned to its peak form in the demon sect. His strength was not inferior to Xie Ying's, but Xie Ying's growth was so rapid that it might not be long before she completely surpassed him. While Ji Heyuan felt happy for Xie Ying, he also inevitably felt a sense of crisis. Rather than looking up to and chasing Xie Ying, Ji Heyuan wanted to walk alongside her. Xie Ying was growing stronger, so he couldn't afford to fall behind. Wuqi Mountain presented a perfect opportunity. I'm leaving for Wuqi Mountain tomorrow to explore. Do you want to join me? Ji Heyuan supported Xie Ying's proposal with his actions, but he wouldn't force anyone else to make the same decision. Thankfully, neither Xie Zhouzhou nor Guancong could tell right from wrong. Xiang wasn't saying that their continued presence in Jinyang City would hinder her, but rather that the formation within was limiting their capabilities. Unlike Xie Ying's ability to control demonic energy, they wouldn't be of much use staying in Jinyang City. It would be better to leave Jinyang City and head for Wuqi Mountain. If Xie Yutong truly confronted the Grand Master in Jinyang City, who knows, they might even be able to leverage Xie Yutong's power and join forces with Xie Ying, who remained in Jinyang City, to strike a heavy blow against the evil Grand Master. The two exchanged glances and quickly declared their stance. We go with you. Then I listen to Sister Xie. I go too. Suya realized that Xiang truly didn't need his company, and he didn't want to live under Xie Ying's protection forever. So, he decided to join Ji Heyuan and the others on their journey to Wuqi Mountain to showcase their skills. And so, the matter was settled. After seeing the four off, Xie Ying's room suddenly fell silent. She opened the window facing the lake, and the moonlight, like a silver thread, filtered through the thin clouds, filling the room. The gentle evening breeze carried the cheerful laughter from the lakeside to Xie Ying's ears. The high-ranking officials of Jinyang City had long been accustomed to a life of extravagance, and the city had never had a curfew. At all times, Jinyang City seemed to be filled with prosperity, splendor, and laughter. Xiang lazily leaned against the window, one hand resting on her chin as she gazed at the night view outside. Though Xiang said nothing, Yining, whose telepathic connection with her host was palpable, sensed that her host seemed to be in a bad mood. Just as Yining was considering whether to join Xiang in a humorous remark, Xiang spoke first. Yining, who do you think is more evil, the human heart, fueled by lust and desire, or the demons, seen by all races as insensitive and driven by instinct? Although human nature is said to be good, the world views demons as a scourge and avoids them. But where do demons come from? Yining pondered for a long time before answering seriously. Luo Tan is the lord of all demons. All demons in the world of immortal cultivation owe their birth to her power. But how did Luo Tan come into being? She is a vessel created by heaven and earth to contain all the turbid energy in the world, turbid energy derived from the desires and sins deep within all living things. If demons are the most evil and wicked beings in this world, then, tracing back to the source, what are all living things that give rise to this turbid energy? Perhaps a monster? Xiang nodded seriously. Human nature is inherently good. Those who are not good are not human. The world is full of hurrying people, and many of them are aliens who disguise themselves as humans but commit devilish acts. Therefore, whether they are human, ghost, demon, immortal, or demon, there is actually not much difference in essence. Yining listened to her host's slightly sighing words, and felt that something was amiss. Especially after seeing Xie Ying's determined expression, Yin's heart skipped a beat. Her voice and Xie Ying's voice rang out almost simultaneously. Host, what are you planning again? Yin, I have a bold idea. Yin was silent. She wanted to play dead. Host, I don't really want to hear that. No, you want to. I want to. Yin, Her intuition told her that her host was going to make things difficult for her again, but when she heard what Xie Ying was going to do, her eyes went dark and she nearly fainted. What? Her voice began to tremble. Host, I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I said, I want to cultivate magic. Host, are you crazy? You worked so hard to get this far. What's the difference between falling into demonism now and severing your path to immortality? Don't forget your main quest is to become the #1 in the world of immortal cultivation. If you fail to complete it, I will be wiped out by the mastermind. Yin hoped that Xie Ying would show some compassion for her, considering the joys and sorrows they shared and fought side by side. But unfortunately, Xie Ying was a heartless and opinionated woman, and she wouldn't change her mind for anyone. She remained unmoved and explained calmly. The bright moonlight cast a divine glow over her face. The night breeze ruffled her hair, and her eyes reflected a boundless ambition Yin had never seen before. You heard me wrong. I'm not abandoning the path to immortality and falling into demonic possession. I'm cultivating demonic power. You could also understand this as cultivating immortals and demons together. What's the point of simply being the best among immortals? If I, Xie Ying, want to be the best, I must be the best among billions of sentient beings. Chapter 512. Even though Yin knew from the beginning that Xie Ying was a fiercely ambitious and unyielding person, this was the first time Xie Ying had so openly displayed her ambition in front of her. Even though Yin was knowledgeable, she was still so overwhelmed by Xie Ying's ambition that she was speechless for a long time. Wow, so her host actually has such great ambitions? In fact, as the system bound to Xie Ying, Yin was quite pleased with Xie Ying's drive. After all, before she was assigned by the mastermind to bind Xie Ying on the mission, she had witnessed many instances of hosts who had failed miserably, ultimately leading to the system's demise. Now that Xie Ying was in this state, she wasn't worried about the mission failing and her own demise from the mastermind. She was concerned that Xie Ying had chosen a path no one had ever taken before. If she succeeded, everyone would be happy. But if she failed, not only would all her previous efforts have been wasted, but she would also face the risk of falling into demonic possession. So, after much deliberation, Yin finally expressed her concerns, hoping to offer some further counsel to Xie Ying. Unexpectedly, Xie Ying chuckled softly after hearing this. Has no one ever walked this way before? How could you have forgotten my chief senior brother Ningxian? He's a serious cultivator of both demonic and immortal cultivation, and he's lived for over 1,000 years. Yin was stunned. She had truly forgotten Ningxian. But Ningxian was a special case after all. He was half demon, and his physique could naturally accommodate both demonic energy and spiritual power. I made up my mind. These 4 short words immediately shut down Yin's further persuasion, and she tactfully shut her mouth. Xie Ying wasn't someone who wouldn't listen to advice. She knew Yin was only trying to persuade her so much because she was doing it for her own good. Cultivating immortals and demons together sounds simple, but actually putting it into practice is incredibly difficult. But does that mean we shouldn't do something just because it's difficult? On the road to becoming stronger, suffering is an inevitable part. Xie Ying has never been one to shy away from hardship. Once she's made up her mind, even 10 oxen can't change it. After discussing her plans with Yin, Xie Ying wasted no time. Using the heavenly secret disc and demonic energy, she set up one deception after another around the room. Then, she produced the blood and tears and gently tapped Yin, the armlet. Yin had been dormant since his last escape from the 10,000 Demons Gorge. However, in Yin's own words, this wasn't dormancy, but rather meditation. Unlike spirit beasts like Zhu, who needed training or combat experience to improve their strength, he cultivated the power of will. On ordinary days, he would block out all external sounds and focus on meditating and chanting in his own world. Only when Xie Ying needed him did Yin withdraw from his own world. What? Can you give me one of your scales? Yin was a Buddhist koi. He had listened to Buddhist scriptures and cultivated vows for 1,000 years in the Brahma Temple's merit pond. His very existence was a Buddhist treasure. His scales, likewise, carried the vows of 1,000 years of cultivation. Yin, unsuspecting, readily took a scale and gave it to Xie Ying before returning to his meditation. At that moment, tears of blood quietly floated before her. They were clearly tears of blood, yet their color was darker than the night. Xie gently tossed the golden scales, which floated beneath the tears. Countless vows condensed into strands of golden thread, slowly enveloping the tears, then transformed into tiny specks of golden light that seeped into them. Xie hoped to use the pure power of her willpower to wash away the brutal and murderous aspects of the demonic energy within her blood and tears. For a cultivator, nothing is more important than the spirit bone. A cultivator cultivates immortality through their spirit roots, sensing the corresponding spiritual energy between heaven and earth, drawing it into their bodies, and storing it in their spirit mansions and seas. Beneath these seas lies the spirit platform. The spirit roots are dependent on the spirit bones for growth. Without them, cultivation is impossible. But after embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, even more crucial than the spirit bones is the spirit platform. If it is destroyed, the spirit mansion will crumble. Unlike a foundation of Tao, which can be rebuilt, or a heart of Tao, which can be regained, the spirit platform is unique. Once destroyed, it cannot be rebuilt. This is the most important reason why Yin repeatedly advised Xie against taking risks. The spirit platform is an essential component of immortal cultivation. Similarly, demonic cultivation also requires a spiritual platform to store demonic energy. Those who fall into demonic possession abandon immortality for the devil, using their original spiritual altars to store demonic energy. Therefore, they only need to draw demonic energy into their bodies, and allow it to consume and replace their spiritual energy to achieve their goal of falling into demonic possession, requiring no further effort. But Xie Ying's situation was completely different. She lacked Ning Qian's half-demon physique, but she also refused to abandon her cultivation, wanting to pursue both immortality and demonic cultivation. Therefore, she needed two completely different spiritual altars, each independent of the other. The drop of blood and tear from the Danyu scholar was the second spiritual altar Xie Ying had chosen for herself. The blood and tear already contained the Danyu scholar's cultivation, and was capable of containing demonic energy. There was no more suitable spiritual altar than this. However, the demonic energy within the blood and tear was pure. If she placed it directly into her spiritual palace without first cleansing and removing the bloodthirsty and violent elements, the demonic energy would likely attack her spiritual altar before she could even begin cultivating her demonic energy. By then, it was doubtful whether she could survive. Thus, using the power of Buddhist vows to cleanse the blood and tears was crucial. Xie Ying spent an entire sleepless night, completely integrating the Buddhist vows with the blood and tears. The moment the morning light pierced the sky, Xie Ying opened her eyes, reached out her hand, and the blood and tears gently fell back into her palm. The blood and tears were still the same dark red color as before, but a closer look revealed faint specks of golden light slowly flowing within them. Even Xie Ying could clearly sense that the blood and tears gave her a much calmer feeling than before. After a night of intense tension, Xie Ying rarely felt a hint of fatigue. She guarded the blood and tears, put away the heavenly secret disc and the decoy in her room, casually wrapped herself in the quilt, and fell asleep. When she woke again, it was 2 hours later, and the sky was already bright. As Xie Ying left her room, she ran into Ji Heyuan and the other four, who had already packed their belongings. A glance between them revealed their intentions without further ado, so Xie Ying simply instructed, "Go early, return early." Ji Heyuan and the others nodded and left the Yunlian, heading straight out of the city toward Wuchi Mountain. Shopkeeper Wang saw that only they were leaving with their bags, while Xie Ying remained at the inn, so he couldn't help but ask what was going on. Xie Ying, smiling, didn't hide anything and recounted their journey to Wuchi Mountain. "Miss Yen, why didn't you go with your brother and the others?" "Shopkeeper Wang, you're right. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. The people of Wuchi Mountain are tough to deal with. If my brother and the others fail, I still have another way out in Jinong City." Without waiting for Shopkeeper Wang to ask, Xie Ying delved into another matter. Chapter 513. "Shopkeeper Wang, do you know which shop in Jinong City forges the best weapons?" "Miss Yen, what's this?" "While the whip is handy, its lethality is ultimately limited." Xie Ying smiled calmly, caressing the whip at her waist. Having someone forge a new weapon is also a sign of respect for your opponent. The opponents Xie Ying was referring to were naturally the Grand Master and his companions, but Shopkeeper Wang automatically understood that Xie Ying intended to deal with the cultivators of the Immortal Realm, so he enthusiastically recommended the Tai family's weapons shop. The Yunlian is located at the junction of the East and North City walls, the most prosperous area in Jinong City. However, the Tai family's weapons shop is located in the bustling West. The two are quite far apart. Even by carriage, the round trip would take an hour. So Xie Ying didn't delay. After asking Shopkeeper Wang for the specific location of the weapons shop, she headed straight out. However, what Xie Ying didn't know was that as soon as she left the house, someone from the Imperial Master's mansion arrived at the Yunlai Inn, inquiring about Xie Ying and the others. The Tai family's weapons shop was well known in Jinyang City, and Xie Ying found it without much delay. She had already made plans for the new weapon she wanted to forge. The Tai family's weapons shop was certainly quite capable, and Xie Ying's generosity made it easy for them to agree on the details. Xie Ying left a generous deposit, and agreed that the weapons would be delivered directly from the weapons shop to the Yunlai Inn after they were forged. As she prepared to leave, her eyes caught sight of a small figure behind the table. It was a boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing ill-fitting clothes, and his face was so dirty that his original features were unrecognizable. His eyes, however, shone like stars in the dark night. Startlingly bright. Xie Ying felt that those eyes felt familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where she'd seen them before. Is that child also from your shop? Xie Ying was incredibly generous, and the apprentices at the Tai family's weapons shop treated her like a goddess of wealth. Seeing her pay attention to a scruffy little helper was somewhat puzzled, but she answered honestly. He originally lived in a beggar's den, and because he was good-looking, he was often bullied by the larger beggars. Later, he approached Master Tai and begged him to take him in. Master Tai, feeling sorry for him and seeing his cleverness, took him in. Yes. Xie Ying nodded without further questioning, turning and leaving. She had only asked because the child's eyes seemed familiar. She hadn't considered anything else. Even if that child were someone she knew 300 years from now, Xie Ying wouldn't have much interaction with him now. It would be disastrous if excessive interactions accidentally triggered a butterfly effect, leading to drastic changes in the Wanxiang continent 300 years from now. However, Xie Ying knew that many things couldn't be avoided simply by being careful. She suddenly remembered a word of advice from Master Xie Yin back at Brahma Temple. If one day, my young Taoist friend truly travels back through time and space, please let nature take its course and follow your heart. At the time, Xie Ying hadn't taken it too seriously, but now, thinking back, Master Xie Yin's words held a profound meaning. Could it be that since then, Master Xie Yin had already foreseen the events of today in her? While this question was destined to remain unanswered, Xie Ying felt much calmer than when she first arrived in the mortal world. She shook her head, clearing away these chaotic thoughts, and headed eastward. Xie Ying had no idea that someone from the Imperial Master's mansion had come to inquire about their background after she left, so shopkeeper Wang naturally didn't dare to say anything. However, he was determined to gain access to the Imperial Master's mansion, so seeing their interest in Xie Ying, his attitude towards her became even more enthusiastic. Xie Ying had a vague idea of what was going on from his attitude, but right now, she was more focused on her immortal and demon cultivation plan, so she had little interest in dealing with shopkeeper Wang. From that day on, Xie Ying rarely left her room, concentrating on building her second spiritual platform. She would only briefly appear in the enduring mealtimes. Elsewhere, after 3 days of non-stop travel, Ji Heyuan and the other 4 finally arrived near Wuchi Mountain. They had originally assumed that Xie Yutong and the other cultivators were residing within Wuchi Mountain, but once they actually reached the foot of the mountain, they discovered a small village at its base. The village was guarded by 2 Jindan sword cultivators, while the majority of residents were elderly and nearing death. The moment Ji Heyuan and his companions appeared, they attracted the attention of the 2 Jindan sword cultivators. They glared at them with hostility, but even more hostile were the hostile gazes of the village elders. Su Ya's heart tightened at the collective gazes of the elders, and he instinctively stood behind Ji Heyuan. They had no idea what was going on, and they didn't want to reveal their identities. Luckily, a female cultivator ran out of the village. She whispered a few words to the 2 people at the village gate before heading straight towards Ji Heyuan and his companions. Unlike the others' wariness and hostility, this female cultivator's attitude could even be described as warm and gentle. Have you all come from Jinyang City specifically to see my master? Do you know who your master is? I forgot to introduce you. I'm Jiang Jingtan. The female cultivator smiled faintly. My master's name is Xie Yutong. With Jiang Jingtan leading the way, the village elders finally stopped glaring at them with hatred. The 4 of them followed Jiang Jingtan quietly, while Xie Zhozhou took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Fellow Taoist Jiang, did Senior Xie know we were coming to Wuchi Mountain? My master has some knowledge of divination. A day ago, he divined that a distinguished guest from Jinyang City would be visiting today, so he specifically sent me here to greet you. The 2 chatted intermittently, with Xie Zhozhou intent on probing her for details regarding Xie Yutong or Wuchi Mountain. But Jiang Jingtan was extremely tight-lipped. No matter what Xie Zhozhou asked, she would always answer with a deft, effortless grace. She seemed to respond to every question, but in reality, she said nothing useful. Xie Jiuzhou understood Jiang Jingtan's intention and stopped asking further questions, quietly following her deeper into the village. Jiang Jingtan only stopped when they saw a small fenced courtyard in the distance. Master is waiting for you all inside. Please come in. Having arrived here, even if the path ahead was a dangerous one, they had no choice but to brave it. Naturally, they wouldn't back down just yet. The group strode forward, soon spotting a slender figure standing through the fenced courtyard. Chapter 514. A massive crabapple tree grew in the fenced courtyard. Xie Yutong, dressed in a long, pastel pink dress, stood beneath the tree. Her long, silky hair was simply tied back with a wooden hairpin, pink petals scattering across her shoulders. Hearing the noise, Xie Yutong slowly turned around and smiled at the group. Master. Senior. No need to be so polite, fellow Taoists. Xie Yutong nodded to Ji Heyuan and the others before turning to Jiang Jingtan. Jingtan, Xiao Jia should be back soon. Go pick him up. Yes, master. Jiang Jingtan's eyes lit up at the words, and she responded crisply before quickly leaving. She had been incredibly dignified and composed in front of them, but she instantly transformed into a child in Xie Yutong's presence. Ji Heyuan had been looking a bit strange ever since Jiang Jingtan introduced himself, and even now he was still a bit dazed. Guankong saw this and gently nudged him, asking through telepathy, Su Yu, what's wrong? Did you notice something wrong? It's nothing, I just can't figure something out. Let's get down to business first. I tell you about it later. Ji Heyuan rubbed his temples with a headache. Jiang Jingtan and Xiao Jia. Could they be the two he was thinking of? Yeah, senior. We're here today to ask for your advice regarding the situation in Jinong City. Xie Yutong wasn't surprised. With a wave of his hand, a stone table and 5 cups of steaming floral tea appeared beneath the tree. Please take a seat and let's talk. The 4 of them didn't refuse and took their seats, but they didn't touch the floral tea on the table. Xie Yutong wasn't angry at this, but took a sip from his own cup. What do you want to know? How did we break the formation beneath Jinong City? Or the origins of those people? Or perhaps? Xie Yutong smiled gently. My origins? The others were surprised by Xie Yutong's bluntness, but quickly recovered. Xie Jiuzhou took over the conversation without a trace of embarrassment. Can we all know everything? At this, even the other 3 companions were speechless for a moment. Of course. However, Xie Yutong's expression remained radiant, his features devoid of any sign of anger or offense. He regarded them with the gentleness and composure of a younger member of his family. However, knowing too much about some things will lead to the corresponding karma, which may not be a good thing for you. Even so, do you still need to know these things? Senior, Guankong said politely. Since we have come here and met you, it means that we are already in this karma, and there is no way to avoid it. In that case, why should we hesitate before doing anything? Your words are correct, fellow Taoist. I was lost. I can tell you everything you want to know, but once you know it, you must stay here and help me. Of course. Although Guankong no longer dresses like a Buddhist cultivator, he still unconsciously exudes a unique Buddhist aura when he speaks. Xie Yutong, with her experience, naturally noticed this, but she saw that they were hiding something, so she tactfully didn't expose it and directly told them what they wanted to know. Since you have found this place, I believe you already know a lot about the existence of the Dark City in Jinong City and its activities. When you just came in, did you see those elderly people in the village? Xie Yutong suddenly mentioned the village elders, and everyone was stunned for a moment, but they soon figured out the reason. Even the naive Suyu reacted, his eyes widening. Could those elderly people be? They are all the fellow Taoists I rescued from the dark field in Jinong City 3 years ago. Xie Yutong calmly confirmed their suspicions. You have no idea what kind of inhuman torture they endured in the dark field. Although I rescued them, their Tao bodies were completely damaged. Even if their spiritual roots and bones remained, they could no longer cultivate normally. If they wished to continue their cultivation, they could only use evil magic to possess the Tao bodies of others. But how would they differ from their perpetrators? Furthermore, even if they could possess a body, they would need to cultivate to the nascent soul stage themselves to possess it. But most of the Taoists, who suffered at the hands of Jinong City, were at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stages. They can neither seek revenge nor be reborn. With their now shattered Tao bodies, they can't even cross the Wuang Sea and return to the world of immortal cultivation. They can only remain at the foot of Wuqi Mountain, in the village I built for them, quietly awaiting their death. That's why they harbor such an immense hatred for mortals. Your arrival in this attire has only inflamed their hatred. Xie Yutong's explanation was clear, leaving the others at a loss for words. Even though they had long known what the Grand Master and his men had done, hearing them was far less shocking than seeing them with their own eyes. Putting oneself in his shoes, I'm afraid no one would not resent him. Guan Kong sighed softly. Ji Heyuan, however, didn't forget the question that concerned him most. Is the Grand Master also from the Immortal Cultivation realm? We heard from the people of Jinyang City that the Grand Master and the seniors seem to have a deep grudge. I ruined his plans so many times. He'd probably want to skin me alive to vent his hatred. It's true that the grudge runs deep. As for his identity, his name is Dai Tian. Like us, he's from the Immortal Cultivation realm, that's true, but he's not a cultivator. He's an outcast from this world. Outcast? What's that? Xie Zhozhou keenly grasped the crux of the matter, but Xie Yutong was reluctant to elaborate. I can't reveal too much about this, but you find out later. Seeing Xie Yutong's reluctance, the others couldn't force him, and could only move on to the next question. Then, Senior, do you know how to break the formation beneath Jinyang City? I know. Since you know how, why haven't you taken any action yet? Is there something you're hiding? I just can't make up my mind. Xie Yutong sighed softly. The formation beneath Jinyang City is far more than simply surrounding the Imperial City, with a century of national destiny at its core. That formation connects the lives of all the people within the city. If I forcibly break it, everyone remaining will surely die. This is why Dai Tian, despite his fear of me, has been reluctant to evacuate Jinyang City. He's certain I won't sacrifice the lives of the city's inhabitants. None of them anticipated this as the reason behind Xie Yutong's reluctance to break the formation. However, Ji Heyuan secretly believed that the people of Jinyang City might not be worth Xie Yutong's dilemma. The crimes committed by some cannot, and should not be ignored simply because they are ordinary people. Being blinded should never be a reason for committing evil. Ji Heyuan was about to say something else when a little girl suddenly ran out of the room. Sister, come quickly. Ying is vomiting milk again. Chapter 515. Xie Yutong's calm expression finally shifted after hearing the girl's words. She glanced at them apologetically. I'm sorry, my sister's condition is a bit special. I need to see her in person before I can rest assured. Please wait a moment. With that, Xie Yutong hurried inside. The girl standing at the door gave them a cold glance before turning and following. But Suya had a look of shock on his face. He spoke to the others with a stammering expression. Is it my imagination? Don't you think the little girl just now looks a lot like the senior demon cultivator in the fusion stage from the secret realm? Not really, they're exactly the same. The only difference is that there's still a glimmer in the little girl's eyes now, while 300 years later, guarding the secret realm, she's completely world-weary. The demon cultivator guarding the secret realm now appeared beside Xie Yutong, even willingly helping her raise the child. Xie Yutong's identity was clear. Guan Kong concluded. Senior Xie Yutong is the master of half-spring rest. Although we still don't know what the test is, staying by her side and helping her destroy Dai Tian's plan to continue harming fellow cultivators is a sure thing. What do you think? Xie Zhozhou nodded. I have no objection. Suya suggested sending a message to his sister to tell her what's going on here. No rush. Ji Heyuan suddenly rejected Suya's suggestion. I still have some things I haven't figured out. It won't be too late to inform junior sister once I figure them out. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three people's eyes fell on Ji Heyuan, waiting for his next words. Ji Heyuan didn't hide anything further, and got straight to the point. Do you know the real names of my junior sister's parents? From the beginning, Ji Heyuan hadn't expected Suya to answer this question. After all, Suya was a naive little deer, and it was a good thing that he could understand the current situation in the cultivation world. So, he was actually asking Xie Zhozhou and Guan Kong. Xie Zhozhou instinctively wanted to answer, but as the words were on his lips, he realized that he knew nothing about the Xie couple who had died for the cultivation world and saved countless innocent people. Not to mention the origins of their names, even portraits of them seemed to have never been circulated in the cultivation world. The Xie couple kept a very low profile. If they hadn't later died protecting the cultivation world, few people in the cultivation world would have known about them. Perhaps the only family that knew the most about the Xie couple was the Gu family, who had previously worked with them for several years. However, the Gu couple died young, and Gu Qinghuai had long since perished at the hands of Xie Ying. Few in the world of immortal cultivation remembered the Xie couple to begin with. If it weren't for Xie Ying's current prominence, this low-key pair of cultivators would likely have been forgotten long ago. Ji Heyuan had never been one for idle chatter, but his sudden mention of Xie Ying's parents made it hard not to make Guan Kong and Xie Zhozhou suspect he was thinking of something, or perhaps even seeing something. Ji Hyun didn't keep them in suspense. Before they could press him, his voice echoed again in their minds. I once asked my junior sister, and she told me, her father's name was Xie Jia, and her mother's was Jiang Jingtan. The other three, shock. Could it be that senior Xie Yutong's disciple is actually Xie Ying's parents? But Suya still spoke weakly. Wasn't the person senior Xie mentioned just now called Xiao Jia? It was 300 years ago now, and 300 years is enough time to change a lot. Perhaps many unforeseen events occurred in the intervening time, forcing Xiao Jia to change his surname and remain in hiding. Such things are not uncommon in the mortal world, not just in the world of immortal cultivation. What they were concerned about now was whether Xiao Jia and Jiang Jingtan were indeed Xie Ying's parents. If so, could Xie Ying still meet them? Would a meeting really have no impact on the future Xie Ying? The few people fell silent, no longer discussing, but their thoughts continued. Cause and effect sound simple, but no immortal cultivator wants to be tainted by it. The more solitary and free from desires, the higher the chance of achieving enlightenment. Those entangled in various causal relationships, yet ultimately unable to resolve them, will naturally be implicated by the final thunder tribulation before achieving immortality. Failure to attain immortality is a minor matter. Many cultivators perish in the thunder tribulation, their souls annihilated. But often, the causal relationship between parents and children cannot be avoided simply by wishing to. Ji Hyun, however, clearly had more on his mind than the other three. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xie Yutong had already returned. Sorry to have kept you waiting. It's all right. Suya waved his hand quickly. We didn't wait long. Is Senior Xie's sister feeling better? Suya was truly kind-hearted and generous, especially after learning that Xie Yutong was the senior who had brought them here 300 years later. His admiration for her was even greater. I don't know what your sister's problem is. If you need our help, please don't refuse. I appreciate your kindness, but my sister's problem isn't a physical one. Even the best elixir can't cure it. She's been missing 2 souls and 4 spirits since birth, and to this day, she hasn't been able to open her eyes to see this world. Even my original purpose in coming to the mortal world wasn't to act on behalf of the heavens, but to search for her lost soul. To everyone's surprise, Xie Yutong bluntly revealed her sister's problem to them without even a hint of evasion. Could a single hexagram convince a powerful figure like Xie Yutong to trust them so much? The 4 of them felt it wasn't that simple. And what caught them even more by surprise was Xie Yutong's next words. And the fact that you're here today, safe and sound, means my sister's amnesia has been cured, and she's probably still alive and well. A sudden chill rose in their hearts upon hearing these words. What does Xie Yutong mean? Could she possibly know their origins? Seeing their shocked and horrified expressions, Xie Yutong chuckled softly. Come to think of it, I actually forgotten to introduce you to my sister. She was born on a summer night. That night, the sky was dimly obscured by dark clouds, but the fireflies swarmed through the sky with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the world. And I hope that no matter what happens to my sister in the future, no matter what path she chooses, she can be like a firefly. Even though she's tiny, she can still shine with her own power, illuminating herself and others. So I named her Xie Ying. Chapter 516. That night, Jinong City. The heavenly secret disk and demonic energy helped Xie Ying conceal her form and presence, temporarily shielding her from the influence of the formation beneath Jinong City. In reality, the new spirit platform had already been constructed the very first night. Nothing could be more suitable for the spiritual palace to house the demonic energy than the blood and tears, fused with the 1,000-year-old Buddhist vows. But placing the new spirit platform within the spiritual palace was a painful and arduous process. Even though the new spirit platform was fused with Buddhist vows, it couldn't change the fact that it was a demonic entity. The spiritual palace was overflowing with spiritual energy, and would instinctively repel the intrusion of demonic energy, let alone the spiritual sea, which nourished the spirit platform. The first time Xie Ying attempted to use her spiritual consciousness to carry the new spirit platform into the spiritual sea, her spiritual consciousness was directly attacked by the spiritual palace, and the new spirit platform was blasted away. She fell to the ground, howling and vomiting blood. She was so frightened that Enin almost thought she was dead. Xie Ying, no one would believe me if I told you this, but I almost beat myself to death. But giving up just like that wasn't her style. Vomiting blood was just a little trouble. At worst, she could take some more blood-tonifying pills. She had plenty of those rare and wonderful elixirs anyway. The various elixirs she concocted on a whim had finally found their use. So, while Ji Hyun and the others were on their way to Wuchi Mountain, Xie Ying locked herself in her room, patiently experimenting with placing the new spirit platform into her spirit mansion. Enin, who was in the system space, also went from initial worry to indifference, eventually becoming a heartless counter that numbly recorded Xie Ying's vomiting blood. After Xie Ying's 107th attempt, the new spirit platform was finally accepted by the spirit mansion and slowly sank into the spirit sea. But this was followed by the immense pain of the sea churning and tearing apart. Through her inner consciousness, Xie Ying could clearly see the vast, multicolored sea within her spirit mansion, surging with monstrous waves. The colorful spirit lotuses floating on the sea wilted under the relentless pounding of the waves, and several were even shattered into fragments by the violent surges, vanishing without a trace. Beneath the boundless sea, a vast shadow slowly emerged, as if a vicious beast lay dormant beneath, poised to burst forth at any moment. The sea surged even more violently, and the spirit mansion itself began to tremble and shake, giving the illusion of imminent collapse. The unsettling commotion within the spirit mansion at this moment inflicted upon Xie Ying no less pain and suffering than when the new spirit platform had been forcibly inserted. Even though Xie Ying had grown accustomed to the pain she had previously endured, the current commotion within the spirit mansion was still overwhelming. She couldn't even maintain her cross-legged meditation position, collapsing from the bed with a thud, her entire body collapsing with exhaustion. Xie Ying closed her eyes tightly, clenched her teeth, and silently let herself lie on the cold ground. From her body, convulsed with pain, to her robes, drenched in sweat, everything betrayed the depths of her agony. But even so, Xie Ying had no intention of retreating. Even the power of her vows couldn't change the blood tear's true nature as a demon. Entering the spiritual sea would inevitably cause turbulence within it. If she wanted to create a spiritual platform capable of containing demonic energy and embark on the path of demonic cultivation, she would have to endure and forge ahead with this pain. For every time she absorbed the turbid air from heaven and earth and transformed it into demonic energy for her own use, she would undergo this process, until she could completely tame the demonic energy without relying on Luo Tan's power. Until she could perfectly balance the spiritual and demonic energies within her body, even allowing them to transition freely, she would no longer have to endure the pain of a torn spiritual sea and the near collapse of her spiritual palace. If she wanted to cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation, then the suffering she was experiencing now was a necessary step. Xie Ying knew this clearly, so she didn't cry out in pain, nor did she flinch. Even now, nearly fainting from the pain, Xie Ying still diligently cultivated her energy and learned to balance the coexistence of spiritual and demonic energy. Enin silently observed her miserable and distressed host. She didn't speak to Xie Ying at this critical moment, but quietly waited. As the darkness faded and a hint of dawn appeared in the east, Xie Ying, lying lifeless on the ground, finally stirred. A pale, slender hand suddenly rested on the edge of the bed, followed by Xie Ying's pale, ghostly face. Although Xie Ying looked utterly bewildered, Yin could still see joy in her sparkling eyes. "Host, you succeeded?" "Yeah." Xie Ying raised her chin proudly. "How could I fail when I take action?" She had just rechecked the situation within the spiritual mansion. The previously collapsed spiritual mansion had completely stabilized, and even the turbulent spiritual sea had returned to calm. However, many of the spiritual lotuses that had been shattered would not be able to regrow for a while. A patch of baldness had appeared in the lush spiritual lotus, a rather pitiful sight. If one looked closely through the spiritual lotuses to the spiritual sea below, one would see that the large shadow from before had not dissipated, but had transformed into a dark mist, half of which remained beneath the spiritual sea, while the other half drifted faintly near the spiritual lotuses. Furthermore, even the 9 round golden cores she had cultivated were covered with a few fine black threads. Xie Ying knew this was a sign that the demonic energy was gradually merging with her spiritual aura. This also meant that she had finally successfully completed the first step of cultivating both immortal and demonic beings. Although it took a long time, and she had suffered considerable injuries, Xie Ying still felt it was worth it. As long as she could become stronger, no matter how much energy she expended or how much pain she endured, it was worth it. Xie Ying's mind flickered slightly, and a small cluster of foul mist emerged in response, entwining lovingly around her fingertips. "Enin, did you see that? Now I can summon foul mist at will." "I see it. I see it." The host is truly amazing. After spending so much time with Xie Ying, Enin had a firm grasp of how to speak to please her host. But this time, her praise was truly sincere. "Honestly, host, you truly have the most resilient mind I ever met. With such a mindset, you succeed in whatever you do." "I know. This isn't the first time you said that." After resting for a while and regaining her strength, Xie Ying leaned against the edge of the bed and stood up. She slowly cleaned off the dirt and changed into clean robes. But I think there's something else besides the mind. What? Host, you're too hard to kill. A systematic evaluation revealed that the pain the host has endured these days would be almost impossible for an ordinary cultivator to endure. But not only did the host endure it, but even his sanity remained unaffected. This is truly powerful, Xia Ying. Although these words sounded a bit off, she was in a good mood, so she just assumed it was Yinin's compliment. Xia Ying, in a good mood, didn't intend to argue with Yinin any further. Just as she removed the barrier and decoy and prepared to leave, a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 517. Miss Yin, are you awake? It was shopkeeper Wang's voice. Xia Ying's eyes flickered, and she didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until the knocking on the door began again, becoming increasingly rapid and threatening to pound on it, that she finally pretended to be awakened. Who is it? What are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is the same as stealing their money and killing them? Perhaps because Xia Ying's voice sounded too impatient, the knocking outside was silent for a moment before shopkeeper Wang's voice rang out again. Miss Yin, someone is coming from the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, looking for you. With these words, silence fell for a moment, both inside and outside the room. After a long while, shopkeeper Wang heard Xia Ying's voice again. Got it. I'd be right down. Shopkeeper Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to offend Yin Xiaowei, the young lady who looked promising, but he also didn't want to offend the highly respected and powerful Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Shopkeeper Wang made quite a commotion, and many guests popped their heads out to see what was going on. Lu Shang and the other two were no exception. They had borrowed a considerable amount of banknotes from Xie Jiuzhou, but they were wary of wasting it just in case. Therefore, they stayed in the cheapest room at the Yunlai Inn. Lu Shang had originally hoped to collaborate with Xia Ying, so he stayed there. However, they had spent several days there without finding a chance to speak to her alone. They hadn't known about Xia Ying's connection to the Imperial Master's mansion, and now, hearing that someone from the Imperial Master's mansion had come personally to see Xia Ying, they couldn't help but worry for her. Therefore, when Xia Ying came downstairs, she was met with 3 worried faces. She had no intention of collaborating with Lu Shang and the others, but she also wouldn't turn a blind eye to their kindness. Considering that the Imperial Master's office personnel were still at the Yunlai Inn, Xia Ying said nothing further. She simply signaled Lu Shang and the others with her eyes not to act rashly, and then, without stopping, descended the stairs. Downstairs, her disciples and the Imperial Master's white robe sat at the 8-person table, while Manager Wang fiddled with them fawningly. Only when Xia Ying came into view did the 4 finally move. To everyone's surprise, the Imperial Master's office's attitude towards Xia Ying wasn't at all hostile, disappointing those who had been hiding in the shadows hoping to witness the fun. Miss Yin, the Grand Master invites you. Xia Ying said nothing, only a faint nod, and then followed the visitor out. In the Imperial Master's office, Dai Tian, clad in a pure white ritual robe, sat high atop a lotus pedestal in the temple. The mist within the temple obscured the occupant's features. Qin Shang, holding a whisk, stood quietly beneath Dai Tian's left hand. At first glance, Dai Tian appeared to resemble an immortal, free from desires. This was the scene Xia Ying encountered when she was led into the so-called divine building. She curled her lips. She had no idea of the Grand Master's strength, but he certainly possessed considerable pretense. Regardless of her thoughts, Xia Ying bowed respectfully to Dai Tian. Greetings, Grand Master. Dai Tian remained silent. Instead, Qin Shang, standing below him, gently waved his whisk, and the temple door closed firmly. Yin Xiaowei, who exactly are you? Qin Shang demanded coldly, expecting to see a look of panic on Xia Ying's face, but instead, she smiled at him. Master, I don't understand what you're saying. If I'm not Yin Xiaowei, could I be someone else? Or Master, who do you want me to be? You're not from Qincheng at all. What's your purpose in coming to Jinong City, concealing your identity? Since Dai Tian and Qin Shang wanted to recruit Xia Ying and the others and cultivate them as their trusted confidants, they naturally couldn't just pull them into their camp without any investigation. Even though neither Jinong City nor Manager Wang could find anything amiss, Qin Shang still personally traveled to Qincheng to investigate the individuals. That's how he discovered the supposed identities of Yin Xiaowei and the escort agency's daughter were completely false. Qincheng does have many escort agencies, but none of them even have a single person named Yin Xiaowei. If Yin Xiaowei's identity was false, then the other 4 were no exceptions. But Xia Ying and the others had indeed passed the forbidden technique Dai Tian had placed on the altar, proving they weren't cultivators. This is also why the Imperial Master's office failed to take immediate action after learning of Xie Ying's fake identity. They weren't cultivators, but their identities were fake. Even their positions weren't entirely clear to Qin Shang. His intuition told him that perhaps these 5 individuals had more than a passing resemblance to ordinary people. So Qin Shang and Dai Tian had the Imperial Master's office bring Xie Ying here today, precisely to test her strength. Xie Yutong of Wuqi Mountain was incredibly powerful, and came with such force that if Xie Yutong hadn't been concerned about the lives of the people of Jinyang City, he would have forcibly broken through the formation and engaged them in combat. Thus, they didn't want any other forces intervening at this moment, complicating their original plan. But if they could win these 5 over and use them, their situation with Xie Yutong might actually be reversed. Xie Ying remained unfazed after Qin Shang exposed her fake identity. In fact, she had long known that as long as they appeared within the sight of the Imperial Master's mansion, their identities would not be concealed for long. This was also the most important reason she had been working hard these past few days to integrate her new spiritual platform into her spiritual mansion. If she simply wanted to become stronger, she could easily wait until this trial was over, and she safely returned to the world of immortal cultivation before slowly experimenting. But the current situation simply didn't allow her to wait that long. Xiao He and Suya were right. In Jinyang City, demonic energy was more effective than spiritual power. So she had to confirm her identity as a demon before the Imperial Master's mansion took action. Thankfully, everything was just right. Master, why are you looking at me like I'm facing a formidable enemy? It doesn't matter who I am. I mean no harm to you, do I? I'm simply curious how you strip the spiritual bones of cultivators and transfer them to ordinary mortals. So I came all the way to Jinyang City to learn more. Xie Ying's explanation didn't bring Qin Shang any relief. Instead, it made him even more wary of Xie Ying. Where did this girl come from? Why did she speak with such a sinister air? Dai Tian, seated high on the lotus pedestal, remained silent, but the moment Xie Ying finished speaking, he suddenly attacked without warning. A sharp icicle pierced Xie Ying's forehead. At the same time, several phantom blood vines, shrouded in demonic energy, flew out from behind Xie Ying, wrapping around her waist and dragging her away. A vast cloud of foul mist also appeared, forming a protective barrier in front of her. Dai Tian's ice cone fell into the foul mist and was completely swallowed. Seeing this, Qin Shang and Dai Tian's expressions changed completely. You are a demon. Chapter 518. The foul mist slowly dissipated, revealing Xie Ying's charming, flower-like smile. However, it didn't completely dissipate, remaining protectively around her. Although Xie Ying's recent burst of demonic energy was fleeting, Dai Tian and the others could still sense its power. After the blood and tears were forged into a new spiritual platform, the demonic energy within them became increasingly compatible with Xie Ying's. Despite Dai Tian's current power, he was still a cultivator, not a demon. Therefore, he believed the powerful demonic energy had come from Xie Ying herself. Xie Ying now had 3 sources of demonic energy at her disposal: Luo Tan's mark, Dan Yu's scholar's blood and tears, and the heavenly secret disc, which stored Ning Xian's demonic energy. But these 3 individuals were undoubtedly among the most powerful of the demons, not to mention Luo Tan's status as the lord of all demons. Therefore, what Dai Tian sensed wasn't the turbid aura of ordinary demon cultivators, but rather the pure demonic energy unique to the orthodox demon race. You actually come from the demon realm. In the eyes of the world, the 10,000 Demons Gorge is a massive barrier separating the demon realm from the world of immortal cultivation. But Xie Ying, who had personally been to the 10,000 Demons Gorge and escaped unscathed, understood that while she didn't know what lay beyond it, it definitely couldn't be the demon realm as everyone thought. For the 10,000 Demons Gorge was actually the demon realm controlled by Luo Tan. However, she couldn't possibly share these details with the 2 people before her. Faced with Dai Tian's speculation, Xie Ying neither nodded nor shook her head, merely looking at them with a half-smile. But Dai Tian saw this as tacit agreement. No wonder the altar's arrangements had no effect on her. She was a demon. To be honest, Dai Tian and Qin Shang had never expected the sudden infiltration of 5 demons into Jinyang City. But this was also a good thing. After all, he didn't have to worry about the demon siding with Xie Yutong to help him. And judging by the current situation, they might actually be able to win over the demons to their aid. After all, the demons were brutal yet impossible to truly kill, sealed away in the 10,000 Demon Gorge. Therefore, opposing them was pointless. It would be a complete loss of 800 enemies, and 1,000 of our own. Dai Tian and Qin Shang exchanged a glance, each breathing a sigh of relief. Since you come all the way from the demon realm, There's really no need to hide your identity. This is a feud between us cultivators. It has nothing to do with you, and it won't implicate you. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, navigating the world requires the identity of Immortal for ease. Daitian offered Xiang a way out, and Xiang naturally followed suit. In a matter of moments, the atmosphere within the temple transformed into a joyful atmosphere, as if the previous exchanges of blows had never occurred. Daitian gave Qinshang a look, and Qinshang immediately understood. He waved his whisk, and a large chair appeared behind Xiang. Xiang didn't refuse, sitting down confidently, even leisurely pulling out a wine gourd and drinking. However, the gourd contained no wine, but ordinary spiritual spring water. After 2 consecutive drunken incidents that had caused her to mess up, Xiang had voluntarily given up drinking without Ji Hyuan's advice. Daitian felt a little annoyed by Xiang's casual defiance, but he suppressed his anger due to her status. I wonder how long you plan to stay in Jinan City this time. I don't know. I naturally move on to the next place when I had enough fun. Xiang crossed her legs, leaning lazily on her chair. But Jinan City. I don't want to leave just yet. After all, I haven't seen how you strip the monk's spirit bones. Her voice was soft, her eyes gleaming. It was as if to her, stripping a monk's spirit bones was no different from taking off a piece of clothing. Her expression was undoubtedly innocent, but her words somehow sent a chill through Qinshang. The demons. They're truly so naive, almost cruel. Perhaps because Xiang's words were difficult to respond to, the temple suddenly fell silent. However, Xiang didn't care and continued speaking. I heard that even if you have money, you might not be able to buy spirit bones in your dark field. But you already know my current identity, so why can't you make an exception for me? Fellow Taoist, you may not know that there's a female cultivator named Xie Yutong on Wuchi Mountain who's been constantly opposing us. While the dark field appears to be operating, no new cultivators have been sent in for quite some time. Qinshang explained awkwardly. Even if we're willing to satisfy your curiosity, without new cultivators, even the dark field has no place to display its numerous martial arts skills. It's truly like a skilled cook without rice. How can a skilled cook without rice be so skilled? Xiang looked at him seriously. Don't you have plenty of cultivators at your disposal in the Imperial Master's mansion? Why not just pick any one and send them to the dark field? At these words, Daitian and Qinshang's expressions froze noticeably, their impression of the ruthless and cruel demon Yan Shaowei rising even higher. Qinshang was racking his brains to figure out how to persuade the demon before him to stop attacking the subordinates of their Imperial Master's mansion, when Xiang suddenly, understandingly, offered a suggestion. Oh yes, the cultivators in the Imperial Master's mansion are your own people, so naturally you wouldn't want to let them go. But fortunately, my companions have already gone to Wuchi Mountain to capture the cultivators. If they return successfully, you won't be so reluctant, will you? Of course. So your companions are actually going to Wuchi Mountain to capture cultivators? What else? Could they be going to reminisce about the past? Qinshang wasn't angry at the rebuke, but instead looked pleasantly surprised. This was truly good news for them. While he didn't know the strength of the 4 demons, or whether they could actually capture a few people from Wuchi Mountain, he knew their actions would undoubtedly cause Xie Yutong considerable trouble. This way, Xie Yutong wouldn't have to keep a constant watch on Jinan City, and they could relax a bit. Xie Yutong won't be easy to deal with. They might be at a disadvantage. Fellow Taoist, why don't you call them back first, so we can discuss it carefully before taking action against Xie Yutong? I can't control them. Xiang flatly rejected Qinshang's proposal. Besides, I don't want to get involved in your feuds. It's so boring. Okay, enough talk for today. I'm tired and need to go back to the inn to rest. If you have anything interesting to say, please send someone to the inn to let me know. If not, please don't bother me. Oh yes, one more thing. Xiang tilted her head and smiled. I found several interesting prey during my visit to Jinan City this time. I hope you won't compete with me for them. With that, Xiang stood up and left without even a glance at Daitian and Qinshang. Her defiance was utterly insolent. Qinshang and Daitian were frustrated, but they were wary of each other's demonic identities, and didn't want to confront each other at this moment. After all, their formation was useless against the demons. If they provoked her and caused trouble, it would be detrimental to them. Thus, Daitian only instructed Qinshang to secretly monitor Xiang's every move, but he did not restrict her activities within Jinan City. Elsewhere, after leaving the Imperial Master's residence, Xiang returned directly to the Yunlai Inn and headed straight for her room. As soon as she closed the door, she could no longer suppress the turmoil within her spiritual abode and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 519. She half knelt on the ground, forming a barrier with one hand using magic energy. Crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. Emin was also startled by Xie Ying's sudden and tragic condition. Holy crap! Host, what's wrong with you? You were fine just now. Why are you suddenly vomiting blood? Hush, let me be quiet for a moment. The turmoil in her spiritual realm was already painful, and with Emin still bouncing and chattering in her mind, Xie Ying now felt a throbbing pain in her temples and a splitting headache. Her head hurt, her sea of consciousness hurt, and her spiritual realm hurt even more. There was no part of her body that wasn't aching. With trembling hands, Xie Ying pulled out the 9 Revolutions pill, known for its miraculous healing properties, and poured the entire pill into her mouth, swallowing it all. The 9 Revolutions pill melted in her mouth, its medicinal properties seeping into her bones and blood, repairing the various injuries within her body at breakneck speed. That Grand Master was actually at the fusion stage. The mark Luo Tan had left on her body could block 3 fatal blows, but Xie Ying hadn't expected to be forced to use it once on her first encounter with the Grand Master. Even so, she was still severely injured by the Grand Master's pressure. The demonic energy that had just resonated with her soul palace was stirred up again, causing it to vibrate. If she hadn't temporarily suppressed her injuries with the spiritual spring water from the wine gourd, she would have been exposed in front of those two. After the 9 Revolutions pill began to repair her internal injuries, Xie Ying finally stopped vomiting blood uncontrollably. She sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate and regulate her breathing. The demonic energy and spiritual power flowed simultaneously within her body, and the trembling soul palace slowly calmed down, and the pain gradually eased. The previously chaotic aura finally calmed down. When Xie Ying opened her eyes again, Emin, who had been keeping an eye on her, was stunned. Host, your eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Xie Ying asked instinctively. Before Emin could speak again, she raised her hand and summoned the water mirror. The water mirror clearly reflected her current appearance. Her face remained unchanged, except for her eyes. The left eye was as black as ink, the right a fiery red. The left eye's black pupil lacked focus, only a swirling vortex of demonic energy. Staring at it for too long seemed to suck you in. The right eye's bloodshot pupil seemed to ignite a raging fire, capable of consuming all the evil and darkness in the world. The black and red formed a stark contrast, as if a person had been split into 2 completely different parts. Seeing her current state, Xie Ying was also a bit stunned. Was this a side effect of cultivating immortals and demons together, or something else? This path of cultivating immortals and demons together had never been trodden before, and Xie Ying didn't think Enin could offer any reliable explanation. She waved her hand to disperse the water mirror, then once again sat in meditation, regulating her breathing and observing the conditions within her spirit palace and sea of consciousness. She came to only one conclusion. Aside from a slight fluctuation in her demonic energy and spiritual power, she found no other problems. She held her breath, concentrating on practicing the Xiaoyao Ju technique, allowing it to circulate through her body for 3 great cycles until the demonic energy and spiritual power within her body had completely subsided. Only then did she open her eyes again. And this time, her eyes had indeed returned to normal. Host, how are you feeling now? It's all right now. Xie Ying thought for a moment and spoke her conjecture. My previous appearance was probably caused by my inability to balance the demonic energy and spiritual power within me. It didn't have a significant impact on me. And as I cultivate with the immortal and demonic for longer, this change in appearance will probably become more and more noticeable. But as long as I can control it, it won't be a big problem. Enin knew her host was always a very decisive person. Seeing that she understood the situation, she didn't say anything more about it. Host, Xiaohe, and the others left Jinyang City for Wuji Mountain several days ago, right? Why don't you send a message to ask them what's going on at Wuji Mountain? There's no need to ask about everything. Whether it's Xiaohe or senior brother Xie, if there's any problems at Wuji Mountain, they contact me without me having to ask. No news at the moment, and that's actually the best news. Xie Ying let out a long breath and looked up at the window. The tightly closed window opened automatically at her glance, letting in dim sunlight. It was already evening. She had merely been forced by the Grand Master to use her demonic energy in the Imperial Master's residence, causing a disturbance in her spiritual realm that ultimately cost her nearly a day to heal. This situation was truly unfavorable for her. Cultivating both immortal and demonic energy was the best solution she could come up with for the current situation in Jinyang City. However, if she could not freely transform and utilize the demonic energy within her body, the final outcome would only contradict her initial plan. I was too impatient before. After this incident, Xiang realized the truth that haste makes waste. She stopped trying to forcibly control and balance the demonic energy and spiritual power within her body. After setting up the formation in the room, she meditated again to regulate her breathing. This time, however, she used the mark left by Luo Tan to sink her consciousness into the demon clan's millennial-old heritage. Ning Xian, a half-demon unacceptable to the world, had ultimately been successfully born. Therefore, she had reason to believe that the demon clan's heritage must contain a solution to her current situation, but she simply hadn't found it yet. The Xiaoyao Ju was the set of techniques she had chosen as the most suitable for her cultivation. Similarly, demon cultivation should also have its own set of techniques. After figuring this out, Xie Ying's state of mind suddenly became much calmer. She allowed her consciousness to continuously sink and travel through the demon clan's heritage, slowly searching for a technique that would be useful to her. Time passed minute by minute. As the lights began to light up, the ornate lanterns in Jinyang City lit up one by one. Lu Shang and the other two met with Ning Yuchao and the others at the shores of Danming Lake near the Yunlian. Lu Shang originally intended to cooperate with Xiang to increase his chances of passing the test, but since Xiang had no interest, he couldn't just sit there and wait without taking any action. Besides Xiang and the other four, among the remaining cultivators, only the Ning family of Yubao City was worthy of cooperation. Thus, after some twists and turns, the two sides re-established their cooperative relationship. After several days of investigation, having discovered the problems within Jinyang City, and the feud between the Imperial Master's Mansion and Wuqi Mountain, the majority of the cultivators chose to leave Jinyang City and head for Wuqi Mountain to seek another path forward. Only a few, like Ning Yuchao and Lu Shang, felt that the key to passing the test must lie within Jinyang City, so they chose to remain there to gather information and discuss their next plan. And these days, they had indeed not been without success. Chapter 520. Lu Shang, staying at the Yunlian, learned the story of Princess Yuqing and deduced that the present-day Jinyang City is roughly the same as the Jinyang City of 300 years ago. In addition, he discovered an even more terrifying fact, which was the key reason he had to arrange a meeting with Ning Yuchao and the others tonight. After finding a quiet, secluded spot and assigning two people to act as lookouts, Lu Shang finally shared his hypothesis. After Lu Shang finished speaking, Ning Yuchao and the others were stunned. Ning Mingshu was the first to react. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of disbelief at what she was hearing. Fellow Taoist Lu, are you saying that what we're experiencing now isn't an illusion, but the real events of 300 years ago? Yes. Lu Shang's expression was serious. After all this time, haven't you noticed? This place lacks all the characteristics of an illusion. The people here have their own minds, and many are even more intelligent and agile than ours. But no matter how clever the people in the illusion are, they are just fabrications created by the illusion's owner based on his or her own memories. Everything in the illusion has a predetermined story and ending, and everything follows a path. But Jinyang City right now is nothing like that. You can never predict what will happen next. Because the people around us aren't illusions created by spiritual power, but real, living people with thoughts and self-awareness. Besides that, there are many details that prove this is more than just an illusion. The fact that you made it this far proves your abilities are far from ordinary. I doubt you noticed anything I said. Everyone fell silent. As Lu Shang had said, they had indeed noticed something amiss, but no one was thinking in that direction. It wasn't that they couldn't imagine it, but rather that this speculation was simply too absurd. Lin Yuexiang murmured, if what you said is true, senior brother Lu, then this is all too absurd. There are indeed many rifts in time and space in the world of immortal cultivation, allowing those who fall into them to travel to other times and spaces. But putting aside the difficulty of finding and traveling through them, even if we truly had fallen into one, it's impossible for so many people to have been transported intact to Jinyang City 300 years ago. That does sound absurd. Lu Shang nodded, confirming Lin Yuexiang's analysis, but then changed the subject. But that doesn't mean no one has managed it. The demon cultivator guarding the half-spring rest secret realm is at the fusion stage. What level do you think the master of this secret realm is? At this point, Ning Yuchao naturally couldn't help but understand Lu Shang's point. Legend has it that after successfully surviving the thunder tribulation of the tribulation stage, a cultivator has a certain chance of awakening a natural ability, thereby mastering some of the power of the laws. The master of this secret realm might be a tribulation stage expert, possessing a certain ability to control time and space. This was just Ning Yuchao's speculation, But this time no one objected, because they knew in their hearts that this was indeed the most likely correct guess at the moment. And if this truly was the mortal world 300 years ago, then the master of this secret realm was far more powerful than they had imagined. Perhaps that senior wasn't even a tribulation crossing cultivator, but had already reached the Mahayana stage. But if that senior truly had reached the Mahayana stage, why was there not a single record of him in the world of immortal cultivation? There were even rumors circulating that the master of half-spring rest was merely a divine transformation cultivator. Even if he ultimately perished under the Ascension Thunder Tribulation, the world of immortal cultivation wouldn't have had no record of him. At this moment, countless doubts lingered in everyone's minds, but they couldn't dwell on them any longer. If this wasn't an illusion, they couldn't just sit there and wait for the illusion to end on its own. They had to act proactively, pass the test, and find a way to return 300 years later. Ning Mingshu quickly regained her composure and turned her attention back to Lu Shang. Since fellow Taoist Lu has taken the initiative to invite us to meet here, does that mean you already uncovered some new leads? Lu Shang nodded. I think we should probably start with the Imperial Master's residence and the Princess's residence. The Dark Field is a very important place, but with our identities, it's impossible to enter it directly. Therefore, we can only start from the two places most closely connected to it. As the Grand Master who orchestrated the Jinyang City formation, he must be extremely powerful, and the dangers of the Imperial Master's residence must be beyond our imagination. So, I prefer to start with the Princess's residence. I heard the Princess has been recruiting new maids and servants these days. While I don't know why the Princess would choose servants from the common people, this presents a good opportunity to infiltrate the Princess's residence. Lin Yuexiang said, looking at Ning Mingshu. Sister Ning, and I might try going to the Princess's mansion. If we're chosen, we naturally have greater access to the Princess, and even the secrets of the Princess's mansion. Fellow Taoist Lin, that's a good suggestion. Ning Mingshu nodded. Then let's go to the Princess's mansion tomorrow and try our luck. But after saying this, Ning Mingshu noticed that Lin Yuexiang seemed to be hesitant to speak, so she couldn't help but ask. Fellow Taoist Lin, is there anything else you want to say? Senior brother Lu. Lin Yuexiang mustered up the courage to look at Lu Shang. Is Xiang staying in the same inn as you? Can you tell her what we talked about today? If she also wants to enter the Princess's mansion, the three of us will have a better chance of success. As soon as these words fell, before Lu Shang could respond, Ning Yu's sneer was heard. Fellow Taoist Lin's generosity truly amazes me. Xiang treated you so badly, why bother caring about her life or death? Is fellow Taoist Lin just naturally so mean that he insists on putting his warm face on other people's cold butts? Ning Yu. Shut up. Ning Yu's words were truly excessive. Lin Yuexiang's face immediately turned pale. She looked at Ning Yu with a look of deep grievance, and then hid behind Ning Mingshu. Lu Shang's expression also turned cold. After all, Lin Yuexiang had an inseparable connection with their Lu family. Xiaoying was fine, but what right did Ning Yu, an outsider with no connection at all, have to mock Lin Yuexiang in front of them? Lu Shang snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Lin Yuexiang without responding to Ning Yu's words. Junior Sister Lin, there's no need to worry about Junior Sister Xie. She doesn't need our concern at all. Some people were delayed in receiving information, so they had no idea that Junior Sister Xie had already safely entered and exited the Imperial Master's residence twice. Although I don't know how Junior Sister Xie did it, she's now a guest of honor at the Imperial Master's residence. With such strength far exceeding ours, I'm afraid some people wouldn't even be able to flatter her. Chapter 521. Lu Shang didn't mention anyone by name, but anyone with a brain knew who he was mocking. The Ning family didn't know if Ning Yu's initial struggle with being trapped in the secret realm and unable to break the formation had been too much of a blow, but Ning Yu's hostility towards Xiaoying had been immense. So much so that even they, the Ning family, couldn't understand Ning Yu's intentions. So even though they clearly heard Lu Shang's sarcasm towards Ning Yu, no one spoke up for him. Ning Yu's face was equally grim, wanting to retort but not knowing how. After all, if he spoke, wouldn't that be admitting he was the certain people Lu Shang was referring to? So, the meeting, so hard-fought, ultimately ended in a sour mood. But before parting, the group briefly discussed how to enter the princess's residence to gather further information. Xiaoying remained in the room for another 3 days. However, because her status had already been established with Dai Tian and Qinshang, she was now a distinguished guest at the Imperial Master's mansion. Therefore, even though her behavior was clearly different from that of ordinary people, no one at the Yunlian would bother her. For 3 days, Xiaoying immersed herself in the demonic heritage, and finally, among the millions of inheritances, she found a demonic technique that was beneficial to her. The Eternal Life Secret. The Eternal Life Secret may sound unrelated to the demonic race, but it actually directly addresses the demonic race's greatest strength, immortality. Thus, the Eternal Life Secret is a unique set of techniques designed to complement the demonic race's immortal constitution. The Xiaoyao Ju technique, while valuable, is unsuitable for demonic cultivation. Using the Xiaoyao Ju technique to stimulate demonic energy can even cause reverse flow in the meridians, and cause vibrations in the spiritual realm. But after practicing the Changsheng Ju technique, Xie Ying discovered that this problem had indeed been resolved. Thus, in the days since she acquired the Changsheng Ju technique, Xie Ying has been practicing it with undivided attention. She has now reached the 5th level of the Xiaoyao Ju, but only the 3rd level of the Changsheng Ju. Yet the two techniques perfectly complement each other. Even though she still felt a dull ache in her spirit palace while practicing, Xie Ying could clearly feel the demonic energy and spiritual power merging more closely. After reaching the 3rd level, she clearly realized she had reached a bottleneck, one she couldn't break through quickly, so she had to temporarily put her practice aside. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the Tai family armory to deliver her weapons. As expected, that afternoon, an apprentice from the Tai family armory arrived at the Yunlai Inn, carrying a long box and asking to see Xie Ying. Also, with the apprentice came the little boy Xie Ying had previously questioned. Perhaps Xie Ying had previously shown interest in him, so the apprentice brought him along this time specifically to earn more money from Xie Ying. This time, the boy had changed into proper, fitting clothing, and the dirt on his face had been washed clean, revealing his true appearance. So, when Xie Ying heard the apprentice call the boy Xiaoan, she finally understood why she had felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when she first met him. Xie Zan. Xiaoan's eyes were identical to the one Xie Zan had worn behind the demon mask. The only difference was that Xiaoan's eyes still held a glimmer of hope for the future, while Xie Zan's eyes, 300 years later, were filled with loneliness. Even so, Xie Ying was 70% certain. Xiaoan was the Xie Zan of 300 years ago. Xie Zan had a close relationship with the owner of Half Spring Break. Theoretically, anyone could tell who the owner was by simply keeping an eye on him. But Xie Ying didn't want to keep Xie Zan, still a child, close by. She didn't want to affect his destiny. Without even a word to Xie Zan, she took the long box, gave him the reward, and went straight back to her room. The Tai family weapon shop was undoubtedly the best weapon forger in Jinyang City. As soon as Xie Ying opened the box, she was blinded by the cold light within. Although it was a common object, its sheen and sharpness betrayed its exceptional quality. This was a weapon Xie Ying had created by imitating the 9-section whip, allowing the Tai family shop to create a new weapon countless times more powerful. Xie Ying gave it a simple and understandable name: the 9-curved blade. The 9-curved blade replaced the steel sections of the 9-section whip with blades as thin as a cicada's wing, yet capable of cutting through iron like mud. The 9 blades, stacked end to end, radiated a chilling cold light. Xie Ying wielded the 9-curved blade for a moment, its shadows interweaving like countless crescent moons floating in midair. Sheathing the blade, Xie Ying's lips curled slightly. She was very pleased with this new weapon. However, while the 9-curved blade was extremely lethal, it could only inflict damage on mortal bodies. To achieve greater effectiveness, it required something more important. She pulled out the bottle of divine water she had purchased from the Imperial Master's mansion, keeping half for future use and applying the remaining half to the blade of the 9-curved blade. After completing this enhancement, Xie Ying contentedly sheathed the blade and took out the jade slip for the communication. It was strange indeed. When Ji Heyuan and his companions left, they had promised to send a message to Xie Yutong as soon as they reached Wuchi Mountain and understood the situation. But now, 7 or 8 days had passed since Ji Heyuan and his companions left Jinyang City, and Xie Ying still hadn't received any message. Even the natural connection between her and Tang Tang had vanished, as if something had severed and separated them. Xie Ying wasn't worried that Ji Heyuan and his companions were in danger, but if the two sides couldn't communicate, their previous plan of internal and external cooperation would naturally fail. After much deliberation, Xie Ying finally took out a piece of talisman paper and cut it into a paper puppet. She channeled a trace of demonic energy into it, whispered a few words, and the puppet climbed out of the window and floated on the wind towards Wuchi Mountain. At the same time, on Wuchi Mountain, the bright moonlight bathed the entire mountain forest. Ji Heyuan stood high on the hillside, also lost in thought, clutching the communication jade slip. Tang Tang sat on his shoulder, trying to establish contact with Xie Ying. After several attempts, she sighed softly. Still not working? No. Tang Tang spread her hands. I can't sense anything at all. But I'm still alive and well, which means Ying is definitely fine. It's probably the formation beneath Jinyang City that's cutting off communication between the inside and the outside. I know Junior Sister is fine, but if this continues, our previous plan will be scrapped. We should go back and see what the situation is like in the city. So are you going back to Jinyang City? Chapter 522. A sudden noise behind him caused Ji Hyun to turn and see Xie Yutong standing quietly not far away. Xie Yutong was still wearing her pink and purple dress. Although she was Xie Ying's sister, Ji Hyun couldn't see any resemblance between them. Xie Ying was always flamboyant and bright, like a delicate rose, dazzling and dazzling. Xie Yutong, on the other hand, came across as gentle and composed, like a magnolia quietly blooming on a branch, her aura transcending. If Xie Yutong hadn't mentioned it, Ji Hyun wouldn't have connected her with Xie Ying. Especially at this moment, under the moonlight, Xie Yutong seemed shimmering with a holy silver glow. For some reason, Ji Hyun suddenly recalled the statue of Nuwa he had seen in the dilapidated temple when he first arrived in the mortal world. Xie Yutong and Nuwa naturally bore no resemblance to each other, yet at this moment, the expression on Xie Yutong's face mirrored that of Nuwa in the dilapidated temple. Ji Hyun couldn't help but wonder, could Xie Yutong be connected to Nuwa, the goddess of creation? But before he could ponder it, Xie Yutong was already walking towards him. Ji Hyun finally came to his senses, and spoke of his earlier speculations and plans. However, Xie Yutong, upon hearing this, stopped him from returning to Jinyang City. I know you're worried about Ying, but since she's chosen to stay in Jinyang City, she must have some means of self-preservation. It would be bad if you rashly returned and disrupted her plans. Anyway, I'm planning to pick someone up in Jinyang City soon. If you have any questions, I can pass them on for you. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I don't have anything to say. I previously agreed with Senior Sister to form a coordinated internal and external alliance, but now that our connection has been forcibly severed, we need a backup plan. In that case, I help you slightly disrupt the formation beneath Jinyang City this time. Ji Hyun was speechless for a moment, his 1,000 words condensed into a single thank you. Thank you, Senior. He naturally knew Xie Yutong possessed this ability. After all, during their time in Wuchi Mountain, they had already learned of Xie Yutong's true current level of cultivation. The Late Tribulation Crossing Stage. A Late Tribulation Crossing cultivator could easily destroy several cities with a single wave of their hands, let alone a city's formation. She hesitated to act, simply because she was concerned for the lives of the people of Jinyang City. Ji Hyun felt that he was cold and indifferent, unable to love everything in the world equally. He was selfish, so his love and care were only for his most important friends, family, and loved ones. If he had Xie Yutong's strength today, he would be the most powerful person in the world. Jinyang City no longer exists. But Xie Yutong clearly possessed a heart of great compassion. While this was a blessing for the powerless mortals, it was truly cruel to the cultivators, who constantly had to be wary of being discovered in the dark. Xie Yutong had no intention of further conversation with Ji Hyun, and the next day he set out alone for Jinyang City. At this point, Xie Ying had no idea she would soon meet her only blood relative in this world. She was preoccupied with how to break the Grand Master's scheme in Jinyang City. However, before she could come up with a plan, the men from the Grand Master's mansion once again visited the Yunlin. This time, the one who came wasn't even some small fry, but Qin Shang himself. Qin Shang bluntly explained that he had something important to discuss with Xie Ying. Without further question, Xie Ying led him directly into the room. Out of habit, Qin Shang instinctively raised his hand to cast an anti-spying barrier upon entering, and then met Xie Ying's inquiring gaze. Qin Shang's heart skipped a beat. Could this witch be trying to strip my spirit bones? Thankfully, Qin Shang's fears didn't materialize. For the next moment, he heard Xie Ying's slightly curious voice. Isn't the formation beneath Jinyang City supposed to restrict cultivators' use of spiritual energy? Why don't you seem affected at all? Qin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. This is a formation specially set up by the Grand Master specifically to target people like Xie Yutong. It naturally won't affect us. Otherwise, wouldn't we be reduced to helpless mortals like them? Oh! Xie Ying looked extremely surprised. So, this formation set up by the Grand Master can actually distinguish between friendly and enemy forces? In all my years of wandering the world, this is the first time I heard of such a strange formation. I guess I have to ask the Grand Master for advice next time. Fellow Daoistian misunderstood. Qin Shang laughed. A formation naturally can't accurately distinguish between enemy and friendly. At most, it can only distinguish between the Master and others. We're unaffected by the formation, because we're wearing objects crafted from the Grand Master's essence and blood. Thus, the formation will naturally identify us as the Grand Master, and our movements within Jinan City will remain unaffected. Because he firmly believes Xie Ying's demonic identity, Qin Shang didn't mind explaining it to satisfy Xie Ying's curiosity. However, Qin Shang didn't elaborate on the object crafted from Dai Tian's blood essence. Xie Ying stopped asking questions, and naturally moved on to other topics. By the way, why did Master Qin come to see me today? Have you captured a new cultivator? Or have you discovered something else interesting that you're specifically calling to inform me? Qin Shang considered himself an evil cultivator, but he wasn't as obsessed with stripping people's bones as Xie Ying was. After once again lamenting the cruelty of the demons, he spoke again. Indeed, I'm here for another interesting matter. I wonder if fellow Taoist Yin is interested in it. Xie Ying leaned back in her chair, her eyelids drooping lazily at the words. Tell me about it. Fellow Taoist, do you want to be a princess for once? Xie Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, and sat up slightly straighter. What do you mean? If she remembered correctly, the emperor of Yu had been on the throne for many years, but had no children, so Yu Hua Kingdom only had one eldest princess, Yu Qin. So, could Qin Shang's proposal now be to have her replace the original eldest princess, Yu Qin? Thankfully, Qin Shang didn't keep her in suspense, and quickly explained the situation briefly. Here's what happened. Xie Ying listened quietly to the truth about the eldest princess's mansion, suppressing her many doubts. When she looked up, her eyes remained calm, leaving Qin Shang unsure of her true attitude. So, Princess Yu Qin actually died 3 years ago? And the one playing the eldest princess in the eldest princess's room is actually a puppet you arranged. Chapter 523. Fellow Taoist, that's not wrong. Princess Yu Qin's affairs had always been handled by Hua Mama, so Qin Shang wasn't entirely clear on the details. Dai Tian didn't want his original plan to be disrupted by any unexpected events, so he specifically asked Qin Shang to find something for Xie Ying to do. This was how Qin Shang learned a little about the affairs of the princess's mansion. However, the eldest princess's situation is special. She's not completely dead, but has been sleeping. But only those in the Imperial Master's mansion know the eldest princess's true condition. Therefore, every once in a while, when the Emperor of Yu leaves the palace to visit the eldest princess, we need someone to impersonate her. It sounds like this isn't something I have to do. Xie Ying looked uninterested. You have so many people in the Imperial Master's mansion, wouldn't it be better to just pick someone to impersonate her? That being said, how can our people compare to your superior abilities? Qin Shang had expected Xie Ying's attitude, but his mission at the Yun Lion this time was to find a way to persuade Xie Ying and bring her into the eldest princess's mansion. The demons are known to be extremely capricious, but their minds are not difficult to guess. Xie Ying's personality was playful and curious about everything interesting, so Qin Shang had no choice but to follow Xie Ying's interest and reveal a few more secrets about the eldest princess's mansion. Plus, Princess Yu Qin has a unique physique, and the princess's mansion holds many interesting stories. Anyway, until Xie Yutong's situation is resolved, the dark field will remain unable to function properly. Instead of spending time secluded in this small inn, why not head to the princess's mansion and see if there's anything new to offer? Since Immortal Master Qin has said so, it's not impossible for me to go with you. The princess's mansion was Xie Ying's second destination, after the Imperial Master's mansion. Now that she could enter the princess's mansion openly through the Imperial Master's mansion's arrangement, Xie Ying naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. However, Xie Ying knew that the Imperial Master's mansion couldn't be so kind. While she was a demon in their eyes, the value and threat she presented were far from enough to warrant their unwavering obedience. What's the point of going to the princess's mansion for fun? Who is the fun? Xie Ying felt that this was a trap set by the Imperial Master's mansion, but who would ultimately fall into it was hard to say. Qin Shang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Xie Ying's response, and then smiled. So, fellow Taoist Yin, do you plan to come back with me to the Imperial Master's residence today and settle down, or will I send someone to pick you up after I arranged everything at the princess's residence? Of course, I only go after you arranged everything. Otherwise, wouldn't running around be tiring? Qin Shang wasn't angry at Xie Ying's retort, but instead smiled good-naturedly. Then I go back and make arrangements as soon as possible. Qin Shang's smile vanished the moment he turned around, replaced by a cold, indifferent expression deep in his eyes. Xie Ying's smile remained unchanged, but a closer look revealed a hint of sarcasm. The two people, each with their own agenda, were trying to figure out how to lure the other into their own trap. After seeing Qin Shang off, Xie Ying remained in her room, closed in. Besides seizing the opportunity to practice the Changshengju technique, she would occasionally sit by the window and watch the people passing by the lake, quietly observing the comings and goings of the people around Danming Lake with her Dharma eyes open. As she continued to practice and her cultivation improved, the things she could see with her Dharma eyes open also expanded. Sometimes, Xiaoying truly couldn't understand what this group of people were busy with. Not only were countless blood threads wrapped around everyone's bodies, but even the sky over Jinyang City was a bright red. To others, the sky was a normal azure blue, but to Xiaoying, it was covered in layer after layer of blood mist. And as time passed, the blood mist thickened, and the sky's color grew darker. The sky above them was like a giant beast with its bloody mouth wide open, pressing down heavily on them, ready to bite down and bury everyone in this prosperous imperial city. Thanks to Yin and the jade kue fruit, Xiaoying could clearly sense that the blood mist was composed of countless strands of resentful thoughts mingled with blood. These resentful thoughts included those of the cultivators, who had perished in the dark field due to mortal desires, as well as those of ordinary mortals in Jinyang City. Furthermore, judging by the fact that the color of the sky had not lightened but had deepened over the past few days, it seemed that people had been dying somewhere in Jinyang City, and quite a number of them. Otherwise, the blood mist couldn't have completely obscured the sky's natural color. Though Xiaoying prided herself on her steadfastness, staring at the blood mist for any length of time would uncontrollably surge with an uncontrollable murderous intent. At such moments, Xiaoying would decisively close her Dharma eye. Then, the world before her eyes would instantly return to normal, as clear as if everything she had seen before was an illusion. Just as Xiaoying finished observing the changes in the sky once more, she closed her Dharma eyes, and prepared to return to her cultivation. Two figures, one large and one small, suddenly caught her eye not far away. Xiaoying instinctively fixed her gaze, for the small figure was clearly Shaoan, the clerk at the Tiejia shop, whom she had met only a few days ago. As for Shaoan, the woman holding her hand was a gentle and beautiful woman in a pink and purple dress. Xiaoying had no idea that the person before her was Xie Yutong, the man on high alert at the Imperial Master's mansion. She only knew that the moment she laid eyes on Xie Yutong, she felt a sense of familiarity, a feeling that compelled her to move closer. Xiaoying's intuition told her that this woman was closely related to her, perhaps the master of the secret realm who had brought her here. However, at that moment, Xie Yutong, who was walking out hand in hand with Shaoan, seemed to sense something. He suddenly glanced in Xiaoying's direction and smiled softly. Seeing that smile, Xiaoying felt a strange pang of bitterness in her heart, and she subconsciously froze for a moment. When she regained consciousness, she realized that Xie Yutong and Shaoan were no longer by the lake. They had vanished in an instant. If Xiaoying hadn't been so confident in her mental state, she might have mistaken what she had just seen for an illusion. She pursed her lips, staring at the spot where Xie Yutong and Shaoan had just appeared. Just as she was about to extract some useful information from Yin, the jade slip in her sleeve suddenly vibrated several times. Chapter 524. Xiaoying quickly closed the window and returned to her room. She pulled out the communication jade slip and opened it. Immediately, a dense stream of messages appeared before her eyes. Most of them came from Ji Heyuan, with a few from Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong. As for Xu, Xiaoying had never exchanged her spiritual imprints with him, so even if Xu wanted to send her a message, she couldn't. However, despite the sheer volume of messages, they mostly told the same story. Ji Heyuan's account was the most clear, while the other two seemed to have encountered something interesting and were eager to share it with her, but were unable to do so due to unspeakable reasons. But Xiaoying was certain that they were hiding something from her. However, in the current situation, she didn't have the energy to investigate what the four of them were hiding from her. Furthermore, from the messages from Ji Heyuan, Xiaoying quickly deduced the identity of the pink and purple woman, Xie Yutong. With both surnames Xie, and Xie Yutong even leaving her a vast secret realm like Half-Spring Break, no one would believe them if they weren't related. Adding to the indescribable feeling of familiarity she felt upon seeing Xie Yutong, Xiaoying gradually had a bold idea. Could it be that her previous parents weren't her biological parents at all, and Xie Yutong was her real mother? Xiaoying was startled by her own audacious thought, but the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, these were just speculations. She better wait until she had the chance to meet Xie Yutong again and find out the truth in person. Qin Shan moved swiftly. Just one day after he personally arrived at the Yunlai Inn, someone from the Imperial Master's mansion came to invite Xiaoying back. Xiaoying knew she would most likely never return after leaving the Yunlai Inn, so she immediately checked out of all the rooms. Then, under the eager gaze of shopkeeper Wang, she headed directly to the Imperial Master's mansion. However, this time, upon entering the Imperial Master's mansion, Xie Ying did not see Grandmaster Dai Tian again. Instead, she was led directly to a small teleportation array in a secluded courtyard. Qin Shan had been waiting inside the array for a long time. "Friend Yin, come quickly. I will personally take you to the princess's mansion." Xie Ying raised a brow at this, but tactfully asked no questions and stepped directly into the teleportation array. A large light shone from the array, completely obscuring the scene outside. As the light gradually faded, Xie Ying discovered moss-covered stone walls everywhere. Looking up, she saw only a hexagonal sky. She quickly realized she had been teleported into a dry well. The runes on the teleportation array beneath her feet flickered. After a few glances, Xie Ying realized it was a one-way teleportation array. Only people from the Imperial Master's mansion could be teleported in, but those from the princess's mansion couldn't use this array to return. However, based on the fact that people from the Imperial Master's mansion could freely enter and exit the princess's mansion, Xie Ying knew there must be another teleportation array hidden within the mansion, but Qin Shan didn't trust her and hadn't intended to reveal it to her. "Fellow Daoist Yin, this is an invisibility talisman." Qin Shan took out a talisman and handed it to Xie Ying. "Fellow Daoist, follow me closely. I will personally escort you to the princess's chambers." Before he finished speaking, Qin Shan lightly tapped his toes and leaped out of the well, with Xie Ying following closely behind. After using the invisibility talisman, the two could no longer see each other, but fortunately, they could still communicate through their spiritual senses. The princess's mansion was enormous, with hundreds of rooms throughout. The servants and maids were mostly beautiful young men and women. These servants and maids went about their duties methodically, and no matter what was happening around them, no noise or movement could distract their attention. They were so silent and still, they seemed less like living beings than puppets being manipulated. Xie Ying silently took note of these unusual aspects of the princess's mansion, and followed Qin Shan deeper into the mansion. It was not until they reached an exceptionally magnificent palace that Qin Shan stopped and reappeared. "Fellow Daoist Yin, we arrived." Hearing this, Xie Ying removed her invisibility talisman and began to wander freely around the palace. The palace was immaculately clean, its furnishings luxurious yet elegant, a testament to its owner's refined taste. Xie Ying surveyed the palace while sending her spiritual sense to explore. She soon discovered that aside from herself and Qin Shan, there was no one else alive. From the moment she entered the palace, she had keenly sensed an omnipresent energy lurking in the shadows, coveting her. But to be more precise, it wasn't her that was coveting, but the spiritual power and demonic energy within her. But compared to the demonic energy, which was already filled with a tyrannical and devouring aura, the energy lurking within the palace was clearly more interested in spiritual power. "What do you think of this place, fellow Daoist Yin? After all, it's the palace of a human princess. Naturally, it's infinitely better than the Yunlin." Xie Ying suppressed her suspicions and spoke to Qin Shan calmly. "But where's the puppet you placed here pretending to be Princess Yuqin? Why isn't she here? Since we're asking for your help, we already dealt with those other people." Qin Shan explained calmly, but he didn't mention whether the puppet was dead or alive. After all, the princess's mansion only needs one princess. Faced with Qin Shan's vague answer, Xie Ying didn't ask any further questions and got straight to business. "What about the real Princess Yuqin? Since you said she's not truly dead, where are you hiding her now? Didn't you say this princess has a special physique? I'm actually quite curious about what kind of physique it is that allowed you to plan this for so many years in Jinyang City." "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Yin. I'm going to take you to see the real princess. After all, if you want to impersonate her, you have to see her true face, right? As for what's so special about Princess Yuqin..." Qin Shan paused at this point, then smiled meaningfully. "When fellow Daoist Yin sees Princess Yuqin in person, you understand our intentions." Thankfully, despite his suspense, Qin Shan still remembered that the person before him was a capricious demon, and he couldn't afford to tease her the same way he would a human. So, he quickly put away his smile and personally led Xie Ying to the sleeping quarters at the rear of the palace. As soon as she entered the bedroom, the feeling of being watched by an omnipresent evil spirit intensified. Xie Ying subconsciously mobilized her demonic energy to form a small shield around her before continuing forward with Qin Shan. Qin Shan's footwork was informed by the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, so after only a dozen steps, everything before Xie Ying's eyes shifted again. Chapter 525. Time seemed to pass from day to night in an instant, and the light in the bedroom suddenly grew dim. The palace lanterns on either side of the bed ignited spontaneously, but their light was not a bright, warm yellow, but an icy blue that shone with a chilling chill. On the bed, the eldest princess, a legendary figure in the eyes of the people of Yuehua, lay silently. The yin energy in the bedroom was heavy, but not enough to cause any substantial harm to Xiaoying, so she walked straight to the bed without hesitation. As Qinshang had said before, Princess Yuqing's current state certainly didn't look like death, but it didn't look like she was asleep either. If Xiaoying had to find a word to describe the eldest princess's current state, half human, half corpse would be the most appropriate. Her chest rose and fell ever so slightly, making her look as if she were asleep, if one ignored her pale face and completely stiff body. Princess Yuqing did indeed still possess faint signs of life, but her body was already dead and frozen. After observing her for a moment, Xiaoying developed a strong interest in her. Qin Shang stood aside, observing Xiaoying's performance with a cold eye. Seeing Xiaoying circling the princess's body, her eagerness evident in her eyes, he knew that the mission entrusted to him by Dai Tian had been accomplished. Thinking of this, a hidden smile appeared in the depths of Qin Shang's eyes. He only needed to keep Xiaoying in the princess's mansion. As for what would happen to her next, that was none of his concern. Besides, this was a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to test whether the demons were truly invincible. Qin Shang collected his thoughts and spoke again to Xiaoying. Friend Yan, the emperor of Yu will come to visit the princess in 3 days. We already made some notes about her behavior, and someone will personally deliver them here later. If you have nothing else to say, I'd be leaving. Go ahead. Xiaoying waved her hand impatiently, squatting beside the princess's bed without even looking up. Qin Shang saw this and said nothing more, turning and leaving. Shortly after he left, Xiaoying's previously enthusiastic smile suddenly faded, replaced by a rare solemnity. Inin, what's going on with Princess Yuqing? Because Qin Shang was present, Xiaoying's study of Princess Yuqing was limited to a superficial observation. But when she actually touched the princess, and used her spiritual sense to deeply perceive the conditions within her body, her expression changed. The moment she touched the princess, she felt a surge of sinister energy surge towards her, greedily draining away all her spiritual energy. If it weren't for the demonic energy blocking her, her power would have been completely siphoned away by the princess before her without her even realizing it. Not only that, she discovered another problem. This princess is a complete shell. Her internal organs have long since rotted away. Now, a pure white ball of light pulses within her chest. Inin, what is this ball of light? Xiaoying wasn't sure Inin would answer. After all, while she offered some assistance during the mission, she remained silent about anything involving spoilers. Host, please wait. Fortunately, Princess Yuqing's situation clearly won't affect the plot of the main quest initially announced by the system. Yin Yin's image quickly lingered in Xiaoying's mind. After reviewing relevant data on the Wanxiang continent, the system confirmed that Princess Yuqing must possess a supreme immortal body. Those with supreme immortal bodies are inherently deprived of the ability to cultivate to immortality, as their bodies possess an irreversible flaw: an inability to store spiritual energy. Unlike ordinary mortals who are unable to cultivate, those who, through various devious methods, acquire spiritual roots and bones, can automatically manifest spiritual mansions and platforms within their bodies through the operation of these roots, thus achieving their cultivation goals. But this is not the case with supreme immortal bodies. Even stolen spiritual roots and bones cannot exert any effect within them. Because even if these spiritual roots and bones were successfully placed within the supreme immortal body, they would transform into spiritual energy and ultimately return to the realm of heaven and earth. So then, this supreme immortal body has no benefits at all? After hearing this, Xiaoying sat down on the footstool beside Princess Yuqing's bed, her eyes fixed on the princess, now reduced to a mere shell. It can't be that simple. Yuqing is just an ordinary mortal. It's impossible that she's acquired such an unfortunate physique because of sins committed in a past life. Besides, I didn't think such extreme circumstances would occur in the world of immortal cultivation. The host was right. While God had closed one door to immortal cultivation for Princess Yuqing, he also opened another. The inability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation is only one aspect of the supreme immortal body. Its diametrically opposed counterpart is her innately powerful spirit. Those who possess the supreme immortal body often possess exceptionally strong minds. As long as they remain true to their original aspirations, upon their natural death, their spirits freed from the shackles of the supreme immortal body, they can embark directly on the path of ghost cultivation. The path of ghost cultivation has always been extremely demanding. Ghosts are yin, while spiritual energy is yang, and yin and yang mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. For a ghost to become a ghost cultivator, they must first possess the strength and character to transcend the yin and yang barriers. The underworld beneath the 9 netherworlds contains billions of ghosts, yet ghost cultivators throughout history are only a handful. This demonstrates the difficulty and dangers of the ghost cultivation path. However, those who possess the supreme immortal body can embark directly on the path of ghost cultivation after their natural death, which in a sense can be considered extremely lucky. As expected, luck and misfortune have always been interdependent. This was the first time Xie Ying had heard of the supreme immortal body, but after hearing Yin Yin's explanation, her gaze towards Princess Yu Qing became somewhat complicated. But this princess doesn't seem to have received her share of luck. I sensed a faint aura of spirit within the ball of light within her body. Could that ball of light be Yu Qing's spirit? The host was right. Yin Yin's cheerful voice echoed again. For various reasons, Yu Qing's spirit failed to escape her body after her death, and was instead locked within the Absolute Immortal's body. The Absolute Immortal's body is inherently incorruptible, but the spirit trapped within it requires energy to sustain itself and prevent dissipation. So the flesh and blood within Yu Qing's body actually serves as nourishment for her spirit. That's the way it could be understood. Then what force trapped Yu Qing's spirit within the Absolute Immortal's body? Was it the Grand Master? As for this question, the host will have to find the answer herself. I see. It's the Grand Master. Yin, I don't want to chat with this cunning host anymore. Chapter 526. The Dark Field was established 20 years ago, when Princess Yu Qing proposed to visit the world of immortal cultivation. The establishment of the Dark Field was closely related to the sudden appearance of the Grand Master and his companions. After the Dark Field was established, everything in the princess's residence naturally fell to the Grand Master's residence. Until Princess Yu Qing's death 3 years ago, the Grand Master's residence arranged for a puppet to impersonate her. Everything is inextricably linked to the Grand Master's residence. Thus, everything that happened to Princess Yu Qing was naturally closely related to the Grand Master's residence. Xie Ying had never forgotten this from the beginning. Yin Yin's reaction only further confirmed her suspicions. She stopped communicating with Yin Yin, and once again, used her demonic energy to create a barrier around herself. Then, she grasped the princess's cold, stiff hand. The Yin Qi clinging to the princess's body, unable to absorb the spiritual power it desired, unceremoniously attacked the demonic energy within Xie Ying. Fortunately, the demonic energy inherently possessed a devouring power, so the Yin Qi absorbed it very slowly, only nibbling off half a fingernail's worth of demonic energy in half a day. Xie Ying took this opportunity to once again use her spiritual sense to check on Princess Yu Qing. The only difference this time was that she had opened her Dharma eye. The moment Xie Ying closed her eyes, a purple mark appeared between her eyebrows. With the blessing of her Dharma eye, she could clearly see significantly more details. She saw that the earlier ball of white light was tightly bound by 18 sinister chains, which also bound the princess's body. The 18 sinister chains stretched from the princess's body to her exterior, finally extending to the invisible space beneath the bed. Xie Ying had tried to send out her spiritual sense to explore the space beneath the bed, but before her sense could truly reach that space, it was driven back by an irresistible force. Had she not retreated in time, even the few traces of spiritual sense she had just emanated would have been shattered by the overwhelming force, causing her to sustain damage. Injury was a minor matter. Alerting the Imperial Master's office would have been truly disastrous. Due to the disparity in power between the two sides, Xie Ying had to temporarily abandon her desire to explore further. She stood up, raised her hand, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she instantly transformed into Princess Yu Qing. Time never defeats beauty. Although Princess Yu Qing was already over 40, she still looked beautiful and noble, radiating a graceful and elegant aura. After completely transforming herself into the princess, Xie Ying did not linger in the bedroom any longer. She strode out, and the moment she stepped out, the surrounding scene changed again. Returning to the state she had first seen. Where was Princess Yu Qing in the bright and magnificent chamber? Even after entering again, the chamber remained unchanged. Only the pervasive gloom reminded Xie Ying that this was no illusion. It was not until she followed Qin Shang's steps from her memory, and reproduced them perfectly, that she finally returned to the chamber, where the princess's body lay, and understood its secret. The people in the Imperial Master's mansion, most likely the Grand Master, had used the power of a formation to divide the chamber into 2 levels. The normal chamber presented to everyone was the first level, while the chamber containing Princess Yu Qing's body was a deeper level. The 2 spaces were connected by the same steps Qin Shang had used at the beginning. Xie Ying, understanding this, quickly left this space without a single backward glance. She adjusted her dress and hairpins, then headed straight outside. This was the princess's residence, so naturally, there was no shortage of attendants. Even though most of the people in the residence were like puppets, Princess Yuqing's right-hand men remained normal. It was just that Qinshan and Xiang had used a little deception when entering the palace, so the guards outside hadn't noticed. Over time, the once young and beautiful head maid had become a respected aunt throughout the princess's residence. Yuqing had 4 head maids by her side. Excluding those who died in the battle for the throne, and those who later married and left, she now only had one, now Aunt May, serving her. Although Yuqing had become increasingly difficult to serve over the years, Aunt May's loyalty to her remained undiminished. So, as soon as Xiaoying left the palace, Aunt May was the first to greet her, deftly holding one of her arms, her expression deeply moved. The princess is finally willing to go out for a walk. Xiaoying? ? Does this mean that the puppet who previously played the eldest princess never left the palace? She didn't respond rashly, simply allowing Aunt May to support her as she slowly walked out. Aunt May was clearly unaware that her mistress had long been replaced. Xiaoying's silence didn't bother her. As she had done countless times with her mistress before, she spared no effort to entertain her with amusing stories. Xiaoying sensed no ill will from Aunt May, so she was certain she would never harm the eldest princess. She might even learn more about her from her. Master and servant strolled slowly through the vast princess's mansion. From Aunt May's solitary conversation, Xiaoying could roughly deduce their daily interactions. Hence, her role became increasingly adept, and before long, she had a general overview of the situation within the eldest princess's mansion from Aunt May. 3 years ago, the eldest princess's mansion began recruiting maids and servants from the public every 3 months. Those chosen to join the mansion were all young men and women of good appearance. To use the fake eldest princess's explanation, in old age, people appreciate the sight of young, fresh faces. Aunt May had always been Yuqing's princess-brain servant. No matter how outrageous or absurd, as long as Yuqing told her, Aunt May wouldn't doubt it. In her opinion, her master simply wanted a few attractive servants, and it wasn't anything immoral, so it wasn't worth making a fuss about. Especially now, seeing that Xiaoying hadn't asked about the newly recruited maids and servants a few days ago, Aunt May even thoughtfully mentioned it. Your Highness, I remember that among the people selected to enter the mansion a few days ago, there were quite a few with outstanding looks. I had them taken down to learn the rules back then, and after a few days, I believe they learned enough. Your Highness, would you mind summoning them and seeing if there are any you like to keep with you, so that I can properly train them for your Highness? Chapter 527. Then call everyone over and take a look. Xiaoying said lazily, admiring the nail polish on her hand without even blinking an eye. Aunt May, unsuspecting, immediately summoned a maid and ordered her to bring all the servants who had been recruited into the princess's residence 3 days earlier. At this moment, Aunt May was accompanying Xiaoying to the princess's back garden. Princess Yuqing was a flower lover, so her back garden was enormous, occupying almost a quarter of the princess's residence. It was late spring, early summer, and the back garden was in full bloom, fragrant with flowers. Butterflies of all colors fluttered among the blossoms, exuding a vibrant and uplifting energy. Although it was only summer, Aunt May, deeply concerned for the princess's well-being, would never allow her highness to remain in the scorching sun. The master and servant quickly moved to a pavilion by the lake. As soon as Xiaoying had mentioned wanting to meet the newcomers, Aunt May turned and whispered a few words to the other maids following behind her. Long after Xiaoying had taken her seat, she saw a group of beautiful, well-trained maids arrive bearing a variety of fruits, delicate pastries, and iced plum soup, which they neatly arranged on the stone table before her. Aunt May clapped her hands softly, and the maids immediately rushed forward. One stood behind Xiaoying, gently massaging her shoulders. Another squatted on the ground, massaging her legs. Another fanned her gently with a palace fan, and the remaining held a delicate porcelain plate and fed Xiaoying. They didn't even have to lift a finger. They truly lived up to the motto of clothes come to you, food comes to you, clothes come to you. Xiaoying, enjoying the 4 maids' meticulous care, even closed her eyes in comfort. For a moment, she even thought it was okay to continue this depravity. The thought was truly sinful, but in the current situation, it wouldn't matter if she continued to degenerate a little longer. Just as Xiaoying closed her eyes, immersed in the maid's gentle embrace, and was about to fall asleep, Aunt May's voice finally rang out again. Your Highness, they arrived. Xiaoying slowly opened her eyes, and saw a group of young men and women in uniform, their heads bowed, lined up in 3 rows. 21 in total, they stood quietly in the open space outside the pavilion. Xiaoying waved her hand to the maids beside her to step aside, then sat up slightly, tapping one hand on the table. Raise your heads, everyone. Let me have a good look. Before she finished speaking, the 21 people standing before her all raised their heads obediently. Undoubtedly, these 21 people were all beautiful, and they looked young, roughly between 16 and 20 years old. What surprised Xie Ying most was that she actually saw several familiar faces among the new servants and maids: Ning Mingshu, Ning Yu, Lu Shang, and Lin Yuexiang. Although they had previously lived together at the Yunlai, Xie Ying had never paid any attention to what Lu Shang and the others were doing. Now, seeing Lu Shang at the princess's residence, a smile crept into her eyes. It turned out that Lu Shang and the others hadn't been idle lately. It seemed that the head of the Lu family had finally improved his selection skills. But when she saw Lin Yuexiang standing behind Lu Shang, the smile in her eyes instantly faded like a tide. As for the two people from the Ning family, Xie Ying automatically ignored them. She never paid much attention to people with whom she had little friendship or grudge. Lin Yuexiang had been quietly standing behind Lu Shang, acting the obedient and dutiful role expected of a maid in a princess's mansion, when she suddenly felt a fierce gaze fixed on her. This gaze brought back memories of the time Xie Ying had locked onto her in a crowd. Lin Yuexiang's body tensed, her hair standing on end. She cautiously raised her eyes to follow the gaze's source, and as expected, they met Xie Ying's gaze directly. Xie Ying had, however, used her magical energy to alter her appearance, so in Lin Yuexiang's eyes, she now looked like Princess Yu Qing. Lin Yuexiang glanced at Xie Ying and quickly averted her gaze, but the uneasiness within her heart didn't diminish in the slightest. Why did this princess give her the same sense of danger as Xie Ying? Lin Yuexiang couldn't understand, and dared not dwell on it. Just then, she heard the voice of Aunt Mei, the one who had chosen them. Unlike the cold and serious tone she had used when addressing them, Aunt Mei's voice now was as gentle as a spring breeze. Your Highness, what do you think of this group of servants? Are there any you find worthy? Well, those over there are quite good. Xie Ying's seemingly casual gesture had perfectly circled out 8 people, including Lin Yuexiang, Lu Shang, and the other 4. Just right, 4 men and 4 women. She had chosen these 8 because, aside from the 4 people she knew, including Lin Yuexiang, the remaining 4 were clearly different from the other servants, and all had exchanged glances with Lin Yuexiang and the others. Therefore, Xie Ying boldly speculated that these 8 people were actually in the same group. Aunt Mei always complied with her eldest princess's requests without questioning them. Seeing Xie Ying select the 8 people, she showed no disapproval and simply nodded. Since these are the ones your Highness has chosen, I will definitely train them well and satisfy your Highness. Well, today is worse than tomorrow. I'm a little tired and want to go back to rest. Take them back to my chambers now and arrange some tasks for them to do. Yes, I obey. After speaking with Xie Ying, Aunt Mei, who had been bending over and bowing her head, straightened up, instantly regaining the solemn demeanor that Lin Yuexiang and the others were familiar with. Everyone else, go back to your own affairs. As for you, why don't you come and thank His Highness? Thank you, Your Highness. Aunt Mei frowned in displeasure at the 8 people's less than perfect salutes, but Xie Ying's presence kept her temper. But Aunt Mei was already racing through countless ways to discipline the group, waiting to implement them once she returned. Xie Ying had already stood up, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Aunt Mei trotted over and took her hand. Just as the group was about to leave the back garden, Xie Ying suddenly stopped and glanced back. Mei, what are your instructions, Your Highness? Who has been tending this garden? The flowers and trees are well cared for. Remember to reward them generously on my behalf. Aunt Mei smiled at this. Your Highness has forgotten again that the flowers and trees in this garden were specially found for you by the immortal masters of the Imperial Master's Mansion, and they are responsible for their daily care. As for the servants in our princess's mansion, they only do odd jobs like cleaning. Yes, my memory is getting worse. Xie Ying smiled and didn't dwell on the question any further, but she already had a big question mark over the back garden. The reason was simple. She had sensed the same gloomy aura in the back garden as she had in the eldest princess's bedroom. Chapter 528. After returning to the palace, Xie Ying dismissed Aunt Mei and the others under the pretext of resting. Aunt Mei was clearly accustomed to this, and without further comment, she lit some soothing incense in the hall's incense burner and quietly left. Xie Ying lay on the soft couch in the palace, reviewing every detail of her experience since entering the princess's residence. When they first arrived in Jinyang City and learned of the existence of the Dark Field, almost everyone's attention was fixed on the Dark Field and the Imperial Master's Mansion. Even after learning that the Dark Field was connected to the princess and even the Imperial family, they didn't take it too seriously. The evils of the Imperial Master's Mansion and the Dark Field were clearly laid bare before everyone, and compared to their evil deeds, the princess's past and her mortal desires were nothing to mention. It was precisely because of their subconscious disdain for mortals that they overlooked a crucial question. Why did the Imperial Master's Mansion establish this dark field for the Imperial family? What everyone in the Imperial Master's Mansion did was clearly not righteous, but rather evil. But ultimately, cultivators who descend into evil and harm others do so to become stronger, obtain more cultivation resources, and ultimately ascend to the higher realms. After all, successfully ascending to the higher realms is the common goal of all cultivators. From this, speculating on the motives of the Imperial Master's Mansion and others, the answer gradually becomes clear. It is obvious that the Imperial Master's Mansion is a massive evil cultivation organization. They possess ample manpower and resources. Even their purpose in harming other cultivators and stealing their spiritual roots and bones is not to strengthen themselves, but to replace them with ordinary mortals. Then their only goal remained: to ascend to the upper realms. Evil cultivators, due to their sinister and bloody cultivation methods, defy the laws of karma. Even if they cultivate at an extremely high speed, they still struggle to withstand the thunder tribulation of ascension. Thus, throughout history, evil cultivators have sought a method to avoid the thunder tribulation and successfully ascend. Xiang wasn't sure what method the Grand Master and his companions had found, but her intuition told her it was inextricably linked to Princess Yu Qing's absolute immortal body. To be more precise, it must be related to the absolute immortal body. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why such a massive evil cultivation organization would, despite the danger of exposure, entrench itself in a mortal city for over 20 years, stained with the blood of a group of mortals. Yimin, after all, was an alien system, and her knowledge of the absolute immortal body was limited to the records of it found in the Wanxiang continent. But what if the original recorder of the absolute immortal body deliberately erased some information about it? Perhaps the absolute immortal body has other uses unknown to them? How else could one explain the arrangements made by the Imperial Master's office in the princess's residence in Jinyang City? Perhaps the people at the Imperial Master's office did have other motives, but for now, Xiang could only grasp the clues about the absolute immortal body and the various anomalies in the princess's residence. Though her eyes were closed, her mind raced without pause. Xiang ran through all the possible scenarios in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, the sky had completely darkened, and the hall was shrouded in darkness. Xiang immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly threw off the thin blanket, rolling over and sitting up. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Besides the hushed silence, where you could hear a pin drop, Aunt May's reaction was even more off. Given how much Aunt May cared for Princess Yu Qing, even if she couldn't bear to wake her for dinner, she couldn't possibly leave her chamber so dimly lit. Xiang walked quickly, and the moment she opened the palace door, she saw maids and servants lying on the floor, Aunt May among them. She sat leaning against the palace door, her expression peaceful, her breathing even, as if she were asleep. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air. Xiang frowned subconsciously, feeling as if she had smelled it somewhere before, but the situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. She closed her eyes and released her spiritual sense, which rapidly spread outward from her location like a tide, filling the entire princess's residence in an instant. This gave Xiang a glimpse of the entire situation within the princess's residence. The vast princess's mansion was brightly lit, but the servants, who had labored so efficiently during the day, had now, like Aunt May, inexplicably fallen into a coma. Apart from her, only Lin Yuexiang and the other 8 remained awake. Xiang's spiritual sense detected that while they had sensed something was amiss, they hadn't immediately acted. Ning Mingchu's spiritual sense even touched hers when she extended it to investigate. Before Xiang could react further, an unfamiliar aura descended upon the princess's mansion. A moment later, a very familiar, graceful figure appeared in Xiang's sight. Madame Hua of Wanyin Pavilion. Draped in a thin veil, waving a beauty fan, Madame Hua appeared before her, swaying with each step. Despite her flirtatious gestures, Xiang saw only charm in her, not a trace of glamour. Mother Hua's foxy eyes, half smiling, fixed on Xiang, then slowly blossomed into a smile. "Are you the demon friend who has traveled all the way from the demon realm? I wonder what I should address you as? Fellow Taoist or demon lord? Whatever you prefer." Xiang replied lazily, leaning against the doorframe. It wasn't her imagination. Although Mother Hua was smiling, Xiang could sense deep ill will towards her. To be more precise, she probably harbored deep resentment towards her demon identity. Mother Hua's smile didn't diminish even a bit upon hearing this. "Out of respect, I address you as Demon Lord Yin." "As you wish." No matter what Mother Hua said, Xiang acted indifferent. This attitude only infuriated Mother Hua even more. However, her years of experience running a brothel meant that no matter how turbulent her feelings, her expression wouldn't change in the slightest. But this time, before Hua Mama could say anything else, Xie Ying took the initiative. Are you the one Chen Shang mentioned, who brought me the record of the princess's words and deeds? Yes. Hua Mama responded and was about to say more, but Xie Ying extended her hand toward her. Give me the record, and you can leave. Hua Mama was truly stunned. Doesn't the Demon Lord want to know what's going on with everyone in this mansion? I can. I don't want to, I don't need to. What do their lives have to do with me? Hua Mama was completely choked. This cold attitude made her sigh at the demon's cold-bloodedness, and her anger grew even stronger. How could she carry out her original plan if the demons were so unyielding? Chapter 529. Seeing Hua Mama's foxy eyes still darting around, Xie Ying bluntly pointed out her thoughts. You don't have to think about plotting against me anymore. Don't you know that demons are most sensitive to others' ill will? The malice emanating from you is almost drowning me. So I told you there's nothing to pretend about. Give me your things. As for you, you can get out of here. Hua Mama's smile froze completely. Xie Ying's current demonic status and her contempt were both difficult for Hua Mama to accept. But no matter how reluctant she was, she had to accept it. Not to mention her lack of knowledge of Xie Ying's abilities, the fact that Dai Tian had arranged for Xie Ying to stay in the princess's residence meant Hua Mama couldn't act rashly. She suppressed her anger, and threw the prepared booklet over. Xie Ying lifted her hand and grasped the scroll, then turned and entered the palace without looking back. With a thud, she slammed the door shut, completely blocking Hua Mama's view. Hua Mama had tried to peer inside the palace, but everywhere she looked was filled with a thick demonic aura, rendering her completely blind. Hua Mama cast a bitter glance at the tightly closed palace gate. Convinced she wouldn't receive a favorable response from Xie Ying, she didn't linger any longer and scurried out of the princess's residence. Elsewhere, in the servants' quarters, Ning Mingshu clutched her chest, a look of lingering fear. The other 7 people who had entered the princess's residence with her sat around the table, watching her attentively. How is it? Fellow Daoist Ning, what did you see? I saw everyone around here, including the ordinary people who had previously lived with us, suddenly fainted as a sweet fragrance arrived. If my deduction is correct, perhaps the entire princess's mansion has already fallen into a coma, while we, as cultivators, have been unaffected. Ning Mingshu pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and then added. Besides, my spiritual sense encountered an even more powerful one while exploring outward. I can't tell whether the owner of that spiritual sense is friend or foe, but the only thing I can be sure of is that it harbors no ill will towards me for the time being. Fellow Daoist Ning, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? A tall woman with a heroic look in her eyes couldn't help but question. In all of Jinyang City, only those scoundrels in the Imperial Master's mansion can freely use spiritual power. You had no choice but to risk releasing your spiritual sense today. If that spiritual sense just now belonged to those scoundrels in the Imperial Master's mansion, I'm afraid all 8 of us would have had to enter the dark field. Senior Sister Yi, you're really making a fuss out of nothing. Lin Yuexiang spoke up to Ning Mingshu. If the owner of that divine consciousness truly came from the Imperial Master's mansion, we would have already entered the dark arena by now. How could we still be arguing about who was right and who was wrong? The female cultivator addressed as Senior Sister Yi was named Yiruan, a disciple of Shenong Palace. In addition, there was Yuan Song, a disciple from the Qingquan Dao sect, and a man and woman from the Peacock clan, Lan Jinjin and Lan Quan. She had entered the half-spring retreat simply to find some rare and precious herbs in this unopened secret realm, so she could return to Shenong Palace to refine medicine. Who could have imagined that she would be inexplicably drawn into the conflict between evil cultivators from 300 years ago? However, having calmed down, Yiruan realized that she shouldn't have taken the opportunity to vent her anger on Ning Mingshu, and she quickly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Ning, I was a little excited just now. It's okay. Although Ning Mingshu had the appearance of a cold beauty, her temperament was not aloof. She could even be described as approachable. We've been trapped here for so long, it's only natural for us to get a little anxious and excited. Furthermore, fellow Taoist, he was right. If the owner of the spiritual consciousness that came into contact with me truly had harmful intentions, we'd be like fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. The situation in Jinyang City is special, and fellow Taoist, ye should be cautious. Alright. We're all teammates now. With a formidable enemy at hand, let's not dwell on who's right and who's wrong. Let's discuss how to deal with any potential consequences. Lu Shang spoke up, bringing the conversation back to the point. Fellow Taoist Ning, Can you determine where in the princess's mansion that spiritual sense came from? No, Ning Mingshu answered honestly. That spiritual sense was far more powerful than mine, and I was hesitant and retreated immediately after contacting her, thus losing the upper hand. But it's obvious. There must be another Taoist like us hiding in this princess's mansion. If we can find this Taoist, we might find a lot more clues. Lin Yuexiang's heart skipped a beat. Do you think that person could be the eldest princess? How could that be possible? Don't forget that Jinong City's secret area was established for the eldest princess, a mortal with such lofty ambitions. Ning Yu immediately denied Lin Yuexiang's speculation, sneering and speaking with a hint of sarcasm. If she had transformed herself into a cultivator, she would have long since left the immortal realm. Why would she still be here? Could it be that this current princess is fake? Has she been replaced? Ning Yu, what's wrong with you? Can't you just say it nicely? Why are you being so sarcastic and making everyone feel uncomfortable? Ning Mingshu frowned, examining Ning Yu. If she hadn't noticed it before, now she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. Ning Yu is not right. Very wrong. She knew that Ning Yu was ambitious and had a bad temper, but he had never been so tactless and indiscriminate in attacking others as he was now. Unfortunately, while Ning Yu wouldn't speak harshly to Ning Mingshu, he also wouldn't answer her questions. He simply snorted and lowered his head, refusing to speak another word to the others. Ning Yu lowered his brows, so no one saw the flash of red in his eyes the moment he lowered his eyelids. The remaining 7 people? After a lengthy discussion, they still couldn't come up with a concrete and effective plan, but they unanimously agreed to test the abilities of the eldest princess they had met during the day. After all, while Lin Yuexiang's speculation might seem unreliable at first, the fact that the eldest princess had casually chosen 8 of them out of the 21 couldn't be a coincidence. Mainly, they didn't believe in such coincidences. However, how to approach the eldest princess and test her was also a problem. Now, they simply hoped that Ning Yuchao and the others, who had left the city for Wuchi Mountain, would bring back some useful information. The night gradually deepened. The entire princess's mansion was brightly lit, yet there was no movement, as still as a haunted house. But as the first rays of sunlight shone across the land, the servants, who had been sleeping all night, slowly awoke one by one, like puppets whose strings had been suddenly switched on. Chapter 530. If someone were standing outside at this moment, they would have clearly seen. Everyone, including Aunt May, was numb, their eyes vacant, and completely devoid of consciousness. A mysterious force compelled them to return to their respective rooms, and when they regained consciousness, it was as if nothing had happened. Aunt May, still standing outside the bedroom, was unaware of anything amiss. Seeing the sky gradually brighten, she hurriedly ordered the other maids to prepare the eldest princess's favorite breakfast. The entire princess's mansion finally began to truly come alive. As for what had happened last night, or why their minds were so hazy, no one cared or considered it. As for Xie Ying in the palace, she had also been awake all night. After studying the booklet sent by Mother Hua, she meditated and practiced until dawn. Cultivators have sharp hearing and vision, and their 6 senses are exceptional. So when Aunt May and the others made a noise outside, Xie Ying was immediately aware of it. She undressed, lay down, and closed her eyes to rest. Every day, she would rise at 3:30 p.m., change her clothes, wash up, and then have breakfast. This was a habit Princess Yuqing had maintained for years, and Xie Ying naturally wouldn't let herself make a mistake in such a small matter. The booklet contained many other small habits like this, and she had memorized them all. Despite Hua Mama's hostility towards her, Xie Ying knew she wouldn't tamper with the booklet. If she made a mistake, the Grand Master and the others would surely come after her before she did. With the help of the booklet, Xie Ying's portrayal of Princess Yuqing became even more adept. After finishing her breakfast with numerous maids waiting by her side, Xie Ying finally turned to Aunt May, who stood silently waiting beside her. "Ah, May, please send someone to the Imperial Master's residence to invite Master Qin Shan to have a conversation. I have something important to ask him." "Your Highness?" Aunt May was stunned at first, then her expression became tense and worried. "Is your Highness ailing again? Would you like me to invite the Master who has been treating your Highness?" "Xie Ying, what? Is Princess Yuqing still often ill? It seems the booklet Mother Hua gave me wasn't wrong, it was just incomplete." She calmly picked up the teacup, placed it in her hand, and gently skimmed the non-existent tea foam with a lid. The rising mist blurred her features, making it difficult to discern her current expression. "Ame, I'm not feeling unwell. Just do as I tell you." For a moment, Aunt May saw in Xie Ying the same unwavering aura of the eldest princess from years ago. Aunt May was momentarily stunned, then slowly came to her senses, her eyes struggling as if she were fighting something. But in the end, her gaze returned to the submissive expression Xiang had first seen her. Yes, I do it right away. As the Grand Master's right-hand man, Qin Shang usually had little to do besides handling minor matters within the Grand Master's residence. So, when he learned that Xiang had sent someone to invite him to the residence for a conversation, Qin Shang, despite some surprise, rushed over immediately. When he entered the princess's residence openly, and was personally led by Aunt Mei to the bedroom he had visited countless times, he saw Xiang, dressed in gorgeous attire, seated in a high position. After Aunt Mei led Qin Shang to the bedroom, she obediently withdrew and stood guard at the door, ensuring no one would disturb them. From beginning to end, Xiang sat high on the pure gold phoenix chair in the hall, her every move, every frown, every smile exuding a noble air. For a moment, Qin Shang thought he had returned to the day 20 years ago, when he and Dai Tian first arrived in Jinyang City and met Princess Yuqing. But Qin Shang quickly tore himself out of the past. They had been responsible for the princess's current lifeless state, so he knew clearly that the person before him couldn't be the princess. Still, Qin Shang felt a little helpless. I asked you to imitate, not to surpass. Now that they were done, they no longer had to worry about failing to conceal the truth from the Emperor of Yu in a few days. I wonder why fellow Daoistian has asked me to come. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this, Immortal Master Chen? What exactly do you want to do? Xiang slammed her teacup down on the table and snorted. Qin Shang's heart skipped a beat, wondering what he had done wrong to displease the demon before him. But he was even more worried that Xiang might notice something was amiss. Yin, you asked me to play this princess, and yet you haven't even explained anything about her clearly. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? As she spoke, Xiang tossed a booklet at Qin Shang's feet. Qin Shang picked it up, flipped through a few pages, and breathed a sigh of relief, while also cursing Hua Mama harshly. Hua Mama had been so clever her whole life, but who knew what had gotten into her to be so foolish over such a trivial matter? Could it be that she'd been in the human world for so long that she'd been influenced by the clumsy methods of mortals, and truly thought such a petty trick could have any effect on a demon? It's true that our people weren't thorough enough in this matter. I send you a new booklet when I get back. However, Qin Shang raised his eyes, and met Xiang's half-smile. Inconsiderate? I think your people aren't inconsiderate, but rather harbor deep ill will towards me, right, Master Chen? Even though you keep calling me fellow Taoist, I have to remind you that I'm not one of your kind. Your likes and dislikes towards me are completely unnoticeable to me. Qin Shang and Dai Tian also expressed their dislike for him, but it was nowhere near 1/10 of what Hua Mama showed. This was also why Xiang refused to communicate with Hua Mama last night. Wasting time arguing with someone who wanted to skin you alive when the situation was unclear? Was she afraid she wouldn't die quickly enough? But after a night of deep deliberation, Xiang had changed her mind. Qin Shang's impassive composure made it difficult to pry him open. The Grand Master's strength was too great to approach and test. Because Hua Mama harbored such deep hatred for her, she was particularly impulsive, making it easier for her to exploit her. Hua Mama does have some personal grudges against the demons, but I never expected her to vent her anger on the demon lord. Noticing Xiang's change in attitude, Qin Shang readily changed his address. I apologize on Hua Mama's behalf for any offense she inflicted on the demon lord. I'm sorry, but this demon lord won't accept it. Xiang interrupted Qin Shang lazily. If you truly want to apologize, have her come in person. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come. After all, this demon lord and you are just casual acquaintances. Since you despise me, find someone else to play the princess. Hearing Xiang's resignation, Qin Shang's expression finally changed slightly. It would have been fine before, but now that Xiang has entered the princess's residence as the eldest princess and is living in this palace, a change of personnel would greatly affect the effectiveness of the formation within the palace. Wouldn't their plans be delayed again? Chapter 531. Qin Shang and Hua Mama had a close personal relationship, otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly reminded her and even willingly apologized on her behalf. But even the best personal relationships are nothing compared to real interests. When Qin Shang realized that Hua Mama's actions could significantly impact his ultimate interests, his thoughts and stance shifted decisively. Don't worry, Demon Lord. Since our people were at fault, I will definitely have her come and apologize to you in person. Please rest assured, Demon Lord, in this princess's mansion. We have absolutely no intention of becoming your enemy. After making his position clear, Qin Shang didn't stay long and hurriedly departed. But Xiang's mood didn't ease. Her actions just now weren't so much unreasonable as probing. She was testing Qin Shang's attitude to gauge the true state of the princess's mansion. But at the moment, the situation clearly wasn't good. Qin Shang's desire to get her into the princess's mansion wasn't particularly strong at first, but now, he clearly didn't want her to leave. Why? Was it because she had been trapped by the pervasive negative energy within the mansion? Xie Ying suddenly felt that she couldn't remain passive and wait for Qin Shang and the others to reveal their true intentions. She had to take the initiative. That night, Hua Mama returned to the princess's mansion, but this time she wasn't alone, and she didn't have the same arrogant air she had last time. Qin Shang followed behind her, seemingly accompanying her, but to Xie Ying, he looked more like surveillance. Hua Mama's face was pale, and her movements were clearly wrong, as if she had been injured. Her arrogance had vanished. "You're here so fast. I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I apologize to Demon Lord Yin. I'm sorry, but I hope the Demon Lord will be magnanimous and forgive me." Of course. To the other two's surprise, Xie Ying agreed readily. But before Mother Hua could even breathe a sigh of relief, Xie Ying's second words followed. "As long as you stay in the princess's mansion and serve this Demon Lord as a slave for a month, I will forgive your offense yesterday." Mother Hua clenched her fists. As expected? She couldn't expect anything from the demons. Mother Hua didn't want to agree to such a humiliating offer, but Qin Shang didn't give her a chance to refuse. Of course. When we arrived, the Grand Master specifically instructed that as long as the Demon Lord calmed down and was satisfied, the Grand Master's mansion would have no objection to anything he did to Mother Hua. Mother Hua, who had been about to struggle, shuddered at Qin Shang's cold words. She knew that the Wanyan Pavilion, once a treasure trove of wealth, was now of little value to the Imperial Master's mansion, not to mention that she had inexplicably lost a fortune that rivaled a nation's wealth not long ago. The Grand Master could easily replace the eldest princess of Yuehua Kingdom. So why would he be so hard to replace? He was just the owner of a brothel. Xie Ying observed their reactions coldly, then pointed at Hua Mama and asked, "What's her real name? Since you entered the princess's mansion, you can't still be called Hua Mama, right? You want this demon lord to impersonate this princess for you. Do you expect someone to notice something as trivial as this? Don't worry, Demon Lord Yin. We cast a forgetfulness spell on every servant in this princess's mansion. As long as the eldest princess was present in the princess's mansion, no matter how unusual things happened, they would see them as normal. The forgetfulness curse would make them forget all irregularities and obey only the eldest princess's orders. But since the Demon Lord asked her name, I naturally have nothing to hide. Mother Hua's real name is Hua Xiangrong. The clouds resemble her clothes, the flowers resemble her face, the spring breeze blows through the threshold, the dew is thick. The name is poetic, but it's a pity she has such a vicious heart." Xie Ying sighed inwardly and didn't mention it, only asking about the forgetfulness curse. "Since your forgetfulness curse is so powerful, why do you need someone to specifically imitate the eldest princess's every word and action? Your Majesty, you don't know? While the forgetfulness curse can be used in conjunction with formations to control the minds of mortals, it cannot control the Emperor of you. A ruler of a country is protected by the nation's destiny, which cannot be manipulated by ordinary spells. Moreover, the karmic consequences of using spells to control the Emperor of you are incomparable to those of ordinary people. So, this Demon Lord understands Master Qin's meaning." Xie Ying raised her hand to stop Qin Shang from saying anything further. "You can rest assured. Since you've given me your explanation, the promises I made to you before will stand. When the Emperor of you arrives in 2 days, I, the Demon Lord, will cover up for you. In that case, I thank you, Demon Lord." Qin Shang smiled, agreeing with Xie Ying. As he left, he caught a glimpse of Hua Xiangrong's now severely injured appearance. Still, out of consideration for their past friendship, he pulled a bottle of elixir from his bosom and placed it in her hand. "Xiangrong, I think it's time you changed your temper. Why go against the Grand Master and bring yourself trouble? Just bear with it. I come pick you up in a month." With that, Qin Shang left without caring about Hua Xiangrong's reaction. Hua Xiangrong clutched the pill bottle tightly and put it away. She looked up and met Xie Ying's half-smile. The next second, she felt a pain in her neck and an uncontrollable drowsiness overwhelm her. A moment later, Hua Xiangrong collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Xie Ying snapped her fingers, and a foul mist appeared, enveloping Hua Xiangrong and carrying her directly into the bedroom. Hua Xiangrong was now in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Her cultivation was not low, but she had been seriously injured upon arrival, and was facing Xie Ying, who was suppressing her spiritual power, and about to advance to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, She didn't even have a chance to resist, and was immediately defeated. Xia Ying was not hesitant either. After getting Hua Xiangrong into the bedroom, she opened her Dharma eyes to observe the changes in her body. She then discovered that the pervasive yin qi had materialized, quickly wrapping around Hua Xiangrong's body like a dark, venomous snake, yet it seemed as if, fearful, she kept it within her body, daring not to devour it. Xia Ying pondered for a moment, then stripped Hua Xiangrong completely, removing all her ornaments one by one. Among them, a red bead the size of a red bean caught Xia Ying's attention. The moment she removed the bead, she saw the yin qi rushing towards Hua Xiangrong, eagerly devouring her spiritual energy bit by bit. The yin qi that had previously lingered around her, coveting her spiritual energy, also retreated the moment she took possession of the bead. Xia Ying's eyes flashed with understanding. It seemed this red bead was very likely the key to the free movement of the cultivators in the Imperial Master's mansion within Jinong City. However, she still needed to find someone to test it to confirm it completely. Thinking, Xia Ying raised her hand and put her clothes back on. Taking advantage of the night, when no one was watching over the princess's mansion, she headed straight for the wing where Ning Mingshu and the others were resting. Chapter 532. The princess's residence didn't treat servants harshly, so most maids shared a room with 4 people. Ning Mingshu and the others had been there for a few days, but after 2 consecutive days of watching the mortals around them suddenly collapse with their eyes rolling back, even Ning Mingshu, known for her composure, felt a sense of unease. What could possibly be happening in this princess's residence? She summoned the other 7 people to her room again, but before they could discuss anything, the door flew open with a gust of wind. The next moment, the graceful and elegant Princess Yu Qing burst into their sight. Ning Mingshu was so startled by this sudden change that she dropped her teacup. The 8 people in the room all looked towards the door, shocked. Xia Ying, however, strode in as if she hadn't noticed anything. "It's a good thing you're all here, saving me the trouble of searching one by one." Lin Yuexiang saw the eldest princess walking straight towards her, and for some reason, an uncontrollable fear welled up in her heart. She retreated with a look of terror, stepping back until her back pressed against the cold wall, with no way back. You. Damn it! How could she be so afraid of a mortal? Before Lin Yuexiang could process the question, Xia Ying forcefully thrust the red bead into her palm. "Use your energy to hit me." What? Lin Yuexiang, you've been beaten by me so many times. Now I'm giving you one chance to hit me, don't waste it. Lin Yuexiang's mind exploded, and she instinctively mobilized her spiritual energy, gathering it into a palm strike. Ice blue spiritual energy rippled through the air, heading straight for Xia Ying's face. Unfortunately, before her attack could truly reach Xia Ying easily blocked it with a wave of her hand. The next moment, Lin Yuexiang felt her palm go empty, realizing that Xia Ying had just taken the red bead back. When she tried to mobilize her spiritual power again, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Not only was it difficult to awaken, but even after awakening, it would soon extinguish again. As expected, there was no need to try again. Xia Ying had already grasped the answer from Lin Yuexiang's expression. After a brief pause, the other 7 people regained their composure and looked at Xia Ying with wary eyes. But Ning Mingshu's gaze was fixed on the red bead in her hand. "Who are you?" Lin Yuexiang, who had also regained her composure, remained silent, but her eyes seemed glued to Xia Ying, as if she were about to speak. "Oh yes, I forgot I'm still Princess Yu Qing." As she spoke, Xia Ying raised her hand and waved it. A puff of green mist drifted past, dispelling the demonic aura's deception. Before everyone's eyes, she returned to her original form. The moment she confirmed that the person before her was Xia Ying, Lin Yuexiang breathed a faint sigh of relief. Lu Shang, delighted, approached, "Fellow Daoist Xie. So you replaced the eldest princess of the princess mansion." Lan Jinjin's hearing of fellow Daoist Xie was like a switch flicking. She leaped up and rushed to Xia Ying, excitedly grabbing her hand. "So you are fellow Daoist Xia Ying of the Xiaoyao sect?" "Yes." Xia Ying nodded and forcefully pulled her hand away from Lan Jinjin's grasp, certain she didn't recognize the female cultivator before her. "Who are you?" "I am Lan Jinjin, the young master of the Peacock clan. Nanli is one of my clansmen. Nanli had previously treated you, and we, the entire Peacock clan, are deeply sorry for what happened. The clan leader had originally sent me and my tribesmen with valuable gifts to the Immortal Demon Alliance to apologize to you, but you were unexpectedly out of town. Originally, when I learned you were there in the secret realm, I had intended to meet you in person, but various unforeseen events have delayed my formal meeting until now." Lan Jinjin quickly finished the words she had been holding back, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she saw you complete what your sister had entrusted to her. She was just a small blue peacock. If it weren't for her desire to find Xiang and complete her sister Lonnie's mission, she wouldn't have wanted to live with these humans day and night. The humans are so cunning, and getting along with them is exhausting. Xiang was also somewhat bewildered by Lan Jinjin's words. I didn't expect the Peacock clan to be so reasonable. The Immortal Demon Alliance has already issued a punishment for Nan Li's incident. You don't need to apologize to me again. And I think you all have a pretty good understanding of the current situation. The most pressing issue is how to complete that senior's test and return to our own time and space. So fellow Daoisia already knows this is 300 years ago? Yes. Do you know what the test is? Yi Ruin interjected. We all share the same desire to return. If you're willing, we can work together. It's likely related to the events in Jinyang City. Even if the test has nothing to do with Jinyang City, the actions of the Imperial Master's Mansion are clearly those of evil cultivators. We, who pride ourselves on being disciples of the righteous path, are we just supposed to sit idly by when we encounter them? Xiaoying wasn't a kind-hearted person. She wouldn't actively harm others, but she also wouldn't share all her clues with even the most casual friends. As for the matter of cooperation, you may not know that I've always been a loner, acting on my own accord. If I were to work with you, I'd probably hinder you. But we're all in the princess's residence now, and I won't sit idly by if you need me. Xiaoying briefly explained the forget worry curse, the lingering Yin energy in the princess's residence, and how the Yin energy in the bedroom could erode a cultivator's spiritual power. As for Princess Yu Qing's supreme immortal body, and how she entered the princess's residence, Xiaoying didn't mention it at all. Ningyu, who had been staying in a corner, had a slightly off expression since Xiaoying appeared, but everyone's attention was focused on their business, so no one noticed. After exchanging clues, Ning Mingshu finally had the opportunity to inquire about the origins of the red bead in Xiaoying's hand. Fellow Daoisia, can the red bead in your hand allow us to ignore the city's formations and restore our strength? Fellow Daoist Ning, you have good eyesight. This bead does indeed have that effect. Facing the crowd's expectant gazes, Xiaoying paused while playing with the red bead, having to shatter their hopes. I understand what you all mean. If I had extra red beads, I wouldn't mind sharing them with you. Unfortunately, I only got this one by chance. Then, fellow Daoist, do you know where I can get this red bead? Yuan Song of the Qianquan Dao sect pressed the issue. He hadn't intended to get anything for nothing from Xiaoying. As long as he knew the red bead's origins, he was confident he could obtain it himself. But the next second, Xiaoying's voice rang out again. Grand Master of the Imperial Master's Mansion, this bead is made from the Grand Master's essence and blood. Yuan Song, excuse me, he really can't get his hands on this thing. Chapter 533. After Xiaoying finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. But due to their past experience together overcoming the dangers of the snowy mountains, Lu Shang had an extraordinary confidence in Xiaoying. He naturally knew he couldn't obtain the red bead from the Imperial Master's Mansion, but his intuition told him that Xiaoying could, but there was no one here worth Xiaoying's time. So, as long as he could offer enough value, he might be able to persuade Xiaoying to help. Fellow Daoisia, I really need this red bead. If you're willing to give me an identical red bead, I give you 30% of what I gained from the secret realm when we leave. Xiaoying paused again, fiddling with the red bead. Seeing her ponder, Lu Shang knew there was a chance, and quickly added, 40% is fine. I don't want you to give me 40% of what you gained from the secret realm. I only want spirit stones. I see how the red bead is handled. If there's a chance, I hope you can recover your full strength. Her side quest already included refining half spring break, so Xiaoying wasn't particularly interested in the treasures she might obtain during that time. But converting the treasures into spirit stones was a different matter. If I can get the red bead, you can simply exchange it for spirit stones. If not, you have to find another way. How many spirit stones does fellow Daoisia want? This? Xiaoying chuckled softly. That depends on how many spirit stones you think your strength is worth. When Xiaoying returned to the palace from Ning Mingshu and the others, Hua Xiangrong was still lying unconscious on the ground. Xiaoying didn't even glance at her, passing her directly back into the inner hall, entering the space where Princess Yu Qing resided. Previously, she had long desired to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the princess's mansion, but her uncontrolled demonic energy had prevented her from performing any further magic. Now, with this red bead that could deceive the city's formations, she could finally unleash her true power. Xiaoying sat down cross-legged on the ground, first summoning a vast expanse of foul green mist to encircle the princess's mansion. Then, she clasped her hands together, forming hand seals and muttering a spell. As her eyes slowly ascended to the luminous green light, a large green sphere reappeared, floating above her head. Springtime for all things. Xiang slammed her hands heavily onto the ground, and her immense spiritual energy transformed into countless green vines that penetrated the ground and rapidly rushed towards all the flowers, plants, and trees within the mansion, temporarily establishing a territory under her complete control. Green butterflies, transformed from her spiritual consciousness, emerged from the sphere and landed on everyone in the princess's mansion, including Hua Xiangrong, allowing Xiang to retrieve the memory she sought. 9 full golden cores within her body circulated rapidly, providing spiritual energy to the sphere. Xiang closed her eyes tightly, and quickly read their memories. Since the incident in Chaofeng City, this was Xie Ying's second use of her self-created technique, Spring of All Things. This time, she performed it with markedly greater ease than before. Even as her spiritual energy was constantly drained, her expression remained composed, showing no signs of strain. Xie Ying's plan to read the memories of everyone in the princess's mansion went smoothly, and to her even greater surprise, she had actually glimpsed a tiny glimpse into the eldest princess's memories. Besides that, she made an unexpected discovery. As the vines weaved underground, connecting flowers, plants, and trees to form a sphere, they passed through the princess's back garden and encountered a large number of withered bones beneath it. Those bones intertwined with the roots of the flowers and trees. The trees, absorbing the bones' resentment and unwilling to grow, unexpectedly gained fragments of their memories. Though the memories were fragmentary, enough of them could yield many useful clues. When she retracted Spring of All Things and opened her eyes again, she finally gained a deeper understanding of what had happened in the princess's mansion. As for more, Xiang stood up and walked to Princess Yuqing's bedside, gently placing her palm against her heart. A soft, life-giving cyan light slowly merged into her body, falling completely into the soul ball imprisoned within Juexian. Princess Yuqing, as you wish. I lend you some of your life force. So what exactly do you want to tell me? As Xiang gave a portion of her own life force to Princess Yuqing, a ray of green light flew out of the princess's body and landed in front of Xiang, slowly condensing into an illusory figure. It was none other than Princess Yuqing, who should have died 3 years ago, even though the life force and strength Xiang had granted her briefly freed her from the shackles of her immortal body. Her soul remained tightly bound by the 18 chains of Yin Qi. In just a short time, the life force Xiang had just bestowed upon her had been eroded by half, drained by the Yin Qi chains. Her soul, which had never been very solid to begin with, began to flicker, as if it would completely dissipate in the next second. Xiang, She hadn't even asked anything yet. To ensure her previous sacrifice wouldn't go in vain, Xiang had to cast another spell to give the princess a chance of life. As the azure light descended once more, Princess Yuqing's soul finally solidified. After 3 years of imprisonment within the absolute immortal body, her soul remained somewhat dazed upon its brief release. It wasn't until the azure light descended again, solidifying her form, that consciousness finally returned. The confusion in Princess Yuqing's eyes faded, and her gaze gradually cleared. Thank you, Master, for helping me find my freedom. If you truly wish to thank me, Princess, why not tell me everything you know? Time waits for no one. Xiang sat by the bed, forming a hand seal with one hand. Azure spiritual light emanated from her, surging towards the princess. And you should know that I have no way of granting you complete freedom. If I were to withdraw my power now, you would soon be pulled back into the absolute immortal body, and continue your imprisonment until your soul and consciousness are completely devoured and assimilated by the Yin Qi, dissipating from this world. I know. The princess nodded. She had foreseen her fate the moment she fully understood the absolute immortal body's special properties, and was trapped within it by the Grand Master's spell. So, without Xie Ying's further questions, Princess Yuqing took the initiative to share what she knew. Although I'm trapped within the absolute immortal's body, I'm not completely ignorant of what's happening outside. I know that you, Immortal Master, are different from the other people who replaced me in the princess's residence. That's why I took the initiative to communicate with you. Who exactly is the Grand Master? I don't know his origins. The princess shook her head. I only know that the Grand Master and his companions suddenly arrived in Yuehua country 20 years ago. By that time, I was already seriously ill. They slowly gained my brother's trust by offering to cure me and prolong my life. So, you contacted the Grand Master to cure me, rather than to steal the cultivator's spiritual roots and bones, thereby transforming yourself and becoming an immortal? Hearing this, Princess Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. So that's what they told the public? Chapter 534. I've been seriously ill for 20 years, and rarely lucid, so I'm unaware of what's happening outside. But I never considered stealing someone else's spiritual roots and bones for my own use. After all, I possess a supreme immortal body. Even if I did, what good would it do? Spiritual roots and bones are of no use to me. You know you have a supreme immortal body? Xie Ying was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Princess Yu Qing to have known about it all along. Well, over 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to receive assistance from a wandering immortal master. It was that immortal master who told me of the existence of the supreme immortal body. She also told me that when I died and my soul left my body, I would be able to transform directly into a ghost cultivator. She would then come personally to pick me up and take me to my destination. Her name, I think, should be familiar to the immortal master. Her name is Xie Yutong. The princess seemed to know her soul wouldn't last much longer, so no matter how complicated her feelings were, she didn't waste time on irrelevant nonsense. Back then, the struggle for the succession to the throne in Yuehua was fierce. My older brothers were all ruthless and merciless. If they had taken the throne, not only would we have died, but the people of Yuehua would have suffered as well. To win the battle for the throne, I paid a heavy price. My body was poisoned so much during that time that it gradually deteriorated. So once the situation in Yuehua stabilized and my younger brother Yu Yun was able to lead independently, I withdrew from the court and stayed in the princess's residence, awaiting my own death. Unfortunately, I didn't realize at the time that death would become so unattainable for me. Xie Ying fell silent. She had seen many people struggling to survive, but she had never seen someone as determined to die as Princess Yu Qing. For Princess Yu Qing, death was a rebirth. It was a pity that her rebirth had been completely destroyed by the Grand Master and his companions. Yu Qing had been trapped in the absolute immortal body for 3 years, and many of her memories had become hazy. Thus, she carefully considered everything she said, fearing she would give Xie Ying the wrong information. Yu Yun knew I had the absolute immortal body. If I remember correctly, the Grand Master and his companions weren't sure at first, and used various methods to test me. It was Yu Yun's own confession that convinced them. Yu Yun is my biological brother. We lived together in the palace for many years, and he's the person I worry about most in my life. If I didn't want to upset and disappoint him, I wouldn't have cooperated with the Grand Master and his companions' treatment. It's a pity I forgot one thing. Human nature is fickle. Princess Yu Qing sighed, and Xie Ying nodded in agreement. After hearing all the princess's stories, she'd be a fool if she couldn't recover the truth. You didn't expect the brother you loved and protected would harbor other thoughts, didn't expect him to collude with the Grand Master and others, and didn't expect him to target you, his sister, and innocent people just to gain the qualifications to cultivate immortality. The Jinong City secret zone wasn't established for you, and you weren't the one solely focused on transcending mortal life and becoming an immortal. These were all your brother Yu Yun's desires. He colluded with the Grand Master's mansion, supporting them in carrying out all this in Jinong City. You were merely a pretext they used to deceive the world. But there's no need to rush. From the current situation, it's clear that Yu Yun and the Grand Master weren't on the same page from the beginning. At least Yu Yun didn't even know you were dead, and the Grand Master didn't want him to know, let alone help him transform. So no matter what Yu Yun wanted, it would ultimately be in vain. Those who seek the skin of a tiger will ultimately become its food. If you can hold on a little longer, you probably see their end with your own eyes. Actually, I don't care what they end up doing. I just took this opportunity to try to get the Immortal Master's attention, simply to share what I know. I hope the tragedy in the dark field ends here. If I can finally find some peace, all the better. You don't hate Yu Yun? There's nothing to hate. The princess's expression was indifferent. True feelings are fleeting. The princess is quite free and easy. Although they didn't know each other well, Xie Ying had a good impression of Princess Yu Qing. It was a pity that they didn't have enough time to get to know each other. I have a general understanding of Yu Yun's involvement with the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. So, how much does the princess know about the Grand Preceptor's motives, and the secret of your supreme immortal body? The Grand Preceptor has gone to great lengths to trap your soul, and lock your supreme immortal body here. It's definitely not in vain. I don't know much, but I suspect it might be related to the god-making plan they speak of. While I was conscious while trapped within the supreme immortal body, I heard them mention god-making and the power of faith more than once, surrounding my supreme immortal body. While I don't know their exact methods, I'm certain they intend to use the absolute immortal body to create a deity capable of absorbing the power of faith, and using it for their own benefit. Our Yuehua nation was originally a nation of believers in Yuehua, but to advance this plan, countless Yuehua temples throughout Yuehua were completely destroyed by Yu Yun's orders over the past 20 years. Even the few remaining Niwa temples quickly fell into decline after losing their patronage. The princess spoke, searching her mind for more useful information on this matter, but alas, she came up empty. She looked up at Xiang, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry, this is all I know. I may not be able to help you much, Immortal Master. It's okay. Knowing this is a pleasant surprise to me. You already helped me a lot. Thank you very much. Xiang looked at her earnestly and thanked her. Then, she withdrew her hand, and the green light enveloping the princess dissipated. Her once solid figure quickly became transparent and ethereal. It wasn't that Xiang didn't want the princess to stay outside any longer, but rather that her soul was nearing its limit. Even if Xiang continued to channel her vitality and strength into her, it wouldn't change the fact that she was about to be pulled back into the absolute immortal body. If she withdrew now, the remaining strength within her soul might allow Princess Yuqing to remain within the absolute immortal body for a while longer. If their next move went smoothly, the princess might even witness the retribution due to those who harmed her, though she might not care. As her figure gradually faded, she finally made a final request to Xiang. Master, could you please do me 2 last favors? Chapter 535. Princess, please speak freely. I will do my best. Although I don't know what the Grand Master did with my supreme immortal body in the mansion, I can sense a small formation beneath it. Since my death, this formation has been eroding the spiritual energy and life of all cultivators who enter the palace, even ordinary people. Most of the people in the princess's mansion are innocent. I don't want them to lose their lives in vain due to the desires of others, especially Ame. Ame has been with me since childhood, and I cannot bear to see her end in solitude, killed by evil magic. If it is convenient for you, Master, please help save these innocent people. Don't worry, Princess. Even if you don't tell me, I won't stand idly by. After all, when Xiang learned through the vines about the fate of the withered bones buried beneath the garden, she had considered burning this place filled with resentment. However, seeing the princess's figure about to completely disappear, Xiang had no time to speak and could only quickly ask. What's the other request? If there's a way, please ask the Immortal Master to destroy my absolute immortal body and grant me freedom. Even if it means annihilating my soul, I won't hesitate. When Hua Xiangrong regained consciousness, it was already the evening of the next day. She had been dropped off in the most ordinary servant's quarters in the princess's mansion, and her clothes had been changed into the uniform of a maid. Before she could take in her surroundings, the door was flung open, and a clean-looking, round-faced maid entered. Hua Xiangrong, why are you still sitting up? Aunt Mei and the princess, out of sympathy for your recent recovery, allowed you one more day of rest. How could you have been sleeping so peacefully until now? The princess's generosity and consideration for us is a sign of her master's kindness, but we shouldn't take advantage of her. Get up and get to work. Don't expect me to do it for you. The round-faced maid said this before turning and walking out, missing the flash of murderous intent in Hua Xiangrong's eyes. Whether in the immortal realm or later in the mortal world, Hua Xiangrong wasn't exactly known for her ability to summon wind and rain, but she was always flattered and coddled. How could anyone dare to shout at her like that? She stared at the round-faced maid's departure, her expression cold and disdainful. She's just a lowly mortal who's been unaware of the Oblivion Curse and will soon die. Today, she's going to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. Hua Xiangrong formed a hand seal, ready to activate the Oblivion Curse within the round-faced maid, forcing her to commit suicide, but the next second, she paused, a flicker of panic and fear finally appearing in her eyes. What's going on? Where's her spiritual power? Why can't she use it? Hua Xiangrong, quickly regaining her composure, immediately opened her collar to check if the red bead hanging from her neck was still there. When she felt her neck empty, her heart sank. Damn it! That cunning demon had taken her red bead. Without the red bead, formed from the essence and blood of Grandmaster Daitian, she would be nothing more than a powerless mortal. She wasn't a monster like Xie Yutong. Her own strength was already formidable enough to withstand the impact of the Jinyang City formation. At this moment, Hua Xiangrong wished she could devour Xiang alive to appease her rage. She quickly ran out to retrieve her red bead from Xiang, but before she could take a few steps, she was stopped by several maids in the courtyard. Where are you going, Hua Xiangrong? I need to see Her Royal Highness, the princess. Get out of the way. No. You're not allowed to go anywhere until today's work is done. Besides, who are you? We're just third-class maids, responsible for sweeping Her Royal Highness's courtyard. How can you just see Her Royal Highness whenever you want? If Aunt May hears this, be careful she give you a beating. The maids argued back and forth, refusing to let Hua Xiangrong leave. Hua Xiangrong was no match for them, so she had no choice but to let them drag her along to do some sweeping chores. She planned to sneak back to Xia Ying in the evening to retrieve her belongings. But she had no idea that once her belongings were in Xia Ying's hands, they would never be able to return them, and she had no idea she had no chance of leaving. Even before Xia Ying had left her among the maids, she had used the Forget Worry charm to give them their orders. Hua Xiangrong was not allowed to leave even a single step. Xia Ying didn't need to manipulate the hand gestures or incantations of the forgetfulness spell. As long as she was the eldest princess in the eyes of everyone in the princess's mansion, she could simply manipulate the spell, effectively making the entire residence obey her orders. As for Hua Xiangrong, Xia Ying couldn't care less about her minor conflict with her right now. If she hadn't been afraid that killing Hua Xiangrong would alter the timeline 300 years later, she would have killed her to silence her, rather than leaving her alive and wasting her time. After meeting with the spirit of Princess Yu Qing last night, and learning the news, Xia Ying used the communication jade slip to inform Ji Heyuan and the others far away in Wuqi Mountain of all her findings. Although Xia Ying and Ji Heyuan had only a limited understanding of the absolute immortal body and the Grand Master's plans, Xia Yutong possessed a profound understanding. Especially after receiving the information Xia Ying relayed, Xia Yutong quickly deduced the Grand Master's true purpose, and had Ji Heyuan immediately relay the information. Furthermore, the two factions, one in Wuqi Mountain and the other in Jinong City, had agreed on a date for action. Even though the Grand Master held the lives of countless Jinong City citizens in his hands, Xia Yutong could no longer wait. They had to act before the Grand Master fully activated the small formation beneath the princess's mansion. Otherwise, more innocent lives would be lost. Xia Ying finally learned the true nature of the formation hidden beneath Princess Yu Qing's body, impervious to any glimpse or touch. It was one of the ancient great formations. The All Souls Returning Formation. The All Souls Returning Formation was not an evil formation. While it could absorb the power of all living beings, it would ultimately return to all living things. However, the Myriad Souls Returning Formation, deployed beneath the princess's mansion and superimposed on the Absolute Soul Formation, was a demonic formation specially modified by the Grand Master on his behalf. Precisely because the absolute immortal body cannot retain spiritual energy, there is no conflict between physical constitution and spiritual energy. This allowed the Grand Master to use this as a foundation, then draw upon the power of the demonic formation to absorb spiritual energy and vitality. 18 chains of Yin Qi, once soaked in the 9 Netherworld River, forcibly locked the eldest princess's soul, and these powers within the absolute immortal body. He only waited for sufficient and deeply devout faith to accumulate, then, through the mouths of mortals, imbue himself with the power of countless faiths, thus forging godhood and deifying himself. Chapter 536. If Xia Ying had initially been confused about why the Grand Master would undertake such a difficult undertaking, his bizarre dream of creating a deity through human power, but when she learned of the Grand Master and his companion's status as exiled, her doubts immediately vanished. Grandpa Gu once said, the previous heavenly Tao developed mortal desires, sending a strand of his incarnation into the cycle of reincarnation and the realm of immortal cultivation. After failing in his attempt to ascend to the upper realms as a cultivator, he continuously sent more incarnations into the cycle of reincarnation and the realm of immortal cultivation. Ultimately, the laws of heaven and earth completely stripped him of his heavenly Tao status and reduced him to an exiled one. The Wanxiang continent was also abandoned by the upper realms due to the selfishness and mistakes of the previous heavenly Tao, becoming a lost realm. Since the previous heavenly Tao had become an exiled one, then those reincarnated through his countless incarnations were naturally exiled as well. Not to mention that the Wanxiang continent had become a lost realm, where cultivators could not ascend to the upper realms. Even if the lost realms' problems were resolved, as exiled beings, they still couldn't ascend to the upper realms through ordinary means. To successfully ascend, they had to find another path. Clearly, the God-creating plan was the shortcut they had chosen, but one wondered, was the Grand Master, who could move clouds and rain with a wave of his hand in Jinong City, his true form stripped of his heavenly Tao identity, or just one of his countless incarnations? This question was destined to remain unanswered, and Xia Ying could only put aside all her doubts for now. But after this incident, her intuition told her she was getting closer to the truth she had long sought. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived when the Emperor of Yu left the palace to visit Princess Yu Qing. To ensure the safety of the Emperor of Yu, the streets were cleared and surrounded by the imperial guards early on. Even the princess's residence was tightly guarded, with 3 lines of defense surrounding it. Xia Ying couldn't make a hasty assessment of the Emperor's true character, but his fear of death was undeniable. Thankfully, the Emperor didn't keep Xia Ying waiting for long. Shortly after the Imperial Guard surrounded the princess's residence, His Majesty Yu Yun, dressed in a bright yellow embroidered dragon robe, finally appeared in Xie Ying's sight. The man bore a striking resemblance to the Princess of Yu, but he lacked her demeanor. Regardless, Yu Yun was 6 years younger than the Princess of Yu, and during the initial struggle for the throne, he had been meticulously protected by the princess, never having suffered any hardship. After successfully ascending the throne, the Emperor of Yu, now a figure above all others, lived a life of luxury. At the very least, Yu Yun should have looked considerably younger than the princess. But the truth was, Yu Yun, though not yet 40, had a head of black hair sprouting a few strands of gray. His eye sockets were sunken, his complexion sallow, and he looked considerably older than the bedridden eldest princess. If Yu Yun and Yu Qing were truly standing together, no one would mistake Yu Yun for the younger brother. Mortals lacking spiritual power naturally couldn't see the purple mark between Xie Ying's eyebrows, and naturally, they wouldn't know Xie Ying was using her divine eyes to observe Yu Yun's karmic destiny. As the ruler of a nation, Yu Yun was already protected by a powerful national destiny, impervious to ordinary demons and evil spirits. But what Xie Ying's divine eyes saw now was a golden national destiny mingled with countless gray resentments and bloody evil forces, gradually overshadowing the aura of national destiny. The national destiny, which should have been so strong as to protect Yu Yun from evil, now seemed so thin that it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Xie Ying didn't even need to expend any effort to divine, she could immediately grasp the conclusion. Yu Yun was dying. At the same time, Yu Yun had already approached Xie Ying's side. Seeing Xie Ying lying weakly in the rattan chair, refusing to rise to greet him, Yu Yun's face showed no sign of displeasure. He waved away the attendants, and sat down on an embroidered stool nearby. Just as he had countless times in his childhood, snuggling up to the eldest princess, and acting coquettishly, Yu Yun once again leaned against Xie Ying. "How are you feeling, Imperial sister? Is the new elixir the Grand Master, and the others developed for you working? Don't you know the condition of my body?" Xie Ying coughed weakly several times, then pulled a wry smile. This body was fundamentally damaged 20 years ago. Even the best elixir can't repair it. I'm just hanging on, counting the days. Yu Yun felt a tightness in his chest as he watched Xie Ying, so frail, as if she were about to die at any moment. Is Imperial sister best taken care of? Just think of it as me. You're the only sibling and relative I have in this world. I really can't bear to see you go. Is that so? Xie Ying chuckled softly, then sighed softly. Your Majesty, are you reluctant to see your sister die before you, or are you afraid that my untimely death would hinder your grand plan? Yu Yun's hand trembled, and he suddenly looked up at Xie Ying, his eyes filled with fear. He instinctively wanted to refute or explain, but when he met Xie Ying's clear eyes, he stammered for a moment, unable to utter a complete sentence. For a moment, Yu Yun felt as if he were back in his childhood, caught making a mistake by the princess, and felt the helplessness and fear of that time. But he knew clearly that he was no longer the incompetent child who needed his sister's protection. He was the king of Yuehua, a noble position above all others, with the power to decide the lives of all. Therefore, he no longer had to fear anyone, even if that person was his dearest sister. Yu Yun quickly composed himself and smiled casually. Are you trying to distance yourself from me, sister? In the past, sister never doubted me, let alone said such hurtful words to me. But your Majesty never referred to yourself as I when speaking to me privately, did you? Xie Ying asked, shutting Yu Yun's mouth again. Yu Yun's face darkened. Far from feeling the slightest bit of guilt, he felt only anger. But before he could strike first, Xie Ying's weak sigh echoed in his ears again. Alas! Your Majesty, why don't you just tell me what you want? Have I, your sister, not been good enough to your Majesty? The throne, the empire, everything your Majesty desired, haven't I secured for you? Your Majesty, ask yourself, how have I truly treated you? Your Majesty, of course, has been wonderful to me. Recalling the past, Yu Yun twitched his lips, a hint of regret finally dawning in his eyes. But no matter how good your Majesty is to me, there are things I can't give up. What can't I give up? Isn't the price I paid to help you seize this throne high enough? It's just a life. If you really want it, why not give it to you? Ah, Yun. Xie Ying sat up slightly, her eyes fixed on Yu Yun, a kind of magic that made you unconsciously believe everything she said. You and I are the most deeply connected siblings in this world. You must know that no one loves you more than a sister, and only a sister would not harm you. You want to become an immortal, and you need my immortal body. So why wouldn't I give it to you? Chapter 537. Xie Ying's voice was gentle yet powerful, and Yu Yun felt an inexplicable surge of trust and emotion upon hearing it. That's right. My sister never married or had children. Wasn't he the one she loved most in her life? The road to succession was so treacherous back then. Yu Yun couldn't count how many times Yu Qing had been on the brink of death. If not, Yu Qing's health wouldn't have deteriorated. For Yu Qing's protection and all she had done for him, Yu Yun felt grateful, yet also a sense of hope. He knew full well that, in terms of political talent, he was far inferior to his sister Yu Qing. If Yu Qing's health hadn't been completely ruined during the struggle for succession, the throne of Yuehua might not have fallen to him. Because of this, Yu Yun's feelings towards his sister Yu Qing were extremely complicated. He respected and admired her, yet he also felt an uncontrollable jealousy. Even after seeing the once high-spirited and decisive princess, now weakened by illness, Yu Yun felt a secret pleasure well up in his heart. Yu Yun understood better than anyone that softness was both the princess' greatest strength and her greatest weakness. Thus, he had no doubt about the truthfulness of Xie Ying's heartfelt words today. From that moment on, Yu Yun's gaze towards Xie Ying finally softened, a touch of sincerity intensifying. Your Highness is right. It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted your intentions. It doesn't matter. No matter what you do, Yun, I won't blame you. After all, you're my only family. Xie Ying spoke softly, then suddenly coughed violently, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Yimin, who was in tune with Xie Ying and could clearly sense her changing emotions, said, ? Host. Are you laughing? Ah! You actually caught me. Xie Ying's voice was still tinged with a hint of laughter. Yu Yun is so easy to coax. I almost couldn't keep up the pretense, so I had to cough again to cover it up. Yimin, She quietly continued to watch her host's performance. After all, someone like Yu Yun deserved it, even if he was brainwashed and tricked into drowning by the host's CPU. Imperial sister, are you okay? Nothing. Xie Ying waved her hand, and the moment she removed the handkerchief, she transformed back into the dignified and graceful eldest princess. Ah Yun, I'm telling you all this today not for any other reason, but because I can sense I can't hold on much longer. If you have any plans, you better implement them soon. Yu Yun instinctively retorted, but the Grand Master and the others said the time isn't right yet. 20 years, and the time hasn't come yet. Xie Ying asked indifferently, her voice soft but resolute. I don't know what the Grand Master said to you in private, but I know I should have died 20 years ago. The life-extending elixir the Grand Master and the others brought from the world of immortal cultivation has indeed extended my life considerably, but over the past few years, I increasingly sense something amiss with them. Aside from anything else, no one knows what's wrong with me better than I do. I suspect they have other plans for my supreme immortal body. Ah Yun, think about it carefully. Over the years, how many ordinary people have they helped successfully transform into cultivators using the dark field? Why is it so difficult for you? Yu Yun, questioned, subconsciously echoed Xie Ying's lead. Yes, why? I only have one question for you. If you successfully transform from a commoner to a cultivator, will you remain in Yuehua as the monarch? Of course not. Yu Yun denied it without a second thought. What a joke. A position above everyone else is certainly hard to give up, but what does it compare to the allure of immortality? At the same time, a thought flashed through Yu Yun's mind and gripped him tightly. Suddenly, it clicked. I understand. They're deliberately delaying my transformation because the dark field was established with my support. Without it, they wouldn't have a foothold in Jinong City. Great. I knew they weren't genuinely helping me. Of course, they won't be genuinely helping you. Xie Ying spoke softly. Whether commoner or cultivator, they're all ultimately subject to the fate of prophet. Words. Back then, they urged you to destroy all Nuwa temples throughout Yuehua, under the pretext of gaining the power of faith. But 20 years have passed, and the reputation of the Imperial Master's mansion has only grown. How many people still remember you? The King of Yuehua? You can just send someone to ask anyone in Jinong City. I guarantee they only know the Imperial Master's mansion, not the royal family. I don't think it will be long before you, the Emperor of Yu, will be completely useless to them. And then? My foolish brother, what do you think they do to you? Yu Yun's heart sank as Xie Ying spoke, his expression darkening. He clenched his fists tightly and instinctively looked to Xie Ying for help. Royal sister, what should I do? Ah Yun, you actually done a great job these past few years. If it weren't for the Grand Master and his men being so difficult to deal with, I'd be worried about you, and I wouldn't want to expose everything now. This is the final lesson I, as your elder sister, want to teach you. Never trust anyone easily. Xie Ying didn't immediately respond to Yu Yun's question. Instead, she first acknowledged Yu Yun's value over the years, then expressed her own opinion. If I were you, I wouldn't completely trust someone whose background I don't know. You can use anyone to achieve your goals, but you must also be careful not to become the one being used. Now that we know the Grand Master and his men have ulterior motives, we should seize the opportunity to find another way out. After all, there are more cultivators in Yuehua Kingdom than just the Grand Master. My royal sister, what do you mean? Isn't there a group of cultivators on Wuchi Mountain who are diametrically opposed to the Grand Master? But they seem to be at odds with the Grand Master and don't approve of exchanging cultivators' spiritual roots and bones for ordinary mortals. The fact that Wuchi Mountain is at odds with the Grand Master's mansion must be true. As for the latter, wasn't that also told to you by the Grand Master's mansion? How can you be sure that the Grand Master's mansion isn't lying about this? Regardless of Wuchi Mountain's stance, as long as they have a deep grudge against the Grand Master, you can exploit this and sit back and watch the fight unfold, right? After receiving Xie Ying's advice, Yu Yun felt as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened up, and left the princess mansion contentedly. Shortly after Yu Yun left, Xie Ying took out the communication jade slip. She briefly informed Ji Yuan and others, who were far away in Wuchi Mountain about the situation in the city, and also conveyed another message. It was time to proceed to the next step. Chapter 538. After delivering the message, Xie Ying didn't return to her bedroom. Instead, she lazily nestled in a rattan chair, basking in the sun. A moment of leisure. Ever since learning of the Forget Worry curse, Xie Ying had become increasingly comfortable within the princess's residence. No matter what she did, they would automatically justify it, so there was no need to pressure herself into pretending to be someone else. But while Xie Ying was enjoying herself, Ying couldn't help but worry about her. Host, you trust Yu Yun too much. Aren't you afraid he report you to the Imperial Preceptor's office after leaving the princess's residence? Don't worry, he won't do that. Xie Ying casually covered her eyes with a handkerchief to block the slightly glaring sunlight, her tone firm. I'm your biological sister, someone who would sacrifice her life for him. The Imperial Preceptor and his men harbor ulterior motives. Even a fool would know which choice to make. But host, your sister is fake. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm genuine in Yu Yun's eyes, that's all that matters. And do you think, if I wanted to use Yu Yun, I really do nothing but gamble on people's hearts? I'm not stupid. Gambling on unchanging hearts has often ended badly throughout history. Yin was startled, then quickly recovered. Host, did you cast an illusion on Yu Yun? Yes. He's protected by the nation's destiny, making it difficult to attack, but the illusion won't harm him at all. Xie Ying naturally had no reason to deny Yin Yun's words. A little deceptive trick is just enough to deal with Yu Yun, who already has a fragile mind. Although my words to Yu Yun were meant to mislead him, without the illusion, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and he wouldn't have believed my words so completely. But now that the illusion has taken effect, he's completely accepted the knowledge I conveyed to him regarding the Imperial Master's mansion, so there's no need to worry about him actively reporting me to the Imperial Master's mansion. I'm sure Yu Yun is now obsessed with how to use Wuchi Mountain to contain the Imperial Master's mansion, allowing him to reap the benefits. Just wait and see, Yu Yun will soon find a way to contact Wuchi Mountain. As Xie Ying had said, to outsiders, Yu Yun came and went as quickly as he did. As for what he had said to Xie Ying, the people at the Imperial Master's mansion didn't care. After all, in their eyes, Xie Ying had no need to backstab them. And Yu Yun, who was hell-bent on achieving immortality through a transformation, was even less likely to escape their control. Furthermore, Hua Xiangrong, whose red bead had been taken away, was unable to contact Qin Shang and the others, so no one at the Imperial Master's mansion wanted to visit the princess's mansion to investigate. And a few days later, good news arrived from Wuchi Mountain. Yu Yun contacted Xie Yutong and promised to cooperate with all of Xie Yutong and the others' actions, on the condition that Xie Yutong help him subdue the Grand Master. Having already planned everything with Xie Ying, Xie Yutong and the others naturally wouldn't refuse, and the two sides reached an agreement very smoothly. The people far away in Wuchi Mountain also set out for Jinyang City that same day. Next, Xie Ying only needed to wait for Xie Yutong and the others to arrive, and then join forces to attack the Imperial Master's mansion by surprise. However, before the people from Wuchi Mountain could return, Xie Ying had one more task to perform. She had to get those minor sinners in Jinyang City to leave the city beforehand, to prevent them from being harmed by their fighting. What Xie Ying hadn't anticipated was that before she could devise a good solution, the very people who were supposed to be on their side had already caused trouble. Although all the cultivators who had fallen into the time tunnel and been transported to this time and space 300 years ago should have been united on the same front and shared the same goal. But the question of whether everyone was willing to share their painstakingly obtained clues was inherently problematic, and Xie Yutong wasn't always trusted. Thus, the group Ning Yuchou assembled to travel to Wuji Mountain was unaware of Xie Yutong and Xie Ying's specific plans. But Ning Yuchou, a man with a broad perspective and a deep desire to return to his original time and space, sent a message to his sister, Ning Mingshu, asking her to cooperate with Xie Ying in all future actions. Ning Mingshu naturally had no objections, and neither did Lu Shang, Lan Jinjin, and the others. Even Lin Yuexiang, Xie Ying's sworn enemy, didn't intervene to hinder their progress. Because their goals were unified, to resolve the problems in Jinyang City and return to their own time and space. Until this goal was achieved, any personal grudges could be temporarily set aside. But among the 8, there was only one exception, Ningyu. Ningyu didn't know what had happened to him. He only knew that since traveling through time and space to Jinyang City, he had found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions. Especially towards Xie Ying, he harbored an uncontrollable murderous intent. Ningyu's mind told him that something was amiss, but reality clearly told him that he couldn't control himself, let alone change the situation. Ningyu considered seeking help from Ning Mingshu and the others, but before he could even open his mouth, or even think about it, an unbearable, intense pain would surge through his sea of consciousness. And as the sharp pain in his sea of consciousness became more frequent, Ningyu could clearly feel his emotions shifting even more. Initially, his ill will towards Xie Ying stemmed solely from the incident of being trapped in the Secret Realms formation. Later, when this malice morphed into murderous intent, he paid it no mind. But as time passed, this deep-seated murderous intent refused to be dispelled, and Ningyu's bloodlust grew stronger. He wanted to kill Xie Ying, to torture her to the point of wanting to neither live nor die, to leave her in endless despair and agony. This long-suppressed murderous intent erupted completely the moment he learned of Ning Yuchou's demand for their unconditional cooperation with Xie Ying's every move. If Ningyu had truly allowed his inexplicable murderous intent to blind him and attack Xie Ying, thus seeking his own death, it would have been fine. However, he retained a shred of rationality. Ningyu knew clearly that he could not be Xie Ying's opponent, let alone inflict fatal harm on her. Acting rashly would have resulted in nothing but death. But he was already on the verge of losing his mind, consumed by the all-consuming desire for murder. His instinct told him that if he didn't start killing others, he would most likely be the first person to do so after he completely lost his mind. So Ningyu decisively turned his attention to the weak. And he presumptuously chose someone for whom Xie Ying had no chance of seeking justice. Lin Yuexiang. Chapter 539. Ningyu attacked on a dark, windy night. At the time, Lin Yuexiang, depressed but with no one to confide in, was walking alone in the courtyard, pondering a crucial matter. She recalled everything that had happened to her over the past decade. Ever since Dai Tian came to her side as a child, she had lived a smooth life. Whatever she desired, Dai Tian always found a way to grant her. It was for this reason that, knowing full well that Dai Tian was an evil cultivator, and that all the skills he taught her were sorcery, Lin Yuexiang still feigned ignorance and relied on his help. Facts proved that her past choices were not wrong. By leveraging Dai Tian's teachings of cultivating deep bonds with others, and thereby plundering their luck, she was able to glean theirs and progress smoothly on the path to immortality. If it weren't for Xie Ying, she might have already advanced to the spiritual transformation stage with the help of the plundered luck, successfully supplanting Fairy Lingyin's current position. But no matter what she tried to do, Xie Ying would always intervene and disrupt everything. Lin Yuexiang hated Xie Ying, but at the same time, she couldn't help but admire her. She, Lin Yuexiang, wasn't exactly a good person, but at least she wasn't a bad person. No matter how deep her hatred for Xie Ying was, no matter how much she had once wanted to kill her, deep down, she had never despised or even denied her. It was precisely because she knew and sincerely acknowledged Xie Ying's excellence that Lin Yuexiang cared so deeply about and feared her growth. Moreover, since joining the Immortal Demon Alliance and experiencing the series of events that followed, Lin Yuexiang discovered that Dai Tian had been hiding many things from her and had vaguely sensed some unusual aspects of Dai Tian. Perhaps she should be grateful to Xie Ying. If Xie Ying hadn't repeatedly sabotaged her plans, if Xie Ying hadn't killed Gu Qinghuai, causing the negative energy within her to backfire, Lin Yuexiang might never have noticed anything was wrong with Dai Tian. Now, Lin Yuexiang could no longer trust Dai Tian with the same unconditional trust she once had. Ever since she began to doubt Dai Tian, recalling the words he had spoken to her and the things he had taught her, Lin Yuexiang felt that he was treating her like a fool. Dai Tian had indeed been very kind to her, doing his utmost to protect her, preventing her from suffering even the slightest harm, and even spared no effort in teaching her every skill he knew. When Lin Yuexiang trusted Dai Tian so deeply, she naturally hadn't doubted his intentions. But now, looking back from a detached, objective perspective, she found Dai Tian's kindness to her puzzling. Dai Tian's kindness to her was all intended to help her gain enough luck to ascend. As for her thoughts and opinions, Dai Tian cared nothing. All Dai Tian wanted was for her to be obedient and follow his prescribed path. Rather than a chess piece, Lin Yuexiong felt more like a puppet in Dai Tian's hands, a puppet manipulated without even knowing his true purpose, but no one is without a heart. Someone as selfish as Lin Yuexiong couldn't accept being treated like a puppet, ready to be sacrificed at any moment, unable to even die with a clear conscience. Dai Tian had been able to stealthily seize Wang Qing's body, so how could she guarantee that he wouldn't use the same technique on her someday? Since leaving the Immortal Demon Alliance, Lin Yuexiong had been pondering how to escape Dai Tian's control. Unfortunately, before she could come up with a solution, she had arrived in this time and space 300 years earlier. But she couldn't stay in this time and space forever. When everything ended and she returned 300 years later, she would still be under Dai Tian's control, unable to truly gain freedom. Lin Yuexiong's thoughts were swirling, her heart aching. She had no idea how to change her predicament. Perhaps, she could ask Xia Ying for help, but as soon as this thought occurred to her, Lin Yuexiong shuddered. No. Xia Ying hated her so much, she was afraid she'd be beaten before she could even finish her words. She didn't want to invite punishment. Lin Yuexiong was completely absorbed in her own world, completely unaware of the danger approaching, when Ningyu grabbed her mouth and dragged her away from behind. Panic and fear instantly washed over her. Lin Yuexiong struggled to attract attention and call for help, but no sound emanated. Thankfully, she wasn't doomed. Just as Ningyu was about to drag her completely into the darkness, Yi Ruan, who happened to be leaving at that moment, happened to see the scene. Yi Ruan was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and shouted, "Ningyu! What are you doing?" Realizing his exposure, Ningyu didn't panic. Instead, he glared at Yi Ruan fiercely. Yi Ruan clearly saw a flash of red in Ningyu's eyes, and then he was completely stunned. Ningyu took advantage of Yi Ruan's moment of distraction and quickly disappeared into the night, dragging Lin Yuexiong with him. At the same time, the other 5 people who had heard the noise also ran out one after another. "Junior sister Yi, what's wrong? What happened? Did fellow Taoist Ning do anything? Huh? Why isn't fellow Taoist Lin here? Ningyu has abducted Lin Yuexiong. He's not in a good state." Yi Ruan remembered Ningyu's earlier behavior and, without delay, quickly recounted what he had witnessed. The others were stunned. Ningyu had no grudge against Lin Yuexiong, so why would he abduct her for no reason? Ning Mingshu's face darkened after hearing this. She had long noticed something was wrong with Ningyu, but everyone was so busy working together to fight against the Imperial Master's mansion that she hadn't found the time to understand what had happened to him. But Ningyu was clearly out of control now. If left alone, there was no telling what irreversible actions he might take. If not for Ningyu, then for the sake of their Central Realm Ning family's reputation, Ning Mingshu couldn't bear to see Lin Yuexiong suffer at Ningyu's hands. So Ning Mingshu quickly declared, "I'd like to ask all of you to catch up with Ningyu and prevent him from doing anything harmful to fellow Taoist Lin. I go see fellow Taoist Xia and ask for her assistance." Ning Mingshu moved swiftly. Although Aunt Mei briefly stopped her, her movement still caught Xia Ying's attention. Xia Ying was also deeply surprised to learn that Ningyu had suddenly gone mad and abducted Lin Yuexiong. She raised her hand and cast several sleeping spells, rendering Aunt Mei and the others unconscious. Then, she quickly followed Ning Mingshu away. Chapter 540. After chasing Ningyu for a long time without seeing him, Yi Ruan and the others realized that Ningyu was incredibly fast. It was truly bizarre. While they had been able to tap into some of their spiritual energy at the beginning, the longer they stayed in Jinong City, the more their spiritual energy dwindled until it could no longer be mobilized. Now, they were also completely constrained by the formations in Jinong City, unable to use their spiritual energy at all. How had Ningyu managed to so easily shake them off without leaving any trace? Just as everyone was panting and considering whether to split up and continue the pursuit, Xia Ying and Ning Mingshu finally arrived. "Fellow Taoist Xia, fellow Taoist Ning. How's it going? Have you found any trace of Ningyu?" "No." Lan Jinjin shook her head. He ran incredibly fast. Just like fellow Taoist he said before, there's something wrong with Ningyu. Without access to spiritual energy, and without mortal martial arts, there's no way Ningyu could run so fast. Ning Mingshu's already furrowed brows deepened upon hearing this, practically pinching a fly to death. "Fellow Taoist Xia, could you please?" No need to say more. Xia Ying raised her hand to stop Ning Mingshu. "I cast a spell to locate Ningyu." Before she finished her words, Xiaoying unleashed her spiritual sense. With her location as its center, the vast spiritual sense rapidly spread out in all directions like a tide. Wherever her spiritual sense reached, she captured the scene. Soon, Xiaoying had located Ning Yu's current location. I found it. Where are they? The princess's mansion gatehouse, follow me. At this moment, Ning Yu was unaware that Xiaoying had personally arrived, leading Ning Mingshu and the others. It was only after he had made up his mind to attack Lin Yuexiang that he realized his spiritual power hadn't been completely sealed. Although he still felt a sense of blocked tendons and veins when using his spiritual power, it was a great blessing in the current situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily shake off Yi Ruan and the others who were pursuing him. The moment he discovered he could use his spiritual power, Ning Yu cast a stasis and silent spell on Lin Yuexiang, ensuring she couldn't make any noise. Ning Yu had originally planned to find a deserted corner of the princess's mansion to slaughter Lin Yuexiang without anyone noticing, then bury her body somewhere else to avoid alerting anyone. But now that Yi Ruan had witnessed this, he naturally couldn't proceed according to his original plan. Not to mention that Yi Ruan, unlike Lin Yuexiang, had a good relationship with everyone else, and anything happened to him would undoubtedly draw public scrutiny. For starters, the other 6 people were likely already aware of this matter. He couldn't just silence them all, could he? Ning Yu didn't really want to, but he clearly knew he wasn't a match for the other 6. So Ning Yu suddenly changed his mind and carried Lin Yuexiang to the gatehouse. The princess's mansion was already less guarded at night, and with Ning Yu now able to use his spiritual power, it didn't take long for him to overpower all the gatehouse servants and unhurriedly carried Lin Yuexiang into the small courtyard where the gatehouse rested. Ning Yu showed no mercy. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he threw the motionless Lin Yuexiang to the cold ground. He hesitated. The arrow had been cast today, and there was no turning back. Even if he was willing to let Lin Yuexiang go now, Ning Mingshu would likely punish him. Rather than living in such a humiliating position, he might as well take a chance and open up a brighter path. Ning Yu had made up his mind. He would send Lin Yuexiang to the Imperial Master's mansion as a stepping stone to join the Imperial Master's mansion. Not only that, he would also reveal the identities of Xiaoying and the others, as well as their secret alliance with Wuqi Mountain. He was sure the Imperial Master's mansion would be extremely interested in this information. Since no one cared about his opinions when he sided with Xiaoying and the others, why not join a wiser cause? What was the point of caring whether or not they were evil cultivators? After all, if the Imperial Master's mansion won, everyone would die 300 years ago. Who would then know what role he had played 300 years ago? History is always written by the victors. After realizing this, Ning Yu's last shred of hesitation vanished. In the corner of his body, invisible to him, a blood-red murderous aura devoured the last vestiges of kindness left in him. Ning Yu raised his head and smiled, then slowly walked towards Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang was horrified by his smile. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. She could only watch helplessly as Ning Yu drew closer, perhaps because he would soon be able to kill without any psychological burden. Ning Yu's extremely irritable mood, tormented by murderous intent, finally eased a little. So, he didn't mind letting Lin Yuexiang die knowingly. He lifted his hand and removed the silent spell from Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang, since we have no past or present grudges, please tell us any last words. What exactly are you going to do? Lin Yuexiang's first reaction upon discovering she could finally speak was to question. Ning Yu, since you say we have no grudges, then what have I done to offend you that you must take my life at this very moment? You haven't done anything to offend me. If you really want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Who made you the weakest and easiest to attack among the 7? Who made you and Xiaoying share such a deep hatred? I can only attack you to avoid Xiaoying's counterattack. Who knows, she might even thank me for eliminating a long-standing enemy. Lin Yuexiang, ? Is this even human? Oh my god. Why is she always the one who gets hurt and suffers? Does she deserve to die just because she has a grudge against Xiaoying? Looking at the blazing, undisguised murderous intent in Ning Yu's eyes, Lin Yuexiang, exhausted, was left with only deep despair. Was she really going to die today? Ning Yu didn't miss the flash of desperate struggle in Lin Yuexiang's eyes, and it only made him feel even more happy. It turns out being a villain can be such a satisfying experience. He suddenly felt unsatisfied. He wanted to see even more despair and pain on Lin Yuexiang's face, so he slowly explained his plan while admiring her changing expression. Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. I take you to the Imperial Master's mansion and offer you to the Grand Master in exchange for a red bead. But the Grand Master probably won't kill you out of instinct. After all, cultivators are still very useful to them. You be fully utilized, and then slowly die. So you should thank me. My plan will allow you to live a considerable amount longer, though it will be a less dignified existence. Lin Yuexiang, you haven't forgotten what Wanyan Pavilion is, right? Chapter 541. Hearing Ningyu mention Wanyan Pavilion, Lin Yuexiang's pupils trembled. How could she have forgotten what Wanyan Pavilion was? When she emerged from the time tunnel, she had been teleported to Wanyan Pavilion, narrowly avoiding the clutches of that brothel owner. If she hadn't just arrived in Jinyang City at that time, she wouldn't have been greatly affected by the formation, and she had more than enough magical weapons on her to escape. Her fate might have been worse than death, but now, Ningyu's intentions were clear. He wanted to offer her up to the Imperial Master's mansion, sending her to a dark place where her spiritual roots and bones would be stripped, and then she would be forced to live in a place like Wanyan Pavilion, where she was trapped between life and death. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Lin Yuexiang was not a good person, but she could not accept such an insult. If that were her fate, she would rather have died at the hands of Xiaoying. At least, she would have died at Xiaoying's hands because she was inferior to him. But if she died at the hands of a despicable man like Ningyu, Lin Yuexiang would never reconcile. At this moment, Lin Yuexiang's mind raced. She knew she couldn't escape with her current strength, but Yi Ruan had seen everything, and she bet he wouldn't sit idly by. So she had to stall for as long as possible, until Yi Ruan and the others arrived. Ningyu, I have no grudge against you. If you let me go now, I let you go. It's true I'm down and out now, but don't forget, besides being a disciple of the Yutian sect, I'm also a member of the Yun family of the Eastern Territory. My grandfather is the head of the Lu family, one of the 8 great families of the Northern Territory. If you really touch me, they will definitely not let you go. Lin Yuexiang, don't be silly. Since I decided to kill you, why would I let anyone else survive and return 300 years later? Besides, even if I let them go, who do you think would bother to stand up for you? As you said, you and I have no grudges against each other. Even if you died tragically in the secret realm, who would suspect me? The only person they would suspect is Xiaoying. After all, Xiaoying is your mortal enemy. Originally, I chose you simply to pick a weak target, but now it seems I achieved 2 goals with 1 stone. This God is truly helping me. Ha ha ha. Ningyu's laughter fizzled out as soon as it began. TSK, your laughter disturbed me. Before Lin Yuexiang could react, she felt a gust of wind sweep past, and then she saw Ningyu being swept away by a vine shimmering with a blood-red sheen, falling heavily to the ground. This vine was the phantom blood vine. Xiaoying had arrived. Lin Yuexiang had never been so happy about Xiaoying's arrival. Although she was still unable to move, her heart was filled with peace. The next moment, she suddenly felt her body loosen, the restraints vanishing. Lin Yuexiang knew that Xiaoying had once again broken the spell that had bound her. Without a word, she quickly scrambled to her feet, ran towards Xiaoying, and hid behind Ning Mingshu. Ningyu had expected Yi Ruan and the others to catch up in metal, but he had never expected Xiaoying to intervene and save Lin Yuexiang. What was going on? Aren't they sworn enemies, eager to kill each other? Why would Xiaoying get involved in this? Ningyu was filled with hatred and rage, but he didn't notice that the murderous intent that had dissipated within him rapidly condensed and expanded the moment he saw Xiaoying, instantly engulfing his entire consciousness. If it weren't for the last bit of rationality he still had, Ningyu would have pounced on Xiaoying with a murderous move the moment he saw her. Ningyu couldn't understand Xiaoying's intentions, but he knew he couldn't fall into her hands. So, the moment he saw Xiaoying, he instinctively wanted to flee. Unfortunately, while he was quick, Xiaoying was even faster. He had barely moved when the phantom blood vines that followed him bounded him tightly. Ningyu's expression was grim and unsightly, but Ning Mingshu's was even uglier. Although Ningyu was only a disciple from a side branch of the Ning family, it was she and Ning Yuchao who brought him out of the Ning family. Now that he had made such a mistake, he would undoubtedly be punished upon his return, and it might even affect her chances of becoming young master. Ning Mingshu truly couldn't comprehend what had happened tonight. She knew that Ningyu had been holding a grudge against Xiaoying over the recent formation incident. She and her brother, Ning Yuchao, had repeatedly warned Ningyu against any rash actions, let alone provoking Xiaoying and the others. Thus, Ning Mingshu could accept Ningyu's hatred for Xiaoying, and even her hatred for Ning Yuchao. But she couldn't understand why Ningyu would attack Lin Yuexiang. There wasn't a single conflict of interest between them. Ning Mingshu even remembered that Ningyu had a fondness for Lin Yuexiang in the beginning. What had gone wrong to lead to this situation? Ning Mingshu just wanted to know what had happened to Ningyu. Only then could she quickly determine whether the rest of the Ning family had gone as crazy as Ningyu and committed such inexplicable and foolish acts. Ningyu! Why on earth would you do such a thing? However, Ningyu, who always followed Ning Yuchao and Ning Mingshu's lead, now completely lost sight of him. His sinister, crimson eyes fixed directly on Xiaoying. Xiaoying! I already given up on killing you, so why did you come to me? Xiaoying! Question mark. Did she mishear it? Others? Huh? What kind of confusing statement is that? Does Ningyu really think he can kill Xiaoying? What does my attack on Lin Yuexiang have to do with you? Don't you hate her the most? Now I'm willing to kill her for you. Isn't that a good thing? Did I ask you to kill Lin Yuexiang for me? Xiaoying's unhurried questioning, her cold and calm demeanor unreasonably alarming. You may not know me well, but I prefer to take revenge personally. So if Lin Yuexiang dies, it's by my hand. When will it be your turn to take my head? Besides, if I heard correctly, you're actually planning to kill Lin Yuexiang and then frame me, right? Why do I look so sheepish, or do I just like taking the blame? Ningyu stammered, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal, but Xiaoying didn't need his explanation. She just needed to know that Ningyu was an uncontrollable and dangerous individual, and that he couldn't stay any longer. Fellow Daoist Ning, you've seen how much Ningyu hates me, and how much trouble he's caused today. So, I think your Ning family won't object if I take his life, will they? Of course, even if they did, she wouldn't let Ningyu go. As she spoke, a ball of cyan lotus flame condensed in Xiaoying's palm. The cyan flame danced quietly in the darkness, illuminating Xiaoying's profile and giving her a cold, murderous aura. Chapter 542. Fellow Daoists, yeah, whatever you wish to do with Ningyu, our Ning family will have no objections. Ning Mingshu naturally wouldn't offend Xiaoying for the sake of the already insane Ningyu, but she also needed to understand why Ningyu had become so. But please, fellow Daoists, yeah, give me a moment. There are some things I must clarify with Ningyu. I'm afraid Ningyu won't be able to tell you. It doesn't matter. A sudden chill flashed across Ning Mingshu's eyes. As long as he's a member of the Ning family, I definitely find a way to pry him open. Ning Mingshu spoke as she quickly walked towards Ningyu, but Ningyu had already lowered his head and remained silent, making it impossible to see his expression. Xiaoying suddenly felt a bad premonition, but Ning Mingshu was only 3 steps away from Ningyu. Something's wrong, fellow Daoist Ning, get out of the way. Before she finished her words, Xiaoying had already struck decisively. A phantom blood vine flew from behind her, tightly wrapping around Ning Mingshu's waist and dragging her backward. As it did so, a vast cloud of green mist rose from the ground, blocking Ning Mingshu and Ningyu. Everyone witnessed Ningyu's sudden rise of his head the moment Ning Mingshu approached, his eyes completely bloodshot and his mind completely lost. The most terrifying thing was that he suddenly opened his mouth wide at Ning Mingshu, and then a huge, blood-red insect suddenly lunged straight at her face. Ning Mingshu was also disgusted by the sudden appearance of the enormous insect. Thankfully, the bloodworm was surrounded and trapped by Xiaoying's green mist before it could reach Ning Mingshu, transforming into a palm-sized ball. This green mist was a new technique Xiaoying had created after gaining complete control over the foul mist, combining it with the nether blue lotus flame. It possessed the ability to devour the foul mist, while also perfectly matching the burning power of the nether blue lotus flame. The pervasive green mist made it impossible for the bloodworm to escape. It wriggled and struggled within the mist, soon being devoured and burned smaller. Ningyu, however, was already dead, completely dead. Ning Mingshu's face paled, and she looked up at the disgusting insect floating in midair with lingering fear. What the hell is this? How could such a disgusting thing be inside Ningyu's body? I don't know, but I'm curious too. Xiaoying added slowly. And who knows, maybe this insect is the culprit behind Ningyu's incredible actions. Xiaoying actually had some theories about the bloodworm, but since it wasn't her area of expertise, she didn't speak rashly. Just then, Yi Ruan's voice echoed behind them. Can I take a look? Yi Ruan came from the Shenong Palace, where most of the cultivators were lesser-known practitioners, such as alchemists, pharmacists, healers, poison practitioners, and even goo practitioners. So, while their martial prowess wasn't high, they were knowledgeable and experienced. Xiaoying made room for Yi Ruan upon hearing this. Of course. With a flick of her fingertips, a bloodworm enveloped in a green mist floated in front of Yi Ruan. Yi Ruan carefully approached and examined it closely. Xiaoying and the others were lucky. Yi Ruan happened to be practicing both medicine and goo in the Shenong Palace. After carefully examining and comparing the bloodworm's appearance, and considering the various abnormalities Ningyu had previously displayed, she came to a conclusion. It's probably a heart-eating goo. A person infected with the heart-eating goo will have their thoughts and rationality devoured by the worm without their knowledge, ultimately becoming a puppet who only obeys the orders of the one who cast the goo. The incubation period of the heart-eating goo is very long, requiring at least 2 months to show any signs. Judging from the size of this insect just now, it must have been placed on Ningyu 3 months ago. Fellow Taoist Ning, when you return, you can investigate who Ningyu interacted with in the past 3 months. Perhaps you can find the person who placed the goo on him. But there's something strange. Those infected with the heart-eating goo simply gradually lose their minds and become obedient puppets, but they don't exhibit the violent, bloodthirsty behavior Ningyu exhibits. I never seen this happen before, so I don't know what's going on. I think I know the reason. A male voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, several people saw Yuan Song squatting beside Ningyu's corpse, looking at something. Come and see. They looked where Yuan Song pointed, and saw that Ningyu's neck had been covered in a dense web of blood-red incantations. Xie Ying's heart fluttered at the sight. It's a spell, and it's one of the more venomous forms of the control and kill spell. Yuan Song affirmed, someone used a strand of their own spiritual consciousness to cast this curse on Ningyu, affecting his mind and commanding him to kill someone. But the person who cast the curse on Ningyu didn't anticipate that someone had already placed a goo on him. During this time, the goo and the curse fought each other within Ningyu, constantly battling for control. This, in turn, allowed him to maintain his consciousness until the very end. After hearing what Yi Ruan and Yuan Song had to say, Ning Mingshu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a reason, it was fine. As long as there was a reason, she could explain it to her family when she returned. The others looked at Ningyu with a hint of sympathy. How unlucky. He was simultaneously poisoned by a goo and a curse. It's hard to escape death. While there was sympathy, no one felt sorry for Ningyu's death. Even though they had only spent a short time together, everyone could see that Ningyu wasn't a kind person. Even Ning Mingshu, who came from the same Ning family, didn't usually enjoy his company. But no one noticed that Lin Yuexiang, hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but stiffen at the word curse. So the person who cast the curse wanted to kill fellow Taoist Lin? Has fellow Taoist Lin offended anyone recently? Lan Jinjin made a bold guess, but Lin Yuexiang, suddenly called out, was stunned. But before Lin Yuexiang could reply, Xie Ying's voice spoke first. It's not necessarily targeting Lin Yuexiang. The person behind this is probably trying to kill me. Have you forgotten? Ningyu said he had the thought and planned to kill me, but he gave up in the end. It wasn't that Xie Ying was narcissistic. It was that no one here could match her number of enemies. Even after hearing this analysis, Xie Ying had a suspicion in her mind. After all, while she had many enemies, not everyone had the ability to silently cast a spell on someone and control their killing. And she had reason to suspect that the person who had cursed Ningyu 3 months ago might also have been targeting her. However, she needed to confirm some details with Yi Ruan before she could be sure. Chapter 543. Fellow Taoist Yi, may I ask if there's anything special about the method used to raise the heart-swallowing goo? Actually, all methods of raising goo aren't ordinary. After all, successfully raising a powerful adult goo often requires countless efforts and tens of thousands of goo worms. However, since Xie Ying had asked, Yi Ruan naturally wouldn't give her a cold shoulder. She thought carefully for a moment before answering again. There's one thing I'm not sure if it's special, but after the heaven-swallowing goo is raised, and before being placed on others, it needs to be fed demon blood daily to maintain its activity. Furthermore, the purer the demon's bloodline, the more ferocious the heart-swallowing goo fed by its demon blood. Demon blood is rare, so our human goo cultivators generally rarely raise heart-swallowing goo. Lan Jinjin, who had originally only wanted to watch the fun, didn't expect to see demons in the process. Suddenly, she wanted to become invisible. Fortunately, while relations between the demon and human races were strained, and there were always those who tried to stir up trouble between the two races, the individuals present were clearly quite rational, and would not vent their anger on other innocent demons. Seeing Xie Ying's pensive expression, Yi Ruan knew that Xie Ying must have a suspect. Ning Mingshu, who had also noticed this, asked softly, "Does fellow Taoist Xie already have a suspect? Could you please tell me?" "Of course, but if I'm not mistaken, the person who cursed Ningyu is targeting me." Ningyu must have been a chosen pawn. As fellow Taoist Yuan Song said, the person who cursed Ningyu didn't anticipate that someone would later curse him. Otherwise, Ningyu wouldn't have been exposed at this point, much less suffered his current fate. There are many demons among me who have grudges against me, but few are capable of secretly inflicting a curse on a Ning family disciple. I suspect it was the work of the Floating Cloud Palace. However, Their motive isn't to take my life. They simply want to keep an eye on my every move. The Floating Cloud Palace's attack couldn't simply be aimed at me. They wanted Ji Hyun, but revealing that would inevitably implicate Ji Hyun's past. Xiang knew how reluctant Ji Hyun was to discuss his past with the demon sect, so she naturally concealed that part, focusing the conflict on herself. Ning Mingshu had no suspicions, and secretly resolved to investigate whether any remnants of the Floating Cloud Palace were hiding within Yubao City upon her return. Everyone knew the Floating Cloud Palace's current reputation within the world of immortal cultivation. Seeing that Xiang showed no interest in further discussion, they naturally refrained from inquiring about her grudge against the Floating Cloud Palace. A sudden silence fell, until Lu Shang finally broke the silence. So what should we do next? There has to be a plan for how to deal with Ning Yu's body, and this heart-eating goo. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Xiang. Xiang? ? What are you looking at me for? I only kill people, not bury them. Lan Jinjin, amused by Xiang's serious attitude, echoed everyone's thoughts. Fellow Daoist, yeah, we certainly don't want you to bury the body. It's just that the person behind this is after you, and Ning Yu was subdued because of you, so we definitely need your opinion. I have no objection. You can do whatever you want with Ning Yu's body. As for the heart-eating goo, if you have no objections, then leave it to fellow Daoist Yi. Give it to me? Yi Ruan looked up in surprise. Fellow Daoist, yeah, do you know that this heart-swallowing goo is very difficult to raise? Although it's a little ugly, it's truly a treasure. No matter how great a treasure is, if it's useless to me, what's the difference between it and trash? Xiang chuckled and asked, unmoved by Yi Ruan's words. Since fellow Daoist he can recognize the heart-swallowing goo, you must be a goo cultivator. This heart-swallowing goo will be even more effective in your hands. In that case, I won't refuse. Today, I thank you for the heart-swallowing goo. I repay you if I have the chance in the future. After all this trouble, by the time they had finished everything and discussed their next move, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning when they each returned to their rooms. Thankfully, the servants in the princess's mansion were all under the forget-worry curse, and their minds were different from those of ordinary people. They stayed in their rooms at night and slept, never going out, so they weren't worried about attracting attention. Xiang also returned directly to her bedroom. She hadn't anticipated nearly getting into such trouble at the last minute. If Ning Yu had truly sent someone to the Imperial Master's residence tonight, her identity would likely have been exposed. Xiang wasn't worried about being unable to escape, but she had worked so hard to build this situation, it would be a shame to ruin it now. Furthermore, after this incident, she would be even more cautious of those who approached her. Because when someone wants to kill you, they often have countless ways to catch you off guard. Without being able to determine the enemy's true nature, and to kill them instantly, Xiang could only. As she grew stronger, she wouldn't let her guard down. Host, I didn't have time to tell you just now, because there were so many people around. There's something wrong with that Lin Yuexiang. As soon as she returned to the palace, Ying couldn't wait to complain in Xiang's mind. When you were gathered together to discuss the killing spell, I noticed something was wrong with Lin Yuexiang's expression, but everyone's attention was on Ning Yu's body, so no one noticed. I guarantee that Lin Yuexiang knows who cast the curse on Ning Yu. How dare you say that? Xiang rolled her eyes. It's one thing you can't reveal useful plot information to me, but now you don't even know someone is trying to harm me with a curse. Is there anyone who sets up a system like you? I've seen heroines in other novels have systems that prevent disasters before they happen. I'm so sorry to disappoint the host. Yinin was sarcastic. Yinin had learned frustration education, so aside from necessary reminders, she would never help the host avoid any disasters. The host will only be considered successful if they complete the mission on their own. After all, the host is so powerful, they certainly don't need outside help. No, I still need it. Yinin, I refuse to offer help. The seemingly honest Yinin added as soon as she finished her words. And the person behind the scenes cursed Ning Yu, so I didn't notice. If anyone tried to curse or bewitch the host, I would have warned the host. What Yinin didn't tell Xiang was that the current story has deviated far from the original, and even she couldn't provide much useful information. She changed the subject again. But is the host really not going to capture Lin Yuexiang and question her? She must know who is behind this. Chapter 544. No rush. Xiang pulled a pot of spiritual tea from her storage bag and slowly brewed it. I don't need to take the initiative. She tell me on her own. Yinin, ? Host, have you been corrupted by demonic energy while practicing magic and your mind has been damaged? Lin Yuexiang is the original heroine, your biggest enemy. You are born on opposite sides. How could you possibly think she would take the initiative to tell you useful information? If she doesn't want today's events to happen again, she will definitely come to me, because she no longer has any support. What do you mean by born on opposite sides? I never believe that people are born to be what they are. Xie Ying sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. I know this isn't just a so-called world from a book, and I also know the truth isn't as simple as you initially told me. If no one taught Lin Yuexiang the method of plundering luck, could it be that she was born with this sorcery? If Gu Qinghuai, like Guankong Buddha, had a firm faith in the Tao, how could Xie Jiuzhou and the others be so easily deceived by Lin Yuexiang and bully the original Xie Ying? Didn't Yiming later see Lin Yuexiang's true face and repent? Can't Gu Qinghuai and the others see through her? Even if they did, they refuse to admit it. Unwilling to acknowledge their own despicable behavior, they blame everyone else for everything. Blame me for not being magnanimous. Blame Lin Yuexiang for deliberately seducing them. Blame bad luck, but never blame themselves for their cruelty and despicable character. I hate Lin Yuexiang and wish I could kill her, that's right. But I never considered her and me to be natural enemies. The mist from brewing the spiritual tea slowly rose, blurring Xie Ying's features and making her seem particularly unreal. Yimin suddenly felt lost. Yimin, aside from the people I care about, everyone else in this world falls into two categories, useful or useless. What enemies? As long as she's useful to me, she's useful. Useful people deserve to continue living, while useless people like Gu Qinghuai can't. Yimin was stunned. She had never expected her host to have held such a view all along. So she was determined to squeeze every last drop of Lin Yuexiang's worth out of her before killing her? Host, you see, things seem to be getting more and more transparent, and your actions are becoming more and more ruthless. But that's a good thing. In the world of immortal cultivation, surrounded by dangers and wolves, only the ruthless can avoid being murdered without explanation. The longer I walk this path I've chosen, the clearer my understanding of myself becomes. See the universe, see all living things, see myself. This is the path I always pursued. Just as Xie Ying had said, Lin Yuexiang, on the other side, returned to her room. Even lying between Ning Mingshu and Yi Ruan, she couldn't feel safe. She felt an unpredictable danger lurking everywhere. Especially after learning that Ning Yu had been simultaneously inflicted with the heart-eating goo and the control-kill curse, causing him to lose control and nearly kill her, she felt unsafe around everyone. She didn't know who had inflicted the heart-eating goo on Ning Yu, but she knew who had inflicted the control-kill curse. Lin Yuexiang knew that Senior Dai Tian was deeply dissatisfied with her for having lost her fighting spirit after suffering repeated setbacks at the hands of Xie Ying, and had been trying to avenge Xie Ying and help her regain her fighting spirit. But Dai Tian was now using Wang Qing's identity, and his true strength seemed to be suppressed by some unknown force. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Xie Ying without causing trouble for them, he had to rely on someone else. Before entering the sky-high tower and arriving here, Dai Tian had mysteriously told her he had already planted a killing spell on someone else, and when the time was right, that person would be controlled by the spell, and would be determined to kill Xie Ying at all costs. Dai Tian repeatedly claimed that this was a foolproof plan. While he couldn't guarantee that Xie Ying would be killed, he knew she would be seriously injured. If she could go back in time and return to that moment, Lin Yuexiang felt she would spit in Dai Tian's face. What foolproof plan? A plan that was sure to kill her. After experiencing this, Lin Yuexiang deeply understood the meaning of the worst evildoer's brainstorming is no match for the fool's sudden inspiration. It was fine when Dai Tian didn't come up with a plan to deal with Xie Ying, but if he did, she would be the one in trouble. Now Lin Yuexiang truly doubted, were all the things Dai Tian had said to her before a lie? Is Dai Tian's true intention to kill her? If not, she couldn't understand why every time Dai Tian planned to target Xie Ying, she would end up getting hurt. Lin Yuexiang lay awake all night. Her trust in Dai Tian had plummeted to rock bottom, and the decision she had been hesitating about whether to leave him finally came to a head. She was going to ask Xie Ying for help. Even if she died at Xie Ying's hands one day, it would be better than being killed inexplicably by her teammates. Moreover, she also wanted to know why Dai Tian had come to her, and what he wanted from her. The next day, Lin Yuexiang, with dark circles under her eyes, indeed came to see Xie Ying. At the time, Xie Ying was studying a manual on formations inherited from the demon clan. Only after hearing Aunt May's message did she put the manual away. TSK. They arrived much faster than I expected. Ame, let someone in. You will guard outside the door. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. Yes, Your Highness. Ame had no objection to Xie Ying's orders. After Lin Yuexiang entered, she quickly led the others to the corridor and thoughtfully closed the hall door. Xiang raised her hand to cast a barrier, but Lin Yuexiang, thinking she was about to attack again, subconsciously dodged. After realizing what she had done, Lin Yuexiang felt a little embarrassed. She finally realized that something was amiss in the hall, and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Xiang, do you find this chamber particularly chilling? It's not unusual. There's a formation beneath this chamber that's absorbing your spiritual energy and vitality. You're right to feel chilled. But you've always been difficult to kill. Even if you stayed here for 10 days or half a month, you wouldn't die. Lin Yuexiang, shock. How could Xiang say such cold words without batting an eyelid? But having experienced being beaten so much, she didn't dare question Xiang, and could only change the subject to get to the real business. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste my time. I'm here to thank you for what happened last night. Also, I want to tell you something. I know who cast the curse on Ningyu, and I can tell you. But you have to do me a favor. Chapter 545. Xiang smiled, amused by Lin Yuexiang's naivete. Lin Yuexiang, is it because I haven't had time to deal with you lately that you developed the illusion that I'm easy to talk to? Are you using this to threaten me? I didn't. Lin Yuexiang instinctively took 2 steps back. I just wanted to ask you for a favor. Xiang's tone was gloomy. That's not the way to approach someone. Lin Yuexiang was about to struggle for her dignity, but then she realized that she had no dignity in front of Xiang to begin with. So, she quickly knelt down before Xiang, her tone incredibly sincere. Xiang, please do me a favor. This sudden kneeling surprised even Xiang. Are you kidding me? Is Lin Yuexiang so adaptable now? Could she have been possessed by someone else? Imin simply didn't want to bother with her host. Didn't Xiang know how Lin Yuexiang became like this? Other hosts transformed into supporting actresses, and then competed with the heroine for beauty, but her host, on the other hand, didn't even bother saying a word and just got straight to the point, practically beating the charming heroine to a pulp. If this had happened before she and Xiang were bound together, Imin would never have imagined that the mission could unfold in this way. The host was truly adept at controlling people. Xiang, She knew Imin was probably imagining a bunch of nonsense again, but she didn't have time to argue with her right now, so she turned her gaze back to Lin Yuexiang. Lin Yuexiang was still looking at her with that look of hope and pity. Xiang had to admit that Lin Yuexiang's pitiful appearance was indeed quite tender-hearted, and it was no wonder so many men were initially captivated by her. But unfortunately, Xiang had no heart. I give you a chance. Tell me what you need that I can help you with. Lin Yuexiang answered without hesitation. I know who cast the curse on Ningyu and is intent on assassinating you. Even without you having to tell me, I can guess. It's Wang Qing, who's been following you around. And this Wang Qing must have been possessed and replaced long ago by someone else, the same one who taught you how to plunder others' luck. If you're trying to use this information to buy my help, forget it. Lin Yuexiang's mind felt like something exploded, and everything went blank. How could it be? How could Xiang know all this, and know it so clearly? Lin Yuexiang had indeed considered using Dai Tian's secrets in exchange for Xiang's help in escaping. It would have been even better if Xiang and the Xiaoliao sect behind her could have taken action to eliminate Dai Tian in one fell swoop, but she had never imagined that Xiang had already known all this. Even the things she had tried so hard to hide were no longer a secret to Xiang. At that moment, Lin Yuexiang felt a panic and despair she had never felt before. Though she didn't know why, Lin Yuexiang could tell that, aside from the first time Xiang saw her after leaving the Yutian sect, she truly wanted to kill her. Although Xiang's subsequent attacks were ruthless, she always managed to find the perfect moment to keep her alive and prevent her from actually dying. Lin Yuexiang knew Xiang didn't intend to take her life so soon. Xiang's subsequent confessions confirmed her suspicions. Lin Yuexiang had realized this, which was why she had come here alone today to ask Xiang for help. But who knew that the bargaining chip she thought was so important was actually worthless to Xiang? For a moment, Lin Yuexiang couldn't think of any other significant bargaining chip she could use to impress Xiang. Just as she was about to give up, something suddenly struck her like lightning. I remember. She remembered what bargaining chip she could use to impress Xiang. Xiang, I know the whereabouts of Lian Palace. Huh? Xiang sat up straight. Such a pleasant surprise. She knew the heroine's intelligence network would never let her down. Perhaps fearing Xiang would reveal some secret about Lian Palace to silence her, Lin Yuexiang stopped her pretentious tone this time and spoke at an incredibly fast pace. Ever since you and Ji Huyuan left Yoshu Academy, The remaining disciples have also taken on other missions and left. I didn't want to leave, but Dai Tian told me he calculated that the master of Liyuan Palace master, and I had a destiny that matched my own, making him the perfect candidate for me to plunder fortunes from. That's why I followed Dai Tian. We were originally headed to the Central Realm to find Liyuan Palace, but when we passed through Yujing City, we discovered a secret realm about to open, which delayed us. As for the curse Dai Tian cast on Ningyu, it wasn't my intention. I don't even know who he cast it on, otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to be in the same room with Ningyu. This was true. Xiang was well aware of Lin Yuexiang's selfishness and her cherished life. How could she possibly risk her own life? However, after hearing Lin Yuexiang's words, Xiang finally understood a lot, which also made it easier for her to use Lin Yuexiang in her future endeavors. So that means Liyuan Palace is hidden somewhere in the Central Territory. It's truly a mystery. Do you know Liyuan Palace's exact location? I really don't know. Lin Yuexiang gave a wry smile. If she knew, she wouldn't be standing before Xiang now. She would have already petitioned the Immortal Demon Alliance elders for protection. Although Dai Tian always responds to my requests, he's been very cautious over the years. I don't know his origins or what he looks like. I only know his name is Dai Tian. Lin Yuexiang thought she failed to reveal any useful information and would be teased by Xiang again. Unexpectedly, Xiang changed her tune and stopped asking about Dai Tian's background. This information is indeed very useful to me. I can help you with a favor. Really? Lin Yuexiang's face was filled with surprise. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and she immediately made her request. I hope you can help me break free from Dai Tian's control. I don't want to be tied to him anymore. Are you sure? Xiang had expected this, so she wasn't surprised. However, she didn't agree outright, instead slowly asking back. The information I have about Liyuan Palace is only enough for me to do you one favor. What do you mean by that? Lin Yuexiang heard Xiang's hint, and her heart began to beat faster and faster. She wasn't sure what Xiang meant. Thankfully, Xiang didn't play tricks on her this time, and readily added, I also happen to have some news related to Liyuan Palace that you might find interesting. The so-called Liyuan Palace master you're talking about is actually someone you know. Helian Yao. Lin Yuexiang looked up abruptly, her face changing dramatically. But Xie Ying's smile only widened. Now, Lin Yuexiang, tell me again, what favor do you want me to do for you? Chapter 546. The moment Lin Yuexiang learned that the master of Liyuan Palace was Helian Yao, her mind went blank. That moment was brief, yet it felt as if centuries had passed. Xie Ying's words, the master of Liyuan Palace is Helian Yao, echoed in Lin Yuexiang's mind for a long time before she regained consciousness. She didn't want to know how Xie Ying had learned this. She only wanted to know if Dai Tian knew the truth. But clearly, from her years of understanding Dai Tian, she was certain that he did. Dai Tian possessed immense powers, able to discern those with immense luck and predict their past and future. She didn't believe Dai Tian couldn't figure out that Helian Yao was the palace master of Liyuan Palace, so Dai Tian must have known, but he kept it a secret from her, even tricking her into going with him to Liyuan Palace and throwing herself into Helian Yao's arms. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Yuexiang had always been the only one to toy with men, and no man had ever been treated like a fool the way Helian Yao had. Time and again, what made Lin Yuexiang even more difficult to accept was Dai Tian's attitude on the matter. She didn't know when Dai Tian and Helian Yao had reached a consensus, but she knew he was more than happy to see her thrown into his arms, and although they were both vying for luck, Dai Tian's treatment of Helian Yao was completely different from his treatment of Gu Qinghuai and the others. If Dai Tian hadn't seen that she was deeply repulsed by the thought of approaching Helian Yao, he probably wouldn't have resorted to such a ruthless strategy. But the more Dai Tian wanted to push her to Helian Yao aside, the more Lin Yuexiang wanted to know what they were up to, or rather, she wanted to know what Dai Tian and Helian Yao truly wanted from her. Lin Yuexiang didn't care that her hands were stained with blood, nor did she mind being a willing pawn in someone's quest to achieve their goals. But she couldn't accept being fooled and played around with like a fool from beginning to end. Whether she was a pawn or a puppet, she couldn't accept being completely clueless about the future. At that moment, she suddenly felt an overwhelming hatred for Dai Tian's deception. Lin Yuexiang was no fool. At this moment, she finally understood Xie Ying's true intention in telling her all this. Xie Ying wanted her to be a knife in her hand, a hidden blade ready to pierce Dai Tian and Helian Yao at any moment. Ever since the sect competition, Lin Yuexiang had noticed the gap between her and Xie Ying widening, to the point where she could no longer surpass them. She admitted that Xie Ying was now far behind her. Lin Yuexiang raised her eyes again, meeting Xie Ying's gaze. Her half-smiley eyes clearly revealed her intentions. The path is laid out. It's your choice whether to walk on it and become my blade. Lin Yuexiang suddenly realized, while both were exploitation, compared to Dai Tian constantly claiming to be doing things for her own good while pushing her into doing things against her will, she now found Xie Ying's frank and transparent use more acceptable. After all, no one wants to be someone else's stepping stone, right? But before making her choice, Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. Can I ask you a question? Why don't you kill me? I can see you hate me, but I don't believe you kept me alive just to torture and humiliate me. If you truly wanted to see me trapped between life and death, you could have simply not rescued me last night and let Ningyu sell me to Wanyan Pavilion without even dirtying your hands. But you didn't do that. Why? Why else? Of course, because I'm a human being. There's a difference between humans and animals. It was true that she loathed Lin Yuexiang and wished her dead. She had also used various methods to inflict considerable suffering on her. But that didn't mean she was a ruthless beast. She was a woman herself, capable of inflicting pain and punishment on Lin Yuexiang through any means possible, but she would never resort to the despicable methods Ningyu described to drag a woman into the mud. Not to mention that Ningyu wanted to shift the blame onto her after doing such a thing. How could she tolerate that? Without waiting for Lin Yuexiang to grumble any further, Xie Ying spoke impatiently. Well, you should be thankful you're still valuable to me, otherwise I wouldn't even let you through this door today. How about it? Have you thought it through? What do you want me to do for you? I want to know what Dai Tian and Helian Yao want from me. If possible, I hope you can help me get rid of them. You're not particularly beautiful, but you have beautiful ideas. Xie Ying lazily raised 2 fingers. These are 2 requests, but you only have 1 chance. What if I'm willing to stay with Dai Tian and help you find the whereabouts of Luyan Palace and gather information? In that case, could you do me another favor? Okay. Xie Ying chuckled softly. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Yuexiang realized her palms were already damp with sweat. She had assumed she'd inevitably get hurt on this visit to Xie Ying, but she hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she'd spoken to Xie Ying so calmly. Of course, Lin Yuexiang knew Xie Ying had been planning this all along, waiting for her to ask before backing off. On the way back to her room, Lin Yuexiang couldn't understand why she couldn't stop thinking about her first encounter with Xie Ying, just after she joined the Yutian sect. Xie Ying back then was completely different from now. Back then, Xie Ying was gentle and refined, a rare kind-hearted person in the Yutian sect. In truth, she didn't dislike Xie Ying at all. If Dai Tian hadn't told her that Xie Ying would be the biggest obstacle on her path to immortality, she wouldn't have targeted someone who seemed to pose no threat. And now it seemed that what Dai Tian had told her wasn't necessarily true. At least, aside from the techniques that could improve his cultivation, Dai Tian never spoke a word of truth. Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't blindly followed Dai Tian's advice and targeted Xie Ying, would the situation now be completely different? On the other side, after Lin Yuexiang left, Xie Ying was just about to discuss with Yining how to get the people of Jinong City to leave before the battle, when she suddenly heard Yining's voice. Huh? I just checked, and the charming heroine Lin Yuexiang's favorability towards you, the host, has changed. You can also see other people's favorability towards me? Xie Ying was a little curious. She had thought Yining could only detect others' favorability towards Lin Yuexiang. Of course, detecting favorability is a basic operation required by every system, right? As Yining spoke, a hint of slyness suddenly laced her tone. Host, do you want to know how much Lin Yuexiang favors you? Chapter 547. What's so curious about this? She suffered so many losses at my hands. It's obvious her favorability rating must be ridiculously low. Xie Ying didn't care what Lin Yuexiang thought of her, and her tone was full of indifference. But Yining was different. Although she was just a disembodied figure, Xie Ying could still detect a strong hint of gossip in her tone. No! Lin Yuexiang's favorability rating for the host was indeed very low before, at one point plummeting to the point where she felt like she was tearing the host's tendons and bones apart. But since some point, her favorability rating has been slowly recovering. I wouldn't have known it before, but when I saw it just now, I was shocked. Guess how high her favorability rating is for you. 60. Xie Ying, question mark. Is your favorability detection system reliable? How can it be unreliable? The system can't be wrong. Her favorability rating for you is 60. TSK. I never realized you're quite so charming. Why didn't I realize you had the potential to be a slayer before? Actually, stop your wild thoughts. It's okay to ship a couple that's unpopular, but not outlandish. I'm a normal person, thank you. Yining wasn't finished when Xie Ying, already guessing what was going on in her mind, interrupted her decisively. But if the favorability rating you detected isn't wrong, it's definitely a good thing for us. A 60 favorability rating would at least save me a lot of effort when using Lin Yuexiang, the Dark Blade. Host, you're such a heartless woman. Who said that? How can ambition not be considered a heart? If you have the time to waste on such nonsense, why don't you help me think of a good way to get the people of Jinyang City to leave on their own accord? You mean, she's defeated? In the half-spring break secret realm. Dai Tian, the only one who failed to enter the time tunnel, and was instead trapped in the sky-high pavilion, continued to try to break the pavilion's restrictions and escape, but to no avail. In the pavilion, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night, and Dai Tian had no idea how long he had been trapped. The aura within the pavilion made him feel vaguely uneasy, and he wanted to escape quickly. However, since he was seriously injured and lost his Dao body 300 years ago, his cultivation had plummeted. Now, he couldn't even break the restrictions of this sky-high pavilion. Dai Tian was an incarnation of the old heavenly Dao, reincarnated as a human after entering the cycle of reincarnation. 2,000 years ago, he awakened his memories of the old heavenly Dao, and accepted the mission left to them by the original heavenly Dao, hidden within his soul. The original heavenly Dao's power was too great, and to avoid being detected and annihilated by the new heavenly Dao, he had to seal away all his power and consciousness and remain dormant. For 2,000 years, Dai Tian has diligently carried out the mission left by his original body. He gathered all the other avatars scattered across the Wanxiang continent, while also diligently advancing their plans for ascension to the higher realms. Everything was originally going smoothly, but something went awry 300 years ago. Not only did he lose the Dao body he had painstakingly cultivated for 1,000 years, but he also lost most of his cultivation, and even lost some of his memories. The severe injury he suffered 300 years ago forced him into a deep sleep for a full century, only to slowly awaken 20 years ago. However, after waking up, Dai Tian could not recall a single detail of that experience. The only thing he could recall was that a figure in a dark cloak, unidentifiable as male or female, suddenly approached him and revealed his identity. This, in turn, led to the devastating scheme that had cost him 300 years earlier. Yet, he couldn't even remember the culprit who had caused his current memory loss. Every time he thought about it, Dai Tian couldn't help but suspect that the cloaked figure who knew his true identity was actually in cahoots with the culprit who had brought him to this point. It was a pity that he couldn't recall a single detail of that memory. Otherwise, he would have dug deep into the earth to find the person who had harmed him and pulverized him to ashes. Just as Dai Tian failed to break the restriction for what seemed like the umpteenth time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, followed by a mouthful of blood. He was filled with uncertainty. His killing spell had failed. Who was it? Who could possibly have broken his killing spell? Dai Tian, who had never imagined that his killing spell had been defeated by a poisonous insect, instantly conjured countless conspiracies. But in the end, his concern for Lin Yuexiang prevailed. If the killing spell failed, wouldn't Lin Yuexiang's current situation be equally dangerous? Thinking of the countless deductions and efforts they had put into cultivating the Lin Yuexiang she was today, Dai Tian couldn't bear the thought of Lin Yuexiang making any mistakes at this critical moment. They had already failed once in 300 years. This time, however, was the result of millions of years of accumulated experience, an opportunity they had gained by sacrificing their lives and fortune through countless deductions. Dai Tian would not allow any accidents to happen. Thinking this way, Dai Tian ignored the backlash from the breaking of the killing spell, and once again, channeled his energy to accelerate the removal of the restriction. At the same time, far away, in the flowing cloud palace beneath Yunbao City in the central realm, a cultivator in a green Taoist robe suddenly revealed a look of pain and spat out a mouthful of stained blood. This green-robed Taoist was called Lu Yi, and he was also one of Helian Yao's subordinates, whom he had secretly recruited over the years. He had personally nurtured the heart-eating Gu in Ningyu. Now, while it hadn't died, it had separated from its host, and even severed its connection to him. As the Gu's original owner, Greenwing naturally suffered the immediate backlash. However, the Gu wasn't completely destroyed, so the backlash wasn't as severe. But his expression was grim, and he didn't hide anything from the gray-robed man who approached him with concern. "Tell the master, something's wrong. The heart-eating Gu we placed in Ningyu has been captured." Gray robe? ? It took him a long time to react, then he quickly nodded. "I go now." Xie Ying had no idea of the chaos unfolding at Liyun Palace and Dai Tian, nor did she care. because she had more important things to do right now. After seriously discussing several options with Enin, they decisively chose the one most the people would be most likely to believe and accept. A Dream from an Immortal. Chapter 548. Xiang remembered Princess Yuqing once saying that before the Grand Master and his companions arrived in Jinong City, the entire Yuehua kingdom worshipped the great goddess Niwa. However, later, at the Grand Master's instigation, Yu Yuan, obsessed with escaping mortal nature, ordered the destruction of all Niwa temples within Yuehua. This was also the real reason why Xiang had discovered the dilapidated Niwa temples upon her arrival. The power of faith is a profoundly mysterious thing. Cultivators can achieve immortality after cultivation and ascension, but the chances of achieving deity are extremely low. Becoming an immortal is an inevitable outcome after reaching a certain level of cultivation, but becoming a god is not. Aside from ancient deities, like Niwa and Pangu, who existed and were nurtured by heaven and earth, others who wished to achieve deity through cultivation required not only immense strength but also, most importantly, divine nature. Niwa was born a deity, so naturally, her divine nature was also innate. In ancient times, some of the divine beasts that followed her, through diligent cultivation and guidance from the goddess Niwa, later attained godhood. Divine beasts, like all other gods, took human form and bred offspring. Some exceptionally gifted offspring inherited the blood of the gods. Precisely because of this special bloodline, these descendants of divine blood naturally awaken their godhood more easily than ordinary humans. However, as the ancient times faded, the spiritual energy gradually faded, and the ancient gods, for various reasons, perished and transformed into the myriad creatures of the 3,000 worlds. These descendants of divine blood gradually vanished in the torrent of time. While there are those in later generations who, through their own hard work, awakened their godhood and successfully achieved enlightenment and ascended to godhood, such instances are exceedingly rare, and are few and far between across the 3,000 worlds. After all, a god's duty is not just a lip service. Possessing divine power capable of transforming the world, they are naturally bound by the laws of heaven and earth and the principles of the Tao, shouldering the responsibility of protecting all living beings. However, the laws of heaven and earth and the principles of the Tao are fair. Gods enjoy divine power, so they must be subject to restrictions and bear divine responsibilities. This does not mean, however, that gods are responsible for everything that happens to all living beings. Gods are never allowed to arbitrarily interfere with the lives of all living beings. The world system of karma and retribution is unique. Gods only protect innocent people and their devout believers. As for those who commit endless evil, are burdened by karma, and seek their own destruction, they are never within the protection of gods. The simplest and most direct connection between gods and their believers is the construction of temples and the offering of incense. This is the power of faith. The more sincere the believer's offerings, the more power of faith the deity will naturally receive. A deity that loses the power of faith will gradually lose its divine power, until its godhood dissipates and vanishes into nothingness. Therefore, in addition to godhood, the power of faith is also essential for achieving deification. The Grand Master and his companions painstakingly sought the absolute immortal body, and then modified ancient formations with sorcery to create godhood. Acquiring sufficient faith was crucial in this process. They destroyed all Niwa temples within Yuehua, converting mortals into cultivators, and gradually gaining the trust and respect of everyone in Jinong City and even Yuehua. Furthermore, since the great goddess Niwa has passed away, half of her power of faith will pass to her descendants, while the other half will remain within the temple, serving as a shield for all living beings. In just 20 years, even the Grand Master and his companions, no matter how persuasive they were, could not bribe all mortals, let alone gather sufficient power of faith. So, they stole all the power of faith remaining in the Niwa temple. To prevent those with ill intentions from seizing the power of faith and wreaking havoc, each temple, built by believers themselves, was automatically imbued with a set of restrictions. This restriction was both unbreakable and fragile. As long as the believers destroyed it with their own hands, the invisible protective barrier covering the temple would collapse. Though the people of Yuehua were following orders, it could not change the fact that they had personally destroyed the Niwa temple. So, in a sense, it was the people of Yuehua who had renounced the protection of the gods. Otherwise, the Grand Master and his companions might not have been able to carry out their evil deeds in Jinong City for so many years. Xiang found people like Yu Yuan, who knew they were committing evil yet refused to change, foolish and despicable, but she also understood the helpless nature of the common people. While there are indeed many evildoers in Jinong City tainted with murder and bound by karma, there are also a small number who are forced to do so and still retain a sense of conscience. This is one of the reasons why Xie Ying agreed when Xie Yutong asked her to find a way to evacuate the people of Jinong City first. Ordinary mortals have always held an infinite yearning for the gods, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many dreaming of immortality. Furthermore, the Yuehua kingdom has long believed that the deity is Nuwa, so when performing the dream entering technique, Xie Ying decisively chose the image of Nuwa, a human-headed, snake-bodied figure, holy and elegant, beautiful and dignified. After setting up the barrier outside her bedroom, Xie Ying knelt down, forming a seal with her hands at her dantian. A luminous white light slowly emanated from her body, flowing gently and naturally like water. The white light descended, transforming into countless white spiritual threads that spread outward, finally riding the wind and landing on every sleeping citizen. Xie Ying created a dream imbued with a mystical atmosphere for these people. Of course, Xie Ying simply ignored those like the Grand Master and Yu Yun, who disregarded human life, were deeply mired in the calamity, and were burdened by karma. That night, nearly half the people in Jinong City had the same dream. In their dream, they encountered the deity Nuwa, worshipped and believed by their ancestors. Nuwa forgave them for their past offenses, and even appeared in person to guide them, directing them towards a righteous and bright path. When they woke, they still remembered every detail of the dream, but they could not recall the image of Nuwa in their dreams. However, that beautiful and majestic figure remained in their minds forever. Even more than that figure, they remembered the words that Nuwa spoke to them in their dreams. The Emperor of you has been inactive, allowing the evildoers to commit atrocities, and commit countless evil deeds. The country is on the verge of collapse, and is doomed to great disaster. Although you are his subjects, I cannot bear to see you buried alive with him, considering all the things you did in the past. I have come to show you a way out. Leave Jinong City within 3 days, and your lives will be safe. At first, they thought it was just an ordinary dream. But when they discovered that their family and friends had also had the same dream, even recounting the exact details and words, they all thought, could it be that Nuwa had truly appeared in spirit, especially after secretly investigating and discovering that the lackeys who followed the Imperial Master's office and the Imperial family had not had the same dream. They were thrilled and completely convinced of the appearance of Nuwa, feeling immensely proud of their divine favor. The people of Yuehua did resist the Emperor's decree 20 years ago that no more Nuwa temples would be built throughout Yuehua, and that no one was allowed to privately worship Nuwa. But the people do not fight officials, especially since the official was assisted by immortals from the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, even though some people were reluctant, they dared not resist. For years, they lived a dull life in Jinong City, never knowing when punishment for disrespecting the gods would fall. But to their surprise, the Nuwa they revered not only did not show anger at their previous offense, but even appeared in spirit to warn them to avoid disaster. How could the people not be moved by this? Chapter 549. In short, Xie Ying's disguise as Nuwa to provide advice in dreams had an unexpectedly positive effect. Although Jinong City had enjoyed unparalleled prosperity and extravagance in recent years, such prosperity and happiness belonged only to the royal family and those with power and wealth. Most of the common people were forced to go along with them, and even a very small number of them lent a hand to cultivators in distress. It's no exaggeration to say that those who had not yet lost their conscience would not have been mired in the mud with the people of the Imperial Master's mansion if they had a choice. Not to mention that Xie Ying's targeted Nuwa's dream appearance had given them the illusion of divine protection, bolstering their courage to leave. They even tacitly avoided sharing a single word with anyone outside the relationship, focusing instead on how to pack up their belongings and leave Jinong City without arousing suspicion. Thankfully, Wuchi Mountain had already made arrangements with Yu regarding this matter. They used the excuse of sending a group of their own people in without alerting the Imperial Master's office, but to do so, they needed to send a group of people from Jinong City first. Yu had sought immortals and elixirs for years, and his health had long since deteriorated. He feared death and longed for immortality, so he longed more than anyone else to obtain an immortal body as soon as possible, to enter the world of immortal cultivation and begin a new chapter. Yu was already trying to come up with a reason to legitimately allow some people from Jinong City to leave, but he unexpectedly received a report. It stated that a large number of people had left Jinong City in the past 2 days, and suspected a conspiracy. The report asked Yu if he should inform the Imperial Master's office and have them investigate thoroughly. Yu had initially harbored some suspicions, but these suspicions instantly turned into deep displeasure when he heard his subordinates mention the Imperial Master's mansion. Imperial Master's mansion, Imperial Master's mansion. Now even his officials have to consult the Imperial Master's mansion before doing anything. The Imperial sister was right. Over the past 20 years, The Imperial Master's mansion has subtly replaced the Imperial family's prestige and influence among officials and the common people. These were all his subjects, yet they only knew about the Imperial Master's mansion and not the Imperial family. The Grand Master was truly ambitious. In a rage, Yuyun ordered his trusted aides to kidnap the official who had come to inquire, and ordered no one to report this to the Imperial Master's mansion. These events had only occurred within a few days. The Grand Master was preoccupied with confirming the awakening of the divine nature, and the use of the power of faith to deify plan, and therefore had neglected to learn about some of the outside news. Xiaoying hadn't found a way to obtain the red beads that could debunk the formation for the others, so for their own safety, Ning Meishu and the others had to leave Jinong City. A man must be loyal to his trust. Xiaoying had promised to save Aunt Mei and the innocent servants of the princess's mansion, but they were under the spell of the forgetfulness curse, which bound them to the mansion forever, as ordered by the caster. Nua, a powerful deity for ordinary people, appeared in a dream to the people of the princess's mansion. They were like a speck of dust dropped into water, causing no ripples. Desperate, Xiaoying had to take matters into her own hands. She cast a spell that put all the innocent people in the mansion into a coma, then collected them all in a storage bag large enough for human beings. To avoid attracting the attention of the Imperial Master's office, Xiaoying also cut out corresponding small paper figures, channeling her spiritual energy into them to transform them into the likenesses of Aunt Mei and the others. The night before the agreed-upon action, Xiaoying and the others crushed the teleportation talisman and left Jinong City unnoticed. Wukishan and the others were already waiting in a dense forest outside Jinong City. As soon as Xiaoying appeared, Ji Huyuan glanced over with a hint of understanding, then smiled. Junior sister. Shall he? Xiaoying smiled and nodded in response, then got down to business. Everything in Jinong City is almost arranged. Where's Senior Xie? I have some details I'd like to discuss with her. Ji Huyuan, already aware of Xiaoying's entanglement with Xie Yutong, was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. I take Senior sister to see Senior. At that moment, Xie Yutong was talking to Jiang Jingtan and the others, holding Xiaoying, a young infant whose soul was still incomplete in this time and space. Seeing Xiaoying approach, Jiang Jingtan tactfully followed senior brother Xiao Jia out. Ji Huyuan also stopped and stood there, quietly observing Xiaoying's back. He hadn't proactively told her, or exposed their relationship. Ji Huyuan knew Xiaoying was always independent-minded, so he wouldn't rashly intervene under the guise of doing what was best for her, considering the question of her past. True kindness should be about respect, not acting recklessly based on one's own assumptions. He believed that both Xiaoying and Xie Yutong would handle this matter, this relationship, well. This was a relationship between two sisters, and it wasn't his place to interfere. Ji Huyuan had always been selfish and cold-hearted, unhesitatingly exploiting anything that benefited him, whether it was a person or something. After his mother's death, and the near extinction of the Wu clan, he cared only about himself. And that first encounter with the Yutian sect was like a sudden fork in the road in his seemingly endlessly lonely life. The fork in the road wasn't always easy, but it held thorns and mud, as well as blooming flowers. So, he hesitantly embarked on that path, and his life changed forever. He had a new family, friends, and even a lover. He even met his long-dead mother, and realized the depth of her love for him. Since then, Ji Huyuan had clearly sensed a change in himself. If he had once been the eternally cold frost on a mountaintop, he was now the cool, clear spring after the frost had melted. Because the people around him treated him with sincerity, he had learned to treat others with sincerity as well. Ji Huyuan quietly watched Xiaoying's back until she met Xie Yutong's gaze, then he looked away. Chapter 550. Xiaoying felt Ji Huyuan's gaze fixed on her, but she didn't mind, nor was she aware of the turbulent thoughts running through his mind at that moment. Besides the actual business of her conversation with Xie Yutong, Xiaoying was also deeply curious about Xie Yutong himself. Especially upon seeing the peacefully sleeping baby in Xie Yutong's arms, her eyes were filled with surprise. Senior Xie, so young, has a child? As if sensing the surprise and astonishment in Xiaoying's eyes, Xie Yutong smiled and offered, "It's my sister. Do you want to hold her?" Xiaoying was even more surprised, but upon seeing the familiar face of the baby in Xie Yutong's arms, a strange, inexplicable feeling suddenly rose within her. Before her brain could react, Xiaoying's body reacted first, taking the baby. The baby in her arms had its eyes tightly closed, its breathing slow and even. With a hint of mischief, she poked its soft, chubby, white cheek, but the baby showed no sign of waking. Xiaoying had initially simply assumed the baby was soundly asleep, but she soon realized something was amiss. The baby seemed unresponsive to anything outside, as if separated from the world by an invisible barrier. Senior, this is? Don't worry. She simply lost 2 souls and 4 spirits at birth. To ensure her healthy growth, I took it upon myself to use a secret technique to halt her current growth, forcing her remaining 1 soul and 3 spirits into a dormant state. Only after I recover her lost soul and spirit will the resting spirit within her body begin to move again. Xiaoying, is this the confidence of a strong person? Could she actually see something as grave as losing 2 souls and 4 spirits as nothing to worry about? But Xie Yutong spoke these words, and her tone was so calm and resolute that it was easily believed. Not to mention that this was someone who could even make the Grand Master wary and humiliated. Xie Ying's constant admiration for the strong prevented her from doubting Xie Yutong's words. She returned the baby in her arms to Xie Yutong and spoke carefully, over in Jinong City. Wait. Xie Yutong motioned for Xie Ying to wait a moment, looking up at the dense treetops in the forest, and softly called out, Yueya. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Ying saw a small, colorful bird emerge from the treetops. It flapped its wings and flew down, instantly transforming into a human girl. At a glance, Xie Ying recognized her as identical to the demonic girl guarding the skyward tower in Half Spring Break. Yueya skillfully carried the baby away. With a slight thought, a pair of enormous, ethereal wings sprouted from her back, and with a flutter, she flew up into the tree, carrying the child. Xie Ying, She withdrew her gaze, and spoke earnestly to Xie Yutong about the current situation in Jinong City. Finally, she mentioned Princess Yuqing's instructions, and passed on the care of Aunt Mei and the others she had brought from the princess's residence to Xie Yutong. Is the princess okay? Not very. I checked on her before I left. Her consciousness is weakening. She might not last a few days before completely dissipating and becoming mere nutrient for the formation. Xie Yutong was silent for a moment. I see. What about you? Will you stay outside the city and join them, or return? I'm definitely going back. Xie Ying thought without hesitation. Not only did she now possess the red bead she had stolen from Hua Xiangrong, but she also possessed a demonic identity that wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the Grand Master and the others. No one was more suited to remain in Jinong City and act as the collaborator. Xie Yutong wasn't surprised by this, and nodded before speaking. I go with you. I need to personally handle the princess's affairs. Okay. Xie Ying agreed immediately. She knew that with Xie Yutong's abilities, entering Jinong City without alerting the Grand Master's residence would be a piece of cake, so she had nothing to worry about. Xie Yutong looked gentle, but her actions were decisive. After conferring with Xie Ying, she walked straight towards the group, clearly explaining what they should do next. Xie Ying took a quick glance. Aside from those who had already followed Xie Yutong, the remaining familiar faces, like Ning Yuchao, were undoubtedly her companions who had fallen through the time tunnel and landed here. Companions from 300 years later. Regardless of their faction, everyone seemed to have a heartfelt submission to Xie Yutong. Despite not getting to know each other well, no one objected to Xie Yutong's every word. Xie Ying stood outside the crowd, quietly listening to Xie Yutong's instructions. When she mentioned the Grand Master's name as Dai Tian, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Lin Yuexiang, equally astonished, subconsciously searched the crowd for Xie Ying's figure. Their gazes met, and then separated. This scene naturally caught the eye of Ji Huyuan, who always subconsciously observed Xie Ying's every move. Ji Huyuan, ? Did he see it wrong? Haven't junior-senior sister and Lin Yuexiang always been enemies, with eyes full of jealousy? Why did that glance just now reveal such a tacit understanding? However, this question was destined to remain unanswered at this moment. They had already planned to move at dawn the next day, and now it was nearly midnight, leaving them with less than 3 hours. Therefore, after Xie Yutong finished explaining everything, the two of them returned to Jinong City without further delay. As Xie Yutong entered Jinong City, the Sinan within the Imperial Master's mansion trembled noticeably, attempting to alert its master. However, before it could make much noise, Xie Yutong, far away at the city gate, raised his gaze directly in the direction of the Imperial Master's mansion. With just one glance, the trembling Sinan seemed to have been drained of all its spiritual energy by a tremendous force, instantly becoming silent. All this happened in a matter of seconds, naturally not attracting the attention of the disciples guarding the Sinan at the Imperial Master's mansion. Xie Ying, who had been walking ahead, noticed Xie Yutong's pause and glanced over inquiringly. Senior? It's all right. Let's go. Chapter 551. Without further delay, the two returned directly to the princess's residence. Although Xie Yutong hadn't mentioned it, Xie Ying knew that both Dai Tian and Hua Xiangrong were extremely wary of Xie Yutong. She was also concerned that some unknown restrictions within the princess's residence might detect Xie Yutong's presence. So, just in case, Xie Ying temporarily handed the red bead to Xie Yutong to mask his presence. Then she led Xie Yutong into the small chamber containing Princess Yu Qing's body. Although she had anticipated this, after witnessing Princess Yu Qing's current condition and the arrangements made by Dai Tian and the others, Xie Yutong's gentle features took on a chilling look. Without waiting for Xie Ying to say anything, Xie Yutong quickly strode to the bedside. With a casual wave of her hand, the chains of Yin Qi, which Xie Ying had previously needed to use her divine eyes to see, suddenly materialized. The next second, Xie Ying saw Xie Yutong casually pick up one of the chains and gently squeeze it. With a series of distinct, piercing crackling sounds, the chain that Xie Ying had tried so hard to break shattered into pieces in an instant, then turned to dust. Xie Ying, shock! So strong. So this is what true strength looks like. Xie Yutong effortlessly destroyed the 18 chains that bound Princess Yu Qing's body and soul. She gently lifted the princess and set her aside, then pulled out a roll of yellow paper and casually tossed it onto the bed. She placed her fingers together in front of her chest and muttered a spell. The yellow paper on the bed quickly transformed into the image of Princess Yu Qing. The chains that Xie Yutong had supposedly crushed suddenly emerged from under the bed. Inch by inch, she climbed onto the bed and tightly bound the person conjured from yellow paper. Xie Ying was no novice, so she knew clearly that this was puppetry, and it was a far superior technique to her current mastery. As expected, comparison kills. Ever since her appearance at the SEC competition, Xie Ying had become a renowned young prodigy in the world of immortal cultivation. But this prodigy was nothing compared to a truly powerful being. She didn't step forward to interrupt Xie Yutong's pace, but simply stood quietly by, watching and learning. Xie Yutong, unfazed by Xie Ying's stealthy gaze, created a puppet to represent Princess Yu Qing and squatted beside the absolute immortal body, confidently performing his own techniques. Seeing Xie Yutong didn't shy away from her, Xie Ying immediately understood what she meant and approached, learning attentively and confidently. Inin, watching the scene in the system space, exclaimed, Shouldn't we say they're sisters? Their enthusiasm for studying is truly the same. Xie Ying, unaware of Inin's grumbling, was watching Xie Yutong's every move intently. She noticed she had never seen any of the techniques Xie Yutong was performing before. These techniques weren't recorded in any of the current sects of the immortal cultivation world, and even hinted at ancient influences. Xie Ying watched intently, yet she couldn't help but wonder, what was Xie Yutong's origin? What was her relationship with Xie Yutong? But before she could comprehend this, her attention was drawn once again to the scene before her. She had never seen the technique Xie Yutong had just performed before, and naturally had no idea what it was used for. But Princess Yu Qing's soul, which had almost dissipated, gradually solidified after Xie Yutong performed this magic, finally solidifying completely before them. Thank you, fairy. Princess Yu Qing's soul was momentarily dazed, then quickly recognized Xie Yutong, her eyes filled with joy. Xie Yutong nodded. I understand everything about you. I'm sorry, I made you suffer for so long before I came to your rescue. It's okay. The princess smiled. I'm very grateful to see you again in my lifetime. Yes. Xie Yutong's voice was gentle. After this matter is over, I will personally escort you to your reincarnation. You should rest well first. With these words, Xie Yutong flicked her fingertips, releasing a burst of purple light. The princess' soul instantly transformed into a ball of light and landed in her palm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Senior, hasn't the princess's spirit almost dissipated? Is it still possible to reincarnate in this situation? Xie Ying was eager to learn, and Xie Yutong answered every question. No, I will fully restore her spirit before sending her to reincarnation. Is there a technique to restore the spirit? It's not a technique, it's a spell, a soul-nourishing spell. Xie Yutong looked up, and the moment Xie Ying met her gaze, she realized that her features bore a striking resemblance to Xie Yutong's. She was about to speak, but Xie Yutong's next words successfully diverted her attention. If you want to learn, I can teach you after this is over. Thank you very much, senior. Xie Ying's eyes were almost overflowing with joy. Now that the princess's matter has been resolved, are you heading back? No, I changed my mind. Xie Yutong didn't want to say more, and then asked another question. Hasn't everyone in the city left? Speaking of this, Xie Ying's expression grew more serious, and she didn't hide what she had done. I know you, senior, want to save the lives of all the people in Jinong City, but some have long since lost their humanity behind the Imperial Master's mansion. It's fine if they don't appreciate the message of their departure, but if it gets out, it will affect our plans. But it's true that I didn't handle this matter properly on my own initiative. It's understandable that you're angry. Ah. Xie Yutong sighed softly. I know you're right. Then why? Truthfully, Xie Ying undoubtedly admired Xie Yutong, but perhaps because of her cold nature, she couldn't understand his softness towards the people of Jinong City. She asked subconsciously, not expecting an answer from Xie Yutong, but he gave her an unexpected answer. Having accepted their offerings, it's only natural that we return their protection. Chapter 552. Xie Ying's pupils shrank slightly. Almost instantly, she understood Xie Yutong's hidden meaning. She looked at Xie Yutong, her eyes filled with barely concealed shock. Senior, are you a descendant of Niwa? How can I compare myself to the dignified and holy Niwa? But if we can be said to be, we can indeed be considered descendants of Niwa. Xie Yutong smiled softly, but continued to explain Xie Ying's confusion slowly. Niwa, with her heart full of compassion and a gentle disposition, attracted countless divine beasts to follow her in ancient times, including my ancestors. We are descendants of the divine beast Bailang. After Niwa's death, the several divine beast tribes that followed her also perished and dissipated over time. Although we are descendants of Bailang, after generations of interbreeding between divine beasts and humans, we can no longer be considered a pure divine beast clan. We merely retain Bailang's bloodline, so it's also easier for us to awaken our godhood than ordinary people. This is both a blessing and a calamity. Our divine bloodline imbues us with innate talents unmatched by others, yet also makes us coveted by many. I lost count of how many of our fellow divine bloodline holders have had their bloodlines replaced by those with ulterior motives, using sorcery to satisfy their own desire to awaken their godhood and become gods. Xie Yutong calmly recounted this chapter of divine history, completely unfamiliar to Xie Ying. Aside from her initial surprise, Xie Ying quickly accepted this fact. She could see Xie Yutong was telling her this on purpose, so she no longer concealed the doubts that had been lingering within her. So I'm also a descendant of Bai Yin, right? Xie Yutong smiled faintly, similarly showing no surprise at Xie Ying's words. Haven't you already guessed it? Yes. Xie Ying nodded. When I first saw you, I felt very familiar with you. Even then, I suspected there was some connection between you and me. I just didn't expect I actually be a descendant of Bai Yin. Xie Ying paused. She wasn't sure if she could reveal to Xie Yutong that she had come from 300 years in the future, but she knew clearly that this was the closest she ever gotten to her own past. If she missed this opportunity, she might never find out what had happened to her. Luckily, Xie Yutong had come to Jinong City with Xie Ying tonight not just to deal with Princess Yu Qing's matter. She had intended to use this opportunity to tell Xie Ying. So, before Xie Ying could even ask, Xie Yutong spoke first. I know you came from 300 years later. I also know your true name is Xie Ying, and I understand the confusion within you. For some reason, Xie Ying wasn't surprised at all when Xie Yutong bluntly revealed her origins. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. So, the half-spring rest was indeed something you left for me, senior. My return was also something you anticipated. Indeed, Xie Yutong admitted readily. We, the Bailang clan, are born with the power to see through all things in the world, to control wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, and rivers. However, this power is initially sealed within our bloodlines, until the moment our bloodline's power truly awakens. With the awakening of bloodline power, each of us can also awaken an additional innate ability. My innate ability is precognition. No wonder. If Xie Yutong's innate ability is precognition, then everything happening right now does make sense. What's my relationship with you, senior? You're my biological sister, Ying. Xie Yutong's words only dawned on him as he realized something, his lips curling slightly. But you should be more accustomed to being called Ying now. Sister? Xie Ying suddenly looked up, her clear eyes meeting Xie Yutong's smiling ones. So, that baby I held outside the city just now. Of course it was you too. Xie Yutong blinked, a rare hint of cunning in his eyes. How was it? Isn't it wonderful to hold your childhood self in your arms? Xie Ying, Why did she feel that this sister seemed a little unrefined? She wasn't the calm and composed person she displayed in front of others at all. Xie Ying didn't answer the question, but changed the subject. But if two people appeared in a time and space, wouldn't it be possible that the order of that time and space would be disrupted? As I said, time has stopped for Ying now, and your identity here is not Xie Ying, but Yin Xiaowei. As long as you don't interfere with Ying's original timeline, neither of you will be affected, and the order of time and space will remain unchanged. And most importantly, you aren't actually the same person. Compared to her, You are the complete Xiaoying. Xie Ying's heart skipped a beat. Am I the lost 2 souls and 4 spirits? Yes, before coming to the mortal world, I always thought that even if her 2 souls and 4 spirits were lost, they should still be within the Wanxiang continent. It wasn't until I arrived here that my precognitive abilities revealed everything. I realized that those 2 souls and 4 spirits had actually wandered into another world. No wonder I couldn't find them for years. Of the 3 souls, the good soul dominates Yingying's consciousness, and the evil soul dominates you. Xiaoying nodded, not at all surprised to be an evil soul. After all, she had never considered herself particularly kind. She had a bottom line, because she still had principles and a conscience, but that didn't mean she was kind. No matter what situation she encountered, she always assumed the worst. The reason why the original owner hadn't resisted for years during the humiliation of the Yutian sect, only to finally develop hatred before her death, finally became clear. It turned out that the original owner was her good soul. Kindness were her instincts. Even though she ultimately suffered such a tragic end, Xiaoying didn't think the original owner was wrong. There's nothing wrong with kindness, it's the perpetrators with malicious intent who are wrong. So my time travel wasn't accidental, it was a return. When I traveled here, I had already merged with the 1 soul and 3 spirits within my body, correct? Your time travel wasn't accidental, but you didn't merge with the kind soul. What? Xiaoying looked up in surprise. What does it mean by not merging with the kind soul? Could it be that her soul is still incomplete? Do you know why I stopped time for Yingying? Xie Yutong asked himself, answering his own question. Because of our special bloodline, even if the soul is incomplete, as long as even 1 soul and 1 spirit remain within the body, new parts can be nurtured by time to grow and fill the gaps. Only when time stops and growth is suppressed can the soul not regenerate. You were born and raised normally in that world, your soul had already grown complete due to your bloodline. You already possessed a complete soul when you traveled here. The same is true for Yingying. Xie Yutong paused at this point. Her soul was intact when she died. So you are all Xiaoying, but you are not the same person. Chapter 553. After these words, both of them fell silent. To Xie Yutong, no matter which Xiaoying, she was her sister. And for Xiaoying, the moment she inherited all of the original owner's memories, she also inherited all of her love, hatred, and vengeance. The original owner had always been different to her. Now that she knew she and the original owner were the missing parts of each other's souls, Xiaoying couldn't describe the feeling. Perhaps, as Xie Yutong had said, they were not the same person, yet they were both Xiaoying. This bond was strange yet strange. But precisely because of this, neither Xie Yutong nor Xiaoying could truly accept the original owner's disappearance. Will she be reincarnated? No. Xie Yutong shook his head. She has her own place to go. I have another question. Xiaoying quickly overcame the slight melancholy in her heart, and her mood instantly returned to calm. Since Sister's innate ability is precognition, what about the space-time tunnel in the secret realm? My future self, by chance, obtained a small fragment of the Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time? Isn't that the ancient treasure that the Master of Brahma Temple had once told her about, so the Wheel of Time really exists? Fragments? Does that mean the Wheel of Time, like the Dingtian hairpin, is now only a fragment? Xiaoying didn't waste this rare opportunity. Unlike Yinyin or Xiaozian, Xie Yutong simply brushed off her questions with the time is not right yet. For all her questions, Xie Yutong answered them without hesitation. However, the time they had was limited. Even though Xiaoying still had many questions, she stopped in her tracks as she watched the sky slowly turn pale. Sister, it's almost dawn. Yes. Xie Yutong's smile faded. Let's follow the new plan we made a while ago. Jing Tan and Xiao Jia will cooperate. The two stood side by side at the entrance to the bedroom, the first rays of the summer morning sun streaming down upon them. The sisters' eyes reflected a shared sense of confidence. National Master's Mansion. In the temple, Dai Tian had awakened from his meditation with a sense of foreboding. His right eyelid twitched constantly, and he felt an inexplicable panic. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Now, in the entire mortal world, Xie Yutong was the only person he feared the most. After all, he knew full well that the formation he had set up in Jinyang City would have no effect on Xie Yutong. The Nan in the mansion was ultimately specially prepared to prevent Xie Yutong from sneaking into Jinyang City without a trace. However, the Nan showed no signs of movement, so Xie Yutong couldn't possibly be in Jinyang City. Even so, Dai Tian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the tortoiseshell copper coin and prepared to read his fortune. However, just as the copper coin was dropped into the tortoise shell, Qin Shang hurried in. Unlike his usual calm and composed self-possession, Qin Shang's face was now solemn, and it was obvious that something serious had happened. Something has changed. Lord Yenmo requests an audience. Dai Tian paused, silently taking the tortoiseshell copper coin. Bring her in. Yes. Qin Shang quickly withdrew, and when he re-entered, Xie Ying was indeed following behind him. The moment Dai Tian saw Xie Ying, the ominous feeling within him deepened. He suppressed this inexplicable unease, and looked up at Xie Ying. What brings Lord Yen Demon here in such a hurry? I wonder. Of course, it's something extremely important. Xie Ying sat down leisurely on the chair Qin Shang had prepared. I come to inform the Grand Master that there's unusual activity on Wuqi Mountain. My clansman told me that Xie. What Xie? Oh yes, Xie Yutong is leading his men towards Jinyang City. Judging from their posture, they seem to be planning an attack on the Grand Master. Dai Tian frowned at this, but a sigh of relief filled his heart. He knew his unusual mood this morning was definitely related to Xie Yutong. Dai Tian knew a fight between him and Xie Yutong was inevitable, but he certainly didn't expect Xie Yutong to arrive so soon. Fortunately, he held the lives of the people of Jinyang City as leverage. Even if Xie Yutong arrived, he doubted he would have the heart to break the formation and attack. After all, the people of this city were once believers in their descendants of Niwa, enjoying the power of their faith but failing to protect them, and instead causing their deaths would backfire enough to make Xie Yutong crumble. A smug smile slowly crept across Dai Tian's face, but considering Xie Ying was still there, he didn't show it more clearly, and he had no intention of letting Xie Ying return to the princess's residence. After all, Xie Yutong was formidable, and if he had a demon clan nearby to help, the attack would have a better chance of success. Since Lord Yen is here, why don't you stay and watch the fun with us? Hasn't the Demon Lord always been curious about how the Dark Field works? If I can capture a few cultivators from Xie Yutong this time, I personally satisfy the Demon Lord's curiosity. Xie Ying lowered her eyelids slightly upon hearing this, hiding the coldness that flashed across her eyes. When she looked up again, a somewhat careless smile had appeared on her face. Okay, in that case, I certainly lend a hand to the Grand Master. If the Demon Lord is willing to help, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Of course. Xie Ying smiled carelessly, resting her forehead on one hand. I wonder how the Grand Master plans to deal with the people from Wuqi Mountain. Why not find a way to lure them into the city, and capture them all in one fell swoop? Of course, I wouldn't want to capture them all in one fell swoop. But the Demon Lord doesn't know that Xie Yutong is incredibly cunning. She'd definitely not let her men risk entering the city. Let's head to the city gate first to see what they're planning, and then we adapt accordingly. Okay. Xie Ying didn't object to Dai Tian's suggestion and agreed immediately. Dai Tian naturally had no time or energy to ponder Xie Ying's ideas. He immediately ordered Qin Shang to gather his men and follow him to the city gate, then sent someone to the palace to invite Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu was protected by the nation's destiny. By keeping him in his grasp, his chances of victory would be much better. Not to mention, he had already sensed that the formation beneath the princess's residence had absorbed sufficient power. As long as they could hold out until today, even if Xie Yutong stormed Jinyang City recklessly, he wouldn't fear a thing. Chapter 554. Dai Tian led his men and Xie Ying, a large group heading towards the city gate. Seeing the noticeably deserted streets along the way, Dai Tian subconsciously sensed something was amiss. But Xie Yutong was already at the gates, and there was clearly no time to dwell on such seemingly insignificant matters. Therefore, this slight feeling of uncertainty flashed through his mind, and was quickly forgotten. The Jinyang City gates were wide open, unguarded. Dai Tian, clad in a white priest's robe, walked in front, with Xie Ying and Qin Shang following closely behind. Together, the three of them scaled the city wall. Not far outside the city gate, Yueya transformed into its original form, carrying Xie Yutong and hovering in midair. The two faced each other in a silent confrontation. Time ticked by, and Dai Tian finally broke the silence. Xie Yutong, I didn't mean to embarrass you, but you keep going against me. How abominable. Yeah. Xie Yutong, perched on Yueya's back, gave Dai Tian a lazy glance and asked calmly. So what? What can you do to me? Just come out and fight me. Dai Tian choked, then seethed with rage. How could Xie Yutong, after not seeing her for months, suddenly become so irritating? Xie Yutong? Don't go too far. Although Dai Tian was utterly infuriated by Xie Yutong's attitude, he remained sane and didn't leave Jinyang City. He knew he was no match for Xie Yutong, not to mention that he already suffered significant injuries at her hands during their clash a few months prior. Provoking her into a fight now would do him no good. Dai Tian's plan from the start had been to lure Xie Yutong into the city. Once there, he'd naturally find a way to subdue her. However, he also knew that this would be difficult, as Xie Yutong was extremely cautious and would never risk entering the city just because of a few words from him. Just as he wouldn't be provoked by Xie Yutong, his provocations would have no effect on Xie Yutong either. But fortunately, he had long anticipated this day and had made preparations. Ordinary formations would indeed have no effect on Xie Yutong. But what about a cage forged by the power of faith? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. As a descendant of the Balang clan, Xie Yutong could enjoy the benefits of the power of faith from the goddess Nuwa, but naturally, he could also be trapped by it. Thinking of the formation he had tailored for Xie Yutong 3 years ago, Dai Tian's resentment slowly dissipated, and a slight smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Xie Yutong, I know what you want. You simply want to destroy the Dark Field and force me to leave Yuehua country, and even the mortal world. I can agree to this condition, but you must give me one of your arms in exchange. Dai Tian's eyes shone coldly. He still remembered the scene 3 years ago, when Xie Yutong stormed into Jinong City, wreaked havoc in the Dark Field, and severed his arm with a single sword strike. If it weren't for his special origins, allowing him to regenerate a severed limb, he would be a one-armed man by now. The revenge for a severed arm must be avenged. Hearing this, Xie Yutong finally gave him a condescending look, but the words he spoke still infuriated Dai Tian. If you have the guts, take my arm yourself. Dai Tian, I won't bully you. Today here, let's have a fair fight. If I lose, you can take my arm. But if you lose, then get back to the world of immortal cultivation. Deal. Dai Tian agreed readily, leaving everyone who had followed Xie Yutong stunned. Even Dai Tian's subordinates cast surprised and puzzled glances at him. Has the Grand Master suddenly changed his ways? Why would he agree to a contest that seemed to offer him no benefit at all? But they had no time to think about what happened next, as Dai Tian and Xie Yutong simultaneously flew down to the open space at the city gate and, without a word, engaged in combat. Xie Yutong and Dai Tian were both skilled swordsmen. Countless sword flashes intertwined, their ghostly figures moving at a pace that made it impossible to distinguish who was who. Only the sound of close combat could be heard. Sharp sword energy flew chaotically in all directions, and everyone quickly avoided it, fearing that the fire at the city gate would catch them. Chen Shang. Standing atop the city wall, he stared worriedly at the two figures clashing in midair. What's going on? These two had already broken through the tribulation crossing stage and had agreed to a duel. So why didn't they use any other moves besides swords? Could it be that they were afraid the noise would injure the ordinary mortals in the city? But it was natural for Xie Yutong to care about the lives of these mortals. Dai Tian wasn't one for such kindness. What the hell was Dai Tian up to? Meanwhile, beneath the city wall, Ji Heyuan and the others also stood within a safe distance, watching the two men clash in midair. To be honest, he had felt strange the moment he saw Xie Yutong this morning. But everyone was busy with their work, and Ji Heyuan hadn't had the chance to approach Xie Yutong to inquire further. The feeling of unease welling up in his heart reached its peak the moment he heard Xie Yutong begin his confrontation with Dai Tian. That tone and demeanor were nothing like the Xie Yutong they knew. Instead, it sounded more like someone else. Especially now, even though the two men's mid-air clash was so fast that only shadows remained, Ji Heyuan still saw familiar echoes in her sword moves, further confirming his suspicions. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who saw this. Xie Jiuzhou had unknowingly reached his side and whispered, "Junior brother Su, do you think there's something off about Senior Xie today? I don't think she's like Senior Xie, but more like..." Ji Heyuan interrupted Xie Jiuzhou before he could finish his words. "Brother, just understand. There's no need to say the rest." The two exchanged glances, each understanding the other's unspoken meaning. Then, a tacit understanding fell silent. This inexplicable and incoherent exchange left Suya, who was standing behind them, feeling a little dizzy. After all, after spending so many days together, Suya had a good understanding of their personalities. He could tell Ji Heyuan and Xie Jiuzhou didn't want to talk anymore, so he simply nudged Guankong, the Buddhist disciple beside him. "Su Guan, do you understand what they're saying? Tell me too." The Buddhist disciple Guankong, who had long seen through everything, said, "Watch carefully, and you soon understand." Suya? Thankfully, Suya wasn't stubborn. He didn't get upset when he couldn't get an answer. He listened carefully to Guankong's words, and watched the fight in midair intently. In midair, Dai Tian, who had fought Xie Yutong many times, naturally noticed something was amiss. How had Xie Yutong become so weak? And why hadn't he seen this sword move before? Could it be that Xie Yutong had learned a new sword move recently? Chapter 555. Therefore, Dai Tian was even more cautious. In his opinion, Xie Yutong couldn't have weakened for no reason. Perhaps Xie Yutong was deliberately trying to make him relax his guard. As the two exchanged blows, it became clear to everyone that Xie Yutong was gradually losing the upper hand. Dai Tian, delighted, immediately pressed his advantage. Unnoticed, at this moment, Xie Yutong exchanged a silent glance with Xie Ying, who was standing on the city wall. The next second, Xie Yutong was caught off guard and sent flying to the ground by Dai Tian. Following her, Dai Tian pulled a small purple ball from his arms. The moment the purple ball hit the ground, it formed a small formation of its own. The purple mist emanating from it enveloped Xie Yutong with lightning speed. The formation beneath Xie Yutong's feet lit up, forming a series of ancient and obscure spells that rose from the ground and floated around Xie Yutong. Seeing this, Yueya rushed forward immediately, but before she could reach Xie Yutong, trapped within the formation, she was deflected. White chains emerged from the incantation and wrapped themselves around Xie Yutong's limbs, rendering her unable to move. It all happened in a flash. By the time both sides reacted, Xie Yutong was completely trapped. The outcome was decided. Ha ha ha. Dai Tian let out that impudent, villainous laugh. Xie Yutong, you've fallen for my trick. I never thought you'd be trapped. This is the prison Immortal formation I spent 3 years custom making for you. You won't escape today. Dai Tian's voice was so loud that Xie Yutong's companions could hear it clearly. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they stared at Xie Yutong in the prison Immortal formation with a mixture of worry and confusion. Senior Xie always planned before acting. How could he be so careless today as to fall into Dai Tian's trap? I see. Xie Ying had arrived at Dai Tian's side at some point, contemplating the Immortal imprisonment formation for a moment before a look of understanding dawned on her. The Grand Master used the power of faith as a foundation, incorporating the resentment of mortals who died unjustly, and then combined it with ancient secret spells to create this Immortal imprisonment formation. The Demon Lord actually recognizes this formation? Dai Tian hadn't expected Xie Ying to identify the most important components of the Immortal imprisonment formation at a glance. He couldn't help but feel a touch of surprise, and his gaze towards Xie Ying was filled with even more admiration. I hadn't expected the demons to be entirely illiterate. There was even such a knowledgeable demon. It seems we underestimated Demon Lord Yin before. Xie Ying smiled, but didn't respond. Instead, she spoke about the Immortal imprisonment formation. But wouldn't this formation be even more effective if it utilized the resentment of those who died unjustly? Why should the Grand Master waste this hard-earned power of faith? This Demon Lord doesn't understand. Against Xie Yutong, resentment isn't the most important thing faith is. The power of faith from her followers is the best way to trap her. Once this formation is in place, it can't be breached from the inside. Only someone with my level of cultivation can break it from the outside, using force. But looking across the entire mortal world, the only one capable of standing a chance against me is Xie Yutong. And now, Xie Yutong underestimated me and has been trapped in this prison Immortal formation, unable to escape. I can finally avenge my past. At this point, Dai Tian couldn't help but beam with joy, revealing an expression of immense pride, his excitement growing with each passing moment. This prison Immortal formation is tailor-made for you, Xie Yutong. In just a quarter of an hour, the power of faith will backfire on you, turning you into a pool of blood. And within this quarter of an hour, you will experience the endless agony of hellfire scorching your soul. This, Xie Yutong, is the price you pay for defying me. Oh, really? But why don't I feel anything? The familiar voice was tinged with a lazy smile. Dai Tian turned back in surprise, only to see Xie Yutong, her face as rosy as ever, radiating no trace of pain, trapped within the Immortal prison formation. The white chains wrapped around her, but caused no harm. It was as if she were merely trapped within the formation, yet the murderous intent within it showed no sign of revealing itself. This Immortal prison formation was personally crafted by Dai Tian, so naturally, no one understood better than him how irresistible the murderous intent within it was. Xie Yutong's relaxed demeanor at this moment was truly remarkable. It wasn't that she was feigning strength, she truly felt no pain. But that shouldn't be the case. When he had refined the prison Immortal formation, he had deliberately incorporated Xie Yutong's aura into it. Logically, as soon as Xie Yutong fell within the formation, the prison Immortal formation would attack the moment it detected her presence. But what was going on here? Dai Tian finally recovered from the ecstasy of capturing Xie Yutong, slowly regaining his composure. He quickly realized something was amiss. Especially when he saw the half-smile on the face of Xie Yutong within the prison Immortal formation, and the hint of defiance etched between his eyes and eyebrows, he finally understood the problem. You're not Xie Yutong. Who are you? It's not easy, Grandmaster. You finally recognized I'm not Xie Yutong. Where is Xie Yutong? The Xie Yutong within the prison Immortal formation raised an eyebrow at him provocatively. Guess. Dai Tian was furious, wanting to forcefully activate the formation to strangle the imposter within the prison Immortal formation. But before he could do anything, a piercing pain shot through his back. Dai Tian was struck hard on the back by someone who hadn't held back, causing internal injuries. He cried out, vomiting blood. Grandmaster. Qin Shang, watching this from atop the city wall, was furious. He immediately tried to help Dai Tian, but was entangled by Xie Jiuzhou and Ji Heyuan. Caught without warning, Dai Tian turned around in shock. Yan Majuan? How could it be you? Why are you colluding with him? You got the wrong person. I'm not Yan Majuan. The woman known as Yan Majuan smiled at Dai Tian's incredulous gaze, then raised her hand and waved. A flurry of pink and white petals drifted by, and the person before him instantly transformed. It was Xie Yutong, and the person in the prison Immortal formation also returned to their original form the moment Xie Yutong removed his spell. Xie. What could Dai Tian possibly not understand after witnessing this? No wonder he could clearly feel Xie Yutong's strength decline during their fight, feeling overwhelmed. No wonder a demon could discern the power of faith and know ancient secret spells. It turned out they had swapped identities at some point, and he had been fooled by them like a fool. Why? Why on earth? Dai Tian glared at Xie fiercely. He simply couldn't understand why a demon would get involved with Xie Yutong. Didn't I give you enough good things? Why on earth would you betray me? Chapter 556. Benefits? What benefits? Xie tilted her head, examining Dai Tian. Benefits from sending me to the princess's mansion to be drained of my vitality by your evil formation? Dai Tian choked, clearly not expecting Xie to have already discerned the hidden secrets within the princess's mansion. Grandmaster, you still haven't realized I'm not a demon at all? As Xie spoke, Xie Yutong had already violently broken through the immortal prison formation that had trapped Xie. This immortal prison formation, custom made for Xie Yutong, naturally didn't cause much harm to Xie. She emerged unscathed, flashing a condescending smile at Dai Tian. Let me introduce myself to Grandmaster again. I'm Xie Yutong's biological sister. As she spoke, Xie struck out swiftly. The 9 curved blades slithered out from behind her, gleaming with a cold gleam, piercing Dai Tian like a mantis's arm. Dai Tian dodged quickly, but was still struck in the shoulder by the 9 curved knife, causing blood to gush out immediately. The knife was less than an inch away from his neck. Xie was clearly aiming for his head. At this moment, Dai Tian didn't even have time to consider how such a mere weapon could injure him. Xie Yutong's next attack was already imminent. With a subtle shift of his mind, he deflected the knife from his shoulder and retreated, but Xie Yutong followed closely behind, relentless, and the two soon engaged in combat again. Last night, Xie Yutong had changed her original plan after observing the arrangements at the princess's mansion, believing Dai Tian must be holding a trump card that could counter her. Dai Tian was extremely skilled in the book of deduction and the refining of various formations. Furthermore, he was an incarnation of the old heavenly Tao, so Xie Yutong wouldn't underestimate him. Xie Yutong needed to know if Dai Tian had any hidden cards against her, and what they were. Hence, she hatched this little plan, temporarily swapping identities with Xie without telling anyone. They were sisters of the same blood, and with Xie Yutong possessing profound spiritual power, personally performing the disguise spell, even Dai Tian, with his profound cultivation, hadn't noticed anything amiss. Even if he had discovered it now, it would have been too late. He was now trapped beneath the city walls by Xie Yutong and her sister, unable to escape. All his men were on the city walls. Even if he had rushed down to help him, as Qin Shang had, he would have been quickly entangled by Xie Yutong's men and flawless clones. Xie Yutong and Xie had only recently met, but the sisters had perfect chemistry, their every move forcing Dai Tian back repeatedly. Pushed into a corner, Dai Tian became ruthless. Regardless of the fact that the formation within the princess's residence was still immature, he immediately sent a signal to Qin Shang. Since Xie Yutong is so ungrateful, even if he dies today, everyone will be buried with him. The moment Qin Shang received Dai Tian's divine sense signal, he immediately found an opportunity to escape the fight and fled towards Jinong City without looking back. Xie Jiuzhou, having finally found someone to beat to death, suddenly felt his vision go blank. He ran away. He actually ran away in the middle of a fight? What kind of villain is this? Does he even have the basic qualities to be a villain? Xie Yutong caught a glimpse of Qin Shan's fleeing figure, and the direction he was heading. He instantly realized what they were going to do, and his face darkened. He immediately gave up the chance to kill Dai Tian and gave chase. But Dai Tian couldn't possibly let Xie Yutong have her way. He immediately chased after her. Xie Yutong, you're no match for me. Don't even think. Before he could finish his words, a sharp pain lashed out from behind. Dai Tian didn't need to look back to know it was that damn Xie Yutong's sister who had stabbed him with her scimitar again. Rage surged within him, and he was just about to turn around and teach this ignorant girl a lesson. But before he could even register the person's expression, his vision went black, followed by a sharp pain in his head. The next second, he felt his body float, and before he could react, he fell heavily to the ground. Stop chasing my sister. Dai Tian, you're no match for me. The girl's defiant voice echoed, and Dai Tian, using his sword to prop himself up, stood up. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the petite Xie carrying a massive alchemy furnace. Dai Tian's vision went dark again, and he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood, unable to contain his turmoil. She actually hit him with the alchemy furnace. Is that how you use an alchemy furnace? Huh? Xie didn't care what Dai Tian thought. In that moment, she simply felt that the alchemy furnace was more convenient to use than a 9-curved blade. Unfortunately, this was a time and space past. Neither her name nor the magical weapon she wielded could leave any obvious traces in this time and space. So, Xie could only reluctantly retract the alchemy furnace. Her slender, pure fingers lightly flicked the blade of the 9-curved blade, and it immediately emitted a crisp, humming sound, as if in response. Xie didn't intend to give Dai Tian any chance to recover. She raised the 9-curved blade and attacked Qin Tian, meeting his furious glare. The 9-curved blade, capable of both hardness and flexibility, wielded Xie like a nimble snake. Its 9-curved blade shifted in the air like 9 crescent moons, their cold blades reflecting Xie Ying's gaze at the moment. Cold and sharp. While the 9-curved blade wasn't as smooth as her spear or alchemy furnace, this versatile weapon clearly offered greater potential. Its advantages were clearly evident against Dai Tian, a foe she didn't understand. Xie was no match for Dai Tian, so she planned to conceal her identity and reveal his hidden abilities, and to ensure she could truly fight him. Before today's clash, Xie had swallowed a pill that temporarily boosted her cultivation, instantly raising her level to the fusion stage. Although this temporary boost came at the cost of her lifespan, Xie didn't mind. Not to mention that her lifespan was now too long to be squandered in a short period of time. Let's just talk about the most pressing issue at hand. If the issue of the Wanxiang continent becoming a lost realm isn't resolved, they all die sooner or later. Given this, burning their lifespans was naturally acceptable. Dai Tian had already realized during their first encounter that Xie was no match for him, so even after being injured by Xie Yutong, he hadn't taken her too seriously. But after several exchanges this time, Dai Tian discovered a clear problem. Xie Ying's learning ability was too strong, and her progress was too rapid. In a short period of time, Xie had discovered more than one flaw in his moves, seizing opportunities to strike him. What further alarmed him was that his spiritual energy was draining at a visible rate. At this rate, he might soon be overwhelmed by Xie. What had gone wrong? Chapter 557. Dai Tian's thoughts were in turmoil, and his expression involuntarily showed a hint of anger, revealing even more flaws in his hands. Xie, already adept at reading people's minds, easily guessed Dai Tian's current thoughts. She seized on Dai Tian's newly revealed weakness, flicked her wrist, and manipulated the 9-curved blade to pierce a new hole in his body, while she spoke softly and kindly. Grand Master, are you surprised by the sudden drop in your spiritual power and cultivation? Dai Tian paused, his sharp gaze darting towards Xie. And in that brief moment of distraction, he had a new, bloody wound. What have you done to me? Exasperated, Dai Tian paid no heed to the pain, fresh or old. He swung his sword and slashed at Xie, his sharp blade ablaze with murderous intent, ready to slice Xie Ying's head off. Xie lightly tapped her toes and flew backward, but Dai Tian's sharp sword energy still severed a strand of her hair. She remained unfazed, calmly meeting Dai Tian's attack while speaking slowly. It's nothing. I simply evenly coated my scimitar with the sacred water personally formulated by the Grand Master. It's said that this sacred water can cause a cultivator to lose their cultivation. It seems the Grand Master's mansion is right. Dai Tian's pupils instantly dilated countless times, a mixture of astonishment, rage, and even a subtle hint of fear mingling in his eyes, instantly engulfing his entire being. How dare she? How dare she? Despicable. Cunning. Thank you for the compliment. Xia Ying smiled sweetly. After all is fair in war. Dai Tian was practically irritated by Xia Ying's intransigent attitude, but as Xia Ying had said, his cultivation was steadily declining, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would end up like those cultivators who had perished at his hands, unable to resist. He could still hold on for now only because his cultivation was far more profound than those cultivators. But continuing like this would do him absolutely no good. Dai Tian was a man of tact. Although he knew he wouldn't truly die as long as his true form remained, death was not pleasant, not to mention the risk of losing some of his memories and cultivation. He could feel himself growing weaker, yet Xia Ying's attacks intensified. Dai Tian could see Xia Ying truly wanted him dead, so he abandoned the fight and decisively seized an opportunity to withdraw, turning to flee. Then, a split second later, Dai Tian and Xia Ying were both stunned. Dai Tian's body froze, his gaze involuntarily glancing down, only to see a longsword gleaming with a cold, icy light. The handle of the longsword pierced his heart from back to front. The blade was stained crimson with his blood, dripping onto the ground. Before he could react, Dai Tian felt his sword being pulled back. The sound of a blade piercing the air echoed from behind him again. Dai Tian's eyebrows jumped violently, and his frown was so tight it could have pinched a fly to death. Is this never going to stop? Stabbing him once wasn't enough, and you're trying to stab him a second time? This time, Dai Tian, on guard, dodged quickly. With his sword in hand, he swung back and struck, deflecting the attacker's attack. Dai Tian initially thought it was Xia Ying who was plotting against him, but when he turned to see who was behind it, he realized it was a young female cultivator he had never seen before. And for some reason, this female cultivator had a very familiar aura, very much like one of his kind. The one who attacked was none other than Lin Yuexiang, who had been watching everything and looking for an opportunity to strike back. You, Dai Tian, go to hell. Unfortunately, Dai Tian couldn't even finish his words before the man before him raised his sword and slashed at him again. Dai Tian, shock. Seeing Lin Yuexiang's eyes reddened and her expression frantic, Xia Ying didn't bother to get involved. She simply sheathed her sword and stood aside, quietly watching the two men slaughter each other. It seemed that Lin Yuexiang truly hated Dai Tian. Just look at her stance, the same passion she had when she first wanted to kill you, the host. It's normal to hate Dai Tian. The two of them fighting each other saves me the trouble. But Lin Yuexiang is definitely no match for Dai Tian. Xia Ying was right. Ever since Lin Yuexiang reached the Golden Core stage, she had been constantly on the move, never settling down to cultivate and solidify her foundation. Even if Dai Tian's cultivation level had declined due to the divine water, Lin Yuexiang, still at the Jindan stage, was no match for him. The two exchanged blows for only a few rounds before Lin Yuexiang was mercilessly slapped away by Dai Tian's palm, fleeing back towards Jinyang City. Xia Ying, seeing this, abandoned her spectacles and immediately leaped forward to block Dai Tian's path once again. Dai Tian, I told you, your opponent is me. Get out of here. I won't get out of here. Kill me if you dare. Following this demanding attitude again, Dai Tian could no longer tolerate it, and immediately charged forward with his sword. This time, his killing intent was even stronger, forcing Xia Ying back several steps. However, Xia Ying could clearly sense that Dai Tian's cultivation level had plummeted to the Shenhua stage. Dai Tian himself realized this, and he increasingly wanted a quick victory. Unfortunately, Xia Ying wouldn't give him that opportunity. Just as Dai Tian's cultivation level plummeted, and he was finally swatted away by Xia Ying, falling to the ground, and even his sword was snatched away by her, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from Jinyang City, and blood shot up into the sky. The once azure sky was instantly shrouded in crimson light, becoming a bloody haze. Dai Tian, lying on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, finally felt relieved. He then gave Xia Ying a very arrogant smile. The formation has been activated. Even if you kill me now, it will be useless. Who said that? Before he finished speaking, Xia Ying had already swiftly stabbed Dai Tian's acupuncture points with her sword. Dai Tian's smile froze. How could she know these acupoints were his Achilles' heel? Shortly after these acupoints were pierced, Dai Tian could clearly feel his body disintegrating and melting at a visible speed. Killing you might not change anything, but at least it would make me happy. In the end, Dai Tian saw Xia Ying's radiant smile. After Xia Ying stabbed all of his Achilles' heel points with her sword as Xia Yutong had instructed, Dai Tian indeed melted into a pool of blood. But Xia Ying knew Dai Tian wasn't dead. According to Xia Yutong, Dai Tian was merely an incarnation of the old heavenly Tao. As long as the original body survived, the incarnation would never fully perish. Junior sister. Hearing the voice, Xie Ying turned sharply and met Ji Huyuan's smiling eyes. Aside from the cultivators, who had been transformed by the deprivation of their spiritual roots, none of Dai Tian's subordinates were easy to deal with. So, although Xie Yutong's side won this battle, everyone suffered significant injuries. Xie Ying, Ji Huyuan, and the others alike, their robes stained with blood until their original color was unrecognizable. Ji Huyuan stepped closer to her, his gaze fixed in her direction. Is this all over? Chapter 558. Well, everything in Jinyang City will soon be over. But the war between us and the expelled has only just begun. Xie Ying had no idea what was happening in the city. Xie Yutong had warned her before the operation began. No matter what happened in Jinyang City, they must not set foot inside. She only needed to unleash the nether azure lotus flame the moment the blood-soaked light completely enveloped Jinyang City, completely incinerating the filth and resentment hidden within it. Even if they didn't enter Jinyang City, the soaring blood-soaked light, the lingering smell of blood in the air, and the painful wails carried to everyone's ears on the wind. All of this told everyone what a hellish scene Jinyang City was currently in. Xie Ying, covered in blood, stood at the city gate, her eyes fixed on the situation within. When the crimson blood nearly filled the entire sky, and the blood energy had almost materialized and was escaping the city, Xie Ying's slender figure finally moved. Please lend me a hand. Don't let this blood energy escape Jinyang City. Before she finished her words, Xie Ying soared into the air, her golden sword light stomping beneath her feet. The wind rustled, and her robes flew high. Xie Ying's hair was disheveled, her face smeared with blood, but her clear eyes were filled with determination. She formed seals with both hands, and a cyan lotus slowly emerged from her palms. Behind her, a gigantic cyan lotus gradually appeared. The small cyan lotus in her palm, lifted by spiritual power, floated above Jinyang City, then gradually grew larger, eventually covering the entire city. A cyan firework cascaded down. The moment the flames came into contact with the blood energy, they burst into flames. Tongues of cyan flame spread like wildfire, unstoppable. In an instant, the entire Jinyang City was transformed into a sea of inferno. The bloody odor in the air faded considerably under the scorching heat of the nether blue lotus flame, leaving only a burning sensation. The nether blue lotus flame could burn away all the sin and filth in the world. As long as sin persisted, the flames would not be extinguished. At this moment, the lackeys of Dai Tian trapped in the evil formation in Jinyang City were not yet completely dead. The pain caused by the formation was already unbearable, and the addition of the blue lotus flame undoubtedly exacerbated the suffering of the people in the city. As Xie Ying had predicted, the blood energy, surrounded by the nether blue lotus flame, instinctively wanted to escape from the city. However, the people who had been prepared naturally would not let it do so. Ji Huyuan, Xie Jiuzhou, Jiang Jingtan, Xiao Jia, and others simultaneously activated a sword formation not far behind Xie Ying. Guan Kong sat cross-legged within the formation, beating a wooden fish and chanting Sanskrit. The remaining warriors all joined in, contributing their own sword light and sword intent, contributing their own strength to the battle for Jinyang City. A massive green lotus shadow nearly enveloped the entire city, and beyond it lay an impenetrable sword formation. Golden Buddhist light and Sanskrit drifted into the city on the wind, working in tandem with the dark green lotus flames to gradually purify the resentment swirling in the bloody air, and attempt to liberate the souls of those who perished in the evil formation. The crimson sky darkened and loomed, like a bloodthirsty beast, eager to devour the entire city. The sky and earth changed color, and a fierce wind blew. Everyone remained silent and resolute in their positions, not retreating even when their spiritual power was exhausted. The survivors who had fled the city early hid in a village 10 miles outside, staring blankly at the sky above, watching the turmoil unfolding in the distance in Jinyang City. Divine punishment. It must be divine punishment. They didn't understand ascension, nor did they understand the grudges and entanglements between cultivators. So, in the eyes of these ordinary people, the strange phenomenon before them was divine punishment. It was heaven's punishment for their blasphemy. The phenomenon lasted for a whole day and night. Even though the survivors hid 10 miles away, they could still vaguely hear the screams carried by the wind and the lingering smell of blood. On the third day after the phenomenon disappeared, some people finally returned to Jinyang City. But what they saw was an empty city. Everything in the city was unchanged, except for a single person. Not only could they find no one, they couldn't even find a body. The survivors continued to live in Jinyang City. They repaired and renovated the Nuwa Temple outside the city, and the incense offerings at the Nuwa temple gradually increased. The days passed peacefully, and no one spoke of the events of those 20 years in Jinong City. Yet, these experiences had already left a deep impression on their minds, becoming an unspoken secret for all the survivors. Although Xiang used the Nuwa dream method to evacuate many residents, many remained. Once Dai Tian's evil formation was activated, it indiscriminately sapped the lives of all living beings within it for blood sacrifice. Furthermore, the lingering resentment within the city was unleashed upon activation, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. At that time, Jinong City was like hell. Although Xiang had completely refined the Nether Azure Lotus Flame, merging it with her own strength, she had already consumed most of her spiritual energy against Dai Tian and suffered the backlash of her forced cultivation. In the end, Xiang hung on in the air with her last breath, forcing the Nether Azure Lotus Flame to incinerate her blood and resentment. Even Xiang herself didn't know when she exhausted her spiritual energy and passed out. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a magnificent golden hall. Although the surroundings reeked of unfamiliarity, Xiang could still discern her location from the familiar aura. Castle in the air. Without warning, she had been transported back 300 years. She was back. If it weren't for the wounds that made her grimace with every movement and the blood-stained robes that were completely disfigured, Xiang would have suspected that everything she had experienced was a dream. The hall was both empty and ornate. Judging by the furnishings, it didn't resemble Xie Yutong's style at all, but rather the style of Yue Ya, the demon bird that accompanied him. After all, birds have always had a fondness for shiny things. Xiang lay on the cold tile floor, recovering for a long moment before rising and carefully surveying her surroundings. As expected, she was alone in the hall. As soon as she stood up, a faint light appeared out of nowhere and landed on the empty space before her. Before she could react, the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin, which Xiang had been storing in her storage bag, flew out. Chapter 559. 3 fragments of varying shapes and sizes, emitting a soft white glow, floated up and down around Xiang. Though these fragments were mute, Xiang strangely understood their meaning. "You want to lead me?" The moment the words fell, the 3 fragments paused, then gently swayed again. Xiang was encouraged. "Can you lead me to the other fragments hidden within Half-Spring Break?" The 3 fragments paused again, but this time they didn't waver. Instead, they flew directly into the dim light that shone before Xiang. More and more dim lights lit up in the hall. The dim light paved a path through the hall, leading to an unknown destination, guiding Xiang's way forward. The 3 fragments followed the direction of the dim light and floated forward, with Xiang following closely behind. But at the end of the dim light, there was neither the person Xiang wanted to see nor the thing she desired. There was only an ordinary wall. The 3 fragments of the Dingtian hairpin returned to Xiang's storage bag as she followed. At this moment, a final ray of light quietly fell on the wall in front of her, illuminating the outline of a doorway, a silent invitation. Xiang stared at the outline for a few seconds, then tentatively reached out toward the wall. And just as her palm touched the wall, the pink jade pendant on Xiang's chest suddenly lit up with a soft glow, and then a huge pulling force came over her, dragging her directly into the wall. Xiang staggered and nearly fell to the ground. When she regained her balance and looked up, she realized she had entered a new dimension. The space behind the wall was stark and unadorned. All that stood out was pure white, and a tiny pink-purple crabapple blossom floating in midair. The blossom matched the color of Xie Yutong's usual dress. Xiang's mind fluttered, and she suddenly had a daring thought. Could her sister have transformed into a flower? With this outrageous and daring thought in mind, Xiang softly addressed the floating crabapple blossom. "Sister?" She had only tried this on a whim, but she hadn't expected the peacefully floating crabapple blossom to actually react after she called her sister. The petals trembled slightly, and then the jade pendant on Xiang's chest stirred again. A thin spiritual thread stretched from the jade pendant, flew into the air, and entangled the flower. This time, Xiang could clearly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the jade pendant. The jade pendant was transmitting its power to the flower. Xiang, noticing this, was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Without hesitation, she channeled her barely recovered spiritual energy into the crabapple blossom. With their help, the crabapple blossom finally transformed at a visible speed. It slowly transformed into a ball of light, then gradually morphed into a humanoid figure. Finally, the light faded, revealing Xie Yutong's delicate features. Almost the moment Xie Yutong opened his eyes, his gaze locked on Xiang. "Aing?" Having been silent for a long time, Xie Yutong's voice sounded noticeably hoarse and muffled, not as pleasant as before, but the smile in her voice was unmistakable. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you." "Sister, what's going on?" In fact, as early as 300 years ago, Xiaoying had wanted to ask Xie Yutong if, besides her own time-traveling return to the past 300 years, her foresight into the future, had she also seen anything about Xie Yutong herself? For example, did Xie Yutong know that she would perish 300 years from now? It was just that their meeting had been so hasty, and the timing of her return had completely caught her off guard. Xiaoying had thought that after resolving the issues in Jinyang City, she might have another chance to sit down and talk with Xie Yutong about the events of the past 300 years. Who knew that meeting outside Jinyang City would be their last? Even now, seeing that familiar face again, Xiaoying knew clearly that the person before her was no longer the same living Xie Yutong. She was merely a vestige of Xie Yutong's consciousness left in this world. Xiaoying's mind wandered for a rare moment. Whether in the past or the present, Xie Yutong was her only relative connected by blood. But now, so soon after reuniting with this relative, she was faced with the pain of separation once again. This made her very unhappy, and a subtle sense of discomfort rose in her heart. Xie Yutong, however, was not troubled by this emotion. When Xiang asked this question, she showed a look of obvious surprise. "Didn't I tell you the details of what happened 300 years ago? So 300 years ago, you knew I was destined to travel back in time and participate in the events of Jinyang City, and you also knew that you were destined to die someday 300 years from now?" Xie Yutong understood and laughed silently. "Aing, haven't you always been so carefree? Birth, aging, sickness, and death are normal. I thought you could accept anyone's departure with equanimity. Being able to accept is one thing, wanting to accept is another." Xiang raised her eyes to meet Xie Yutong's. "Sister, you're so strong, so I can't understand what could have caused your demise. It was my fate. I have no intention of forcing it. These are my own choices. One day, when you truly comprehend the profound meaning of life and death, you naturally understand me." Xie Yutong didn't seem to want to waste too much time on her own affairs, and quickly changed the subject to the real business she was waiting for. She then looked a little more serious. "Aing, what you see now is a wisp of consciousness I ripped from my soul. I used a secret technique to seal it in this space, awaiting your appearance. So I don't have much time, so remember everything I say next. Your presence here means you're aware of the Wanxiang continents fall into the Lost Realm. I also know you're here for the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin. After Nua's death, the Dingtian hairpin shattered into 7 pieces, scattered across various realms. 2 of these pieces are not in Wanxiang continent. You progress much faster, and are far superior than I imagined. But this is far from enough, as the time left for Wanxiang continent by the upper realm is running out. I spent 300 years helping you recover those 2 scattered fragments. You'll be able to retrieve them when you leave this place. As for the remaining fragments, it's up to you to find them. But simply gathering the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin won't truly solve the problems of the Wanxiang continent. The power of the Dingtian hairpin can indeed open the sealed ascension channel, allowing one to ascend successfully, but the opportunity only comes once, and only one person can ascend. If you want to completely resolve this problem, you must first eliminate all those expelled from the Lost Realm, and eliminate the old heavenly Tao. Finally, you must awaken your godhood before the Lost Realm's spiritual energy is completely depleted. You must become a god. Chapter 560. Although Xiaoying had always been extremely confident and fully believed in her abilities, when she heard Xie Yutong, in such a normal and natural tone, talk about her becoming a god, Xiaoying's vision darkened. Has this world become so magical? What gave Xie Yutong this illusion, allowing her to be so confident in herself? Sister, you may have misunderstood me. I'm only in the golden core stage now, far from ascending, let alone becoming a god. Aing, don't underestimate yourself. I have great confidence in you. No, I have no confidence at all. Xie Yutong, She was once stumped, but she finally laughed. Aing, becoming a god is indeed difficult for ordinary mortals, but it's different for those of us who carry divine blood. Even with just a tiny bit of blood, we have a greater and greater chance of becoming gods than they do. Cultivation and realm have never been our shackles, for we will all help you. The only difficulty for you is awakening your godhood. For thousands of years, among those of us with divine blood, no one has successfully awakened their godhood. Aing, I hope you can be the first. Meeting Xie Yutong's expectant gaze, Xiaoying was speechless for a moment, then sighed for a long moment. Sister, I will try my best. Xie Yutong's stance was clear, and Xiaoying naturally didn't want to haggle any further on the matter. She got straight to the point of what concerned her most. I know Dai Tian is one of the incarnations of the old heavenly Tao. If we want him dead, we must completely eliminate his original form. But how can I distinguish between the clone and the original? What are the original's weaknesses? I know nothing about that either. I'm not afraid of difficulties, but as you said, the problems brought on by the lost realm leave me with little time. I don't have the cost and time for trial and error. I already considered this. Xie Yutong wasn't surprised. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Xie Ying, motioning her to keep it. This jade slip records all my research on the expelled, and the method for completely eliminating the old heavenly way. However, how to achieve this depends on your own plans, Ying. I can only help you so much. Sister, I have one more thing. Can I refine half-spring rest? Although she no longer had high hopes for the rewards in Enin's system space, any reward was better than nothing. Of course. Half-spring rest was my gift to you. From the moment you opened the entrance and stepped into the secret realm, half-spring rest was completely yours. Xie Ying breathed a sigh of relief. That makes it easier. Although Xie Ying and Xie Yutong were sisters, they had never been involved in each other's lives. After finishing their business, the two looked at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. In the end, it was Xie Yutong who broke the somewhat overly silent atmosphere between them. What Xie Ying never expected was that the topic Xie Yutong brought up was actually about Ying. Ying. Can I meet the little girl who's been by your side, secretly helping you? Xie Ying's pupils dilated instantly, almost thinking she was hallucinating. Could the little girl her sister was talking about be Ying? Sister, the little girl you're talking about is. Don't doubt it, it's exactly what you're thinking. Okay. Confirming that Xie Yutong was referring to her, Xie Ying betrayed Ying without hesitation. Admittedly, she never imagined Ying and her sister were connected. But she was even more curious about the story between Ying and her sister. After all, judging from her sister's tone just now, Ying was definitely not some insignificant stranger. Ying, who had been forcibly summoned from the system space for no apparent reason, said, "Surprise? Host, why did you send me out in front of your sister? My sister wants to see you." Xie Ying spoke softly, looking at the trembling ball of light before her. "Stop private messaging me, and just go to the public channel." Ying, ? Aren't those with divine blood this powerful? Even their system's existence was detected. When she bound to Xie Ying and came to the Vientiane continent for a mission, the mainframe didn't tell her that anyone else would be able to detect her presence. As a newborn child, leaving the mainframe for her first solo mission, Ying felt her perceptions were greatly impacted. She turned around unsteadily, looking at the shadowy figure not far away. However, before Ying could speak, Xie Yutong's voice rang out again, but this time, both Xie Ying and Ying could hear a hint of hesitation in his tone. Ying, is this her true form? I don't know, actually, but she's looked like this since the day I met Ying. What's the point of having a true body or not? Ying glanced at Xie Ying, then at Xie Yutong. We Tongzi are different from you humans. We were born this way, without a physical form. To be more precise, we're just a fusion of consciousness and data. Even our gender is ambiguous. But Senior Xie, do you know me? In Ying's limited memory, she couldn't recall any previous encounters with Xie Yutong. But she also realized that her host hadn't lied to her this time. Xie Yutong didn't seem surprised at all. He clearly known of her existence. I know your boss. Ying was filled with awe. Wasn't her boss the mastermind? She hadn't expected Xie Yutong to be so secretive. Ying didn't really have much in mind for Xie Yutong. As she herself said, she was merely a derivative of consciousness and data, her emotions programmed by the mastermind. Expecting her to feel genuine emotions towards her host, or towards people or events outside of her mission, was simply a fantasy. Fortunately, Xie Yutong didn't say anything else. It seemed she genuinely just wanted to see Ying, and had no intention of doing anything else. So Ying quickly retreated back into the system space. For her, the system space was her true home. At the same time, Xie Ying noticed that Xie Yutong's presence had faded even further. She had a premonition. Xie Yutong wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, not long after Ying returned to the system space, Xie Yutong waved at her. Ying, come here. Sister. Xie Yutong had been floating in midair, but the moment Xie Ying approached, she suddenly leaned down and pressed her forehead against Xie Ying's. I'm about to dissipate. Before I leave, let me give you one last gift. Xie Yutong's voice was so soft, like a whisper from the horizon. But Xie Ying's eyelids closed uncontrollably the moment Xie Yutong came close to her, and then she felt a gentle yet powerful force slowly injected into her body. Chapter 561. Xie Yutong passed all the power she had sealed within this soul onto Xiang. But Xiang inexplicably felt that this wasn't the true gift Xie Yutong wanted to give her. After entering her body, the power belonging to Xie Yutong didn't merge with her original spiritual power. Instead, it guided the spiritual power within her body, repeatedly cleansing her sinews and marrow. The feeling of cleansing her sinews and marrow was unpleasant, and beads of sweat soon formed on Xie Ying's forehead. But she didn't force her spiritual power to stop. Although the process was painful and torturous, Xie Ying could clearly feel something in her bloodstream beginning to emerge. Time passed by, but Xie Ying felt nothing. She felt as if time had once again stopped. Until the pain of the marrow cleansing and tendon sharpening subsided, until even with her eyes closed, she could suddenly perceive everything outside clearly: birdsong, flowers, a gentle breeze, the gurgling of water. At that moment, Xie Ying finally understood the true gift Xie Yutong had given her. Xie Yutong had used his remaining strength to give her a push, helping her awaken the faint Baiyin bloodline within her. From then on, she possessed the ability to perceive all things in the world, to control wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, and rivers. And as she awakened her bloodline's power, Xie Ying, like Xie Yutong before her, gained her own unique innate abilities. Although Yinin was in the system space, she kept a close eye on Xiang. So when Xiang opened her eyes again, Yinin clearly saw a hint of purple light glimmering in the depths of her clear, piercing eyes. But before Yinin could see clearly, Xiang blinked, suppressing the purple glow in her eyes. Yinin, can't you let me watch a little longer? At this moment, Xie Yutong's figure had completely vanished from this space, as cleanly as if she had never appeared. And right where Xie Yutong had been floating, two fragments emitting a lustrous white light slowly appeared. Xie Ying instantly recognized them as the other two fragments of the Dingtian hairpin. This time, she finally didn't need to exert any more effort. She simply stretched out her hand, and the two fragments fell directly into Xie Ying's palm. Now, she had 5 Dingtian hairpin fragments in her hand. Xiang took the original 3 fragments from her storage bag. At that moment, as if they were sensing each other, the 5 fragments spontaneously moved closer together. The moment they touched, a dazzling white light illuminated, forcing Xiang to temporarily close her eyes. When the white light faded, what appeared before Xiang was no longer the scattered fragments of the original, but a large portion of the hairpin. Even though the fragments hadn't been completely collected, the body of the Dingtian hairpin was already clearly visible. What Xiang hadn't expected was that the Dingtian hairpin wasn't as delicate and compact as she imagined, but rather the size of a normal person's arm. Rather than a hairpin, Xiang felt it was more like a small scepter. Furthermore, the fused remains of the 5 fragments had clearly undergone more changes than the previous fragments. Previously, Xiang hadn't been able to detect even the slightest fluctuation of power from those fragments, no matter how hard she tried. But the power fluctuations from the remaining hairpin were intense. Xiang even had the illusion that the broken hairpin would guide her to the final 2 fragments. She spent some time in this space, carefully studying the Dingtian hairpin. Finding she could uncover no further secrets, she sheathed the broken hairpin and returned to the jade slip Xie Yutong had given her. She sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her spiritual energy into the slip. Soon, everything recorded within the slip gradually flooded into her mind. So that's how it is. It was only after examining everything hidden within the slip that Xiang realized this tiny slip held far more than Xie Yutong had told her. Lin Yuexiang was also one of the old Heavenly Dao's avatars, so this was the real reason the system had ordered her not to kill Lin Yuexiang before completing her mission. Because as long as the old Heavenly Dao survived, killing Lin Yuexiang would be in vain. And compared to Dai Tian's group, Lin Yuexiang was a very special avatar to the old Heavenly Dao. It was so special that if they truly wanted to kill the old Heavenly Dao, Lin Yuexiang couldn't die before then. Xiang lowered her eyelids in thought. The information contained in the jade slip clearly overturned most of her previous understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. Thankfully, Xiang had always been resilient. After sorting out the information and matters, she didn't linger any longer and quickly got up and left. And the so-called test was, in fact, something they all had to go through. Only if Xiang opened the entrance to half-spring break at this moment and led everyone back 300 years, would the timeline be truly closed. Even so, Xie Yutong had already prepared a reward for everyone who traveled 300 years into the past. After Xiang left the space in the wall, she reappeared in the hall she had been in. The hall was now bustling with people, each one beaming with joy at having been reborn, and each clutching various treasures. These were gifts from Xie Yutong. Xiang had appeared out of nowhere in a corner of the hall, so no one else noticed her presence except Ji Yuan and the others, who had been searching for her. Ji Hyun's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he quickly walked over. "Junior sister, are you injured?" "It's all right now. I have something to tell you, but there are so many people around right now, so let's go find a quiet place and talk." As Xie Yutong was awakening her bloodline power, Xie Ying's internal injuries were also completely healed. Ji Hyun carefully examined her, confirming she was alright, and felt completely relieved. He stood beside Xie Ying and said nothing more. Xie Ying ignored the clamor in the hall and slowly searched the crowd for Lin Yuexiang. She felt she needed to reconcile with Lin Yuexiang about Dai Tian and Helian Yao. At this moment, Lin Yuexiang had been a bit stunned when she first returned to the hall. But when she finally remembered Dai Tian's transformation into blood 300 years ago, she couldn't help but laugh. Dai Tian's death was a blessing. From now on, she would never be coerced into doing something she didn't want to do. Unfortunately, Lin Yuexiang's joy didn't last long. She looked up and saw Dai Tian, smiling broadly, walking towards her in the crowd. "Lin Yuexiang? ? Her smile instantly faded. Why wasn't Dai Tian dead? Chapter 562. Lin Yuexiang's mood, after a brief moment of anger, turned to a wave of dread. Who the hell was Dai Tian? She had clearly seen Dai Tian being killed by Xie Ying, reduced to a pool of blood. Logically, shouldn't Dai Tian have died 300 years ago? The past should have been changed. But why was Dai Tian still standing before her now, alive and well? Was everything that had happened before an illusion? Or was Dai Tian simply an immortal monster? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Lin Yuexiang's mind, and she trembled unconsciously. The sense of security Dai Tian had once brought her had now transformed into a deep sense of dread and lingering fear. However, having lost his Dao body and the memories of 300 years ago, Dai Tian had no recollection that Xie Ying had been responsible for its destruction, or even that Lin Yuexiang, whom he had always cherished, was responsible. She had no idea of the complex fear and panic that was brewing in Lin Yuexiang's heart at this moment, forced to face him. "Xiang, where have you been? Why are you in such a mess? Are your injuries serious?" The moment Dai Tian's hand rested on her shoulder, Lin Yuexiang instinctively wanted to slap him, but only after hearing his words did she forcibly restrain herself. What's going on? Why hasn't Dai Tian's attitude towards her changed at all? She looked up at Dai Tian and saw that the worry in his eyes was genuine. He seemed completely unaware that she had mercilessly stabbed him multiple times 300 years ago. At the same time, many details that Lin Yuexiang had previously overlooked also came to mind. The unfamiliar look Dai Tian had given her 300 years ago, and the occasional headaches and memory loss that had plagued her since Dai Tian's presence over a decade ago. Though she didn't know the reason for this, she didn't know. But Lin Yuexiang was certain of one thing. Dai Tian likely didn't remember what happened 300 years ago. Lin Yuexiang's heart, pounding with panic, settled down at that moment. She lowered her head slightly, and when she looked up again, a sweet smile graced her face. "Brother, don't worry. My injuries aren't serious at all. As for what happened before, I tell you slowly when no one is around." Dai Tian had no doubts. After all, he had been by Lin Yuexiang's side since she was just beginning to develop self-awareness, subtly influencing her every move. It could be said that Lin Yuexiang's current development, her path of plundering others' luck to enhance her own cultivation, was all part of Dai Tian's plan. The only deviation from the plan was Xie Ying's appearance, which completely derailed the originally calculated process. Xie Ying wasn't someone Dai Tian could easily eliminate at his whim. So, despite his reluctance, he had to temporarily put the idea of eliminating Xie Ying aside. Anyway, as long as the plan I laid out 10,000 years ago succeeds, Xie Ying and everyone else will be nothing more than ants left in this world, waiting to die. Dai Tian didn't think twice before pulling Lin Yuexiang towards a corner. Lin Yuexiang didn't know what she was thinking. The moment Dai Tian pulled her away, she suddenly turned around and searched the crowd for Xie Ying. She only saw Xie Ying standing with Ji Hyun, Xie Jiuzhou, Guankong Buddhist, and others, conversing indistinctly. At that moment, a surge of resentment welled up in Lin Yuexiang's heart. She was gifted, and when she first embarked on the path of cultivation, she practiced diligently and diligently. If Dai Tian hadn't appeared by her side, if she hadn't listened to his advice and taken the evil path of plundering others' luck, if she hadn't followed Dai Tian's instructions after joining the Yutian sect and led others to bully Xie Ying at every turn, then she and Xie Ying would never have reached this entangled feud. Perhaps she could have become like Ning Mingshu and Zhuang Xiaohuan, not truly close friends with Xie Ying, but at least a place within Xie Ying's circle. Perhaps she could have been like Xie Ying, treating others with sincerity and receiving genuine support from her friends. Instead of the current situation, where her master and fellow practitioners were all notorious and vicious in the world of cultivation, one of her remaining two brothers had been possessed by someone else, and the remaining one held little affection for her. The world is so vast, yet Lin Yuexiang suddenly felt she had no one close enough to confide in, a friend she could trust with her heart and soul. And all this was thanks to Dai Tian. Thinking of this, Lin Yuexiang, who had always lagged behind Dai Tian, suddenly looked up at him again, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable murderous intent. Xiang had been discussing the evil formations in Jinong City with the Buddhist disciple Guan Kong, when she suddenly felt a burning gaze cast upon her. She instinctively looked up, searching for the source of that gaze, but found nothing. Though somewhat puzzled, Xiang ultimately brushed aside this minor incident and returned to her discussion with Guan Kong. In the hall, day and night passed indistinguishably. Everyone was immersed in the joy of having survived a catastrophe and received treasures as rewards, paying no attention to the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, the tightly sealed main hall door was finally opened from the outside, revealing the demon cultivator Yueya. When they first met Yueya, everyone treated her with a mixture of respect and fear. But after fighting side by side 300 years ago, they couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity as they looked at the cold Yueya. Xie Ying's gaze also fell on Yueya from afar, meeting her gaze. With a single glance, they understood each other's intentions. Even 300 years ago, Xie Ying and Yueya hadn't had much interaction, but Xie Ying could still see the difference in Yueya. Though Yueya used to be arrogant and aloof, she had a light in her eyes. But now, while her appearance hasn't changed much, those beautiful pupils no longer hold that sparkle. All that remained was a desolate, withered landscape. Maybe it's because my sister's gone. You received everything you deserve. From now on, you may leave. Yueya stepped aside, her cold voice echoing through the hall. Everyone, as if waking from a dream, thanked Yueya and left the hall in an orderly manner. Xiang naturally walked last, and before she could speak, Yueya's gaze fell on her again. Xiang, please stay for a moment. Chapter 563. Yueya's voice was quiet. Besides Xiang, only Ji Heyuan and the others walking beside her happened to hear it. However, Ji Heyuan and the others already knew Xie Ying's true identity and her blood relationship with Xie Yutong, so they naturally assumed that Yueya had kept Xie Ying with them to discuss something related to Xie Yutong. So, without needing Yueya to elaborate, they all spontaneously moved on, leaving Xie Ying and Yueya alone. Yueya? Yes. Xie Ying had barely begun to speak when Yueya impatiently cut to the chase. You saw my master, didn't you? She's completely vanished, hasn't she? Yes. Xie Ying had no intention of lying, nor did she want to give Yueya any false hope, so she answered decisively. The moment her words fell, Yueya's shoulders, which had been straight and erect, slumped. Even though she remained silent, the deep sadness that seeped from her bones was unconcealable. Before Xie Ying could even open her mouth, she saw strings of glistening tears dripping down Yueya's face. When Yueya spoke again, her voice was clearly filled with tears. Liar! She's a complete liar. She clearly said I see her again. I knew she was lying. Watching Yueya's tears fall more and more, her sobs growing more intense, Xie Ying felt a rare sense of panic and helplessness. What should she do? She only knows how to poke people in the heart with her mouth. She's not capable of comforting them at all. And no one has taught her how to comfort someone in this situation. Fortunately, Yueya didn't actually need Xie Ying's comfort. She needed an outlet. Yueya had spent years alone in this secret realm, clinging to a promise she knew was a lie, with no one to confide in her deep sorrow and loneliness. Now, she simply released all the suppressed emotions in front of Xiang. After all, in Yueya's eyes, the only people in the world closest to Xie Yutong were herself and Xiang. So many emotions, which she couldn't express in public, could only be vented in front of Xiang. After Yueya had cried enough and vented enough, she looked at Xiang again. Aside from her still red and swollen eyes, her entire face had returned to its original expression of indifference. Did she leave any words for me? Yes, but I don't know what they are. You have to read them yourself. Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly produced a jade slip, shoving it into Yueya's arms. She had actually wanted to bring this up a while ago, but Yueya's tears had been so sudden and intense that Xiang couldn't find an excuse to speak. She could only stand aside and wait for Yueya to finish her outburst. Yueya paused, her hand holding the jade slip. She had asked this question with no hope at all, clearly not expecting Xie Yutong to actually leave her something. In an instant, Yueya's mood brightened from gloomy. She quickly found the small section Xie Yutong had left for her on the jade slip. After reading it, Though she felt a little disappointed, she no longer felt the world-weary sadness she had at first. Yueya returned the jade slip to Xiaoying. Master has asked me to stay by your side and take care of you for her. Although I believe you're now a powerful adult and don't need my care, this is Master's request, so I will do it. I don't like the open and covert infighting in the world of immortal cultivation, so I won't appear before the public. I will remain in the secret realm, but if you need me, I will be there at the first opportunity. Yueya said, reaching out to pluck a strand of hair from the back of her head, which transformed into a vibrantly colored feather. She made a unilateral decision and, without hesitation, placed the feather into Xiaoying's palm. When you need me, just take out this colorful feather and blow on it, and I appear by your side. But Xiaoying, you're already an independent adult, and I hope you won't constantly ask me for help. That's all. Come back to me if you need anything. Yueya said this, not even giving Xiaoying a chance to reply. She transformed back into her original form, and soared into the flower forest. Xiaoying was now the only one left on the long staircase. She leisurely collected the colorful feather, and leisurely made her way down. Enin, who had been waiting for so long, reappeared at this moment. Enin was bound to Xiaoying, and was most aware of the changes taking place in her. She knew Xiaoying had awakened the power of Bai Yan's divine bloodline, and that she had acquired her own innate abilities. If the timing hadn't been wrong, she would have long wanted to ask Xiaoying what her innate abilities were. Now, with no one around, it was the perfect time to interrogate her. Host, you have acquired an innate ability, right? Why do you have to ask again about something so obvious? Isn't this just routine? Host, your sister Xiaoyutong's innate ability is precognition. What is yours? You want to know? Xiaoying gave a wicked smile. Then beg me and I tell you. I beg you, host. My kind and sweet host, tell me now. Xiaoying was in a good mood, too lazy to tease Enin anymore. She pointed to a certain flower tree below. Then just wait and see. The moment Xiaoying reached out and looked at the flower tree, two purple rays of light appeared again in the depths of her eyes, gradually covering her pupils until they turned completely light purple. The flower tree Xiaoying was staring at was blooming vibrantly one moment, then withering at a visible speed the next. The petals fell profusely to the ground, and the branches and leaves of the flower tree drooped rapidly. Before the flower tree completely withered, Xiaoying withdrew her gaze and injected a stream of spiritual energy into the flower tree, restoring its weakening condition. Even so, Enin could clearly discern the difference between that flower tree and the others. It was as if its life force had been drained in an instant. Even with a replenishment of spiritual energy, it was still difficult to reverse the decline it had already suffered. Enin stared at the scene unfolding before her in amazement. And at this moment, Xiaoying's voice rang out again. My innate ability is the ability to drain the life force of any living being in the blink of an eye. If I so desire, and as long as their cultivation level isn't significantly higher than mine, I can drain their vitality without anyone noticing. So I gave this innate ability a very fitting name. Death Scheme. Necessarily, Enin felt that this innate ability was a perfect match for her ruthless host. It was as if it was tailor-made for her host. Xiaoying's arrogant and domineering personality deserved such a powerful innate ability. Immersed in the joy of her host becoming even stronger, Enin almost neglected her own duties. It was not until everyone had safely left the half-spring break that the prompt in the system space lit up, and Enin then announced in a clear voice. Chapter 564. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest, refining the secret realm's half-spring break. The right to select one reward has been unlocked. The host can access the system space at any time to select their reward. Yin Yin's announcement sounded almost the same moment Xiaoying stepped out of the secret realm, and the jade pendant hanging on her chest lit up again. When everyone turned around, they discovered that the vast, endless crabapple forest had vanished in the blink of an eye. The crowd froze in their tracks. Thankfully, after experiencing traveling back 300 years and nearly dying there, everyone's tolerance for unexpected events had increased immensely. Thus, although the sudden disappearance of half-spring break seemed bizarre and outrageous, it didn't take long for everyone to fully accept it. It was at this moment that they finally discovered the difference in the world of immortal cultivation. Have you noticed that the spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation has suddenly become much richer? No one had noticed until someone in the crowd mentioned it, and everyone, upon closer inspection, noticed the difference in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. They diligently practiced their qigong to sense the change, and then their faces lit up with joy. It really is. And it's not just a little bit, it's a lot. They didn't even need to consciously practice qigong to absorb the spiritual energy. They could feel it flowing spontaneously into their bodies. Could it be that after so many years of silence, the world of immortal cultivation is finally experiencing a spiritual resurgence? The discussion was heated, their excitement evident. However, this sudden and unexpectedly positive development is truly exciting. Since ancient times, the number of people able to ascend within the myriad realms continent has dwindled significantly, not simply because those who came later couldn't match the incredible talent of their predecessors. It's more because, for unknown reasons, the spiritual energy within the myriad realms continent has rapidly dwindled, while the number of cultivators has increased rather than decreased. This has resulted in a shortage of spiritual energy for cultivation, making it increasingly difficult to break through the shackles of one's realm. This is also a key reason why, in recent years, even nascent soul cultivators have become increasingly rare within the world of immortal cultivation. Aside from those exceptionally gifted disciples, with the backing of aristocratic immortal families or major sects, who can access sufficient resources to successfully advance, it's practically impossible for ordinary casual cultivators to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage through their own efforts. But this was the state of the world of immortal cultivation before. Things would be different in the future. If what was currently before them wasn't an illusion, and the revival of spiritual energy wasn't a delusion, then they wouldn't have to resort to using spirit stones when they couldn't absorb enough spiritual energy. This way, their cultivation speed would be even faster. Advancing to a higher realm would be just around the corner. After all, there's no comparison between an environment rich in spiritual energy and one thin in it. Otherwise, those sects and families wouldn't be fighting so fiercely to occupy mountaintops and areas rich in spiritual energy. Joy and excitement infected almost everyone present, but Xie Ying's mood was completely different, one of heavy relief. After all, she knew the truth about the dwindling spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation and the inability of anyone to successfully ascend. Naturally, she also understood the meaning of this so-called spiritual energy revival. This so-called spiritual energy revival, the sudden increase in the richness of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, was merely a chain reaction caused by the fusion of the Dingtian hairpin. The jade slip Xie Yutong left her contained countless unknown secrets of the world of immortal cultivation. This is how Xie Ying learned that in ancient times, before the primordial gods like Nuwa fell, they had already foreseen the future of this small world. Nuwa possessed a heart of great love, loving all living beings equally. While the other gods lacked Nuwa's tenderness and compassion, protecting all living beings was clearly their instinct. While they wouldn't actively interfere with the choices and fates of the common people, the disasters plaguing the Wanxiang continent were clearly not caused by the common people, but rather by the selfishness of heaven. Thus, they could, to a certain extent, offer some small assistance to the common people of this small world. Thus, having foreseen the future destruction of the Wanxiang continent, these ancient gods worked together to preserve a last chance for survival. They laid an irreversible formation across the entire Wanxiang continent, preemptively channeling all of the spiritual energy present before its demise to the moment of its activation. As a result, the spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation is nearly as dense as it was in ancient times. In this rich spiritual energy, more people will be able to successfully ascend to new realms and become stronger. The more powerful the beings in this small world, the greater the possibility of resolving this crisis. This is the final salvation plan agreed upon by the gods after consultation. This formation is activated through the divine artifact, the Dingtian hairpin of Nuwa. The Dingtian hairpin was shattered and scattered by Nuwa herself. Anyone who can gather 4 or more fragments of the Dingtian hairpin can activate this formation on the Wanxiang continent. So, in Xie Ying's view, the resurrection of spiritual energy that had so delighted everyone was, in reality, no different from a single individual's last moments of life. If this formation hadn't been activated, based on the original rate of spiritual energy loss in the cultivation world, the entire Wanxiang continent could have lingered for hundreds of years. But now that the formation had been activated, hundreds of years had been compressed into just 3 years. With all the spiritual energy from the previous hundreds of years being diverted to these 3 years, how could it not be rich? To put it bluntly, this was drinking poison to quench thirst. Even though Xie Ying was always optimistic, she couldn't smile when she learned she might only have 3 years left to live. But then again, if the problem of Wanxiang continent becoming a lost realm couldn't be solved, everyone would eventually die. Thinking of this, Xie Ying's originally heavy heart suddenly lightened a little. It didn't matter, as long as she wasn't the only one facing certain death. Xie Ying's mindset shifted with this realization. She felt a sudden lightening of the body, and just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into her from all directions. She possessed a full spiritual root, inherently possessing the advantage of being compatible with all spiritual energy. Now, the rich spiritual energy poured into her without restraint, and Xiaoying could clearly feel that she could no longer suppress the immense spiritual power within her. She was about to undergo the thunder tribulation and ascend to the nascent soul stage. The previously clear sky suddenly became filled with vast calamity clouds, and everyone looked up in surprise. What's going on? Is someone nearby undergoing a tribulation? Chapter 565. Just as someone in the crowd raised a question, they were nudged by their companion's elbow. Why did you poke me? The next second, his voice abruptly stopped as he spotted Xiaoying, standing behind everyone. Her aura was distinctly different from the others. To be precise, everyone's gaze was now fixed on Xiaoying. Spiritual energy swirled around her, and the calamity clouds overhead grew lower and higher. Seeing this scene, everyone was at a loss for words to describe their feelings at that moment. If they remembered correctly, it hadn't even been a year since the sect competition ended. In other words, Xiaoying hadn't even used a year to advance from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage? Is this rate of cultivation and advancement really normal? Who on earth was saying that having full spiritual roots was useless? Looking at Xiaoying, who was surrounded by rich spiritual energy, everyone almost shed tears of envy. Who fabricated the rumor that having full spiritual roots was useless? In their view, full spiritual roots were clearly the holy bodies of cultivation on the path to immortality and ascension, and they had only heard of Xiaoying's deeds before, not her appearance. Now, after a closer look, they realized that Xiaoying was actually quite good-looking. While not a once-in-a-million-years perfect beauty, she was still a bright and beautiful young woman. Not to mention she's a driven and ambitious individual. Such a young woman would be highly sought after no matter which sect she's in. At that moment, the expressions of many present as they looked at Xiaoying gradually shifted slightly. Xiaoying, long accustomed to being stared at, saw that instead of leaving, everyone was moving closer. She glanced at them in confusion. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving yet? I'm staying here to face my own thunder tribulation. What about you? Are you trying to avoid living a good life and experience the sensation of being struck by lightning? Snap. The sound of everyone's heart breaking. The young man Mu'ai had barely begun to think when Xiaoying's words suffocated his heart. The diligent and ambitious genius was certainly attractive and captivating, but the thought of her piercing words instantly extinguished any remaining feelings. How could such a bright and beautiful girl have such a poisonous tongue? They simply couldn't handle it. As soon as Xiaoying spoke, the crowd that had previously gathered around her quickly dispersed. Having witnessed Xiaoying's Jin Den thunder tribulation, Ji Huyuan no longer blindly worried about Xiaoying's situation. He led Xie Jiuzhou and the others to a safe location to watch Xiaoying's tribulation. Xiaoying wasn't a flower coddled in a greenhouse. She could blossom with her own strength, without any help. So, all they needed to do was trust her, believe in her strength, and believe that she could safely survive the upcoming nascent soul thunder tribulation. Soon, Xiaoying was the only one left at the site of half-spring break. She was still wearing the bloody shirt she hadn't changed out of, and she hadn't even had time to clean the blood off her face, looking utterly disheveled. But the girl's eyes were startlingly bright. Boom! As a thick, massive purple lightning bolt struck head-on, Xiaoying tapped her toes and met it squarely. She had actually taken the first bolt with her bare hands, but her hands were also charred black by the lightning, and the destructive aura of lightning continued to flow through her body. This thunder tribulation for the nascent soul stage was clearly more ferocious and brutal than the previous one. Even though the new heavenly Tao now favored Xiaoying greatly, he still offered her no backdoors in overcoming the tribulation. For only by successfully withstanding the thunder tribulation with her own abilities could her Tao body be tempered to greater perfection and solidity, allowing her to continue on the path of immortal cultivation for a longer period. The thunder tribulations that led to ascension to immortality, or even godhood, were beyond the control of the heavenly Tao of this small world. If he gave Xiaoying a break from these thunder tribulations, it would not be helping her, but harming her. Precisely because the new heavenly Tao held such high expectations for Xiaoying, its demands on her were even more stringent. More and more, increasingly fierce, lightning bolts struck one after another, leaving Xiaoying barely any chance to breathe. Thankfully, with the experience of her previous tribulation, Xiaoying, though feeling strained, did not feel overwhelmed. This thunder tribulation was so ferocious that even bystanders could sense its boundless power, and could not help but sweat for Xiaoying as she fell into it. Time passed minute by minute, and Xiaoying, trapped within the tribulation, tirelessly repeated the process of catching lightning with her bare hands, harnessing the power of the lightning to temper her Tao body and meridians. Even at the end, Her hands, shattered to a white bone by the lightning and covered in all sorts of horrific blood, Xiaoying had no intention of retreating. The moment the final thunderbolt struck, Xiaoying nearly collapsed. In that moment, she felt only a hair's breadth between death and death, as if she were back in the beginning, having traveled to the Yutian sect and repeatedly tasted death due to a bug in Enian's system. But fortunately, she ultimately managed to pull through. Just as she had last advanced to the Golden Core stage, after the terrifying and destructive thunderbolt, came the Heavenly Tao's favored blessing. A spiritual rain imbued with the aura of Tao principles descended, cleansing her Tao body over and over again. The spiritual rain washed away the destructive aura left by the thunderbolt and repaired all her wounds. Hands that had been shattered to bare bones grew new flesh and blood. Xiaoying closed her eyes, savoring the gift of the spiritual rain. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but amid the patter of rain, Xiaoying seemed to hear the sound of bones growing. When the Heavenly Tao's blessing ended, the strange phenomenon dissipated, and the sky returned to its normal state. Xiaoying landed safely back on the ground. She subconsciously checked her spiritual abode and discovered that the spiritual sea hadn't changed much. The floating spiritual lotuses had simply become more numerous and larger, and the sea's surface had become vaster and more expansive. The original 9 large, plump golden cores had been replaced by 2 chubby little figures. However, one of these figures was colorful, while the other was black and red. Xiaoying suspected this had something to do with her cultivation of both immortals and demons. The 2 figures corresponded to the immortal and demonic paths, respectively. In other words, she had 1 more nascent soul than the average person, which was equivalent to having 1 more life. But that wasn't Xiaoying's greatest joy. She was most happy that the sound of bones growing she just heard amidst the patter of rain wasn't an illusion. She had truly grown taller. Chapter 566. Because she hadn't noticed the change beforehand, Xiaoying hadn't bothered to adjust the length of her new robes before landing. So, when she felt a slight chill against her ankles, Xiaoying finally realized her robes were a little shorter. It was only a tiny bit, a barely noticeable sliver, but for Xiaoying, a shorty obsessed with growing taller, it was an epic improvement. Every lowly dreams of looking like a queen. Not to mention that before she traveled across time, she was already the perfect queen height. Is there anything more painful than having something and then losing it? She was already in her 20s when she died in that time and space, so her mindset was much more mature after traveling across time. As a result, Xiaoying had overlooked the fact that her current body was only that of a girl almost 14. And a 14-year-old girl has plenty of room to grow. Xiaoying's happiness was simple. At that moment, she was completely immersed in the joy of continuing to grow taller, even wishing the thunder tribulation would return and strike her a few more times. When Ji Yuan and the others arrived, they saw Xiaoying's face, a smile etched in her eyes and brows. Junior sister Xia, are you so happy to have found a spirit stone? Senior brother Xia, you're so superficial. There are far more joyful things in this world than finding spirit stones. Xiaoying snorted, her eyes filled with pride. Haven't you noticed any changes in me? Xie Jojo was very flattering, clutching his chest in pain. Junior sister, you indeed changed. Your love for spirit stones is no longer as sincere as mine. Xiaoying, How could she not have realized before that senior brother Xia, despite his aloof appearance, was actually quite the witty and charming character? Luckily, everyone else was quite reliable, especially Ji Yuan, who already had a special interest in Xiaoying. After hearing Xiaoying's words, he immediately took a closer look. After this thunder tribulation and the baptism of heaven's blessing, Xiaoying's appearance hadn't changed much, except that her spirit and energy were more robust than before, and her aura was now more restrained than before. Ji Yuan's gaze slowly drifted down from her face. After noticing the noticeably shorter hem of her skirt at her ankles, he finally understood the real reason for Xiaoying's happiness. Junior sister. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. You've grown taller. Xiaoying's confident tone made her even happier. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She skillfully raised her hand and patted Ji Yuan's shoulder. As expected, you're the only one who pleases me most, Xiao He. Although he knew Xiaoying's words were referring to the fact that he had first noticed her growth, Ji Yuan's heart still trembled uncontrollably. It was like drinking a bowl of ice sour plum soup on a scorching summer day, soaking in it. After the subtle sourness faded, only sweet satisfaction remained. The aura between people was strange. Although Xiaoying and Ji Yuan's conversation was perfectly normal, whenever they stood together, they always gave others the feeling that they couldn't interfere. Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong Buddhist disciple exchanged a calm glance, then each smiled knowingly. It seems this thunder tribulation has truly benefited junior sister Xie. It's finally fulfilled your long-cherished wish. Buddha, you're absolutely right. Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Turning back to see the quiet Suya, she paused for a moment before asking. Suya, now that we left the secret realm, what are your plans? Can I come with you, sister? Suya's large, moist eyes flickered as she looked at Xiaoying, their gazes filled with anticipation. When I left, Grandpa repeatedly told me to repay you for saving my life. I don't want to go anywhere until I've done so. I just want to stay by your side. Don't worry, sister, I won't hold you back. It's not a matter of holding you back. Xiaoying helplessly held her forehead. Ji Huyuang clenched his fists. The sound within the system space began to scream. Oh no! Brother Xiaolu is so blunt. This is too unfair. Host, are you really not tempted at all? Actually, it's quite normal for girls in the world of immortal cultivation to have two husbands. Brother Xiaolu and Xiahe are completely different types. Sorry, I really have no interest in two-timing. How can that be called two-timing? I just want to give each man a home. Xiaoying, She snapped at Yin. While I may be unethical, I'm not so heartless as to toy with the feelings of an innocent young man. So don't get involved. Xiaoying straightened her face, and was about to take Suya to a quiet place to talk it out when Zhu Yi, the manager of the Yujing auction house, approached. Congratulations, Fairy Xia, on your successful advancement to the nascent soul stage. Zhu Yi stepped forward and offered warm and respectful congratulations, then immediately explained his purpose. The Lord has learned that the fairy and the other immortal lords have left the secret realm, and has specially instructed me to invite you all to the other courtyard for a chat. At this time, due to Xiaoying's tribulation, the crowd nearby had not decreased, but rather even increased. Zhu Yi, without any hidden intentions, openly invited Xiaoying. Then, the group departed for Xia Zan's other courtyard, unconcealed. However, this time, Xia Zan didn't immediately test Xiaoying's current strength upon seeing her. In fact, he seemed indescribably depressed. Once Xia Zan saw Xiaoying, he said, "Follow me," without a word, and immediately turned and left. Xiaoying, without hesitation, quickly followed. As for Ji Huyuan and the other four, Zhu Yi invited them to rest elsewhere. Ji Huyuan and the others naturally had no objections to this. After all, if it weren't for Xiaoying, they wouldn't have had any contact with the black market lord at all. So, it was perfectly normal for Xia Zan to treat Xiaoying differently. They didn't see any problem with it. At the same time, Xia Zan and Xiaoying arrived at the attic where they had first met. From this attic, one could clearly see the location of Half Spring Rest, but now Half Spring Rest had been refined, and the crabapple forest was gone, leaving only desolate wasteland. The veil that had always hung in the attic had been pulled aside at some point, revealing the true face of the figure in the painting behind it. Xia Yutong. Chapter 567. Xia Zan raised his hand, and 2 cups of brewed spiritual tea appeared on the table. Xiaoying sat down across from him, and got straight to the point. I want to know what Senior has been unwilling to tell me. Is now the time? Since you've been to 300 years ago, you should know I truly cannot bear the title Senior. Xia Zan's lips twitched slightly beneath his demonic mask, as he uttered the long-lost name. Yen Xiaowei, Miss Yen. It's okay. 300 years ago is 300 years ago, and now is now. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow slightly, her attitude towards Xia Zan unchanged by her knowledge of, and involvement in events from 300 years ago. No matter who I was 300 years ago, I am Xiaoying now. Since I began my cultivation, I have indeed received a great deal of kindness from you, Senior. Therefore, you are fully worthy of the title Senior. Xia Zan glanced up at her, his gaze unchanged. I've been staying in Yujing City all these years. Besides guarding half of her spring break, I also been waiting for you. Now is the right time, so feel free to ask anything you want. I answer you truthfully as long as I know. Actually, I already know most of what's going on. I just want to know what happened to you after we disappeared 300 years ago. And what caused my sister's death? Was it really because she couldn't successfully survive the Thunder Tribulation? Even after so many years, Xia Zan, who had always appeared calm, couldn't help but feel a pang of pain when Xiaoying mentioned Xia Yutong. He lowered his eyes to hide the emotion surging in them, and his voice unconsciously took on a deeper tone. After the incident in Jinyang City ended, Master and the others set off back to the world of immortal cultivation. I was diagnosed with spiritual roots, and was able to cultivate, so they naturally took me along. Master? Xiaoying was slightly surprised. You're my sister's disciple? Yes. Xia Zan didn't seem too eager to elaborate on his relationship with Xia Yutong. He simply mentioned it in a single word and moved on to other matters. I joined the sect too late, so I didn't fully understand what Master and my senior brothers and sisters were doing. Back then, besides focusing on my cultivation, I was also learning how to manage the entire black market for Master. The black market has always been the property of your Xia family. After passing through several owners, it fell into Master's hands, and later, Master handed it to me. You probably still remember Dai Tian, the Grand Master who stirred up trouble in Jinyang City at the time, and one of the leaders of the expelled. He wasn't truly dead, but his Dao body was destroyed in the Battle of Jinyang City, so I never saw him again. I only know that they never gave up their plans to ascend. Master has also been dealing with those expelled people. Xia Zan suddenly paused as he spoke. Since Xia Yutong's death, and Xiao Jia and Jiang Jingtang's departure with Xia Ying at Xia Yutong's request, Xia Zan has been forced to grow rapidly. Over the years, he has followed Xia Yutong's wishes, observing the half-spring rest while diligently managing the black market business. He deliberately avoided thinking about his past with Xia Yutong. But now, when he was forced to recall them, he realized that their stories and interactions were actually quite few. She was like the dazzling, warm sun in the sky, a being that no matter how hard he tried, he could never quite reach. Xia Zan sadly discovered that the image most vividly depicting Xia Yutong in his memories was her back, the very figure he had been chasing. Xia Zan remained silent, and Xia Ying didn't press him, simply sitting there quietly. She wasn't exactly 14 years old. How could she not see the hidden feelings Xia Zan harbored for Xia Yutong beneath his surface? But everyone has secrets and concerns that cannot be spoken of, and even if she saw through them, she wouldn't reveal them. Thankfully, Xia Zan didn't keep Xia Ying waiting for too long. He quickly pulled himself out of his memories, and continued to recount what happened next. Rumors abound in the world of Immortal Cultivation that the owner of Half Spring Rest perished in the Divine Transformation Thunder Tribulation 20 years ago. This is a rumor I deliberately spread to confuse the public and instill fear in the exiled. It's true that Half Spring Rest only appeared 20 years ago, but in reality, Master quietly passed away 100 years after the events of Jinyang City. Xia Ying's heart tightened upon hearing this. What exactly caused Sister's death? Was it the backlash of the power of faith? It was a backlash, but there were other reasons as well. Master's innate ability is precognition. She can foresee the future and travel back in time. However, the price you, the Balang clan, pay for using this innate ability is a loss of your lifespan. The more you see, the more lifespan you lose. After the events of Jinyang City, Master frequently used her precognition to search the river of time for clues that could save the Wanxiang continent, and so her lifespan slipped away at an ever-increasing rate. In a sense, her death could be considered a natural end. You should have awakened your innate ability by now, right? What is it? Soul-seeking. Xia Ying briefly introduced and demonstrated her innate ability, followed by a moment of silence between the two. Xia Zan, with a complex expression in his eyes, looked away and chuckled. You truly are the most favored descendant of the Balang clan. No wonder Master trusted you with a plan he had been laying out for thousands of years. Xia Ying couldn't refute it. After all, her innate ability was to plunder and absorb the life force of living beings. In other words, using this ability wouldn't affect her at all. Faced with this topic, the usually eloquent Xia Ying rarely continued, but instead changed the subject. What happened next? What happened after my sister's death? The smile on Xia Zan's lips faded. Master knew that once she died, the exile would surely target you, so he arranged everything before her death. I took over the black market and continued Master's plans. Senior brother Xiao Jia and second senior sister Jiang Jingten took you, then you, and hid their identities, finding a place where no one knew them. Although Master had cast a secret spell on you to freeze time, with Master's passing, the spell would eventually lose its effect, and your growth would no longer be suppressed. So, senior brother and second senior sister simply pretended to be husband and wife, raising you as their own daughter. But according to Master's instructions, after we separated, the three of us brothers could not actively contact each other to find our whereabouts, and we could not interfere with each other's life trajectories. So, before you came to the black market, I had no idea who you really were, or whether you were still called Xia Ying after being taken away by senior brother and his friends. I had no idea that senior brother and sister had passed away so many years ago, and that you had actually fallen into the hands of a sinister villain like Mu Qin from the Yutian sect, suffering humiliation. Chapter 568. At this point, Xia Zan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although Xia Yutong, who already knew the future, had instructed his disciples not to contact each other after his death in order to avoid altering the course of history, although Xia Zan himself did not have a deep affection for Xia Ying, and even envied her for being the one Xie Yutong thought about until his last moment. However, with his love for Xie Yutong, how could he truly sit idly by and watch Xie Yutong's only sister? If he truly could sit idly by, he wouldn't have sent people to secretly inquire about Xie Ying's whereabouts within the cultivation world. Xie Zan was different from his two senior brothers and sisters, Xiao Jia and Jiang Jingtan. He cared about Xie Yutong, and so he obeyed all of Xie Yutong's orders. But precisely because he cared so deeply about Xie Yutong, Xie Zan could not accept Xie Yutong's years of planning being undone by any accident. So, he disobeyed Xie Yutong's request, and secretly searched for Xie Ying's whereabouts. However, with Xie Yutong's example before him, even though Xie Ying's soul was missing when she was taken away, Xie Zan subconsciously assumed that as Xie Yutong's sister, and a descendant of the Bailang clan, Xie Ying couldn't be a mediocre person. He had never imagined that Xiao Jia and the others would die in an accident before they could guide Xie Ying on the path of cultivation. Even more so, he had never imagined that after being brought back to the Yutian sect, Xie Ying would be treated like trash by a group of blind people. Furthermore, when Xie Ying was still in the Yutian sect, the disciples who knew her always referred to her as trash in public. Naturally, Xie Zan never imagined that the trash everyone hated was the person he had been looking for. Senior, the Yutian sect incident is long over. I don't take it to heart. Please don't dwell on it anymore. You don't take it to heart? Xie Zan glanced at her suspiciously. Although he often stayed in the courtyard and rarely left, his subordinates would regularly report any disturbances outside. Ever since the sect competition, the most talked about person in the cultivation world has been the leader, Xie Ying, eager to uncover every single thing she had done. And judging by Xie Ying's actions, unlike Xie Yutong's gentle and tolerant nature, Xie Ying's personality could be described as vindictive. Even though Xie Zan stared at her with suspicion, Xie Ying didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt and met his gaze openly. Why would I hold it to heart when they're dead? Do they deserve it? You killed them all? Of course. If I don't kill my enemies, do I still have to keep them alive for the new year? Xie Ying answered subconsciously before realizing a problem. What? Hasn't the news of Mu Qian and Gu Qinghuai's death spread in all this time? No. Xie Zan had regained his usual calm demeanor. I haven't received any news, so it must have been suppressed by the Immortal Demon Alliance. Xie Ying frowned. Why would the Immortal Demon Alliance suppress this information? It wasn't shameful for her to kill Mu Qian and the others. However, she didn't continue the conversation, instead getting down to business with Xie Zan. By the time they finished their business, it was already dark, so Xie Ying and the others simply settled down in the villa. Although Suya was with them this time, Xie Zan's villa was much larger, so they settled into the courtyard they had stayed in before. Back in Jinong City, everyone's minds were on edge. No one dared to relax. Now that they finally had a chance to rest, they all tacitly agreed not to discuss anything demanding, instead returning to their rooms to rest. However, after Xie Ying closed the door, she didn't throw herself onto the soft, large bed. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the small couch and immediately began practicing her inner cultivation. Inin, ? Host, although I'm pleased you're so ambitious, aren't you taking it a bit too far? You really don't rest at all. I can't help it. The thought that I might only have 3 years to live worries me to death. How can I sleep? Between dying and waiting to die, I definitely choose the former. Xie Ying's tone was slow and casual, and Inin didn't detect any sign of worry. Alright, I'm going to meditate. You kneel down. Without caring about Inin's reaction, Xie Ying unilaterally severed contact and closed her eyes to meditate. She had just reached the nascent soul stage and needed a few days of seclusion to consolidate her spiritual energy. Furthermore, she still harbored many doubts, leaving her with no desire to rest for the time being. After discussing this with Xie Zan, she realized that many things had already been explained clearly in the jade slips Xie Yutong had left her. What Xie Zan had told her today only filled in some of the blanks, but it still didn't address some of her doubts. For example, how did her sister know Inin's boss? And where had Xie Ying, once led by the good soul, gone? For example, Inin's identity. Was Inin really just an ordinary system? Was her connection to Inin just a coincidence? In fact, Xie Ying sometimes felt that her thirst for knowledge was too strong, but curiosity was part of the driving force that kept her moving forward, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. It's just that when excessive curiosity goes unanswered, people tend to feel a bit frustrated. Xie Ying pondered these questions for a while, sorting out recent events in her mind. Only then did she push all those thoughts out of her mind and focus on meditation and breathing. Besides Xie Ying, tonight was also a sleepless night for some. After leaving the secret realm, Ning Mingshu immediately informed her brother Ning Yuch of what had happened to Ning Xian. After a brief discussion, the siblings agreed that this matter shouldn't be taken lightly. Thus, without even having time to witness Xie Ying's thunder tribulation, they led the Ning family disciples back to Yubao City. Although Ning Xian's situation had nothing to do with the others, those who had experienced it together also sensed a hint of something unusual. Their intuition, honed over the years, told them that the seemingly peaceful and tranquil world of immortal cultivation was actually turbulent, and that a major event might suddenly erupt at any moment. Thus, whether it was Lu Shang, Yuan San of the Qingkuan Dao sect, or Yi Ruan of the Shenong Palace, their first reaction after leaving was to return quickly and inform their elders of the incident. Even Lin Yuexiang and Dai Tian, who were staying at the inn at the moment, showed no signs of sleep. They sat face to face, talking, their figures reflected in the flickering candlelight on the window, looking like ghostly shadows. Chapter 569. That's pretty much it. After recounting her journey 300 years into the past, Lin Yuexiang felt her mouth dry. She ignored the image she'd been maintaining, and grabbed the long cold tea on the table, and gulped it down. After hearing the entire story, Dai Tian's face darkened as a pot's bottom. Are you saying you traveled back 300 years, and witnessed my murder? And you know who killed me? Yes, the person who killed you is Xie Yutong. But as you know, senior, Xie Ying despises me like a thorn in her side. I wish I could avoid her, so aside from what I said, I don't know anything more. Lin Yuexiang's voice remained gentle, but a dark glint flickered in her eyes as she lowered her gaze. Even from the moment she confirmed Dai Tian wasn't dead and hadn't traveled back 300 years, Lin Yuexiang knew he would definitely ask about these matters. With so many people traveling back 300 years, there were certain things Dai Tian couldn't hide. But Lin Yuexiang had already made up her mind to break free from Dai Tian's control, so naturally, she wouldn't obey him as completely as before. Especially since the symbiotic contract Dai Tian had originally signed with her had been dissolved after he acquired Wang Qing's body, Lin Yuexiang naturally had no concerns. Though she told Dai Tian many things, few of them were actually useful, not to mention that she had also omitted the role she and Xie Ying had played in killing Dai Tian 300 years prior. This mixture of truth and falsehood naturally aroused little suspicion, and Dai Tian didn't believe Lin Yuexiang had any intention of betraying him, so he held no suspicions. The two sat in silence, each harboring their own hidden agenda. The next day, Xie Ying and the others bid farewell to Xie Zan and quietly left Yujing City. Now that she and Lin Yuexiang shared a common goal for the time being, Xie Ying no longer needed to pay close attention to Dai Tian and Helian Yao's movements. Although the suppression of the news of Mu Qin and the others' deaths wasn't particularly important given the current situation, Xie Ying still felt a bit concerned. Especially since the message she had previously sent to Meng Fuiying via the Jade Slip had fallen on deaf ears, leaving her with no response. Xie Ying was even more worried. So, after discussing it, they decided to go to the Immortal Demon Alliance together to find out what had happened. Unexpectedly, shortly after leaving Yujing City, the jade slips worn by Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan at their waists began to flash wildly. Their eyebrows trembled. Upon opening the jade slips, they saw the same message, all from the Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoshi and Fu Ying are seriously injured and unconscious, their condition critical. Upon hearing this, return to the Xiaoyao sect immediately. The two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Something had indeed happened. Song Xiaoshi and Meng Fu Ying were Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan's junior brothers and sisters, and Xie Jiuzhou and Guan Kong Buddhists were no strangers to them. Upon hearing the two were seriously injured, they had considered following Xie Ying and the others back to see if they could help. However, Xie Ying declined their offer, then pulled out a jade token and handed it to them. Xia, brother Xia, Buddhist, this is the jade pendant given to me by Bai Ling, the young master of the Southern Territory's Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. This jade pendant represents the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's 3 promises. Xiao He and I must return to the Xiaoyao sect now. We are too busy to travel to the Southern Territory to ask for the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's assistance. So, junior sister Xia, no need to say more. Xie Ying was interrupted before she could finish her words by Xie Jiuzhou, who neatly took the jade token and put it away. We're friends, so what if I have to help you? Return to Xiaoyao sect with peace of mind. Fozi and I will definitely bring the medical practitioner from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion back for you, but Xuyao, brother Xie and I will go to the Southern Territory together. Although Xuyao had indeed come for Xie Ying from the beginning, he also knew his priorities, and naturally wouldn't burden Xie Ying at this critical moment. The 5 of them quickly agreed, and then split up. The Central Territory wasn't actually very close to Xiaoyao's sect, but Xie Ying and Ji Heyuan were so eager to return that they used countless speed talismans along the way, leaving after images behind from the swords beneath their feet. It was only a day later that they finally made it back to Xiaoyao's sect. Upon returning to Xiaoyao's sect, they headed straight for Qibao Island. Besides their master Long Kong, sect master Su Xiai, and their fellow disciples, nearly all the Xiaoyao sect elders had also gathered there. Xie Ying, upon seeing this scene, knew the situation was even worse than she had imagined, and her brows lowered even further. After a brief greeting with the elders, they headed straight for Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's rooms. For ease of care, Long Kong placed them in the same room. At that moment, Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's faces were utterly pale, their breathing so weak it was almost undetectable, and their bodies barely trembled with warmth. Xie Ying immediately grasped Meng Fuiying's hand to examine her injuries, only to discover that her internal organs were completely shattered, and no amount of spiritual energy could repair them. She was hanging on with only her last breath. Meng Fuiying's main focus is physical training, and her Dao body is incredibly strong. Yet, even so, she sustained such severe internal injuries. Imagine the ruthlessness of the attacker. Song Xiushi's situation was exactly the same. Ji Heyuan remained in the room, intending to temporarily lock the two men's lives with the Wu clan's secret techniques, while Xie Ying headed outside. Master, sect leader, what happened to Six's junior brother and little junior sister? How could they be so seriously injured? Su Xiai stroked his beard gravely, but remained silent. Instead, he looked at Long Kong. The latter nodded in understanding, and Su Xiai allowed the remaining disciples, except those directly taught by Qibao Island, to leave. After only the Qibao Islanders and the elders remained in the courtyard, Long Kong finally spoke. It must have been the Immortal Demon Alliance that did it. The Immortal Demon Alliance? Indeed, we don't know exactly what happened. Xiushi and his companions were discovered and dragged back from the sea by Zhang Lu. They were barely breathing when they were brought back. Xiushi only managed to utter, "Be careful of the Immortal Demon Alliance," before passing out completely. As for Fu Ying, his condition was even more serious. Long Kong could understand his disciples' astonishment. If they hadn't heard what Song Xiushi said with their own ears, these old men wouldn't have believed that something bad could happen to the Immortal Demon Alliance one day. But now that the facts were before them, they couldn't help but believe it. We worked together to cast a spell to treat Xiushi and the other two, but it's only a temporary solution. No one in the Xiaoyao sect is skilled in medicine, so we can only do our best to keep them alive. Perhaps there's a chance of recovery if we ask for the help of a skilled medical practitioner. But don't worry. I personally sent a letter to the Shenong Palace, requesting their assistance. I believe they arrive soon. I asked your senior brothers and sisters to recall you to the Xiaoyao sect for your own safety. We don't want you to become the next Xiushi and Fu Ying. Chapter 570. Xie Ying naturally understood her master's concern and care. Since joining the Xiaoyao sect, although Long Kong rarely appeared before them, Xie Ying knew that their master had always been silently caring for each of them. The master personally selected the best training methods for each disciple's temperament and constitution, and gave them gifts when they achieved a breakthrough. Although the master rarely appeared and rarely communicated with them, every disciple on Qibao Island knew that the master loved them deeply. After hearing Long Kong's brief explanation of the whole story, Xie Ying calmed down and spoke again. Master, I had some acquaintance with the young master of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion while on a sect mission in the Southern Territory. Xiao He and I were in such a hurry when we received the news that we didn't have time to go there ourselves. I didn't realize Master had already contacted the seniors from Shenong Palace. So, I asked senior brother Xie Jojo and Buddhist Master Guankong to run a trip on my behalf, asking for assistance from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. But I'm not sure about the relationship between the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Shenong Palace. Both Shenong Palace and the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion are based on medicine, and both boast highly skilled physicians. But often, the more skilled a physician, the more arrogant he becomes. Xie Ying didn't want to create further complications at this time. Thankfully, even though she didn't finish her words, Long Kong and the others had already understood her unspoken meaning. Don't worry, Ying. Medical practitioners love to learn from each other, so your worries won't happen. Long Kong patted Xie Ying's shoulder reassuringly. Go and rest. We take care of these things. Master. As he spoke, Ji Heyuan emerged from the room, his gaze fixed on Long Kong, past the others. Can I talk to you privately? On the west coast of Qibao Island. Long Kong and Ji Heyuan stood face to face on the reef, their words unclear, but from their expressions, one could tell they weren't talking about anything good. second senior brother Mo Yin and third senior sister Shinfuyu, who had rushed back from the northern border, were still staying at Song Xiusher's residence, caring for the seriously injured. Xia Ying and senior brother Qin Linzhao stood not far away, watching. Waves crashed against the reef again, and the air was filled with the unique salty aroma of the sea. Xia Ying felt a little dazed, suddenly recalling the day she had been brought to the Xiaoyao sect. It had clearly been less than a year since then, but Xia Ying felt as if she were a lifetime away. For the past year, she had been practicing relentlessly, unwilling to miss even the slightest opportunity to become stronger. She diligently completed all the tasks assigned by the system, while also changing many of the plot points from the so-called original novel. But Xia Ying knew that the crises that existed in the original novel wouldn't disappear completely with her changes. All she could do was to prepare herself for the unknown but inevitable crisis. And now, she had a premonition. Xiaoyao sect's greatest crisis was about to arrive. Xia Ying and Qin Linzhao stood on the island, staring at each other in silence. It wasn't until Long Kong and Ji Heyuan finished their conversation and approached them that they finally took action. Master, let's go! We talked to Mo Yin and the others when we get back. Long Kong raised his hand to silence Qin Linzhao's questioning, and the four of them quickly returned to the courtyard. Xiao Li Yosho remained in the room caring for the two seriously injured uncles, while Long Kong and the other six stood in the courtyard talking. This time, without waiting for anyone to ask, Long Kong dropped a bombshell. I will expel Xiao He from the Xiaoyao sect. Master. At these words, several people were shocked. What did fifth junior brother do wrong that Master would punish him so harshly? Master, please reconsider. If fifth junior brother truly did something wrong, it's because we, the senior brothers and sisters, failed to take proper care of him. We are willing to take the punishment on his behalf. Although Long Kong was pleased with his disciples' friendship, he still felt a tinge of sadness at their misunderstanding. Do you think I'm unreasonable? Senior brothers and sisters, this is my own opinion. Seeing Qin Linzhao and the others defend him so strongly, Ji Heyuan was touched, but he didn't really want Master to take the blame. Although you haven't spoken, I know you always known my true identity. Although my time in the Xiaoyao sect was brief, I'm delighted to be your junior apprentice and family member. I used to hate the demon sect because it restricted my freedom. But after all, I'm the only young master of the demon sect. Rather than allowing others to stir up trouble in the world of immortal cultivation under the name of the demon sect, it's better for me, the young master, to legitimately lead the demon sect. Xiao He, have you decided to return and inherit the demon sect? As Ji Heyuan had said, everyone on Qibao Island had always known his identity. It was just that Ji Heyuan himself kept it a secret, so the others pretended not to know. Now, hearing Ji Heyuan openly reveal his identity, they understood that he had truly let go of his past in the demon sect. While they were happy for Ji Heyuan, they preferred him to be himself rather than the illustrious demon sect leader. But this time, Ji Heyuan had clearly made his decision. The demon sect was founded by my father. Although I have no personal connection to him, why should I give away everything that's rightfully mine? Brothers and sisters, rest assured. Even if I leave the Xiaoyao sect, in my heart I will always be part of the Xiaoyao sect and Qibao Island. Xiaohe, you suddenly decided to return and inherit the demon sect. Was it because you noticed something wrong with Fui Ying and the others? Xia Ying suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on Ji Heyuan. She knew Xiaohe's character all too well. If he hadn't noticed something wrong with Fui Ying and the others, Xiaohe would never have made such a decision so quickly. No one knows me better than junior sister. Ji Heyuan smiled, but his expression quickly turned serious again. I detected traces of the demon sect's secret techniques in Ah Shi and the others. The demon sect's secret techniques are never passed on to outsiders, so the person who attacked them must be from the demon sect. Combined with Ah Shi's words before he fell unconscious, this suggests that a former demon sect disciple had infiltrated the Immortal Demon Alliance at some point. Alternatively, someone from the demon sect had taught the secret techniques to someone within the Immortal Demon Alliance. Whichever it is, it suggests that Ah Shi, their misfortune is inextricably linked to the demon sect. Who knows, this incident might be directed at me. The demon sect is my father's legacy. I cannot stand by and watch it become a sharp blade that pierces me, or even you. Many of the demon clans follow my father. If I regain my status as the demon sect's young master, Helian Yao's attempts to win them over will undoubtedly be affected. The world of immortal cultivation may appear peaceful at the moment, but chaos could erupt at any moment. If I can control the demon sect, I have an additional force to counter the tide. Chapter 571. Xia Ying knew Ji Heyuan's plan was correct, but her intuition told her that there was more to the story. But the fact that Ji Huyuan would be expelled from the Xiaoyao sect was set, and would not change. As long as everyone recognized Ji Huyuan, whether he was a Xiaoyao sect disciple or not was actually irrelevant. To avoid further complications, Long Kong, after clarifying matters with several of his disciples, went to the sect master to discuss the matter. Ji Huyuan's name and soul lamp were removed from the Xiaoyao sect's Jade Register. However, due to the current busy schedule, Ji Huyuan's expulsion from the Xiaoyao sect was not announced publicly. The day after Xiang and Ji Huyuan returned to the Xiaoyao sect, the people from Shenong Palace and the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion arrived at the Xiaoyao sect at the same time. Coincidentally, the people sent by Shenong Valley were none other than Yiruan and her master, Luo Qiuqi, the second elder of Shenong Valley. What Xiang hadn't expected was that the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's master, Bai San Yang, would personally take action. Everything was just as Long Kong had predicted. Luo Qiuqi and Bai San Yang didn't feel slighted upon meeting on Qibao Island. Instead, they greeted each other generously, and worked together to examine Song Xiushi and the other two. While Luo Qiuqi and Bai San Yang were examining the two's injuries in the room, the Qibao Island crowd waited outside. Bai Ling had also accompanied Bai San Yang to Xiaoyao sect. Although she and Xiang hadn't seen each other since they separated in the Southern Territory, the bond between true friends endures. Seeing Xiang staring at the closed door in silence, Bai Ling stood by her side and whispered words of comfort. "Don't worry, Ying. With my mother and Elder Luo from Shenong Valley working together, your junior brothers and sisters will be safe." "I know." Xiang understood Bai Ling's concern for her, so she naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. However, her concern wasn't solely about Song Xiushi and the others' injuries. But she couldn't elaborate on the specific reason, so she could only turn around and smile. After everyone waited anxiously outside for another half hour, the tightly closed door finally opened again, and Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi emerged. "You two, how are my two disciples doing?" "Not well." Luo Qiuqi was known for his quick words. "Not only are their internal organs shattered, but even their spirits have been shattered. If you hadn't promptly sealed the last bit of life within them until we arrived, they would have long since become two cold corpses. Pavilion Master Bai and I used all our strength to save them. As for their injuries, I'm truly powerless at this moment." Although he had anticipated this, Long Kong's heart sank when he heard Luo Qiuqi's words. Xiushi and Fuing are still so young. If their injuries can't be healed, will they be crippled forever? This would be too cruel for these two children. "You two, is there really no other solution? If there were a top-grade immortal plant or medicine, Elder Luo, and I might be able to give it a try." Bai San Yang spoke carefully, not making a final statement. But Dragon Island Master knows that since the spiritual energy in the immortal cultivation world began to decline, even ordinary immortal plants, let alone top-grade ones, have become rare. Although spiritual energy is beginning to recover for unknown reasons, it still takes time for immortal plants to grow. Even if Elder Luo and I had a solution, it would be like a skilled cook without rice. If it were just immortal plants, the Xiaoyao sect, with its profound heritage, would naturally be able to provide them, but Bai San Yang wanted a top-grade immortal plant. This kind of thing might not even be in stock in the Immortal Demon Alliance. But since the immortal paths of his two beloved disciples were at stake, let alone top-grade immortal plants, even if Bai San Yang wanted the stars in the sky, he would find a way to obtain them. Long Kong had already made preparations to leave the sect himself to search for the immortal plant, but just then, his beloved disciple Xiang suddenly spoke up. "If this is it, I wonder if it can be used as medicine?" Before the words were out, everyone's eyes were dazzled by the sudden flash of light in the courtyard. In Xia Ying's palm lay a bamboo, 9 sections in all, translucent and crystal clear, reflecting a rainbow of colors in the yellowish sunlight. But the most undeniable thing was the mysterious aura emanating from the bamboo, for they could actually sense the power of the Tao and the laws within it. 9 transformation crystal bamboo. Luo Qiuqi and Bai San Yang called out its name almost simultaneously. Others might not recognize what this treasure was, but medical practitioners like them couldn't help but know it. Seeing the two recognize the 9 transformation crystal bamboo without hesitation, Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like it's useful." "Of course it is." Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi's eyes lit up. That was an immortal plant that contained all the purest and most benevolent power in the world. The two hadn't mentioned it before because they had only seen references to the 9 transformation crystal bamboo in ancient texts, and had no hope of encountering it in the world of immortal cultivation. But who could have imagined that Xiang actually held a complete 9 transformation crystal bamboo in her hands? After receiving their definitive answers, Xiang felt completely relieved. She handed the treasure, which others would covet, to Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi without hesitation. Please, seniors, please heal my junior brother and sister. They won't need so much. Bai San Yang declined. Although your junior brother and sister are seriously injured, only 2 sections of 9-turn crystal bamboo would be enough to use as medicine. You 2 seniors have taken the trouble to save my junior brother and sister. I have no way to repay you. Apart from the 9-turn crystal bamboo needed to treat them, please divide the remaining crystal bamboo equally between you 2. Consider this my token of gratitude for your assistance. Even so, your thank you gift is too much. Precious. For me, no matter how valuable the thank you gift is, it's not worth the lives of my junior brothers and sisters. Besides, while this 9 transformation crystal bamboo is precious, its value varies in different hands. Medical practitioners care about the common good and are compassionate and righteous. I believe that after you 2 seniors obtain it, you will be able to save many more innocent people. Although Xiaoying usually appears nonchalant and detached, her understanding of human nature and sophistication rivals even the elders in the sect. She hadn't shown it in the past because she was too lazy to speak when she could convince with fists. But now that she and the Xiaoliao sect had something to ask of them, she naturally had to find a way to satisfy Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi, allowing them to devote their full efforts to treating Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying. Since that's the case, then we won't refuse. Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi exchanged a glance, then took the 9 transformation crystal bamboo and turned back into the room. Although they said nothing, their eyes and hearts clearly agreed with Xiaoying's actions. Bai San Yang was willing to help out because she wanted to repay Xiaoying for saving her daughter Bai Ling's life, while Luo Qiuqi wanted to make the Xiaoliao sect owe him a favor. But now, not only did they fail to achieve their original goal, but they also owed Xiaoying a favor the moment they accepted the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. For a medical practitioner, a treasure like the 9 transformation crystal bamboo is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No medical practitioner would want to miss out. So, even knowing Xiaoying's intentions, the 2 of them still willingly accepted it. Now it seems that Xiaoying's extraordinary talent and superior strength have made people overlook her even greater intelligence. Chapter 572. Fortunately, both the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Shenong Palace had already intended to forge ties with the Xiaoliao sect. Thus, instead of feeling disgusted by Xiaoying's apparent intentions, the 2 actually admired them. After all, being intelligent is a rare virtue, isn't it? It all happened so quickly that the others only realized what was happening after Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi returned to their room. But no one, whether aware or not, asked Xiaoying where the 9 transformation crystal bamboo came from. To protect his apprentice, Long Kong even ordered those present not to reveal a single word about the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi, already exceptional medical practitioners, were further strengthened after obtaining the 9 transformation crystal bamboo. Although Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying would not regain consciousness for a while, their injuries had finally stabilized, and their faces were finally returning to color. However, their injuries were so severe that, according to Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi's joint diagnosis, they would need at least 2 months to recover. Even then, they wouldn't be completely healed. They would need to continue taking elixirs made from the 9 transformation crystal bamboo for 3 months to repair their severely damaged foundations and prevent any potential problems in their future cultivation. Bai San Yang and Luo Qiuqi, having benefited from the unexpected 9 transformation crystal bamboo, were particularly attentive when treating Song Xiu. Furthermore, the lengthy recovery process required constant medical attention, so they decided to temporarily stay at the Xiaoliao sect. This meant that Luo Qiuqi wouldn't have to worry too much about Shenong Palace, but the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion could still be left unattended. Therefore, Bai Ling, who had just met Xiaoying, had to tearfully bid farewell to her and return to the southern border. After Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's injuries stabilized, Ji Heyuan finally began to return to the demon clan to reunite the demon sect and take control, so that he could soon challenge Helian Yao. But Xiaoying's uneasiness was not alleviated in the slightest. As soon as she learned of Song Xiushi and the other 2's mishap, she sent messages to Xinyu and Wu Huan, 2 close friends in the Immortal Demon Alliance, to inquire about the situation. However, the messages fell on deaf ears. Later, she tried to contact Zhuang Zhihuan, Yang Shu, the Yun Che and Yun Hao brothers, and even Yun Mei, but still received no response. Finally, Xiaoying tried to contact the head elder. When Xiaoying left the Immortal Demon Alliance, the chief elder had left a spiritual mark in Xiaoying's sea of consciousness, allowing her to communicate with him at any time and as a precaution. As long as Xiaoying activated that mark, she could communicate with the chief elder even across thousands of miles. But after attempting to activate it, She discovered that no matter how much spiritual energy she injected into it, the mark showed no sign of illuminating. This suggests either that the chief elder has passed away, or that a powerful force has sealed him in an inaccessible location, severing all contact with the outside world. Either way, it points to a grave fact. The chief elder is likely in grave danger. The loss of contact with the chief elder, along with Sun Yu, Wu Huan, and other disciples who followed and supported him, only confirms Long Kong's earlier suspicion. Trouble has broken out within the Immortal Demon Alliance. After confirming this, Xie Ying immediately met with Long Kong, Su Ci, and the others, sharing her full suspicions. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ci immediately sent letters to allied sects and aristocratic families within the cultivation world, inviting them to the Xiaoliao sect to discuss countermeasures. However, before the other sects and aristocratic families arrived, Xie Ying had received a warning from Lin Yuexiang. Then, the enemy laid a tight net against Xie Ying. Everyone in the Xiaoliao sect believed that the previous strange phenomena were targeting Ji Heyuan, the young master of the demon sect and of the witch clan. Until news spread from the Immortal Demon Alliance that the chief elder, the Grand Elder, Sun Yu, and a group of others had colluded with evil cultivators and been imprisoned in the Immortal Prison. Then, Fairy Lingyin, who had recently advanced to the fusion stage, led the Immortal Demon Alliance's third elder and others, aiming their swords at the Xiaoliao sect. Everyone suddenly realized that their true target was Xie Ying, and Ji Heyuan was merely a casual target. Above the Xiaoliao sect, countless sword lights lingered silently. Fairy Lingyin stood at the forefront, stepping on the pure white sword lights, her white robe as chilling as a plum blossom amidst the snow. Beside her stood the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance and the seventh elder of the Dingyang sect, Bai Xinyue, along with representatives from several major families in the Northern Territory and the Ning family of Yabao City. Behind them stood Di Chenyue and countless other disciples and independent cultivators from the immortal world who followed them. Everyone stood quietly above the island. Fairy Lingyin's voice, tinged with the power of a mid-stage fusion cultivator, instantly pierced the Xiaoliao sect. Where is the Xiaoliao sect's leader? Shortly after she finished speaking, Su Ci, clad in a green Taoist robe, slowly emerged, stroking his graying beard. He was relaxed, showing no sign of fear at Fairy Lingyin's attack. If Fairy Lingyin wishes to visit me, she could have simply come directly. Why mobilize so many people? Behind Su Ci stood Long Kong, along with Qingqing and all the Xiaoliao sect elders and disciples. Xie Ying was naturally among them. She stood among the many disciples, calmly looking up at Fairy Lingyin, who stood at the forefront. The scene was reminiscent of the scene in the original novel, where Lin Yuexiang and Helian Yao led the entire cultivation world against the Xiaoliao sect. However, now, the one seeking to destroy the Xiaoliao sect had become Fairy Lingyin, and their target had shifted from Ji Heyuan to her, Xie Ying. As Xie Ying looked up at Fairy Lingyin, her gaze, across the crowd, fixed accurately on Xie Ying. Master Su, I'm not here to reminisce about the past. We're here today to eliminate the evil that plagues the world of immortal cultivation. I demand that you hand over Xie Ying immediately. Su Ci's expression remained unchanged by Fairy Lingyin's words. He and the other elders, with an unyielding demeanor, shielded Xie Ying and all the other disciples behind them. I wonder how my Xiaoliao sect disciple Xie Ying has offended Fairy Lingyin to the point where she's obsessed with her. You're already hundreds of years old, yet you're still fussing over a teenager, threatening to kill him over such a trivial matter. Wouldn't that be embarrassing to hear of? Su Ci. Long Kong. Fairy Lingyin's beautiful eyes, her secret thoughts exposed by Long Kong, flashed with a hint of cruelty. I'm not so narrow-minded as to go to such great lengths to target a mere Jindan disciple. I want you to hand over Xie Ying because Xie Ying, in order to improve her cultivation, has been colluding with the demons through opportunistic means. She has already allowed demonic energy to enter her body and become a demonic cultivator. For the safety of the entire cultivation world, I must purge the sect and rectify the cultivation culture. Chapter 573. Oh my! For the safety of the entire cultivation world, I must clean up the mess and rectify the cultivation culture. Sui Qingqing repeated Fairy Lingyin's words in a sarcastic tone, her chubby face filled with disdain. Is it for the safety of the entire cultivation world, or are you deliberately targeting our little Ying to satisfy your own selfish desires? Lingyin, you know it all. Why are you speaking so righteously and so solemnly? You don't think that just because you say a few righteous words, you're truly an upright person, do you? No way. No way. Can someone be so foolish after being hundreds of years old? Sui Qingqing, shut up. Fairy Lingyin was so enraged by Sui Qingqing that she nearly burst into a rage. Finally, she thought of the noble, and dignified image she had painstakingly maintained in the cultivation world, and she held back. "I won't argue with you. Since you won't hand over Xiaoying, then you can't blame me." Fairy Lingyin snorted coldly and raised her hand to gently press down. With a loud boom, a white lightsaber, condensed from sword energy, pierced through the clouds and descended straight down. Its tip pointed directly at the Xiaoyao sect's members. With the falling sword came the immense pressure of a fusion stage expert. Most of the Xiaoyao sect's disciples paled under this overwhelming pressure, their knees pressed down, nearly collapsing. Su Si's smile faded upon seeing this. As the sword was about to fall, he raised his hand and struck it. Out of thin air, a massive hand suddenly appeared, catching the sword's downward trajectory. The mighty sword, once advancing with such ferocious force, suddenly stopped, unable to advance even a single step. The aura that enveloped them suddenly vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect stared at their leader in astonishment. When did he reach the fusion stage? Bai Xingyue and the others in midair also showed astonishment. As for Fairy Lingyin, her expression darkened completely. Su Xi is also in the middle fusion stage. She had thought she was the first person to successfully reach the middle fusion stage since the spiritual energy revived in the cultivation world, but now Su Xi's presence had clearly slapped her in the face. The original plan of suppressing the Xiaoyao sect with sheer force was probably no longer feasible. But what Fairy Lingyin didn't know was that her situation was completely different from Su Xi's. She had previously been unable to reach the fusion stage because she couldn't break through a bottleneck. This time, she succeeded, thanks in part to the spiritual energy resurgence in the cultivation world, and in part to a top-grade mirror-breaking pill provided by the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. But Su Xi didn't advance to the fusion stage because he didn't want to. Su Xi had already reached the bottleneck between the spiritual transformation and the body fusion stage years ago, and could advance to the body fusion stage at any time. However, the higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is required to advance. Su Xi knew how dire the situation in the world of immortal cultivation was. With spiritual energy dwindling so rapidly, if he advanced recklessly, the Xiaoyao sect's spiritual energy would be significantly reduced, affecting the cultivation and advancement of his disciples. As the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, he could not be so selfish. For him, the immortal path of his disciples was far more important than his own. Thus, over the years, Su Xi had mostly retreated to suppress his inner cultivation, unwilling to advance, leaving the Xiaoyao sect's affairs to be managed by Su Yinji, Long Kong, Cui Qingqing, and others. It wasn't until the current resurgence of spiritual energy that Su Xi finally freed himself from his previous concerns. He finally stopped suppressing his cultivation and cast a barrier within the Xiaoyao sect, isolating himself from outside observation. This allowed him to quietly survive the Thunder Tribulation and leap into the middle stage of the fusion stage. It now seemed that his decision to advance the sect the moment the spiritual energy revived had been a good one. Otherwise, if Fairy Lingyin had led her people in attacking the Xiaoyao sect today, even his temporary advancement wouldn't have been enough to protect the sect's disciples. However, Fairy Lingyin's concerns were completely different from Su Xi's. She cared only about her own path to immortality, and whether her position, as the foremost in the world of immortal cultivation, would be taken away. "Master Su, you're so secretive. With such strength comparable to mine, it seems I should advocate my position as the foremost in the world of immortal cultivation. As long as it benefits the world of immortal cultivation and truly works for its well-being, who is truly the foremost in the world of immortal cultivation matters nothing." Fairy Lingyin choked, then sneered. "Master Su's words are righteous, but aren't you also shielding Xiaoying? Your strength is now on par with mine. If you forcefully try to protect Xiaoying, I'm powerless. But Master Su, do you really intend to go against the entire cultivation world for Xiaoying alone?" As the situation became tense, an ethereal and charming voice suddenly rang out from afar, followed by a graceful figure stepping onto a cloud. It was Miao Shu, the owner of Huan Tower. "Fairy, your words are far too harsh. Even high officials in the mortal world would give murderers a chance to defend themselves before sentencing them to death. How could you, Fairy, condemn Xiaoying without even giving her a chance to defend herself? Could it be that Fairy Lingyin is trying to bully others by taking advantage of her power? There's a saying that's true, your enemies know you best. Mioshu Tower Master and Fairy Lingyin have been at odds since their youth, and the two have always disliked each other, but Mioshu is the only one who knows how to manipulate Lingyin's strengths. The resurgence of spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation has indeed benefited everyone. Many within the 9 major sects have recently achieved breakthroughs and reached new heights. Upon learning that Fairy Lingyin and the 3 elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance had joined forces to target the Xiaoyao sect, Tower Master Miaoshu immediately notified Brahma Temple, Beast Taming Valley, and other close allies. She had just sent a message to the sect. She, in a moment of dexterity, rushed to the Xiaoyao sect at top speed to stop Fairy Lingyin from doing such a foolish thing. Fairy Lingyin, deeply concerned about her reputation, naturally didn't want to be branded a bully, but she couldn't really let Xiang go just because of Mioshu's words. Even if she wanted to, the 3rd elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance wouldn't. She owed the 3rd elder a favor for the supreme mirror-breaking pill, and the 3rd elder wanted Xie Ying's life. So today, no matter what, she couldn't retreat. Mioshu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Fairy, that's wrong. Since you're trying to clean up the world of immortal cultivation, how can I, as one of the 9 great sect masters, remain immune? In my opinion, why don't you both put away your magical powers and sit down to talk it over? Otherwise, others might think the Xiaoyao sect has truly committed some unforgivable crime. Mioshu Tower Master smiled, but inwardly she cursed Lu Yu and the others over and over again. Why haven't they come yet? If that Lingyin gets really shameless and insists on attacking her, she won't be able to stop him alone. Chapter 574. Unfortunately, Fairy Lingyin had clearly decided to go all out, with no intention of giving Mioshu any face. Just as Mioshu understood her thoughts perfectly, she felt the same way in return. Fairy Lingyin knew Mioshu was stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements. Naturally, she didn't want to give her this opportunity, so she attacked without a word. Form a formation. With these words, the 3rd elder and the others, who had been poised for action, immediately unleashed their sword intent. Atop Fairy Lingyin's great sword, countless small swords of various shapes shone. They descended in unison with Fairy Lingyin's words, landing densely on the giant palm. Soon, cracks appeared on the palm under the onslaught of countless sharp sword intents. I give you one last chance. Hand over Xie Ying, and I pretend today never happened. We never. Seeing this, the Xiaoyao sect's members didn't even need Su Ci to speak. They spontaneously launched their spiritual energy into the giant palm in the air, aiming to counter the opponent's attack. From beginning to end, no one in the Xiaoyao sect considered handing over Xie Ying to end the impending war. To them, Xie Ying was their nephew, their sister, and their junior apprentice, but not the demon cultivator that Fairy Lingyin had described as colluding with evil, falling into the devil's ways, and endangering the people. They had eyes, ears, and hearts. They could distinguish right from wrong. They didn't need anyone to tell them what kind of person Xie Ying was. Xie Ying had done nothing wrong, so she shouldn't be wronged. She certainly shouldn't be slandered with so few words, and not even given a chance to defend herself. If the world of immortal cultivation is filled with people like Fairy Lingyin, who indiscriminately trample on low-level disciples based solely on their own likes and dislikes, then what good is it for them to be expelled from the world of immortal cultivation? The Xiaoyao sect's way is to uphold one's original aspirations, and follow one's heart, never to go against one's will and follow the crowd. Fairy Lingyin saw that even at this moment, the Xiaoyao sect remained united as a solid block of iron, unable to find a way to strike. She felt a mixture of shock and anger. Such unity had never been seen before in the Yutian sect. The 3rd elder's eyes grew even colder upon seeing this. Simply eliminating Xie Ying wasn't enough. If the Xiaoyao sect existed, it would only produce thousands of Xie Yings in the future. She wanted to eliminate the entire Xiaoyao sect. Xie Ying stood among the disciples, uncharacteristically silent from beginning to end. Though she longed to smack Fairy Lingyin's sanctimonious face, she knew now was not the best time to strike back. She had to wait a little longer. In a flash, a Buddhist chant echoed from afar, followed by the shadow of a massive golden bell descending from the clouds, instantly dispelling all attacks from both sides. Amitabha. With the chant, Brahma Temple's abbot, Xihui, and Grandmaster Xi Yan ascended through the air. Behind them, flying on their swords, came the 5-element sword sect's leader, Heng Yuan Jianjun, the shadowless sect's leader, Feng Yingzhenren, and the Beast Taming Valley's leader, Lu Yu. By this point, 6 of the 9 major sects were present, all highly respected and influential figures. Fairy Lingyin had known that Miaoshu Tower Master had summoned reinforcements, but she had never imagined so many sects would be willing to stand up for the Xiaoyao sect. The other sects were easy to deal with, but only Brahma Temple instilled a certain fear in Fairy Lingyin. As the only Zen sect among the 9 major sects, the rest of the immortal cultivation world knew nothing of Brahma Temple's techniques. They only knew that few of its Buddhist practitioners practiced the compassionate Zen of ordinary beings or followed the path of the common people. Those Buddhist cultivators all appeared compassionate, but in reality, they were more ruthless than anyone else, constantly demanding the salvation of others, especially that old Buddhist cultivator, Xian Yin. As a Buddhist cultivator, Xian Yin earned the nickname Evil Azura in the world of immortal cultivation in his youth, a testament to his ruthless heart. In short, the more compassionate the Buddhist cultivators of Brahma Temple appear, the more ruthless they are in their actions. Even Fairy Lingyin, hailed as the foremost in the world of immortal cultivation, was deeply wary of the Buddhist cultivators of Brahma Temple. Not to mention the fact that two of them had arrived this time, one of them an evil Ashura. Are you two masters also going to intervene in this matter? Amitabha. Master Xian Yin clasped his hands together, a compassionate expression on his face. This concerns the world of immortal cultivation, so Brahma Temple cannot sit idly by. Furthermore, this is the most unbearable thing I ever seen. Since Fairy Lingyin and the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance have consistently claimed that Xiang of the Xiaoyao sect has colluded with demons and fallen into evil, then where's the evidence? At this point, neither the third elder nor Fairy Lingyin could continue their previous strong tactics. But fortunately, they had been prepared from the beginning. The third elder's gaze fixed on Xiang, his eyes as cold as ice. The evidence is within Xiang. 1,000 years ago, the Ning family of Yubao City produced a half-demon named Ning Xian. He was later sent to the snowy mountains of the northern border, where he was taught by the then saint of the Snow Clan. Ning Xian's demonic nature was unleashed, and he killed the saint and fled deep into the mountains, wreaking havoc in the northern border for years. A few months ago, the 8 great families of the northern border joined forces and entered the deep mountains to search for the demon, intending to eliminate him. Xiang of the Xiaoyao sect was among them. The demon leader was later killed, but before his death, he gifted his magic weapon to Xiang. This is the perfect proof that Xiang was colluding with the demon leader. The heavenly secret disc the demon leader gave to Xiang is physical evidence. And these disciples behind me, who came from the northern border, are witnesses. With both physical and human evidence, there's no way to deny it. Not to mention, this matter was first reported to the Immortal Demon Alliance by the disciples of the northern border noble families, who had entered the snowy mountains with Xiang. If you don't believe me, you can just let Xiang confront these noble family disciples face to face. Xiang, who had endured for so long, finally had no need to endure any longer. When the two masters from Brahma Temple appeared, Xiang knew the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. After all, although she was used to being arrogant, she also knew how to bend and stretch. Without fair treatment, no matter how many excuses she made, it would be in vain. But if the two masters from Brahma Temple and the leaders of the 9 major sects could bear witness, it would be a different story. People always like to play the game of catching turtles in a jar, but how can we be sure who is the turtle caught until the final moment of the decision? Lin Yuexiang's reminder was so timely. She had to give this drama a dramatic and exciting ending to live up to the passionate performance of Fairy Lingyin and others. So, almost the moment the third elder finished speaking, Xiang, dressed in green, stepped forward decisively. Third elder, Fairy Lingyin, you haven't given me a chance to speak since you pointed your swords at my Xiaoyao sect. So before I explain the truth about the Snow Mountain, I think it's necessary to let you know something more important. A few days ago, outside Yujing City, at the former site of Half Spring Rest, I successfully survived a thunder tribulation, breaking through my elixir and forming my nascent soul, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people. So now, I'm no longer just a Jindan kid, as you might call me, but a full-fledged nascent soul cultivator. It's common knowledge that demonic cultivators of the demonic race fear thunder, making it impossible for them to survive a thunder tribulation. So how did I, who had already fallen into the demonic path and become a demonic cultivator, successfully survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation in full view of so many people? You two aren't going to say again that I only fell into the demonic path after breaking through my elixir and forming my nascent soul, are you? Chapter 575. Fairy Lingyin was stunned. Xiang had broken through the Dan and formed a fetus? When did this happen? How come she hadn't heard anything? The third elder's calm face was also blazing with jealousy. Such talent was truly enviable. Xiang, I always heard about you, and I admire you very much. Seeing that the situation had deviated from their original plan, Bai Xinyue had no choice but to intervene. But the disciples of the Du, Qin, and Wei families in the northern borderlands solemnly swear upon their Taoist hearts that you and Ning Xian have a close relationship. Of course they dare to swear. After all, Ning Xian and I do have a close relationship. Xiang sneered. They told you so much, but didn't they also tell you that Ning Xian died because of me? If I truly wanted to collude with the demons to harm the world of immortal cultivation, Why would I have to destroy Ning Xian's will to survive? Wouldn't it have been easier to help him conquer the world of immortal cultivation and save myself the trouble? But from what I understand, you do possess a magical instrument called the Heavenly Secret Disc. Since you both hold different opinions, why not take out the Heavenly Secret Disc and examine it? If the Heavenly Secret Disc is indeed a demonic object, even if you haven't fallen into the demonic path, it won't prove you haven't colluded with the demons. Do you dare to take out the Heavenly Secret Disc for the sect masters to examine one by one? The Heavenly Secret Disc is a demonic object? That's the funniest joke I ever heard. Let me tell you, the Heavenly Secret Disc is a spiritual object, the lifeblood of Saint Xuanning of the Snow Maiden clan. Ning Xian was Saint Xuanning's disciple. After the saint's death, he took the Heavenly Secret Disc, then repented and gave it to me before his death. Is this something so hard to understand? Is it true that only humans are allowed to fall into demonic depravity, while demons are forbidden from turning back? No point in saying more. The third elder spoke coldly. Today, she was a completely different person from the amiable third elder Xie Ying had known. But now that things had come to this, there was no need for the third elder to continue pretending. Xie Ying, just answer us. Do you dare to take out the Heavenly Secret Disc for inspection? Do you dare to let us investigate whether you possess any demonic energy? Why wouldn't I dare? Xie Ying met the third elder's scrutinizing gaze with openness, then publicly withdrew the small Heavenly Secret Disc. Unnoticed, the moment Xie Ying placed the Heavenly Secret Disc, the blood-red mark beneath her sleeve shone slightly, instantly absorbing the demonic energy that had once belonged to Ning Xian into the disc. As for the demonic energy within Xie Ying, she naturally had a way to conceal it from anyone. If she had been tricked into a conspiracy even after knowing about it in advance, she could have truly packed up and died. Perhaps she would have been wiser in her next life. The third elder had reached out to take the Heavenly Secret Disc the moment Xie Ying produced it. She had made all the necessary preparations. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Secret Disc was a demonic object or not, if Xie Ying dared to produce it, she would have a way to imbue it with demonic energy, rendering Xie Ying powerless to defend herself. However, Xie Ying had no intention of handing it over. With a flick of her wrist, Xie Ying flung the Heavenly Secret Disc into the air, where it expanded and enveloped the Xiaoyao sect. Third elder, for the sake of fairness, I think it would be best if you didn't touch my Heavenly Secret Disc yourself, lest we end up with a tangled mess. Here is the Heavenly Secret Disc. Seniors, please verify for yourselves whether it is a demonic creature. Demons have existed for a long time, and are feared by both humans and demons. Therefore, countless methods exist in the world of immortal cultivation to test for the presence of demonic energy, with the Brahma Temple's methods being particularly effective. Because Buddhism, like thunder, is the nemesis of demonic energy. Xie Ying acted so openly that the others' hearts were already halfway in her favor before they even took action to verify it. The third elder clenched her hands and fists hidden within her sleeves. She hadn't expected Xie Ying to be so wary of her. But the situation had already been set, and she couldn't accept it unless she eliminated Xie Ying. So, even in full view of the crowd, the third elder still planned to take the risk and tamper with the Heavenly Secret Disc. The bracelet on her wrist contained a cloud treasure. The Qinning family had preserved pure demonic energy for years. If she could seize this opportunity to inject it into the Heavenly Secret Disc before anyone else could make a move, Xie Ying would have no chance of a comeback. Let me go first. The third elder made up her mind. Without waiting for anyone else to make a move, she took a few steps forward and, with a wave of her sleeve, prepared to cast a spell. But the moment she raised her hand to cast the spell, the demonic energy hidden within the bracelet suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. The third elder's movements abruptly stopped. She instinctively glanced down at Xie Ying, only to meet her half-smile. The third elder felt a mixture of surprise and anger, which eventually turned into a deep fear. Could Xie Ying have known her plan all along? Third elder, why don't you just do it? Are you just pretending to be standing there? Or are you, third elder, having trouble remembering the spell to test for demonic energy? Even though she didn't know the third elder's true intentions, Miaoshu couldn't bear to watch and couldn't help but complain. Since third elder won't take action, then let me do it. Miaoshu attacked before she finished her words, quickly reaching a conclusion. No problem. The Heavenly Secret Disc is fine. You proceed. Feng Yingzhenren, Heng Yuanjianjun, and Beast Taming Valley Master Lu Yuyu, after conducting their own investigations, all came to the same conclusions as Miaoshu Lu Zhu. Even Fairy Linging couldn't in good conscience claim there was something wrong with the Heavenly Secret Disc. In the end, only the two senior monks from Brahma Temple remained unmoved. With their plans completely disrupted, the third elder could only place their final hope on these two senior monks. She couldn't fathom Master Xi Yan's intentions, but she knew that Master Xi Hui was a highly respected and impartial man. If Xie Ying had even a hint of demonic energy, she was confident that Master Xi Hui would not shield her. But what the third elder didn't expect was that, precisely because Master Xi Hui was so impartial, he saw from the outset that this was a conspiracy against Xie Ying and the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, without even investigating, he sided with Xie Ying. I just remembered something. When Xie Xiaoyu came to Brahma Temple to listen to Buddha's teachings, the temple had offered her a small opportunity. In the merit pond of Brahma Temple, a koi fish named Yin, who had spent 1,000 years listening to Buddha's sutras and practicing Buddhism before the Buddha, chose Xie Ying. Since then, Yin has been Xie Ying's constant companion. Yin is a spiritual carp of the Buddhist sect. With him by Xie Ying's side, there's no chance of her becoming possessed. Even if Xie Ying were truly possessed, I would be able to tell through Yin. Chapter 576. Although Fairy Lingyin and her companions arrived with overwhelming force, when Niaoshu Tower Master, Heng Yuan Sword Master, and the others appeared, Fairy Lingyin had a premonition. They would return empty-handed today. But despite being prepared for their plan to fail, Fairy Lingyin couldn't help but frown when she heard Master Xihui personally attest to Xie Ying's innocence. That was the koi in the Brahma Temple's merit pond. She simply couldn't understand how a plain little girl like Xie Ying could command such special attention, and how could she have received so many opportunities and fortunes that others could only dream of. The third elder's face was also dejected. She had made countless preparations for today's attack on the Xiaoyao sect, but now everything had gone to waste. At this point, Xie Ying's innocence was beyond dispute. Among the countless disciples who had followed Fairy Lingyin and the third elder, only a few of their closest confidants knew the true truth. The other disciples, unaware of the situation and genuinely believing Xie Ying had strayed, suddenly felt lost as to what to do. Now that Xie Ying's descent into the demonic path had been proven a misunderstanding, shouldn't they retreat? But since Fairy Lingyin and the two elders hadn't spoken, they didn't dare act rashly, and an eerie silence descended upon them. Though Brahma Temple and the Niaoshu Tower Master hadn't said anything outright, their stance clearly sided with the Xiaoyao sect and their determination to protect Xie Ying. Despite their deep reluctance, the third elder and Fairy Lingyin had to admit there was nothing they could do to Xie Ying today. If Fairy Lingyin's strength far surpassed everyone present, then Xie Ying's fate would be a matter of a thought. While the resurgence of spiritual energy brought Fairy Lingyin sweet rewards, it also brought her closer to the rest of the immortal cultivation world. Su Ci had quietly advanced to the middle stage of the fusion stage. Even in their brief exchange, Fairy Lingyin could clearly sense that Su Ci's strength was comparable to her own. Su Ci alone was enough for her to handle, not to mention Miao Shu and the others watching closely. But after so many days of preparation, only to have their efforts undone in such a short time, the third elder could not swallow her anger. She stopped staring at Xie Ying, and instead fixed her gaze on Ji Huyuan in the crowd. Then, she narrowed her eyes, concealing the fleeting calculation. Xie Ying's demonic possession may truly be a misunderstanding, but there's one thing that's definitely not. Since we're all gathered here today, let's get some things straight. The third elder pointed at Ji Huyuan and spoke sternly. Ji Huyuan, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, is the long-missing young master of the demon sect. When Ji Huyuan was in the Immortal Demon Alliance, a disciple of the Peacock clan pointed out Ji Huyuan's identity, but Ji Huyuan refused to admit it. Although I didn't say much at the time, for the sake of the peace of the entire cultivation world, I secretly had someone investigate Ji Huyuan's identity. Ultimately, they confirmed that he was indeed the long-missing young master of the demon sect. I always wanted to ask you, Xiaoyao sect, since you've always been so reclusive and indifferent to worldly affairs, why did you keep it a secret from everyone and secretly accept the young master of the demon sect as your disciple? The relationship between the demon and human races is delicate. Naturally, there are those who hate the demons, while others are friendly. This wasn't actually something to worry about. After all, no matter how delicate the relationship between humans and demons was, due to the dwindling spiritual energy in the cultivation world and the presence of demons, the two races could barely be considered united. Thus, the cultivation world tacitly condoned the friendly relations between human and demon sects. But now that spiritual energy had revived and the balance had been disrupted, the superficially friendly relationship between the two races was slowly deteriorating. Furthermore, Ji Huyuan wasn't just any demon, but the young master of the once powerful demon sect. The fact that the young master of the demon sect had abandoned the demon sect, and instead remained hidden within the Xiaoyao sect, was something that truly made one ponder. Humans are selfish creatures, and those in high positions, like Miaoshu Tower Master, were no exception, as they shouldered the safety of the entire sect. Undoubtedly, Ji Huyuan was an excellent talent, but he was different from Xiaoying. Xiaoying was an orphan, her parents having died for the immortal cultivation world. As long as Xiaoying didn't harm the common people, no matter how much they favored her, it would be untenable. But if Ji Huyuan truly was the young master of the demon sect, then it wasn't something they could arbitrarily interfere with. But they were confident in both the character of the Xiaoyao sect and Ji Huyuan, so they didn't leave, but stayed to observe. They could see that the third elder was deeply targeted at Xiaoying and the Xiaoyao sect, so if he tried to target Ji Huyuan like he had just pinned the fabricated charges on Xiaoying, they wouldn't really stand idly by. After the third elder finished speaking, the Xiaoyao sect remained silent for a long time, and this reaction, in her eyes, gave her a sense of emboldenment. If she had known earlier, she should have targeted Ji Huyuan from the beginning. This move might not have caused any substantial harm to Xiaoying, but it would have certainly severely damaged the Xiaoyao sect and ruined its 10,000-year-old reputation. After all, if she could prove the Xiaoyao sect's collusion with the demons, it would be easy for her to deal with Xiaoying, a Xiaoyao sect disciple, in the future. However, the third elder's beautiful plan had barely begun when a soft laugh interrupted it. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ji Huyuan. Ji Huyuan's face was smiling, and he didn't seem to be at all flustered by the third elder's questioning. Just as everyone was wondering if this was another frame-up by the third elder, Ji Huyuan suddenly admitted everything. Yes, I am indeed the young master of the demon sect. Chapter 577. The third elder was delighted, but before he could continue his attack, Ji Huyuan's voice rang out again. But the fact that I'm the demon sect's young master is unknown to everyone in the Xiaoyao sect, including my master. After all, when the demon sect was destroyed, I was not only seriously injured but also hunted by a traitor within the demon sect. If I hadn't concealed my identity and taken refuge in the Xiaoyao sect, I would have died at their hands long ago. Therefore, I'm deeply grateful to the Xiaoyao sect for taking me in. Furthermore, there's something I'm confused about, and I hope the third elder can clarify it for me. Before the demon sect's demise, it had never committed any acts that were harmful to the immortal world. In fact, like the Immortal Demon Alliance, the demon sect has always been committed to peaceful coexistence with the human race. I simply concealed my identity, but I haven't done anything harmful. Why is the third elder reacting so strongly? Hasn't the Immortal Demon Alliance always maintained peace and friendship between humans and demons? Could it be that the third elder has something against us demons? Ji Huyuan slowly emerged from the crowd, a different demeanor than when he usually interacted with the Xiaoyao sect disciples. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all the carefreeness of his days as Little Crane, and once again donned the mask of young master of the demon sect. The cold aura emanating from him, and the demeanor of a superior revealed in his every move, struck all the younger disciples of the Xiaoyao sect as unfamiliar. At this moment, the younger disciples who usually joked about Ji Huyuan and Xiaoying behind their backs finally came to a stark realization. Even without being tied to senior sister Xia, their senior brother Ji was still a dazzling figure, one that commanded his attention. They hadn't noticed this before because Ji Huyuan didn't want to return to his past identity and life. He wanted to remain the Xiaoyao sect's Little Crane forever. So, he kept a low profile and suppressed his cultivation. But now, after going through so much with Xiaoying, his close friends, and fellow disciples, Ji Huyuan finally understood. The status and position he had long shunned and discarded wasn't as useless as he imagined. As long as he was strong enough, as long as he used everything wisely, everything he once hated would naturally become his greatest strength. The third elder hadn't expected the seemingly young Ji Huyuan to be so experienced in his dealings. With just a few words, he had turned the blame for the discord between the two clans against him. It seems Ji Huyuan's low profile back in the Immortal Demon Alliance was all an illusion. This is a tough nut to crack. Ji Huyuan, don't try to change the subject. I have no problem with the demon race. Although you're the young master of the demon sect, we're completely unfamiliar with you. If you were the former master, we wouldn't have any doubts. But you and the Xiaoyao sect have been hiding your identity for so long, so we can't blame you for being suspicious. So? Just because of your suspicious thoughts, third elder, you want to kill me to rectify the morals of the immortal world? I never said I wanted you dead. The third elder frowned. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't say it. Otherwise, her position as third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance would be in jeopardy. I simply hope the Xiaoyao sect can give the immortal world an explanation. I already said the Xiaoyao sect knew nothing about this. This is all my doing. However, the third elder's concerns are not entirely unfounded. Although I've been open and honest with the Xiaoyao sect, people's hearts are tainted, and rumors can be frightening. So, not long ago, I confessed everything to the Xiaoyao sect's leader and the elders, and the leader expelled me from the sect on the spot. I'm no longer a Xiaoyao sect disciple, and I had planned to leave in a few days, and return to the demon clan to reunite with the demon sect. I never imagined that the third elder and Fairy Linging would suddenly attack the Xiaoyao sect today. After all, the Xiaoyao sect has done me a favor. How could I just sit back and watch and leave? Ji Heyuan's words were clear and concise, yet they surprised those who were unaware of the situation. It was only then that the Xiaoyao sect disciples realized that Ji Heyuan was no longer wearing their sect's disciple uniform. It was simply because they were both blue that they hadn't noticed. After coming to their senses, everyone cast condemning glances at Sect Master Su Ci and the Xiaoyao sect elders. How could Sect Master and elders do this? Senior brother Ji. So what if he was the demon sect's young master? He hadn't done anything to wrong the Xiaoyao sect or the world of immortal cultivation, so why was he expelled from the sect? The third elder, in midair, was stunned again, but she clearly didn't believe Ji Heyuan's words. This time, the Xiaoyao sect didn't give the third elder and the others any chance to continue their argument. Su Ci, ruthless and shrewd, simply waved his hand and threw out the Xiaoyao sect's jade book. The jade book was thrown into the air, magnifying infinitely. It contained the names of all the Xiaoyao sect's newly admitted disciples, and Ji Heyuan wasn't among them. As everyone knows, to expel someone from the sect, one must remove both their name and soul lamp. This process inevitably takes time. So Ji Heyuan hadn't lied, the Xiaoyao sect had indeed expelled him long ago. With this, the third elder's attempt to use Ji Heyuan's identity to attack the Xiaoyao sect had once again failed. Fairy Linging had remained silent, since realizing the situation was unfavorable to her. Now, observing the third elder's dilemma, she felt a strange sense of gloating. What a fool. He couldn't even see the situation clearly. They dared to act rashly time and again. Without the protection of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder, they would have been gnawed to the bone by the others long ago. Bai Xinhua, the elder who spoke the least and had the least presence throughout, couldn't help but glance at the Xiaoyao sect below. Was it her imagination? Why did she feel that the Xiaoyao sect wasn't surprised or worried at all about their attack today? It was as if the Xiaoyao sect knew all their plans from the beginning. And what Su Ci did the next second only confirmed Bai Xinhua's current thoughts. Chapter 578. Just as everyone was still recovering from the unimaginable events unfolding one after another, Xiaoyao sect's leader, Su Ci, suddenly formed hand seals and chanted a series of incantations. The next second, the sea beneath the Xiaoyao sect suddenly surged violently. Followed by this, a beam of white light shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire Xiaoyao sect. The dazzling white light held immense power, forcing those in the air to retreat. When the light dissipated, they discovered a barrier enveloping the entire Xiaoyao sect. Su Ci had actually activated a protective barrier. Fairy Linging and Bai Xinhua exchanged glances, a strong sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. As expected, the next second, they heard Su Ci's voice, imbued with the strength of a fusion stage cultivator, resound through the sky. Everyone in the world of immortal cultivation, since the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance and Fairy Linging are so concerned about our Xiaoyao sect, fearing it might do something that would harm the people, then from today on, I, the 110th generation sect master of the Xiaoyao sect, Su Ci, hereby declare to everyone in the world of immortal cultivation, the Xiaoyao sect's protective barrier is now activated. From this moment on, all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect will not set foot outside the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect will withdraw from all matters of the immortal cultivation world, and will no longer interfere in its mundane affairs. Therefore, I hope that no matter what happens in the world of immortal cultivation in the future, no one will blame our Xiaoyao sect. Having said this, I hope that everyone will refrain from approaching the Xiaoyao sect in the future, saving us trouble and yourselves from unwarranted disaster. Unlike his usual gentle demeanor, Su Ci's voice was now as cold as if laced with ice. More importantly, he poured all his cultivation into these words. Therefore, not only did the crowd standing above the Xiaoyao sect hear them clearly, but everyone within a radius of hundreds of miles also heard Su Ci's words. Miashu Tower Master, upon regaining her composure, immediately exchanged another gloating glance with the deer perched atop the golden lion. Oh no! Su Ci's tactic of retreating to advance was brilliant. Linging and the third elder had truly shot themselves in the foot. Fairy Linging was no fool. She naturally understood Su Ci's intentions, but his movements were so swift that even if she had wanted to stop him, she would have been unable to do so in time. She suppressed her anger and glanced coldly at the third elder. This time, she had truly been wronged by this idiot. The third elder's face was as grim as if he had swallowed several flies. She wanted to say something to redeem herself, but Su Xiai didn't even give her the chance. Almost the moment after activating the protective barrier and uttering those words, Su Xiai and the Xiaoyao sect's members expressed their gratitude to the Brahma Temple personnel who had rushed to speak on Xiaoyao sect's behalf. Then, they all turned back to their respective tasks, completely disregarding Fairy Lingyin and the third elder. The third elder was nearly fainting with rage, but he was powerless to deal with the Xiaoyao sect. The protective barrier had already been activated. If she had forced her way in without a valid reason, she would have been drowned in the spit of the entire cultivation world. Not to mention that Miaoshu Tower Master and the others were still staring at them, refusing to leave. Despite her reluctance, the third elder had to admit that she had lost this battle. They had arrived with such rage, but they had left in disgrace. But what Fairy Lingyin and the third elder didn't anticipate was that today's humiliation at the Xiaoyao sect was only the beginning. As Bai Xinyue had suspected, the Xiaoyao sect had long been prepared for the attack from Fairy Lingyin and her companions. After receiving Lin Yuexiang's covert tip, Xie Ying immediately went straight to Su Xiai and the others and laid it all out. Although Lin Yuexiang didn't know Fairy Lingyin and her companions' specific plans, Xie Ying's ability to divine the human heart was undeniable. Furthermore, with the plot from the original novel as a basis, it wasn't hard to guess what Fairy Lingyin and her companions would and could do. This maneuver of retreat to advance was something Xie Ying, Su Xiai, and the others had planned from the outset. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The Xiaoyao sect was already prominent and eye-catching, and coupled with Xie Ying's high profile, it was only a matter of time before the other sects envied and framed them. But if they could capitalize on this incident, they could firmly control the direction of public opinion and seize the initiative. Xie Ying didn't want the events of the original novel to repeat themselves in the Xiaoyao sect, so she quietly made all preparations from the outset. This time, Fairy Lingyin and the others' attack on the Xiaoyao sect thrusted directly into the spotlight. Su Xi's words that day also spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire cultivation world. Fairy Lingyin and the others had considered remedial measures, but Xie Ying's previous efforts to establish friendly relations with various sects and aristocratic families clearly gave her an advantage at this point. Under the deliberate guidance of her friends, the tide of the cultivation world quickly shifted towards the Xiaoyao sect. Although no one dared to gossip about Fairy Lingyin and the three elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance, their status within the cultivation world gradually became more tenuous. After that day, Ji Hiyuan bid farewell to the Xiaoyao sect and departed for the demon race's habitat. Xie Jiuzhou and Guankong Buddhist followed suit. Even Su Ye, who desperately wanted to stick with Xie Ying, realized after the siege that day that Xiaoyao sect was under, that his presence might cause trouble for Xie Ying. So, he chose to leave with Ji Hiyuan. In the end, only Xie Ying remained. After Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's injuries had stabilized, Xie Ying finally went to meet Su Xiai and the others. Master, I'm leaving Xiaoyao sect. Chapter 579. Finally decided? Su Xiai and Long Kong weren't surprised by Xie Ying's proposal. From the first day Xie Ying joined the Xiaoyao sect, they had seen that she was a very opinionated and determined young woman. Subsequent events had only deepened their understanding of Xie Ying. So when Xie Ying approached them and proactively discussed how she could leverage Fairy Lingyin and the three elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance's targeting of the Xiaoyao sect to protect it from harassment and even frame-ups, they knew Xie Ying was just like Ji Hiyuan. Equally, they had their own plans, and equally unwilling to put the entire sect in danger due to personal grudges. Well, it's something that's been decided long ago. Didn't the sect master and master already guess it? You two young people, yet your ideas are so outrageous. It's really hard to deal with you. Long Kong chuckled unhappily, but the thought of what was about to happen next made the smile fade a little. When are you leaving? It's better to do it now than today. I plan to say goodbye to everyone and then depart. Unlike Long Kong's melancholy, Xie Ying wore a constant smile. Master, don't be sad. Xiao He and I are in different situations. If he wants to reorganize the demon sect, he had to appear frequently, so asking Master to expel him from the sect is necessary. But after I leave Xiaoyao sect this time, I assume a different identity and act in the world of immortal cultivation. I never let anyone recognize me. So what if they recognize me? Long Kong said domineeringly. Am I really afraid of them? You and Xiao He don't want to cause trouble for me and the Xiaoyao sect. But how do you know we won't have your back? Our Xiaoyao sect is a reclusive sect, but we're not the kind of cowardly sect that grits its teeth and refuses to seek justice when its disciples are bullied. Alright, the child has his own thoughts and decisions, so let's not interfere. Su Xiai interrupted Long Kong's rambling. His junior brother was clearly a very easygoing person, but whenever his disciples' affairs came up, he became a completely different person, nagging non-stop. Su Xi's gaze fell on Xiaoying, a gentle look in his eyes. Go ahead, do what you want to do, but as your master said, the Xiaoyao sect will always have your back. So boldly do what you must do. If needed, all of us will be there to help you. Yes. Xiaoying straightened her expression, knelt down, and cowed out respectfully to Su Xiai and Long Kong. Disciple bids farewell to the sect master, and to the master. Xiaoying's departure from Xiaoyao sect was known only to elders, like Su Xiai and Long Kong, and no one else was told. But they were all senior brothers and sisters who had spent every day together, and even if Xiaoying hadn't said anything, Qin Linzhao and the others had guessed their junior sister's intentions. So when Xiaoying reached the shore, preparing to quietly dive into the sea, she saw her senior brothers and sisters already waiting there, along with Li Yu, her young disciple from the Northern Territory. Senior brothers and sisters, you? Ah-ing, this is so unkind. Third senior sister Shenfuyu folded her arms, smiled, and raised an eyebrow at her. Shall he at least said goodbye to us when he left? You want to leave without a word, don't you think you're being too disrespectful to us, your senior brothers and sisters? Senior sister. Xiaoying stepped forward and took Shenfuyu's arm. How could I not care about you? I just don't like separation. Besides, if everything goes well after leaving Xiaoyao sect this time, not only me, but Xiaohe too will come back to reunite with us. Fuyu, stop teasing Ah-ing. Qin Linzhao spoke up to Xiaoying, taking out a storage bag and placing it in her hand. Ah-ing, we don't know what you're going to do this time. But since you're all alone out there, it's always better to have some things with you. These are some elixirs and magic weapons we prepared for you. Take them with you for emergencies. We also prepared some for Xiaohe when he left, so you can't refuse. This is a thoughtful gesture from my senior brothers and sisters. Of course I won't refuse. Xiaoying was touched by their concern. She had always considered Qin Linzhao and his brothers and sisters the best in the world. Anyone could tell she had many things wrong and secrets, but her senior brothers and sisters never questioned her. They simply quietly prepared everything she needed, and with gentle smiles, assured her, no matter what happened outside, they would always support her. They and the entire Xiaoyao sect would always be there for her. Alright, it's getting late, let's get going. Mo Yin stepped forward and gently patted Xiaoying's shoulder. If there's anything, send us a message. The sect master's previous words were just to fool those fools. If we truly want to leave, the sect master and master won't stop us. So if you encounter something you can't handle outside, don't try to handle it alone, understand? Second senior brother, this isn't the first time I left Xiaoyao sect alone. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. As Xiaoying spoke, she released her hand from Shenfuyu and walked to the beach. Her gaze swept over the others, finally landing on her young disciple Li Yu. Little Li Yu, I teach you new sword techniques when master returns. Yes. Li Yu nodded vigorously. I wait patiently for master's return. This time, Xiaoying didn't pause or look back. She turned and plunged into the deep blue sea. Xiaoying carried the token given by Su Xiai, so the protective barrier didn't stop her. The moment she touched it, a gap appeared, allowing Xiaoying to escape. Only when Xiaoying's presence completely vanished from Xiaoyao sect did Qin Linzhao and the others withdraw their gaze, and the smiles on their faces vanished. Let's go into seclusion too. At this point, the training in the world of immortal cultivation was no longer important to them. What mattered most was rapidly improving their own strength. Only by being strong enough could they possess the ability to protect those they cared about when danger struck. It was already late at night when Xiaoying emerged from the seabed. The bright moonlight cast a layer of frost over the calm sea surface. Xiaoying, breaking through this layer, calmly emerged from the water. The seawater on her body was evaporated by spiritual energy as she walked. By the time she was completely out of the sea and standing on the shore, she had returned to her original, refreshing state. Xiaoying knew that even if the Xiaoyao sect declared that they would no longer interfere in the affairs of the immortal cultivation world, the Linging Immortal would still be there. The son and the third elder wouldn't be reassured. So, this time, before leaving Xiaoyao sect, she deliberately changed her appearance. She traded her azure robe for a bold, knee-length blue gauze skirt. She adorned herself with numerous shell ornaments, and her hair was braided into countless small braids with white ribbons, hanging naturally in front of her chest and behind her head. This was the most common attire for demon girls. Finally, Xiaoying wore a silver mask that covered half her face. The change in appearance was fleeting. Standing by the seashore, she was still dressed like a Xiaoyao sect disciple, But once she entered the nearby dense forest, her appearance was completely transformed. In the dense forest, a charming woman in a fiery red gauze dress had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 580. The charming woman was originally playing with her vibrant feathers when she heard the noise and instinctively turned her head to look. When she saw Xie Ying's current attire, she blurted out, "Are you pretending to be a mermaid?" Among the demon races, only the mermaids live deep in the sea, estranged from the outside world, and haven't appeared in the world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years. "I'm pretending to be a mermaid, so I don't risk being exposed." Xie Ying nodded in agreement, but the charming woman, after sizing her up and down, frowned even deeper. "You have a point, but the problem is that your attire is far from that of a true mermaid, especially this." The woman pointed at the mask on Xie Ying's face, which exuded a cold aura. The mermaids are known for their beauty. Besides their singing voices, they're most proud of their looks. So, they definitely wouldn't parade around wearing such an ugly mask. Xie Ying, Before she could even begin to argue, the charming woman immediately took action. "Never mind, I'd fix it for you." A flash of red light emanated from her fingertips, landing on Xie Ying, completely enveloping her. As the light faded, Xie Ying's appearance transformed again. The silver mask was replaced by a white veil adorned with tiny pearls, and in addition to the original shell ornaments, she now wore a number of sparkling accessories. Additionally, small scale-like embellishments appeared at the corners of Xie Ying's eyes and between her brows, reflecting a rainbow of colors when light shone on them. Not bad. The woman gazed at her transformed Xie Ying with satisfaction. "This is how she looks," Xie Ying said helplessly, "but it's very inconvenient in a fight." "It's okay. If it gets messed up, we can just clean it up later. It's just a spell, after all." Seeing the charming woman's refusal to budge, Xie Ying didn't bother arguing any further. Xie Ying lowered her head, opened her spirit beast bag, and released Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou was still sound asleep, and was a bit dazed when Xie Ying suddenly held him in her arms. "Jiuzhou? Jiuzhou, your mother is here to take you home. From now on, you be with your own mother," Xie Ying said, as she tucked Jiuzhou into the charming woman's arms. Then, looking up, she met her disdainful gaze. "Xie Ying? ? Qi Lian, what's that look in your eyes? I need to ask you something." Qi Lian's face darkened after weighing Jiuzhou. "You know how to dress up nicely, but how did you turn my child into a fat pig? Is it my fault? The child is growing up. How can I deny her food when she wants it? That's a bit too much." Qi Lian was a demon who paid close attention to her figure. Seeing Jiuzhou's chubby appearance was truly unbearable. Although Jiuzhou couldn't speak human language, that didn't stop her from understanding and expressing her protest. Jiuzhou. But just as her protest was uttered, Jiuzhou received a slap from her own mother. "Protests are useless. When we get back, you just follow your sisters and lose weight. I can't let a little thing like you ruin my red snake's beauty." Jiuzhou hadn't expected her own mother to be so merciless and fiery. She immediately turned around and looked at Xie Ying with tears in her eyes, wanting to return to the arms of her adopted mother. Receiving Jiuzhou's gaze, Xie Ying immediately smiled, then ruthlessly dashed her hopes. "Your mother is right. You're unhealthy if you keep getting fatter. You should lose some weight." After saying this, Xie Ying stopped looking at Jiuzhou's pitiful appearance and returned her gaze to Qi Lian. "I already handed Jiuzhou over to you. I'd be leaving now." The conflict between her and Helian Yadation had now surfaced. Jiuzhou wasn't her contracted beast, and Xie Ying had no intention of dragging her into this mess. So, after Qi Lian contacted her, Xie Ying immediately arranged a time and place with her so that Jiuzhou could return to her normal life as a Qi Lian bird. Although Qi Lian had only recently achieved human form and left the secret realm to enter the world of immortal cultivation, she was well aware of the current situation there. So, she was deeply grateful for Xie Ying's initiative to send Jiuzhou back to her. "Where are you going next?" "Somewhere to improve my strength first. My enemies are too powerful. To defeat them, I must become even stronger. You don't have to worry about me. I won't venture into their presence until I'm strong enough. You're so clever, of course I have nothing to worry about. But Xie Ying, we should be friends now, right? Of course, don't forget that I'm your daughter's stepmother." Xie Ying answered decisively. Having received the answer she wanted, Qi Lian finally smiled with satisfaction. "Since we're friends, don't worry about getting me into trouble. I don't want Jiuzhou to take risks with you, but that doesn't mean I'm unwilling to take action myself. You know how to contact me. If you need me, let me know anytime." "Don't worry, I will. It's getting late, I'd be leaving now." Xie Ying walked away without stopping, waving her hand behind her back to Qi Lian. Soon, her figure disappeared into the dense forest. After parting ways with Qi Lian that night, Xie Ying didn't delay and headed straight for the trial tower. The trial tower had 9 levels and 9 levels. She had already successfully passed the first 2, but due to the constant events in the world of immortal cultivation, she hadn't had time to explore the remaining 7. Now was a rare opportunity. The fastest way to improve strength and cultivation was to participate in actual combat, but she didn't have much time to explore various secret realms to gain practical experience. Thus, the levels in the trial tower were her most convenient way to improve her strength. Before deciding to come to the trial tower, Xie Ying used divination to confirm the life and death of the missing elders. After discovering that everyone was still alive, and not in danger of their lives, she kept. Finally, her heart finally relaxed. She had previously trusted Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying to stay in the Immortal Demon Alliance to keep an eye on the third elder, figuring that with the chief elder in charge, even if the third elder was truly in trouble, there wouldn't be a major problem. Who knew that this time, even the chief elder would be killed? The problem was obvious. As the Immortal Demon Alliance's top leader, the only one who could dethrone him from this position was the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder. And with her current strength, let alone the Grand Elder, she couldn't even defeat Fairy Lingyin. So, she had to improve her strength as quickly as possible, then find the Chief Elder and the others, and then find someone to rescue them. Thinking of this, Xie Ying, standing at the entrance of the trial tower, took a deep breath, her mind slowly calming. The next second, a vortex flashed in front of the tower, and Xie Ying's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 581. The first 2 levels of the trial tower left Xie Ying completely exhausted, leaving her with no respite. She had originally thought the 3rd level would be even more dangerous, but after being teleported in, Xie Ying discovered that, besides herself, there was nothing but a sea of scorching lava. In the center of the lava lay a protruding rock. Xie Ying simply wanted to see what was on top of it, but the moment she thought, she was pulled onto it by a tremendous force. The rock was neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate a person. And atop it lay an iron rod as thick as Xie Ying's thigh. The moment Xie Ying saw the iron rod, a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Could this level of the trial require her to grind the iron rod into a needle? As if to confirm her suspicions, lines of shimmering golden words suddenly appeared and floated before her. As the saying goes, with perseverance, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. This level's trials are designed to hone the examinee's perseverance, patience, and determination. Requirement: grind this iron rod into a needle to advance to the next level. Please note the following 2 points. 1. Time flows differently on this level than outside. 1 day outside is equal to 1 year here. 2. Once a trial begins, you cannot stop midway. If you stop, a new iron rod will be provided to restart the trial. Please prepare yourself before continuing. Finally, I wish you a speedy passage to the next level, Xie Ying. As expected. She sighed, resignedly sat down on the stone, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to begin. The moment her hand touched the iron lump, Xie Ying felt a wave of heat surge from all directions, and the iron lump in her hand grew incredibly heavy. As expected, Xie Ying knew that this trial wouldn't be as easy as it sounded. In fact, with her current level of cultivation, this endless expanse of magma wouldn't have any effect on her. Yet, at this moment, Xie Ying could clearly feel her cultivation level suddenly regress to the middle stage of foundation establishment. She could fast without rest, but she couldn't prevent the impact of the current environment. In just a minute, Xie Ying was sweating profusely. The difficulty of patiently grinding a lump of iron into a needle in such a scorching heat was unimaginable. But giving up easily was not Xie Ying's nature. She believed that the trials set by the trial tower were not aimless. So, after calming herself down a bit, Xie Ying completely cast aside all distractions and focused on the task at hand. Meanwhile, undercurrents were surging within the world of immortal cultivation. With the deliberate instigation of various factions, rumors circulated in various versions, intensifying with each passing day, about how Fairy Lingyin and the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance had forced the Xiaoyao sect to withdraw from the world of immortal cultivation. The storylines varied, but the fact remained that Fairy Lingyin and the third elder had framed the Xiaoyao sect. Fairy Lingyin was not affected much. After all, she now had complete control over the Yutian sect. Furthermore, her strength far surpassed that of the rest of the Yutian sect, so even if some within the Yutian sect expressed dissatisfaction, they dared not express it in front of Fairy Lingyin. As for Bai Xinyua's reason for joining their operation that day, it was because she owed the third elder a favor. So, even though she knew the risks outweighed the benefits, she went along anyway. But upon returning to the Dingyang sect, she was immediately put under house arrest by the sect master, Tianyangzhenren. Of the three leaders, the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance was the most affected. Her reputation within the Immortal Cultivation world was already inferior to that of the chief elder, and the various forces within the Immortal Cultivation world had long harbored suspicions about the chief elder's betrayal of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Now, the third elder's actions against the Xiaoliao sect only deepened these suspicions. The Immortal Demon Alliance's reputation within the Immortal Cultivation world was in jeopardy. Ultimately, it took the personal intervention of the Grand Elder, who had been in seclusion for many years, to quell the rumors. But the impact that had already been caused could not be reversed. The third elder was busy consolidating his position within the Immortal Demon Alliance, leaving him with no time to pursue the Xiaoliao sect or Ji Heyuan, who had returned to the Demon Clan. On the other hand, the news that Ji Heyuan was the Demon Clan's young master also stirred up considerable unrest within the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan values freedom and dislikes restraint. But for the vast majority of demons, the Demon Clan holds a special place. While there's no mortal enmity between the demon and human races, conflicts and frictions persist over various issues, such as cultivation resources. The Demon Clan, with its smaller population than humans, was often oppressed by humans before the Immortal Demon Alliance was formed. To change the situation for the Demon Clan, the White Crane Clan established the Demon Clan, leading the demons in their resistance against human oppression. Later, after the Immortal Demon Alliance was established and the demon race secured its rightful territory and a series of fair treatment, the demon sect decisively agreed to the alliance's demands, reconciling their hostility with the human race and coexisting peacefully ever since. It's no exaggeration to say that the demon race's current situation is absolutely inseparable from the efforts of the original founder of the demon sect. It is precisely because of this gratitude to the founder of the demon sect that for many years, the position of demon sect leader has been tacitly assigned to the White Crane Clan. However, as time passed, disloyalty inevitably emerged within the demon clan, leading to the demon sect's destruction by a coalition of traitors and dissidents. The demon sect's demise was undoubtedly heartbreaking for those within the demon clan who had long supported it. Therefore, when Helian Yao extended an olive branch to them, many members of the demon clan accepted it, hoping to rebuild the demon sect. With the sect leader dead, and the young sect leader missing, Helian Yao, as the demon sect's guardian, was naturally the best candidate to rebuild the sect. However, the demon clan members had never anticipated that Helian Yao would die within the Immortal Demon Alliance before the demon sect could even rebuild. They had already given up on rebuilding the demon clan. Who knew that, after seemingly reaching a dead end, a new path would emerge? The demon clan's young master, missing for days, had unexpectedly returned. The demon clan's method of verifying a member's identity was simple. Simply changing their true form was enough to prove their identity. Furthermore, when the demon clan suffered its downfall, a few survivors remained. While they hadn't seen Ji Heyuan's true form, they had seen his true form, and were privy to certain hidden secrets within the demon clan. Thanks to these survivors, Ji Heyuan quickly established himself as young master, and began the ambitious reconstruction of the demon clan. Chapter 582. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. During this year, with the support of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder, the third elder successfully defeated the other elders, and ascended to the position of leader of the Immortal Demon Alliance, becoming the new chief elder. Following the incident a year ago, Fairy Linging brought Di Qinhua back to the Yutian sect, and temporarily handed over Yutian sect affairs to Di Qinhua, while she herself began her retreat to strive for the next realm. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, those who successfully survived thunder tribulations, and ascended to higher realms emerged like mushrooms after rain this year. Golden cores and nascent souls were finally no longer scarce. After a millennium of silence and decline, the cultivation world of the Wanxiang continent finally welcomed its glory once again. But the most noteworthy event of this year was the rise of the demon sect. A year ago, when Ji Heyuan rebuilt the demon sect, aside from the demons, most humans ignored the matter. After all, in the eyes of those people, even if Ji Heyuan had once been the young master of the demon sect, so what? He was just a 20-something, a young man who couldn't possibly amount to anything. But those people never imagined that Ji Heyuan, whom they considered insignificant, would become even more ruthless and decisive after becoming the new master of the demon sect. The newly reorganized demon sect lacked sufficient cultivation resources, and was unable to recruit disciples, so he led his followers into secret realms to plunder treasures and cultivation resources. He chose only those secret realms within the world of immortal cultivation, hidden treasures yet fraught with danger. Every time Ji Heyuan emerged from the secret realm, His injuries were always the most severe, but their gains were also enviable. With this reckless ruthlessness, Ji Hyun forged a name for himself in the world of immortal cultivation, bringing the demon sect back into the public eye. A year passed, and the demon sect's operations were completely stabilized. The demon sect survivors, who had helped Ji Hyun prove his identity, were several of his father's once trusted subordinates. As the saying goes, a new emperor chooses his own ministers. While Ji Hyun trusted them, he had no intention of using them. Therefore, these uncles naturally became respected elders within the demon sect. The positions of left and right protectors were held by Suya and Yun Mei, who had later heard rumors of the demon sect's reorganization and had come to join them. Although Yun Mei looked incredibly delicate, when she led the demon sect disciples into the secret realm on a mission, she demonstrated exceptional abilities that convinced them. During this year of demon sect life, Suya gradually transformed from an innocent and clueless youth into a mature and steady figure, becoming a reliable left protector in the eyes of the demon sect's disciples. With the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation, the benefits not only include a rapid increase in cultivation speed, but also the emergence of countless new secret realms. The treasures within these new secret realms are extremely valuable, attracting competition from many sects. In the 6 months since becoming the demon sect's protectors, Yun Mei and Suya have been taking new disciples to randomly select a secret realm to scour for resources almost every other day. In Ji Hyun's words, this not only allows new disciples to gain experience, but also replenishes the demon sect's coffers, a truly two-pronged approach. Yun Mei, exhausted every time she went out, expressed a real desire to imitate Xie and smash Ji Hyun's head with her alchemy furnace. But thinking that Ji Hyun was now her immediate superior and had helped her remove the restrictions Helyan Yao had placed on her soul, allowing her to regain her freedom, Yun Mei could only suppress this outrageous thought. Forget it, when she saw Xie again, she would complain and show Ji Hyun the price of enslavement. That day, Yun Mei and a group of disciples returned from a new secret realm in the southern border with great success. Drenched in blood, whip in hand, she barged into the hall where Ji Hyun was. Then, sitting down on the ground with unrefined dignity, she grabbed the wine gourd from her waist and gulped down several gulps. Ji Hyun, who was talking to Suya, heard the noise and glanced at her with disdain. Yun Mei, can't you clean up before you come in? This is the 3rd time you soiled the hall this month. Why didn't you mention that this is the 3rd time I led a team into the secret realm this month? Yun Mei rolled her eyes in annoyance. Sect Master, I can't do this job anymore. Why don't you remove me from my position as right protector? I just want to lie down and wait for death. No! Ji Hyun glanced down at the latest news from the cultivation world, and without even raising his eyes, he ruthlessly rejected Yun Mei's suggestion to slack off. Yun Mei sighed deeply, expecting nothing more. Sect Master, aren't all the treasures left behind by the Witch Clan in your possession? Even a little that slips through your fingernails would be enough for our demon clan to function. Why would we have to fight with those people for them? The Witch Clan's things belong to the Witch Clan, not the demon clan. Moreover, things that come too easily are rarely cherished. Only when disciples experience firsthand the difficulty of competing for resources will they redouble their efforts in cultivation. Alright. Finding she and Ji Hyun were completely at odds, Yun Mei gave up and simply turned her attention to Suya. Then I need to rest for a while. Next time, I let you lead the team, left protector. Is that okay? Of course. Suya was as easygoing as ever, and Yun Mei's mood finally improved. She sat on the ground, looking at Ji Hyun, who was increasingly acting like a sect leader. Suddenly, she asked a question completely unrelated to the demon sect. Master, has Aang contacted you? Ji Hyun paused at the mention of Xie Ying's name, then finally gave Yun Mei a serious look. No. Sigh. Yun Mei wasn't surprised by this answer, but sighed softly. I've been trying to contact Aang using the communication jade slip, but unfortunately, she hasn't replied. When she contacted me, I barely escaped the Immortal Demon Alliance and found a safe place to hide before passing out. Who could have imagined I missed her message? When I recovered from my injuries and woke up, the Xiaoyao sect had already withdrawn from the world, and I couldn't even try to find her. What do you think Aang is doing now? Is she not contacting me because the Xiaoyao sect's barrier cuts off contact with the outside world? Yun Mei chattered non-stop, leaving Ji Hyun feeling overwhelmed. Shut up. If you keep arguing, I send you on the next mission. Yun Mei fell silent instantly. However, Ji Hyun still selectively answered her questions. She must be busy getting stronger right now. So don't worry. We see each other again one day. Chapter 583. There's no calendar in the mountains, and the years pass by unnoticed until the cold ends. Xiaoying spent a full year in the trial tower. When she left, she felt as if she had been in another world. It took her 2 full months to reach the 4th floor of the trial tower. Only then did she discover that from the 3rd floor onward, the flow of time in the trial tower differed from that in the outside world. 1 day in the outside world equals 1 year in the tower. Calculating this, she had cultivated in the tower for a total of 365 years. During these 365 years, she tirelessly endured the various bizarre tests of the trial tower day and night, cultivating her inner cultivation in her spare time. Now, she had cultivated the Xiaoyaoju inner cultivation to the final level. Unable to transcend the tribulation in the trial tower, Xiaoying cultivated while suppressing her cultivation. Only when she successfully passed all the trials of the trial tower and left it completely did she finally cease suppressing the vast spiritual power within her body and calmly accepted the impending thunder tribulation. Considering the grand spectacle she always created during her tribulation journey, Xiaoying raised her hand and attempted to cast a barrier around the area to avoid attracting attention. But as the tribulation clouds began to gather above her head, the wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the trial tower suddenly fell away, then rapidly flew in all directions, centered around the tower. After reaching their respective positions, the 8 wind chimes stopped simultaneously. Golden spiritual threads threaded through them, connecting them, and intertwined above Xiaoying's head, forming a massive Bagua diagram. Xiaoying stood still, motionless, watching the Bagua diagram plummet downwards. The moment the Bagua diagram slid downward, an invisible barrier rose from the ground, firmly enveloping the area within 100 miles of the trial tower. She had been to the trial tower many times, but only then did she discover that there was a barrier beneath it. However, she had never experienced a tribulation near the trial tower before, so naturally, she had never had the opportunity to trigger it. Now, seeing that the trial tower's barrier completely isolated the area within 100 miles from the outside world, Xiaoying calmly closed her eyes and allowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be absorbed into her body. She was enveloped by the spiritual energy and soared into the air. After passing all the trials in the trial tower, Xiaoying also learned that the trial tower was a treasure of her Balang clan. Therefore, she had no concerns about the trial tower's barrier bringing any negative consequences to herself. Before, Xiaoying had also thought that someone as powerful as her sister Xiaoyutong couldn't help but leave a significant mark on the world of immortal cultivation. Even though her sister, unlike her, preferred to keep a low profile, the noise she made during her tribulation journey would always draw attention. Xiaoyutong's talent and aptitude couldn't be any less than hers. If she could receive the blessings of heaven, there was no reason Xiaoyutong couldn't as well. But the barrier that now enveloped an area of 100 miles clearly explained her long-held doubts. This barrier blocked out all prying eyes from the outside world. If her sister had come here before each tribulation journey to trigger the barrier's protection, she could indeed achieve her tribulation and advancement quietly, unnoticed. With the experience of previous tribulation journeys, coupled with over 300 years of intensive training in the trial tower, Xiaoying handled this tribulation with complete ease, and the entire process went smoothly. But what neither Xiaoying nor Yin had anticipated was that this time, she would face 2 thunder tribulations simultaneously. After she had finally survived the thunder tribulation that marked her advancement from the nascent soul stage to the spiritual transformation stage, and before she could even catch her breath, the tribulation clouds overhead, which hadn't yet completely dissipated, gathered again at a visible speed. This time, the tribulation clouds were even larger and heavier than the previous ones. The inky black clouds pressed down darkly, and a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Xiaoying looked up at the dark clouds above, vaguely making out thick streaks of lightning flashing through them. Then, without warning, an extremely thick, purple-black bolt of lightning shattered the clouds and struck down with lightning speed. Xiaoying quickly leaped up to catch it, only to be struck by the bolt and sent plummeting to the ground. This had never happened before. Xiaoying had always known that her thunder tribulations were different from those of others. The faint remnants of divine blood in the Balang descendants allowed them to advance more smoothly and rapidly on their path to cultivation than others, encountering virtually no bottlenecks. Once they successfully drew qi into their bodies, cultivation became as easy as eating and drinking, etched into their consciousness like an instinct. Conversely, the trials they faced as they advanced in their realms were far more rigorous than those of others. But this current thunder tribulation was clearly on a completely different level from the previous ones. Not long after the first bolt of lightning struck, the second followed. Xiaoying had no time to think, relying on her instinctive reflexes to mobilize her spiritual energy to envelop her body and withstand the thunder. Even so, the irreversible damage caused by the thunder continued to course through Xie Ying's body. Although previous thunder tribulations had been fierce, Xie Ying had always chosen to withstand them barehanded, unassisted, in order to temper her Dao body. But this time, only a third of the way through, Xie Ying was forced to use a lightning-proof talisman to mitigate the damage from the thunder. Later, she even drew out her life-defining magical weapon, the Qiankuan sharp spear, to fight the thunder tribulation. As the thunder continued to fall, the power her Dao body could withstand seemed to have reached its limit. She needed to dissipate the power of the next thunder strike, and seize the moment to break through the limits of her Dao body as quickly as possible. Otherwise, she would be crushed to death by the overwhelming force. Xie Ying forcefully channeled the domineering power coursing through her body into her spiritual palace, forcing it into the thunder spirit root within, which glowed with a mysterious purple light. Her body couldn't absorb any more of this power anyway. As for whether her thunder spiritual root could seize this opportunity and absorb the power of the heavenly thunder to strengthen itself, that depended on its own ability. This thunder tribulation lasted a full day before it ended. The good news was that Xie Ying managed to grit her teeth and endure the tribulation. The bad news was that she had seemingly lost all her strength and ability. She lay on the ground, charred black, unable to even lift a finger. Chapter 584. Furthermore, after Xie Ying had overcome this thunder tribulation, not only did she not receive the heavenly blessings she had received before, but even the spiritual rain that everyone receives after surviving a thunder tribulation did not fall. Without the spiritual rain to wash and heal her wounds, Xie Ying was left to repair them herself. The thunder tribulation had sapped all her strength, and Xie Ying, who hadn't felt fatigue in a long time, could not help but close her eyes. Fortunately, the barrier created by the trial tower had not been affected with the end of the thunder tribulation, so Xie Ying didn't have to worry about uninvited guests taking advantage of her immobility to break in and harm her. Soon, Xie Ying gave up resistance, allowing the fatigue that surged from the depths of her soul to completely overwhelm her. And just as Xie Ying fell asleep, the pink jade pendant pressed tightly against her heart once again emitted a brilliant glow. The light began as a small ball, then grew larger and larger until it completely enveloped Xie Ying. The power contained within the jade pendant was inexhaustible, yet it would silently emerge only when Xie Ying needed it, silently repairing every inch of wound on her body, and even her soul. Enshrouded in the light, the charred black on Xie Ying's skin gradually faded, returning to its normal complexion. A faint, tender pink hue tinged her fair skin, like a newborn's. The tendons and veins within her body, ruptured by the force of the heavenly thunder, were also repaired. If Xie Ying were awake at this moment, she would have surely realized that the power contained within the jade pendant was unlike any other power in the world of immortal cultivation. It wasn't spiritual energy, nor was it immortal energy. The mysterious aura mingled within it far surpassed the inherent power of this small world. This power contained a divine power that had vanished for tens of thousands of years. When Xie Ying opened her eyes again, she saw a sky filled with stars. The glittering stars, like dazzling diamonds, nestled against the inky night, were so dreamy that it was hard not to look away. She lay on the ground, taking in the beautiful nightscape for a moment, before sitting up to heal her wounds. Just as she pushed herself up with her hands, Xie Ying discovered that her injuries had miraculously healed. Not only that, Xie Ying encountered no obstructions when she attempted to mobilize her spiritual energy, as if the hidden injuries she had previously sustained had never existed. Her cultivation level steadily climbed, having successfully survived 2 thunder tribulations, finally settling firmly in the late stage of the fusion stage. Xie Ying quickly sat down in meditation, regulating her breathing and carefully channeling the remaining spiritual energy within her body. She also took the opportunity to examine the current state of her spiritual palace. You never know until you see it. It's astonishing. A cultivator's spiritual palace, like the sea of consciousness, is a cultivator's most private area. The spiritual palace is composed of the spiritual sea and the spiritual lotus, and its specific conditions vary depending on the cultivator's individual aptitude. For example, cultivators with ice spiritual roots have most elements related to ice and snow in their spiritual palaces. Those with wood spiritual roots often have lush greenery. Xie Ying possessed all spiritual roots, so her spiritual palace was like a separate, independent world, brimming with life. But now, having previously absorbed so much power from the heavenly thunder, her thunder spiritual root had grown immensely robust, radiating a magnificent light that made the other spiritual roots appear even more weak and helpless. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Xie Ying. Of all spiritual roots, the gold root, imbued with a sharp aura, and the thunder root, imbued with overwhelming destructive power, were the two most aggressive. Xie Ying now faced countless enemies. Besides Dai Tian's group of expellees, there were also those with ill intentions, led by Helian Yao. The greater her power, the greater her chances of success against these foes. After regulating her breathing, Xie Ying finally opened her eyes. She took one last look around the trial tower before leaving without a backward glance. The barrier that had shielded her from the outside world automatically disbanded upon sensing her intention to leave, leaving only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the valley. As Xie Ying rode her sword towards the southern border, she finally had time to ask Yin about her previous coma. She slowly read and replied to the messages on the communication jade slips from Ji Huyuan, Yuan Mei, Su Ye, Xie Jiuzhou, and others, while speaking to Yin. Did anything unusual happen while I was comatose? What do you mean by host? For example, did some immortal appear out of nowhere, heal my injuries, and then quietly depart without a trace? Yin, Host, are you dreaming? Do you think such a fantastical thing could happen? If the Wanxiang continent could wait for the gods' favor, then the host wouldn't have to toil away collecting the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin in an attempt to become a god. Oh, since you know I'm talking about a fantastical story, why don't you tell me how my injuries healed? Yin really doesn't know. Yin's innocent voice rose, and she honestly recounted everything she had witnessed. I saw, after you fell asleep, a ray of light emanated from the host's heart and enveloped the host. When the light faded, all the host's injuries were healed. Yin wasn't lying. Although it came from a world completely different from the Wanxiang continent, possessing energies and technology beyond the comprehension of those in the Immortal Cultivation world, that didn't mean its world could completely overwhelm the Wanxiang continent. Just as Xie Ying couldn't understand the operating mechanisms of their systems and mainframes, they couldn't use their own technology to dissect the inexplicable anomalies in Xie Ying's body. Xie Ying was startled at Yin's response, and subconsciously reached over to her heart, accurately touching the ever-warm jade pendant through her clothing. So, was it this jade pendant that helped her? There was no record of this jade pendant, either by Xie Yutong herself or in the jade slips she left behind. Xie Ying only knew that this was a protective treasure passed down through generations in her clan. Originally, the jade pendant belonged to Xie Yutong, but after Xie Ying's birth, Xie Yutong, deeply concerned for his sister, placed the protective jade on her body. The protective jade can only be unlocked by the Baiyan bloodline, so even after the Yutian sect was seized by Lin Yuexiang for many years, the jade pendant remained silent. Xie Ying never understood the purpose of the protective jade. She only knew that after she successfully refined half-spring rest a year ago, the protective jade finally transformed. It went from a simple jade pendant to a portable space. And this portable space was precisely the secret realm of half-spring rest. Half-spring rest and the jade pendant merged perfectly, becoming Xie Ying's unique possession. Xie Ying had a hunch that as she grew stronger, the protective jade's effects would become increasingly apparent. Perhaps when she successfully awakens her godhood according to Xie Yutong's request, she will know all the secrets about the protective jade and even the Baiyan clan. Chapter 585. Southern Territory Demon Sect. Dressed in an ice blue, knee-length mermaid silk dress, her hair braided with pure white silk ribbons and adorned with shimmering scales, Xie Ying, dressed like an otherworldly spirit, stood before the demon sect's mountain gate. Although the former demon sect had been destroyed, its territory had not been occupied by others. Thus, when rebuilding the demon sect, Ji Huyuan chose the former site. A year may not seem like a long time, but with determination and dedication, a sect can undergo profound transformation. Xie Ying stood before the demon sect's mountain gate. Judging from the spirits of the disciples guarding the mountain gate, it was clear that Ji Huyuan had been quite busy over the past year. As Xie Ying stood at the mountain gate, carefully surveying the demon sect, her presence also caught the attention of the guarding disciples. Over the past year, Ji Huyuan and the demon sect elders had jointly selected and accepted a number of new disciples. Just like the Shaoyao sect's rules for recruiting disciples, these disciples might not be the most gifted, but they all possess integrity, strong character, and a sense of self-control. So, when the guarding disciples spotted Xie Ying lingering at the mountain gate, instead of trying to drive her away, they politely inquired, "What business does this young lady have with our demon sect? I heard the demon sect was being re-established, so I come to join it. Please help me report this to the sect master." Just to say. Xie Ying came back to her senses, her piercing eyes narrowing slightly. Yin Xiaowei of the Jiren tribe has come to pay a visit to Sect Master Ji. Please wait a moment, young lady. We report this to the Sect Master. Although Xie Ying dressed like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, the two young disciples didn't dare to look down on her. Because they sensed an unfathomable aura from Xie Ying, exactly like the feeling they usually felt when facing the sect master and the two Dharma protectors. The mountain guarding disciples moved swiftly, and Xie Ying didn't have to wait long before she heard hurried footsteps behind her. She turned and saw Ji Hyun walking in front. Except for their initial encounter at the foot of Yutian sect, when Ji Hyun was seriously injured, he had appeared to others as a teenager. Later, as his injuries gradually healed, Ji Hyun's figure and appearance gradually became more and more like a grown man. And the change in Ji Hyun now was even greater than when they parted a year ago. The unbridled arrogance in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a calm, reserved, and reliable presence. Just as they had promised, they would both become even better when they met again. Now she had done it, and so had Xiao He. Ji Hyun, who had always presented a calm and reliable image to everyone for the past year, suddenly saw a light in his eyes upon seeing that familiar figure. It was only then that the disguise of the demon sect's leader finally faded, and he transformed back into the Xiao He that Xie Ying knew so well. Junior Master. The familiar name almost slipped out of his mouth, but fortunately Ji Hyun quickly caught himself and forced himself to change his words even as they reached his lips. Xiao Wei, when did you arrive in the Southern Territory? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could pick you up personally? Just arrived today. Xie Ying's face, hidden beneath her veil, curled slightly into a smile, and then she and Ji Hyun walked side by side into the demon sect. Although the demon sect was Ji Hyun's territory, Xie Ying had no intention of continuing to use the name Xie Ying in the world of immortal cultivation from the moment she left the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, she intentionally separated some of her current behavior from Xie Ying. Xie Ying didn't want anyone other than Ji Hyun and the others to know that she had long since left the Xiaoyao sect. So, while she spoke a lot along the way, she didn't mention her true identity at all. Yun Mei and Suya could see that Xie Ying was intentionally concealing her true identity, so despite their excitement, they feigned ignorance and followed the two back to Ji Hyun's current cave abode. After Ji Hyun dismissed the other irrelevant people and reactivated the cave abode's barrier, Yun Mei rushed over and gave Xie Ying a big hug. I miss you so much. Aw Ying, how have you changed so much? If the sect master hadn't told me it was you, I wouldn't have recognized you if I run into you on the street. I want to make it so that even you can't recognize me. Otherwise, what's the point of my disguise? That's true. Yun Mei leaned her head against Xie Ying's shoulder, nuzzling against it. Then, she caught a faint whiff of the sea scent. She then raised her head to look at Xie Ying's profile, still hidden beneath her veil. Tell me the truth, how long have you been in the sea? Why do you smell so strongly of the sea? I never seen a real mermaid, but your scent is certainly similar to that of the sea creatures. Judging solely by the scent, no one would doubt your mermaid identity. I didn't soak in the sea. I didn't have the time. I simply took the mermaid pearl to temporarily change my scent. Xie Ying had been hesitant to claim her reward for refining half-spring break until the night before she left Xiaoyao sect, when she entered the system space to select it. The system space contained many valuable treasures, but they were of little use to her at the time. What she needed was a disguised treasure that would allow her to disguise herself and wander the world of immortal cultivation for extended periods without being recognized. But such treasures were truly rare. Besides using magical tools to aid in altering one's aura and disguising oneself as a demon, there was another extremely simple and brutal method, directly consuming a demon pill. A demon pill condenses a demon's lifetime cultivation and vitality, making it an excellent ingredient for both refining weapons and alchemy. Directly consuming a demon pill will cause one's body to develop some distinct demonic characteristics and aura, but as the demonic energy within the pill is absorbed and converted for personal use, these characteristics will gradually dissipate. However, demon pills are difficult to find. Aside from some possessed demonic beasts, the only other demons capable of cultivating demon pills are already awakened. Taking their demon cores would undoubtedly mean taking their lives. Xie Ying didn't consider herself a good person, but she wasn't so heartless as to attack innocent demons for selfish reasons. So, she didn't actually want to resort to this method. But what Xie Ying hadn't anticipated was that within the system space governed by Yin Yin, a 1,000-year-old mermaid pearl lay hidden. A mermaid pearl is the demon core of a mermaid. It condenses all of that mermaid's demonic power, and is incredibly powerful. And with Xie Ying's current abilities, completely refining and absorbing this pearl would take at least 3 years. This mermaid pearl seemed tailor-made for Xie Ying, solving her most pressing problem, while also meeting all her requirements. Chapter 586. This wasn't the first time Xie Ying had felt this way. Putting aside Yin's existence and the random tasks she issued, there wasn't a single useless reward Ineen had ever given her. It was as if whenever she needed something, Ineen would openly deliver it to her under the guise of a task. She had a feeling that Ineen was deeply connected to the small world of Wenxiang continent. But with so many pressing matters of life and death to contend with in the world of immortal cultivation, she simply didn't have the time to delve into the truth behind it. She simply needed to be certain that Ineen was on her side. Yun Mei and Suya were visibly surprised when they heard the word Jiao Pearl. As far as they knew, the mermaids hadn't appeared in the world for thousands of years, so they hadn't expected Xiang to actually obtain one. Moreover, a mermaid capable of cultivating a mermaid pearl must have lived at least 200 years. Even if Xiang hadn't mentioned it, they knew the pearl Xiang had consumed must be far older. Ji Heyuan wasn't surprised by Xiaoying's words. After all, she knew the relationship between Xiaoying and Xia Yutong, and guessed Xia Yutong's extraordinary background. So, no matter what treasure Xiaoying brought out, he wouldn't be surprised. Let's not talk about that. Xiaoying took the initiative to broach the subject, revealing her primary purpose for coming to the Southern Territory Demon Sect. Sister Yun, what exactly happened within the Immortal Demon Alliance during the time we left it a year ago? What happened to the Chief Elder, Senior Brotherson, and Senior Sister Wuan? Why can't I contact any of them? Speaking of this, the joy that had graced Yun Mei's face at the reunion faded considerably. These things are a long story, and I'm afraid I can't explain them in a few words. Then I tell you slowly. I have plenty of time now. Xiaoying had a clear plan. She only had 2 years left in the Vientiane continent, and she had so much to do in those 2 years, so it was crucial for her to get all the information in advance. This would save her from many detours. Actually, I don't know all the details of what happened in the Immortal Demon Alliance. After I accompanied 2 senior brothers and sisters from the Immortal Demon Alliance to escort Yun Che and Yun Hao back to the Alliance, Senior Brotherson arranged for me to live in the outer court. If I had left at that time, I would have had no choice but to go to the Brahma Temple, but the Brahma Temple had protected me for so long, and I couldn't continue to cause trouble for them. The Immortal Demon Alliance was rich in spiritual energy, and no one was actively trying to drive me away, so I settled in the outer court with peace of mind. At first, there weren't any significant changes within the Immortal Demon Alliance, except for Yun Che and Yun Hao. Besides Hao and the others, Song Xiusher and Meng Fuiying would sometimes come and talk with me. I can't quite recall when it started, but the atmosphere within the Immortal Demon Alliance suddenly grew tense. Yun Che, Yun Hao, and the others' visits to the outer courtyard decreased significantly, and eventually all but disappeared. After noticing something was amiss, I considered entering the Immortal Demon Alliance to investigate, but, as expected, I was stopped. I didn't insist at the time. I waited until the moon was dark, and the wind was strong, transformed into my true form, and quietly slipped in, hoping to gather any useful information. I didn't dare venture too far, but I still overheard some disciples discussing something. It's said that a traitor, lurking within the Immortal Demon Alliance, had taken advantage of the 3 Supreme Elders' unpreparedness and, along with his disciples, attacked, severely injuring 2 of them. The remaining Supreme Elder reacted promptly and subdued the traitor, preventing the situation from escalating further. Now, the Immortal Demon Alliance has been placed under martial law, searching for traitors and purging them. The traitor they're referring to is none other than the former Chief Elder. Xiaoying scoffed at this. They're becoming increasingly adept at this thief-crying thief tactic. Not bad. Yun Mei nodded in agreement. Although I don't have a personal relationship with the Chief Elder, he has an upright gaze, and has diligently maintained peace and stability in the world of immortal cultivation for many years. He's definitely not a traitor. I immediately sensed something was wrong and immediately planned to escape and send you a message. But I was so careless. How could I have easily broken into the Immortal Demon Alliance, which was already under martial law? They did it on purpose. They let me in so they could capture me, Yun Che, Yun Hao, and the others all in one fell swoop. Fortunately, I'm not only incredibly strong, but also a superb escape artist. Those people guessed I'd venture into the Immortal Demon Alliance at night, but they didn't realize I wasn't human, I was a fox. So, despite the incredibly difficult and arduous journey, I managed to escape the Immortal Demon Alliance, despite my severe injuries. But I was already severely injured at the time. If they had pursued me, I certainly wouldn't have gotten away. But as I was fleeing the Immortal Demon Alliance, a loud noise suddenly erupted from behind me, followed by flames shooting into the sky. The pursuers were distracted by this sudden change, and I took advantage of this opportunity to completely shake them off. As I fled, I vaguely heard their voices discussing something, mentioning Song Xiusher and Meng Fuiying. I think the fire and the loud noise must have been caused by them. Actually, I have them to thank. Otherwise, I would have never escaped capture that night. Yunmei finished, spreading her hands. As for what happened next, I was unconscious due to my injuries, and missed your attempts to contact me. When I recovered from my injuries and regained consciousness, the Xiaoyao sect had already activated its protective barrier. So, Sister Yun, you don't know the whereabouts of the chief elders and the others? I do want to know. Yunmei smiled helplessly. After I recovered from my injuries and joined the demon sect, I, at the sect master's instruction, led my men back to the central realm to conduct a secret investigation. Unfortunately, we were unable to uncover anything related to the chief elders and the others. Perhaps Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying know more, but I heard the sect master mention it. They still seem to be in a coma. Why? Haven't their injuries stabilized long ago? Although Ji Yun and Yunmei were both friends and subordinates, Xie Ying was Yunmei's best friend. Yunmei maintained a sense of propriety with men who were her best friends, so she and Ji Yun rarely spent time alone together, and even when they did, it was to discuss serious matters. She shared Ji Yun's concern for Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's well-being, but as the current leader of the demon sect, Ji Yun couldn't openly become too close to the Xiaoyao sect for any reason. Furthermore, Qin Lin Zhao and the others had also begun their retreat, so Ji Yun also had only a limited understanding of Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying's condition. Xie Ying was aware of this, so she didn't seem surprised by Yunmei's question and instead answered it patiently. Ashi and Fuiying's injuries were severe. Originally, they should have woken up after 3 months of rest. But after discussing their injuries, Pavilion Master Bai and Elder Luo changed their treatment methods. Therefore, their drowsiness is normal. The elixir is taking the opportunity to reorganize the meridians in their bodies. When they wake up, they will obtain a brand new Taoist body. Chapter 587. Hearing this, Yunmei felt genuinely happy for Song Xiushi and the others. In this world, aside from life and death, no matter how difficult or painful other matters are, as long as you persevere, you will surely see the light of day. In that case, don't worry. Why don't you stay in the demon sect for now? We haven't seen each other for over a year. This is a good opportunity to catch up. I wasn't in a hurry to leave anyway. Xie Ying blinked, a sly look in her eyes. Besides asking Sister Yun about the Immortal Demon Alliance, I have something important to discuss with Xiaohe. Oh! What's that? Can the left protector and I listen? Yunmei winked at Xie Ying, giving her an ambiguous smile. Or is this a serious matter between you and the sect master? Since it's a serious matter, isn't it up to you whether you want to hear it or not? Xie Ying's words were so serious that Yunmei lost her desire to gossip, and Suya breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yun's raised lips froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. What do you want me to do, senior sister? Even though Ji Yun had been expelled from the Xiaoyao sect, Xie Ying's position in his heart, as well as that of the others, remained unchanged. Especially Xie Ying. If she wished, she could have any status in his fold. If she didn't, she could always be his junior sister. Anyway, I won't let you do anything that would harm the world. Xie Ying pursed her lips and smiled. The demon sect is in need of much reconstruction. I don't think you mind a guest elder joining us, would you? Sister, are you joining the demon sect too? Suya, who had been quiet until now, finally couldn't help but join the conversation. That's great. We can go on missions together from now on. However, as soon as Suya finished speaking, something struck him, and his smile faded. But Sect Master, if Sister wants to join the demon sect as a guest elder, I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to pass the test with the elders. Hearing Suya mention those elders, Yunmei's face fell. If it's hard, then beat them. These elders of the demon sect truly wished for the betterment of the demon sect and cared for its well-being. However, their excessive concern for the sect had made Ji Yun and the others feel very constrained in certain areas. Suya was lucky, however. He had returned to the demon clan with Ji Yun and enjoyed the trust of the elders, who had no objections to Suya's appointment as the demon sect's left protector. The elders, however, were deeply displeased with Yunmei, a fox demon who had defected to the demon sect midway and immediately secured the position of right protector. While they were loyal to the demon sect, they also sought to safeguard the well-being of their own clan's younger members. Giving the left protector position to the future young master of the Seven-Colored Deer clan was one thing, but they had been eyeing the right protector position for a long time. Who knew, before they could even decide which clan's younger member would receive it, Yunmei suddenly appeared and snatched the position away. This was the beginning of the conflict between Yunmei and several of the demon sect's elders. Yunmei, despite her delicate appearance, was actually quite strong and resourceful, her strength forcing the elders to silence their words. Even so, the elders still occasionally tried to trip up Yunmei. Ji Huyuan frequently sent Yun Mei to lead the sect's disciples into the secret realms to train and seize resources, in an effort to silence the elders. Don't worry, I go talk to them myself. Ji Huyuan had tolerated these elders out of past friendship and their loyalty to the demon sect. But tolerance didn't mean they could truly influence Ji Huyuan's decisions. He wasn't a father, and he didn't favor gentle tactics. If the elders persisted in interfering with the demon sect's personnel arrangements, he wouldn't mind resorting to more drastic measures. Xia Ying, seeing Ji Huyuan's eyes, had a rough idea of what he was about to do. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a voice from outside the cave. Master, the elders have requested an important meeting with you in the meeting hall. Look! What did I say? Yun Mei scoffed. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, and you already sent someone here. It's okay, I take care of it. Ji Huyuan's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze fell on Xia Ying. Senior sister, why don't you? I go with you. Xia Ying interrupted him. Since I want to be affiliated with the demon sect as a guest elder, I inevitably have to deal with the elders in the future. Why not meet them now, and get to know them better? Okay. Ji Huyuan never refused Xia Ying's requests. The two of them quickly walked out of the cave side by side, heading straight for the meeting hall. As soon as they left, Yun Mei and Suya also left Ji Huyuan's cave. From a distance, their backs could be seen walking side by side. What are you looking at? Seeing Suya staring blankly ahead, Yun Mei patted his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. You think they're a good match, too, don't you? Although they never deliberately express their special affection for each other in public, anyone with eyes can see that they have a rapport that no one can disrupt. They're a perfect match. Although Suya's feelings for Xia Ying hadn't changed, he couldn't honestly say the word unsuitable. But I think I'm not bad either, so why doesn't sister accept me? I don't mind having a sect leader between me and sister. Yun Mei, aw? You like? Xiao Wei. Isn't it obvious? I thought I was obvious. Suya was confused. Although he had learned to be very good at dealing with people, when it came to relationships, he still seemed like a naive young man. Yun Mei was genuinely at a loss for words for a moment. Forgive her for not realizing Suya likes Xia Ying. It's not really obvious. To me, I don't see any romantic feelings between you and her, but I can see you respect and rely on her. Hey, Protector Zhua, are you mistaken about your feelings for her? Chapter 588. Can feelings be mistaken? Suya's expression grew even more bewildered. Feelings are the easiest to make mistakes, okay? Yun Mei felt even more speechless, but since Suya always shared her responsibilities without complaint, she decided to give this innocent little deer some counseling. I have to admit, your taste for Xiao Wei is quite good, but what do you like about Xiao Wei? Sister, you saved my life. Don't humans always say that a life-saving favor should be repaid with one's own body? Yun Mei, How about you elaborate? Here's what happened. It was rare for someone to analyze a situation and offer advice, so Suya naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately recounted his first encounter with Xia Ying and everything that happened afterward, detailing everything in detail. After hearing this, Yun Mei thought, is this little deer an emotional idiot? Repaying one's body is just one of many ways to repay a favor. No one says that saving a life requires repaying one's body. You don't mind the sect master being caught in the middle, but he might not mind you being in their midst. Why should you care? I won't ruin their relationship. Silly. I really want to see if you're a blockhead. Yun Mei tapped his forehead in anger. Of course, love is exclusive. You don't mind because your affection for Xiao Wei isn't love at all. You simply want to repay a favor, and naturally chose what you think is the best way to do it. So when you see Xiao Wei and the sect leader together, you think they're a good match, and you occasionally feel a sense of loss, but you don't harbor jealousy toward the sect leader. Because, for you, being with Xiao Wei is simply your way of repaying a debt of gratitude, not because you deeply love her. You like her, and I like her too, as do many people, but this kind of liking is different from the love between men and women. Furthermore, if you truly want to repay a debt of gratitude, you should ask your benefactor what she truly needs, and then do your best to repay her with what she desires. Instead of simply choosing a way to impress yourself, you only impress yourself without considering whether your benefactor truly needs such a repayment. Yun Mei was well versed in the art of repaying a favor. Although her eyesight was poor, she mistakenly mistaken her enemy for her benefactor, foolishly becoming a sharp weapon in his hand. But unlike Suya, he wouldn't rush in to repay Xia Ying, disregarding her desires. Yun Mei's words had indeed further shaken Suya's resolve. For the past year, he'd been wondering why Xia Ying wouldn't accept his gratitude. Was it because she disliked him, or was there something else? Now, Yun Mei's words had finally confirmed his thoughts. His way of repaying a favor had been wrong from the start. So what should I do? Don't act presumptuously. When she needs help, don't refuse. Do your best to cooperate and help. That's the best way to repay her. Meanwhile, Xiaoying hadn't realized that the stubborn Suya, under Yunmei's guidance, had already given up his giving herself approach to repaying her. At this moment, she was still listening to Ji Heyuan briefly introduce the backgrounds and personalities of several demon sect elders. The demon sect currently has a total of 4 elders, all of whom have reached the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage, just half a step away from entering the realm of the fusion stage. The first elder, from the White Lion clan, is straightforward but a bit overly assertive. The second elder, from the Hydra clan, is cold, gloomy, and quiet, yet highly capable. The third elder, a civet cat demon, is lazy and difficult to please, but very protective and unyielding. The fourth elder, from the Silver Wolf clan, is ruthless, quiet, and unpredictable. In short, each of the 4 elders has their own strengths and weaknesses, but aside from their selfish desire to protect the younger generations of their clans, their loyalty to the demon sect is unquestionable. Otherwise, Ji Heyuan would not have agreed to their return to the demon sect as elders. Just as Xiaoying had gotten a good feel for the 4 elders' personalities from Ji Heyuan, the two finally arrived at the meeting hall. In the hall, the 4 elders sat in their respective seats. The 3 chairs in the middle, reserved for the sect master and the left and right guardians, lay empty. Ji Heyuan sat down in his seat without a glance. Then, with a wave of his hand, a chair materialized and placed it next to his own. He then looked at Xiaoying and spoke gently. "Sit down." Xiaoying didn't think twice, and sat down confidently beside Ji Heyuan. The 4 elders' expressions changed upon seeing this. After exchanging glances, they wondered in their hearts who Xiaoying was, and what her relationship to Ji Heyuan was. The left and right guardians already enjoyed Ji Heyuan's favor and trust, and now a mermaid had appeared out of nowhere, seemingly even more valued by Ji Heyuan than the left and right guardians. After all, this girl, having arrived at the demon sect for the first time, was able to sit next to sect master Ji Heyuan. Such special attention and respect made them ponder. Thinking carefully, their sect master was indeed of marriageable age. Could this merman girl be aiming for the position of future sect master's wife? The 4 elders exchanged glances, and finally decided that the eldest elder, the most normal-minded, would make the first move. "I wonder who this fellow Taoist is. Wouldn't the sect master introduce us, the old folks?" Mermaid Yin Xiaowei. Ji Heyuan spoke calmly of Xiaoying's false identity, and as he turned to look at Xiaoying, his features softened. "Xiaowei, these are the 4 elders I mentioned earlier. They have made invaluable contributions to the restoration of the demon sect." Chapter 589. No, sect master, you're embarrassing us. When we first joined the demon sect, we swore to the old sect master that we would never betray the demon sect, never do anything detrimental to it. So no matter what we've done for the demon sect, it's what we should do. There's really no need for reward. Those few spoke modestly, but their hearts couldn't relax at all. The reason was simply that sect master Ji Heyuan's attitude toward the mermaid Yin Xiaowei was too ambiguous. Never before, or now, had they seen anyone who could command Ji Heyuan's special regard. Rumor has it that Ji Heyuan treated one of his senior sisters very specially when he was in the Xiaoyao sect, but they had never met that human girl, and the Xiaoyao sect no longer interacted with the outside world. So, they simply dismissed those rumors, and didn't take them seriously, nor did they feel threatened by the human girl's presence. But now, this mermaid girl, who had suddenly arrived in the demon sect, had truly made them concerned. Their emotions told them not to interfere in Ji Heyuan's personal life. Being able to find a happy ending with the person they loved was already a blessing. But their rationale told them they had to intervene. The demon sect was in dire straits, and if Ji Heyuan had to choose a Taoist partner, it would ideally be one who could contribute meaningfully to the demon sect. The mermaid bloodline was certainly desirable, but they were secretive and secluded from the outside world. If Ji Heyuan were to marry one of them, while it might sound good, it would yield no real benefits. In just a few minutes, countless thoughts raced through the 4 elders' minds. Just as they were trying to gently persuade Ji Heyuan to stop acting on his emotions and consider the overall interests and future of the demon sect, Ji Heyuan finally spoke. "Actually, even if the 4 elders hadn't come to see me, I had intended to have my disciples invite them to discuss a serious matter. I think the elders have probably guessed that this matter is related to this merman friend who has come from afar and is sitting next to me. I plan to..." Sect Master, think again." Ji Heyuan's words were interrupted by several voices. This immediately agitated not only the strong-willed great elder, but also the other 3 more reserved elders. The sect master is still young, so there's no need to consider certain things too soon. I think we should focus on the future development of the demon sect. The 4th elder is absolutely right. Besides, we demons are known for our informality. If the sect master and Miss Yin are attracted to each other, we have no objection to how they interact. But if they become Taoist companions, I'm afraid there will be many more restrictions, and for you too. Wait! Seeing these elders rambling, spiraling further and further out of control, Xiaoying finally couldn't help but interrupt them. Do the elders have any misunderstandings about me and the sect master? The 4 elders paused. Question mark. Misunderstanding? Their eyes involuntarily fell on Ji Hyun. They didn't know if it was their imagination, but as they looked over, they seemed to see a flicker of resentment in sect master Ji Hyun's eyes. But before they could think any more, Ji Hyun's voice rang out again. The elders have indeed misunderstood. Xiaowei and I have no intention of becoming Taoist companions. What I wanted to discuss with you is Xiaowei's affiliation with our demon sect as a guest elder. Oh, so that's what it was. The 4 elders breathed a sigh of relief. If they had told them about it earlier, they wouldn't have been so worried. It's just a guest elder position, not handing over the entire demon sect to someone else. What's wrong with them agreeing? The sect master can make such a small decision on such a small matter. There's really no need to ask for our opinion. We are merely elders of the demon sect. The sect master is the true master. All matters, big or small, are decided by the sect master. We have no objections. Ji Hyun, question mark. Why did these 4 people suddenly change their ways? When he was about to hand over the position of right protector to Yun Mei, they weren't so easygoing. Xiang hadn't expected this matter to go so smoothly. Perhaps it was thanks to the 4 elders' inexplicable imagination. After the matter was clarified, the atmosphere in the meeting hall relaxed. The 2nd elder, always cautious and calculating, thought for a moment before asking. I wonder what fellow Taoist Yan's current level of cultivation is. Although a guest elder from the demon sect wouldn't have much influence, the overall cultivation world was one of admiration for the strong. Even if it was a guest elder, she didn't want him to have a low level of cultivation. In reality, the few of them couldn't discern Xia Ying's true level of cultivation. But while the mermaids were mysterious, their strength wasn't particularly exceptional among the demon race. Plus, Xia Ying had followed Ji Hyun closely into the room, so they naturally assumed Ji Hyun was concealing Xia Ying's true level. Xia Ying naturally saw the 2nd elder's probing move, but she didn't take it as an offense and didn't say anything, simply smiling softly. Then, she unleashed the cultivation she had been deliberately suppressing, unleashing her mighty power. Instantly, the pressure of the late fusion stage descended upon the 4 elders below. The 4 elders' faces paled, and even Ji Hyun glanced at Xia Ying in surprise. Young senior sister, are you progressing so rapidly? Fusion stage. You actually reached fusion stage. That's right. Xia Ying's smile widened. No amount of words can be as unforgettable as experiencing it firsthand. Chapter 590. As she spoke, Xia Ying had already withdrawn her imposing presence. The oppressive feeling that had weighed on the 4 elders vanished instantly. Even though everything had just happened in a split second, the 4 elders were certain it wasn't an illusion. This mermaid girl, seemingly only in her teens, was actually a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage. Her strength even surpassed that of their sect leader, Ji Hyun. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and experienced it themselves, they would never have believed that this girl, seemingly nothing more than a pretty vase, possessed such immense power. But now, they couldn't help but believe it. After Xia Ying's small display of skill, the 4 elders' attitude towards her completely changed. No longer would they dare to look at Xia Ying with such disdain. May I ask, fellow Taoist, how old are you? I can't remember, but around 700 is probably right. Counting the 300 years she spent sealed as an infant, and the 300 years in the trial tower, she wasn't lying when she said she was 700. The 4 elders couldn't conceal their surprise upon hearing this. In the past, when spiritual energy was gradually fading in the world of immortal cultivation, reaching the fusion stage at just 700 years old was nothing to be sniffed at. Rest assured, elders. Since I become a guest elder affiliated with the demon sect, I naturally have every intention of serving the demon sect. These are my tokens of allegiance to the demon sect. Xia Ying smiled and waved her hand. A flash of light appeared, and the hall suddenly filled with countless rare treasures. They were piled haphazardly in the center of the hall, and the aura emanating from each treasure constantly reminded them of their extraordinary qualities. Xia Ying was no longer the impoverished woman who couldn't even afford a steamed bun. Besides the inheritance left to her by Xiao Jia and Jiang Jingtan, She also had rare treasures plundered from various secret realms, rewards earned from completing system quests, an entire secret realm of treasures left by her sister Xie Yutong, and the black market to support her. Xiang felt that in the entire world of immortal cultivation today, there were fewer than 10 people whose wealth could rival hers. Oh! How embarrassing. The third elder sat up with a sudden jerk, her charming face brimming with joy. She apologized, her gaze fixed on Ji Huyuan with a burning intensity. Master, should we keep all of the things Elder Yin sent us in our demon sect's inner treasury? That way, those youngsters can focus on cultivating and strengthening their foundation within the sect, rather than constantly having to venture into new secret realms for cultivation resources. Ji Huyuan, The other elders couldn't help but hold their foreheads in their hands, blushing at the third elder's behavior. Why doesn't the third elder even try to be so pretentious? This is too direct. What if Elder Yin thinks our demon sect is impoverished and scares him away? However, they understood the third elder's approach. After all, the demon sect isn't what it was in its heyday. Whether it's spirit stones or cultivation resources, recruiting disciples inevitably consumes these resources. Besides the demon sect, they also have the younger generations of their clan to care for. So, even if they have a lot of property, they can't be so generous and spend it all on the demon sect. Now that Xie Ying was so generous, several elders almost forgot how they had been wary of Xie Ying getting too deeply involved with Ji Huyuan not long ago. Looking at the hall overflowing with treasures, the four elders suddenly thought, if Elder Yin wanted to become the sect master's wife, then it wasn't impossible. Although Yun Mei and Suya didn't enter the meeting hall to join in the conversation, they were also worried about Xie Ying. They worried that Xie Ying would be harassed by the four elders in various ways. So, shortly after the two left, they also arrived near the meeting hall to wait. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, they finally heard movement from the meeting hall. But the next moment, they were nearly shocked by the scene before them. Were they hallucinating? The smiling figures standing on Xie Ying's left and right were the cold second elder and the arrogant third elder? Could it be that these two elders had been possessed by someone else? Yun Mei and Suya exchanged a glance, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. They stepped forward, and Yun Mei boldly took the initiative to greet the second elder and the others. Did something good happen to the elders? Why are you so happy? Surprisingly, she didn't receive any roll of the eyes from them. The second elder even smiled at Yun Mei. Yun Mei, shock. Even more shocking, okay? Right protector and left protector, you arrived just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Yin Xiaowei, a senior from the mermaid tribe. He will be a guest elder of our demon sect in the future. Remember to explain clearly to the disciples below that although Elder Yin is a guest elder, his status is equal to ours. Therefore, they must respect Elder Yin, obey his orders, and not neglect him. Oh, I understand. Yun Mei mumbled a dazed response, still feeling a bit hazy as if she were dreaming. Haha. This must be a dream, otherwise these two elders wouldn't be so easy to talk to. After seeing off the four smiling elders, Yun Mei twisted Suya's arm fiercely, causing the defenseless Suya to cry out in pain. Only then did Yun Mei confirm that she wasn't dreaming. She pulled Xie Ying aside, her face full of eagerness to try. Tell me, what kind of magic potion did you give those four stinking elders? Why are they completely different? They're even more affectionate to you than to the sect master. Maybe money makes the world go round. In the world of immortal cultivation, there's nothing that can't be solved with spirit stones. If there is, it's because the spirit stones haven't been given enough. Yun Mei, ? Tell me more. I sent a lot of spirit stones and cultivation resources to the demon sect. Facing Yun Mei, Xie Ying naturally had nothing to hide. After all, if the problems of the immortal cultivation world weren't resolved, it would only have 2 years left before its demise. It would be pointless for her to hold onto those cultivation resources. When the Wanxiang continent vanished, even the most precious ones would be reduced to ashes. It would be better to give away what she didn't need. Maybe she could even train a few more talented disciples. After all, not only had she donated many cultivation resources to the demon sect, she had also left a considerable amount of them with the Xiaoyao sect when she left a year ago. Yun Mei understood, so this is the power of money. Besides, they should also be very satisfied with my strength. Yun Mei came to her senses and realized belatedly that she hadn't fully grasped Xie Ying's current level of cultivation. Thinking of Xie Ying's incredible training speed and talent, Yun Mei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She cautiously asked, testing the waters. So what realm are you in now? Late stage of the fusion stage, huh? Chapter 591. Yun Mei, shock. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Didn't Xiaoying just advance to the nascent soul stage a year ago? How could she advance 2 levels in just 1 year, from nascent soul to fusion? Is this the world of the truly powerful? Even through the obscuring veil, Yunmei could clearly see Xiaoying's incredibly radiant smile. Damn! Xiaoying is so cocky. I want to punch her head off. Yin couldn't stand it anymore and whispered, Host, please be more discreet. Be careful, Yunmei is slapping you with such arrogance. It's okay. Sister Yun can't beat me. Yin, Okay, having a strong fist does give you the right to be arrogant. Xiaoying settled down peacefully in the demon sect. She stayed in the demon sect partly because she had just become a guest elder and needed to do something to solidify her position, and partly because the Dingtian hairpin had indicated that a fragment of the Dingtian hairpin had appeared in the southern border. Ever since she combined the 5 fragments into the remnant of the Dingtian hairpin a year ago, the whereabouts of the last 2 pieces have been unknown. Not long ago, as she was leaving the trial tower and heading for the southern territory, the remnant finally moved and informed her that one of the fragments was also there. Xiaoying could use the remnant to locate the other fragments, but upon arriving in the southern territory, she discovered that the position of the Dingtian hairpin fragment in the southern territory was constantly shifting. Shards can't naturally move around on their own, so it's highly likely that this fragment has fallen into someone else's hands. So, for the sake of that one fragment, Xiaoying wouldn't rush to leave the Southern Territory Demon Sect. At the same time, thanks to the deliberate promotion of the Demon Sect's 4 elders, word slowly spread throughout the Southern Territory about the Demon Sect's arrival of a wealthy and beautiful guest elder. The Demon Clan had always had its eye on the position of the Sect Master's wife, and Xiaoying's presence immediately stirred a sense of crisis among many. After all, according to sources within the Demon Clan, this new guest elder was not only of merman origin and possessed stunning beauty, but also possessed considerable wealth and immense power. No one in the entire Demon Clan disliked this guest elder. However, no matter how much the Demon Clan disciples boasted, the outside world had never witnessed the abilities of Xiaoying, the mysterious guest elder, and so they were dismissive. It wasn't until Xiaoying personally led her team into a newly created secret realm on the edge of the Southern Territory that, with overwhelming strength, she led the Demon Clan disciples to seize a significant portion of their cultivation resources from their opponents, ultimately achieving fame. After all, within that secret realm, the other group competing with the Demon Sect for resources was none other than the disciples of the Yutian Sect, led by Di Qinhui. As the sole descendant of Fairy Ling and the recipient of all her true teachings, Di Qinhui has always garnered considerable attention within the world of immortal cultivation. Now that even Di Qinhui has suffered such a crushing defeat, it's clear that the guest elder's strength is truly not to be underestimated. If it had been anyone else, Xiaoying would have given them some face. But as fate would have it, the Yutian Sect was the one vying for resources with the Demon Sect. Xiaoying couldn't really blame them. After all, she truly harbored no affection for the Yutian Sect, and not murdering them after stealing the resources was a sign of her kindness. After this battle, no one in the Demon Clan would ever again look down upon the guest elder from the Mermaid Clan. Many Demon Clan sects even indirectly inquired about Xiaoying's willingness to become a guest elder in several other clans. Upon hearing this news, the 4 Demon Clan elders, like dogs guarding a bone, immediately became alert. They knew that Ji Heyuan, as the leader of the Demon Clan and one of the last remaining descendants of the White Crane Clan, would sooner or later need a Taoist partner. After all, their Demon Clan was not as numerous as humans, and their numbers were already sparse. If they didn't invest more effort in procreating, they feared their hard-won territory would be reclaimed by humans within a few hundred years. Thus, not only were the Demon Clan members eyeing the position of the Demon Sect leader's wife, but the 4 elders had also been secretly searching for a suitable candidate for Ji Heyuan's wife. Originally, they had considered some good candidates from the Peacock, White Fox, and Jade Rabbit tribes, but now, compared to their guest elders, they felt something was missing. Appearance was secondary. After all, there was no one in the world of immortal cultivation who was particularly unattractive. What mattered most to them was their own strength. And Xiaoying's strength was undoubtedly the strongest of all the candidates they favored. If their Demon Sect could have such a leader's wife, they were confident that the Demon Sect would surely achieve even greater success in the future. However, they couldn't bring this matter up directly with Xiaoying. After all, the 4 elders knew that, given Xiaoying's superior qualities, the Demon Sect wasn't her best choice. So, with little else to do besides instructing their disciples in their cultivation, the 4 elders naturally set their sights on their leader, Ji Heyuan. After losing count of how many times the 3rd elder had chance run-ins with her in the Demon Sect, Ji Heyuan finally couldn't help but speak up. 3rd elder, What exactly are you trying to do? Counting the occasional encounters by the first and second elders over the past few days, this must be the dozens of times you run into me, right? Is our demon sect really that small? If so, I have to start thinking about expanding our territory. The third elder also thought the chance run-in method was idiotic, but since it was the result of their four-person discussion, she couldn't say anything. Wouldn't that just lead to her getting herself into trouble? Now that Ji Huyuan had finally asked about their purpose, the third elder breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how miserable it must be for a sedentary cat demon like her to wander around outside every day. Master, we do have something to ask you. Then speak frankly. Actually, it's the same thing we talked about before. Master, you're not young anymore. It's time to choose a stable partner. Ji Huyuan, He was truly speechless. Even when he was the young master of the demon sect, he hadn't thought these four elders were so unreliable. Third elder, I made this very clear to you all before. Right now, I simply want to focus on the demon sect and don't want to consider a Taoist companion. And if I were to choose a Taoist companion, I would definitely choose someone I truly love, not someone I choose based on a balance of pros and cons for the demon sect. Even without outside help, I have the confidence to carry the demon sect forward. So, I hope the elders will refrain from discussing this matter again. If the elders truly have nothing to do, you could also select a few disciples with good character to train as your personal disciples. That would also save them from constantly keeping their eyes on him. The third elder, having already prepared herself, wasn't surprised at all, but this time, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she uttered a quiet question. Oh! So the sect master is saying, even if that person is Elder Yin, you have no opinion? Ji Huyuan paused as he left. Well, if it's Xie Ying, then he can take back everything he said above. Chapter 592. Ji Huyuan silently turned and looked at the confident third elder. What are your thoughts? Tell us in detail. The third elder gave a look of as expected. She knew she was right. The sect master truly had ill intentions towards Elder Yin. What could we possibly think? We simply want to tell the sect master that we strongly support your wish to marry Elder Yin as your wife. And strike while the iron is hot, and pluck the flower in time. If the sect master truly has a crush on Elder Yin, he should have acted sooner rather than later. After all, many within the demon clan are inquiring about Elder Yin. The sect master and Elder Yin are old acquaintances, and he has the advantage of being close to them. If the sect master allows the newcomer to take the lead in this situation, wouldn't that make our demon clan a laughing stock? Ji Huyuan, Well said. Don't say it next time. If I could find a way to pluck the moon, would it be your turn to remind me? He actually thought the third elder and the others had figured out some clever way to win his wife. As expected, he shouldn't have expected anything from the elders. Chasing his wife was something he had to do slowly and steadily. However, the third elder didn't show any displeasure at Ji Huyuan's attitude. In fact, Ji Huyuan's frank admission pleased the third elder. Don't be discouraged, sect leader. You're so good-looking. As long as you hang around Elder Yin every day, there's no doubt he might have some bad intentions towards you. Alright, I got this matter figured out. I won't bother you, elders. Ji Huyuan didn't bother discussing the matter with the third elder. After a few perfunctory remarks, he left. However, considering the elder's unreliable nature, Ji Huyuan thought for a moment and decided to inform Xie Ying in advance. This was to prevent Xie Ying from thinking he was trying to force her into making a choice if the elders made a foolish move. Since Ji Huyuan truly had no intention of forcing Xie Ying, he spoke to her frankly. But to his surprise, Xie Ying remained uncharacteristically silent for a long time after hearing his words. Ji Huyuan felt a surge of unease. Junior sister, are you angry? If you don't like what the third elder and the others have done, I will order everyone in the demon sect to cease mentioning this matter. I'm not angry, shall he? You know, I'm not particularly interested in relationships. I already told you about the current situation in the Immortal Cultivation world. There's no telling when all life on the entire Wanxiang continent, including us, will vanish. So, I really don't have the heart to consider anything other than the survival of the Immortal Cultivation world. I know. Ji Huyuan gave a wry smile. Xie Ying's words were straightforward. Even though he known she wasn't someone who cared much about love, Ji Huyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart, and his hands unconsciously clenched behind his back. Indeed, it was Xie Ying's unwavering commitment to the truth, her unwavering resolve once she committed to a cause, that had initially moved him. So, he never saw anything wrong with Xie Ying's clarity and independence. Some people are born to be free, like the wind. No one can possess it. If one can't make the wind stay for them, then one should support it in its pursuit of the freedom it desires. But, just as Ji Huyuan was digesting his disappointment, Xiaoying suddenly changed the subject. Although I'm not big on relationships, if that person is you, Xiaohe, I wouldn't object. Hearing this, Ji Huyuan was stunned at first, then quickly realized and looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What do you mean, junior sister? This time, Xiaoying didn't evade the question, but addressed Ji Huyuan directly and frankly. What I mean is... Xiaoying tilted her head, her large eyes curved into crescent in a smile. After everything settles, if we're still alive, we'd be together then. Not as senior sister or junior brother, but as fellow Taoists. But Xiaohe, think carefully. I'm very domineering and intolerant. There's no such thing as an amicable breakup with me. If one day I discover you betrayed me, I kill you with my own hands. Very well, I'd love to. Ji Huyuan agreed to everything Xiaoying said, without even a moment's hesitation. He smiled at Xiaoying, his blazing gaze gleaming with sincerity. If Xiaoying had carefully studied his gaze, she would have seen the madness deep within, a rage Ji Huyuan had tried so hard to suppress. It was the same possessiveness she possessed, perhaps even more intense. If Xiaoying never responded to him, then he could control his desires, and remain the gentle Xiaohe who always respected Xiaoying's every thought. But now that Xiaoying has clearly responded to his feelings, Ji Huyuan can no longer suppress the paranoid and morbid possessiveness in his bones. Ultimately, they were essentially the same. Thus, they were a perfect match. After Ji Huyuan and Xiaoying reached a tacit understanding that day, their interactions remained unchanged. But onlookers could clearly see that the atmosphere between them had become even more subtle. Though nothing had changed, their every move clearly demonstrated that there was no room for a third person between them. Precisely because of this, under the deliberate manipulation of the four elders, rumors about the two quickly spread within the demon sect. Then, they spread to the southern territory, and even throughout the entire demon race. Finally, even Xie, far away in the Five Element Sword sect, heard about this. When his junior sisters brought this to Xie ears, they saw their sword sect's chief disciple, the aloof senior brother, known as a genius swordsman, slamming the table in anger. What? Ji Huyuan is actually going to marry someone else as the sect master's wife? At that moment, Xie felt deeply sorry for his employer, junior sister Xiaoying. Are you sure this news is true? Could it be a rumor? The sword sect's junior sisters watched their senior brother's unusual behavior, their hearts pounding. Although senior brother and the demon sect's sect master had a good personal relationship, what did it matter to senior brother who the demon sect's sect master married? Could senior brother be secretly in love with the demon sect's sect master? However, despite countless bold speculations that they couldn't let senior brother know, they also answered Xie questions quickly. Big brother, this is news from within the demon sect. It's unlikely to be false. We all tend to believe it's true. Hearing this answer, Xie immediately revealed a pained expression. He had misjudged junior brother Ji. Fortunately, junior sister Xie hadn't agreed yet, but his reaction, in the eyes of his junior sisters, conveyed a different meaning. Sure enough, Big Brother had a secret crush on the demon sect's leader. Chapter 593. Xie didn't notice the strange looks his junior sisters were giving him, for at that moment, he was immersed in his own world. Although Xie loved no one besides his sword, he still disliked those who switched sides. Especially when that person was his good brother Ji Huyuan. Although he disapproved, Xie didn't intend to interfere too much in his brother's relationship. So, with a sullen face, he continued to inquire about the identity of the female cultivator who had caused Ji Huyuan to fall in love with someone else. Do you know the origins of the new guest elder who joined the demon sect? I heard she's from the deep-sea mermaid tribe. They say she's beautiful, powerful, and generous. The entire demon sect is very pleased with her. Oh yes, her name is Yin Xiaowei. Xie, whose expression had been sullen just a moment ago, suddenly froze. What's the name of that guest elder? Yin Xiaowei. How come senior brother also knows this elder? No, I don't. Although he didn't know why Xiaoying used the name Yin Xiaowei in the cultivation world, even creating a mermaid identity for herself, but upon hearing the name and considering her connection to Ji Huyuan, Xie knew for sure that this Yin Xiaowei must be Xiaoying. So, Xie decisively pretended not to know her. But the slight upturn of his lips still made the sword sect's younger sisters wonder, why does senior brother alternate between gloom and joy? He's nothing like their calm and aloof Qi sword sect disciple. Also, what does senior brother think of the demon sect's leader? So curious. Meanwhile, the news that Ji Huyuan is about to marry a guest elder from the demon sect shocked not only Xie and Xie Ying's friends. Even Lin Yuexiang, upon learning of this, couldn't help but secretly feel indignant for Xie Ying. As a woman, she is inherently more sensitive to emotional matters than those more careless men. Back in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, Lin Yuexiang had noticed a difference in the atmosphere between Xie Ying and her junior fellow apprentice, Ji Heyuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have harbored the idea of stealing Ji Heyuan's attention as revenge against Xie Ying. At that time, despite the compulsion of the plot in the Eternal Night Buddhist Hall, Ji Heyuan still didn't even spare her a glance. Lin Yuexiang had believed Ji Heyuan to be a devoted man and had even secretly envied Xie Ying. But now it seemed Xie Ying was truly wrong. As expected, no man is a bad thing. In short, rumors of Ji Heyuan's affair, as the leader of the new demon sect, had been circulating within the Immortal Cultivation world for some time. People inherently enjoy watching the excitement, especially the drama of love, hate, and passion between handsome men and beautiful women. Until another major event occurred, the Immortal Cultivation world's attention on Ji Heyuan and the demon sect faded. The Immortal Demon Alliance announced that it would publicly punish a group of traitors in Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory 1 month from now. The traitors mentioned by the Immortal Demon Alliance were none other than the former chief elders Zhou Mingzhi and Xin Yu, among others. As soon as this news broke, it immediately attracted the attention of various factions. This was especially true for Xie Ying and the others, who had been desperate to rescue Elder Zhou and his men. The moment they heard the news, they immediately suspected that this was most likely a conspiracy. A conspiracy targeting all those who refused to believe Elder Zhou was a traitor to the Immortal Demon Alliance and sought to rescue him. Even knowing it was a conspiracy, Xie Ying and the others decided to personally travel to Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory. They could not stand by and watch Elder Zhou and his companions be framed and killed by the true traitors of the Immortal Demon Alliance. Not to mention that Elder Zhou was a respected elder himself, but given his long-standing care for her and his friendship with Xin Yu and the others, Xie Ying could not sit idly by. Furthermore, Xie Ying discovered that the fragment of the heaven-fixing hairpin, which had been circling the Southern Territory, had suddenly left the region a few days before the Immortal Demon Alliance released this news. And the direction the fragment had headed was Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory. So, after discussing with Ji Heyuan and the others, Xie Ying decided to head directly to Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory. She suspected that the sixth fragment of the heaven-fixing hairpin she had been tracking might have fallen into enemy hands. Therefore, she had to go to Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory. She had to find a way to rescue Elder Zhou and the others, and she also had to seize the sixth fragment of the Dingtian hairpin. After making up her mind, Xie Ying immediately sent letters to Xie Jiuzhou, Guankong Buddha, the Lu sisters of the Beast-Taming Valley, and even Xie Zan, who controlled the black market. She was going to mobilize forces and attack the Immortal Demon Alliance. While Xie Ying was contemplating how to seize people and property from the current Immortal Demon Alliance, the Immortal Demon Alliance was also discussing how to plot against them. Central Territory, Immortal Demon Alliance. The Grand Elder, dressed in a gray Taoist robe, sat in the most honored position in the Immortal Demon Alliance. Below her sat, in descending order, Fairy Ling, who had recently emerged from seclusion, the Third Elder, and the gray-robed men sent by Helian Yao. Master, as you instructed, I have already spread the news that Zhou Mingzhi and other traitors will be dealt with in Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory in a month. I believe that upon learning of this, the Demon Sect, Brahma Temple, Five Elements Sword Sect, and Xiaoyao Sect will surely take action. The Third Elder stood up and respectfully reported his actions to the Grand Elder seated above. In addition, the people I arranged have already taken the Dingtian hairpin fragment to the Eastern Territory. Even if the Xiaoyao Sect can refrain from rescuing Zhou Mingzhi, they certainly won't be able to ignore the Dingtian hairpin fragment. And if they dare to rescue Zhou Mingzhi in the Eastern Territory, we will have a legitimate excuse to capture them all. Chapter 594. The Third Elder's eyes lit up, her face filled with eager anticipation for what was about to happen. She had played the grandson of the Immortal Demon Alliance for over 200 years, and for 200 years, she had been seen by others as a gentle, quiet, and easygoing elder. Now, at last, she could finally unleash her true nature and be herself. Due to her blind faith in her master, she had immense confidence in the plan laid out by the Supreme Elder, and saw no possibility of error. Even if there were, the Third Elder was confident that her master had the power to control the situation, and would not allow those who opposed them to escape. Fairy Ling sat there with a stern expression, silent, but the gray-robed figure clearly shared the Third Elder's sentiments. This is inevitable. As soon as the Third Elder finished speaking, the gray-robed figure immediately echoed him. I know the moral character of those from reputable and righteous sects best. They wouldn't stand by and watch Zhou Mingzhi and others be executed without taking any action. So, even if they knew Wuyue City was a trap set by us, those cultivators, who claim to be from reputable and righteous sects, would willingly jump in. After all, they've been such fools for millennia. Fairy Lingyin, who had always claimed to be from a reputable and righteous sect, and was inexplicably called a fool, said, shock. So angry, where on earth did the Immortal Demon Alliance find this shabby fellow, dressed in tattered gray, constantly talking about righteousness, yet exuding the aura of an evil cultivator? If she hadn't learned the long-held secret of the immortal cultivation world, that to ascend, one must obtain the divine artifact, the Dingtian hairpin, and use its power to forcibly open the ascension channel to the upper realms. She would never have mixed up with such a suspected evil cultivator, but Fairy Lingyin knew in her heart that, regardless of her reluctance, the moment she agreed to cooperate with the Fairy Demon Alliance and accepted the olive branch offered by the Third Elder, there was no turning back. So Fairy Lingyin could only suppress her displeasure, join in their discussion, and raise the issue that concerned her most. I'm not interested in the feuds between you and others, I'm only concerned with the Dingtian hairpin fragments. Are you certain Xia Ying possesses the 5 Dingtian hairpin fragments? Even if Xia Ying possesses the 5 fragments, how can you be sure Xia Ying will appear in the Eastern Territory? After all, the Xiaoya sect has already activated its protective barrier and withdrawn from the battles of the immortal cultivation world. They might not fall for the trap you set for them. I'm certain someone has already gathered the 5 Dingtian hairpin fragments, otherwise, the Wanxiang continent wouldn't have experienced a spiritual resurgence. And regardless of whether the Xiaoya sect has retreated from the world or not, as long as Xia Ying possesses the 5 Dingtian hairpin fragments, she will definitely come to Wuyue City. When the topic of the Dingtian hairpin came up, even the ever-reserved Grand Elder finally spoke. In other words, whether the 5 pieces of the Dingtian hairpin are in Xia Ying's hands, or someone else's is completely irrelevant. Whoever possesses them will certainly not miss the opportunity to seize the 6th. Wuyue City's trap to eliminate those who have consistently opposed us is simply a convenient way to do it. After all, my sole goal from the beginning has been the Dingtian hairpin. As she spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze fell upon Fairy Lingyin again. She ignored Fairy Lingyin's unpleasant expression, and spoke with a smile. At that time, I have to trouble Fairy Lingyin in Wuyue City to arrange for your Yutian sect disciples to be on the lookout. After all, if the Xiaoya sect shows up, they certainly be extremely wary of the Immortal Demon Alliance, so I have to trouble you to take extra care. Grand Elder, what are you talking about? Long accustomed to being flattered and not adept at dealing with people, Fairy Lingyin could only respond bluntly to the Grand Elder. You and I are both striving for the ultimate ascension, so why bother arguing over who's working harder? This night was destined to be a sleepless one for everyone in the immortal cultivation world. Since the Xiaoya sect activated its protective barrier and withdrew from the immortal cultivation world a year ago, the world of immortal cultivation has enjoyed a period of immense peace and stability. But now, this brief tranquility has been shattered once again by the news released by the Immortal Demon Alliance. From the day this news was released, people began to flock to Wuyue City. Lin Yuexiang, who had spent a whole year undercover beside Dai Tian, finally found the Luyan Palace's hideout before departing for Wuyue City. At the same time, she finally met Helian Yao, now revered as the Luyan Palace Master. Although his appearance was completely different from before, Lin Yuexiang, having long since learned the so-called Luyan Palace Master's true identity, could not help but feel nauseous at the sight of him. Today, Lin Yuexiang's dislike for Helian Yao was no longer rooted in the petty grudges they had shared. It stemmed from Dai Tian's persistent desire to facilitate a dual cultivation between her and Helian Yao. Lin Yuexiang didn't mind using dual cultivation to improve her cultivation, but only if she had the initiative. But it was clear that neither Dai Tian nor Helian Yao intended to give her that initiative. Lin Yuexiang felt that although they spoke of dual cultivation, in reality, they were completely using her as a cauldron. The ever-proud Lin Yuexiang could never accept such an arrangement, but for the sake of the deal she had made with Xia Ying a year prior, and to completely break free from Dai Tian and Helian Yao, Lin Yuexiang endured the nausea and stayed in the dungeon with Helian Yao. The dungeon was easy to enter, but difficult to exit, and because of the formation Helian Yao had set up, Lin Yuexiang couldn't actively spread the news, so she could only lie low. It wasn't until news arrived from the Immortal Demon Alliance that Dai Tian was preparing to take her out of the dungeon to the Eastern Territory that Lin Yuexiang finally found an opportunity to send a message to Xia Ying. Chapter 595. Lin Yuexiang secretly made a decision. As soon as she left the underground city and escaped the confines of Helian Yao's formation, she would immediately reveal the location of Luyan Palace to Xia Ying. Although she was blindfolded and couldn't see the entrance when she was brought into the underground city. This didn't prevent her from determining its approximate location. It was near the Ning family, the largest immortal cultivation family in Yubao City in the Central Territory. Either Liyun Palace was playing a dark game, or, unbeknownst to the entire immortal cultivation world, they had long been colluding with the Ning family. Lin Yuexiang, who wasn't exactly a good person herself, naturally leaned towards the latter. And considering Xie Ying might still be in seclusion in the Xiaoyao sect, Lin Yuexiang, in order to wipe out Liyun Palace in one fell swoop, even considered persuading Helian Yao to leave the underground city with her and head to the Eastern Territory. Unfortunately, while Helian Yao greatly enjoyed the pleasure of having a beautiful woman embrace him, he wasn't willing to put himself in any danger for her sake. After all, the tail he'd broken during his fake death had severely damaged his vitality. And Helian Yao didn't want to experience that kind of embarrassment again. So, after Lin Yuexiang, who had failed to lure Helian Yao out of the underground city despite her charm, tipped off Xie Ying, she practically cursed inwardly the entire way. Even when Xie Ying didn't respond, she didn't have time to think about it. Lin Yuexiang's mind was filled with thoughts of how, once everything was settled, she would rip Helian Yao, this idiot who only knew how to take advantage and never gave anything in return, into pieces to rid herself of the hatred she felt. Xie Ying received Lin Yuexiang's message on the way to Wuyue City. Xie Ying wasn't surprised to see Lin Yuexiang's analysis and learn that she had indeed found Helian Yao's hiding place. Although she disliked Lin Yuexiang, that didn't mean she didn't recognize her strength in certain areas. After all, a woman who could navigate so many men without falling foul was inherently capable. However, right now, Xie Ying was more concerned with the safety of Elder Zhou and the others than capturing Helian Yao and Liyun Palace. So, she simply ignored Lin Yuexiang's message and didn't respond. The group simply continued on their way in silence. No matter how many in the cultivation world believe the Immortal Demon Alliance's claims, Elder Zhou Mingzhi's influence and status within the world of cultivation could not be underestimated. Thus, upon hearing the news, not only the smaller sects, but even the heads of the 9 major clans, all set out for Wuyue City. Thus, the demon sect, blending in among them, seemed less prominent. On this trip, Sect Master Ji Heyuan led the charge, followed closely by Left Guardian Su Ye and Right Guardian Yun Mei. Guest Elder Xie Ying and Demon Sect Second Elder Shi Ji also accompanied them. In addition, over 20 Demon Sect disciples followed suit. The group was imposing and impressive, and they made no effort to conceal their identities, so many people quickly recognized them. Although the news of the Immortal Demon Alliance's punishment of a traitor had already completely diverted the attention of the immortal cultivation world, the rumors about the Demon Sect Master had not yet faded from everyone's minds. Even shortly after the rumors began circulating, the 2 individuals at the center of them appeared in the public eye. Many people along the way were secretly observing Ji Heyuan and his group. Among them, Xie Ying, to confirm her mermaid identity, had dressed the most flamboyantly, standing out from the crowd of Demon Sect members. Not to mention that mermaids were already renowned, and no one in the world of immortal cultivation had seen one in thousands of years. Thus, Xie Ying attracted the most attention. If it weren't for the presence of Ji Heyuan and the others, some would have rushed to uncover Xie Ying's veil to see the stunningly beautiful face beneath. The Demon Sect members, observing the various groups, both openly and covertly, arrived in Wuyue City 10 days after the news of the Immortal Demon Alliance was released. Wuyue City was already crowded with cultivators who had heard the news, and the inn was packed. Fortunately, the Demon Sect was now well off, so Second Elder Shi Ji, with a simple gesture, had her disciples purchase a mansion in the city for the 20-odd people to rest and relocate. Soon after the group settled in, with the exception of Ji Heyuan and a group of disciples who remained at the mansion, Shi Ji, Xie Ying, Yun Mei, and Su Ye split up and explored Wuyue City to gather information. The 4 Demon Sect elders and Yun Mei had always been at odds, so Shi Ji naturally chose Su Ye as her teammate, leaving Xie Ying and Yun Mei to travel together. As soon as Xie Ying and Yun Mei appeared in Wuyue City, they became the center of attention. As a fox demon, Yun Mei was not only beautiful and charming, but also had a high-profile personality. Even when she was out and about alone, she was enough to attract attention. Not to mention that she now had Xie Ying, whose mermaid features were very distinct, by her side. In terms of appearance alone, Xie Ying couldn't compare to Yun Mei's beauty. But people are always fascinated by the unfathomable, especially the veil made of shark silk covering Xie Ying's face, which added a layer of hazy beauty to her, making everyone even more curious about what lay beneath. While curious, everyone knew not to offend the Demon Sect easily, so they chose to observe from afar. But the world is full of ignorant, trouble-making fools, and this fool had just happened to run into Xiang. Chapter 596. At that time, Xiang and Yunmei were sipping tea and listening to a story at the Uli Tea House, the largest in Wuyue City, listening intently to the conversations of the people inside as they discussed the latest happenings in the city. Unexpectedly, they had barely taken their seats on the second floor when they saw a group of cultivators dressed as disciples of aristocratic families heading straight for them. The leader was a handsome man, but Xiang glanced at their attire and averted her eyes with a lack of interest. The blue robes with bamboo leaf patterns were the hallmark of the uniform worn by disciples of the Lin family in Wuyue City, East Territory. These seemingly unintelligent disciples were from the same clan as Lin Yuexiang, and Xiang naturally had nothing good to say about Lin Yuexiang's people. Xiang wondered if the Lin family was born with blind self-confidence. Even though Yunmei, and she clearly had an aloof, distant aura, the leading Yun family disciple sat down across from them, acting as if he hadn't noticed. "Girls, meet me. I am Lin Zholu, a direct descendant of the Lin family from Wuyue City." As Lin Zholu sat down, he conjured a folding fan from nowhere and flicked it open. His slightly upturned peach blossom eyes smiled at Xiang. "May I know your names?" Xiang ignored him, continuing to listen intently to the storyteller nearby. "You? You're not even qualified to ask our names." Yunmei, arms folded across her chest, looked Lin Zholu up and down with a disdainful gaze, her words thick with arrogance. "If you really want to befriend us, ask your elders to come. Why are you being so aggressive, young lady?" Lin Zholu's smile remained, but a chilling glint shone in his eyes. "I know you two are from the demon sect, and I won't treat you with disrespect. But my Lin family is no stranger in Wuyue City. Making a few friends while out and about is always a good thing, so why are you two being so cold to me, especially this guest elder?" He turned his gaze to Xiang, who had been silent from the beginning, not concealing the deep interest in his eyes. The mermaids haven't been part of the world for thousands of years, and the world of immortal cultivation has undergone tremendous changes in those millennia. The demon sect is great, but its understanding of Wuyue City cannot compare to my Lin family's. If the guest elder wishes to explore Wuyue City, I would be happy to introduce you. Lin Zholu acted like a peacock spreading its feathers, all eyes fixed on Xiang. Not only Yunmei, but even the other onlookers in the tea house could see Lin Zholu's ill intentions. It was just a demon sect and the Eastern Territory Lin family. Such a fight between gods was not something a bunch of brats like them could get involved in, so everyone just watched in silence. Yunmei felt annoyed by Lin Zholu's explicit gaze, and was about to strike, but Xiang's hand under the table held her back. "Yunmei? ? Xiang, don't worry, let me do it." A quick glance between the two of them revealed each other's intentions, and Yunmei felt relieved. If Xiang took action, this greasy Pu Xian would suffer even more. She could just watch and watch. "It would be better for you to speak directly, without beating around the bush." Xiang glanced up at Lin Zholu across from her. "What on earth is there about me that you're coveting?" Her voice, carefully disguised, was now distinct from its former self, a remarkably sweet one. This voice also made it easier for people to perceive her as a powerless figurehead. At least that was the current perception among the Lin family disciples, led by Lin Zholu. Lin Zholu chuckled softly, not disguising his contempt for Xiang. "Actually, I don't mean anything else. I just heard that mermaids are known for their rare beauty, and I'm genuinely curious about what kind of divine beauty lies beneath your veil. You even managed to seduce the demon sect leader, who's treating you with special favor. My true face isn't something everyone can see." "I know," Lin Zholu said frivolously. "Isn't it just one of those things that only the dead can see, besides my future husband? Don't worry, my Lin family isn't one of those aristocratic families that doesn't understand the rules. If I truly saw your face, I'd be completely responsible. How about marrying you as my third wife?" Yunmei, if she can't stand it, she's going to smash this guy's head off. As Lin Zholu spoke, he reached out to grab Xiang, but at that moment, Xiang suddenly looked up and met his gaze. With just that one glance, Lin Zholu was frozen in place, unable to move. "Want to marry me? You're not worthy." The moment these light words fell, Xiang no longer concealed her true cultivation level. The overwhelming pressure of a fusion stage expert surged like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire tea house. A chaotic series of clanging sounds was heard, and every ornament in the tea house shattered in the blink of an eye. If Xiang hadn't intentionally controlled the impact of her pressure, the entire tea house would have been razed to the ground. The brazen Lin Zholu and the others weren't treated as favored by the tea house. The moment Xiang unleashed her pressure, They all collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, faces etched with pain. They felt their internal organs being squeezed by a force too powerful to resist. It was as if that force was teasing them. Every time they felt they were about to suffocate, it would relax for a moment before squeezing them again. Lin Zhou, as the main force behind Xie Ying's deliberate offense, felt this excruciating pain most acutely. After a short while, blood began to seep from all of Lin Zhou's orifices, but Xie Ying showed no sign of letting him go. With a single thought, Lin Zhou uncontrollably collapsed to the ground and began slapping himself. At this moment, Lin Zhou was filled with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to this thankless task for the small favors the patriarch had promised him. Lin Zhou had never imagined that this mermaid woman was actually a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage. But why hadn't she told him she was a fusion stage cultivator earlier? Why had she disguised herself as a cultivator and pretended to be a mere golden core? If she hadn't concealed her cultivation level, how could he have thought she was just a mere golden core and looked down on her? And he wouldn't have been punished like this for speaking so carelessly and offending such a powerful being. Lin Zhou's arrogance and complacency from just a few minutes ago were gone. He didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. He could only continue slapping himself with his swollen face. As long as Xie Ying didn't tell him to stop, he couldn't stop slapping. Xie Ying and Yunmei sat calmly. Yunmei smiled brightly, admiring Lin Zhou's movements with a look of smug satisfaction, while Xie Ying sipped her tea leisurely. Seeing the utter silence in the tea house, everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. She even kindly reminded the storyteller, who had paused at some point. "Sir, why aren't you continuing? Wasn't that story just now quite interesting?" The storyteller, who had been frozen in fear, suddenly snapped awake at the sound of Xie Ying's voice. Fearing that he would be the next person to be transformed into a pig's head if he delayed even a second, he quickly resumed his story. The storyteller's skills were excellent. Even though his body was shaking like a sieve, his voice was steady, and his tale was even more vivid than before. However, in the entire tea house, aside from Xie Ying and Yunmei, no one was still interested in listening to the story. But since Xie Ying hadn't spoken, they didn't dare leave on their own accord. Everyone was on pins and needles. As time passed, everyone grew increasingly uneasy. They didn't dare express any dissatisfaction with Xie Ying, so they could only secretly blame Lin Zhou. Xie Ying was aware of the unease in the tea house, but she didn't care. She had originally intended to keep a low profile in Wuyue City, so she had deliberately suppressed her cultivation to the golden core stage to avoid conspicuousness and facilitate her actions. But the facts proved that this was ultimately a world for the strong. Once you showed weakness, all the evil spirits would swarm out, eager to devour you. So, sometimes appearing a little bad could actually make life more comfortable. Just as the story in the tea house was drawing to a close, the Lin family, having heard the news, finally arrived. Chapter 597. To Xie Ying's surprise, besides Lin Yuexiang, who had arrived in Wuyue City a few days prior, there was another person from the Lin family who was not a stranger. It was Lin Bingyan, whom she had met a few times in the Northern Territory. Lin Bingyan and Lin Yuexiang had always been at odds, but Xie Ying hadn't expected them to come to the tea house together to deal with the trouble Lin Zhou had caused. Xie Ying's first impression of Lin Bingyan was actually quite favorable, but it was unfortunate that she was the granddaughter of the Northern Territory Wei family, a family now colluded with the Immortal Demon Alliance and Fairy Ling. She hadn't forgotten that when Fairy Ling falsely accused her of colluding with the demons and targeting the Xiaoyao sect, it was the members of the Northern Territory Wei family who had been their witnesses. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, the relationships between aristocratic families were as complex and difficult to separate as in the mortal realm. It was just that what bound these mortal families together was power and wealth. What ties the immortal families together is the lure of cultivation resources, and even ascension. From the Wei family's defection to the Immortal Demon Alliance a year ago, to the sudden appearance of the Lin family disciples seeking trouble today, Xie Ying doesn't think any of this is coincidence. Rather than coincidence, she's more inclined to believe that the Lin family has also boarded the Immortal Demon Alliance's pirate ship. Xie Ying's thoughts raced within her, but her face remained impassive. She sipped her tea without a pause for the arrival of Lin Yuexiang and the others. The storyteller, without Xie Ying's approval, naturally dared not stop, and the atmosphere in the tea house grew even more strange and subdued. Xie Ying and Yunmei, two radiant beauties, didn't look like they were here for tea and storytelling, but more like bandits descending from the mountains on a quest for robbery. Arriving at the tea house, Lin Bingyan's gaze paused for a single second at Lin Zhou, who was slapping herself furiously, before naturally turning to Xie Ying. On the way there, she had already gathered a good idea of what had transpired in the tea house. She knew that one of the two women before her was at the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage, and the other at the fusion stage. Even now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, cultivators of such power could not be underestimated, let alone treated with disdain. Thus, Lin Bingyan treated Lin Zhou with great respect, not even questioning what Lin Zhou had done to deserve his current state. The moment she laid eyes on Xiang and the other, she naturally stepped forward to bow and apologize. We, the Lin family disciples, have been reckless and have offended the two seniors. I apologize to you on behalf of the Lin family. No matter how you wish to deal with Lin Zhou, we will not oppose him. In addition, as a token of our apology, on behalf of the Lin family, I sincerely invite you to visit us. No need for a visit. If you truly wish to apologize, then bring generous gifts, and come to the demon sect with a formal confession. As for these people, I'm too lazy to do anything with them. Take them back, and do whatever you please with them. Xiang interrupted Lin Bingyan's polite words. She raised her hand, and Lin Zhou, who had been slapping himself furiously, finally stopped. The power that had been controlling the other Lin family disciples was finally released at that moment. Lin Zhou's cheeks swelled up, and he couldn't even utter a single syllable. Lin Bingyan gave a signal, and the disciple she had brought with her immediately stepped forward and swiftly dragged Lin Zhou and the others away. Thank you both for your generosity. My Lin family will definitely prepare generous gifts and visit the demon sect. Lin Bingyan saw that Xiang was unwilling to go to the Lin family, so she naturally wouldn't linger on. Unlike Lin Yuexiang, who had been groomed from childhood to join the Immortal sect, Lin Bingyan, as part of a family marriage, had been trained by the head of the family from a young age. Thus, whether it was dealing with people or balancing matters, Lin Bingyan handled them with exceptional skill. For someone like her, who was so highly regarded by her family, it had become her habit to constantly maintain an impeccable facade. Only in the quiet of night, when no one was around, would she dare to reveal her true self. Putting aside their respective positions, Xiang admired Lin Bingyan's tactful nature. Even so, Xiang remained silent. As she left, she simply placed a top-grade spirit stone on the table as compensation for Yuelai Tea House. Who made her disguise herself as Yin Xiaowei, a mermaid? The wealthy mermaids wouldn't be so stingy as to not even offer compensation to the tea house. After the incident at Yuelai Tea House, Xiang and Yuan Mei had become somewhat famous in Wuyue City. Many people now knew that the guest elder of the demon sect was no mere figurehead, but a hidden master of the fusion stage, someone they couldn't afford to offend. As a result, the demon sect had barely arrived in Wuyue City for half a day before everyone in the city knew of their presence. However, Xiang and Yuan Mei's original plan to quietly inquire about the situation in Wuyue City had been completely dashed. After leaving Yuelai Tea House, they didn't linger on the streets, but returned directly to the demon sect's current residence. After Xiang and Yuan Mei left, Lin Bingyan's smile finally faded. She gestured, and the Lin family disciples understood, and carried the speechless Lin Zhou and the others out of the Yuelai Tea House. As for the remaining spectators in the tea house, Lin Bingyan paid them no mind. She wasn't worried about the gossip outside. After all, the mob wouldn't have any real impact on the Lin family. What really concerned Lin Bingyan was Lin Yuexiang's attitude. Since Lin Yuexiang had followed her to the tea house, she had remained silent, as if she wasn't even there, which was completely out of character for her attention-seeking nature. In fact, when Lin Yuexiang returned to the Lin family this time, Lin Bingyan keenly noticed that she had changed significantly. But she didn't believe Lin Yuexiang would truly change. After all, Lin Yuexiang had always been someone who would do anything for personal gain, even disregarding family ties. Even if she's changed now, it must be because she's encountered someone worse than her, and learned a lesson. But deep down, Lin Yuexiang is still the same bad person. Especially now, seeing Lin Yuexiang's absent-minded expression, she feels she must be harboring evil intentions. So, she rudely stepped forward to interrupt Lin Yuexiang's thoughts. Everyone's gone. What are you still doing here? Why don't you come back with me to see Grandpa and report the matter to Lin Zhou? As she finished speaking, Lin Bingyan suddenly remembered something, and her eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized Lin Yuexiang. Come to think of it, you seem to be acting a little strangely when you saw the two elders from the demon sect. Could it be that you actually know them? Chapter 598. Lin Yuexiang's heart leaped at these words, and she almost blurted out, "How do you know?" But fortunately, Lin Yuexiang was now even better at concealing her true emotions than before. Even though her heart was racing, her expression didn't betray a single ounce of it. Even after realizing that Lin Bingyan was most likely testing her, she readily admitted it. Yes, I do know one of them. But that mermaid elder? Lin Bingyan's heart skipped a beat. As the Lin family patriarch's most valued junior, she naturally knew how much her grandfather cared about the demon sect's newly joined guest elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Lin Zhou specifically to test him. However, none of them had expected the guest elder to be so difficult to deal with, resorting to violence and causing such a commotion that the Lin family had no choice but to dispatch themselves to deal with the aftermath. But if Lin Yuexiang knew that guest elder? When Lin Yuexiang heard Lin Bingyan's question, she knew her previous caution was justified. She suppressed her chaotic thoughts and put on a surprised expression. Sister Bingyan, what are you talking about? That person is from the deep-sea mermaid tribe. How could I possibly know someone from the mermaid tribe? I know another right protector in red, Yun Mei. But I remember she used to be from Luyun Palace. There were rumors that she was murdered a while ago. I wonder how she's now the right protector of the demon sect. Never mind. Let's go back and report to Grandpa. Lin Bingyan was deeply disappointed by this answer. After all, both the Lin family and the Immortal Demon Alliance were deeply concerned about the guest elder's true identity. The coincidence of her appearance, coupled with Ji Heyuan's peculiar attitude towards her, compelled them to investigate her identity. They all suspected that the merman woman might be Xia Ying of the Xiaoyao sect in disguise. So, Lin Bingyan's bringing Lin Yuexiang with her today to help deal with the tea house incident was partly a tactical exercise. After all, the entire cultivation world knew of Lin Yuexiang's feud with Xia Ying. Who in the world could most easily spot Xia Ying's disguise, besides Xia Ying's beloved friends? Perhaps only Lin Yuexiang, her mortal enemy, had a chance of seeing through her disguise. But now, Lin Yuexiang hadn't shown any sign of familiarity with the merman guest elder, which only meant their previous suspicions were likely wrong, which naturally left Lin Bingyan feeling frustrated. After all, Xia Ying was Lin Yuexiang's greatest enemy, and Lin Bingyan had no idea that such a petty person as Lin Yuexiang would cover up for Xia Ying. This was even more impossible than red rain from the sky, but what Lin Bingyan didn't know was that Lin Yuexiang had already quietly defected to Xia Ying's side. Her momentary trance was indeed due to her body instinctively sensing a familiarity, allowing her to guess Xia Ying's identity. However, her aura, voice, and even the subtle gestures were unlike the Xia Ying she knew, so Lin Yuexiang couldn't be completely certain. But as Lin Bingyan had said, Lin Yuexiang was a profit-driven person who would do anything to achieve her goals. So no matter which side she joined, she was ultimately seeking a situation that would benefit her. Lin Yuexiang had already learned a general idea of the current problems facing the immortal cultivation world from Dai Tian. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuexiang became even more determined to join forces with Xia Ying and help her. After all, as a fellow villain, no one understood the mind of a villain better than she did. If she had the chance to obtain all the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin, she would surely focus solely on her own ascension, completely disregarding the lives of others. So, whether it was Dai Tian or Helian Yao, they must have shared the same sentiment. Rather than hoping that Helian Yao and Dai Tian would take her to ascension after obtaining the complete Dingtian hairpin, it would be better to hope that Xia Ying would use the power of the Dingtian hairpin to completely resolve the crisis in the immortal cultivation world. After all, as long as the crisis in the immortal cultivation world was resolved, she could completely cultivate to ascension on her own. Why would she follow Dai Tian and the others into such a thankless task? So, regardless of whether the person she saw today was Xia Ying or not, Lin Yuexiang was determined not to get involved in the Lin family's affairs. She only saw what Xia Ying would tell her to do. Even without Xia Ying's instructions, she wouldn't follow the Lin family into opposing the demon sect. Back then, she killed her family to join the Yutian sect and become Mu Chen's personal disciple. Now, naturally, she could betray her family for the sake of freedom and a bright future. Loyalty had never flowed in her blood. The two Lin sisters returned home, each with their own concerns. Meanwhile, Xia Ying had just returned to her residence. She had just briefly told Ji Heyuan what had happened at the tea house, when she saw Shi Ji and Suya returning from outside. One look at Shi Ji's expression told them that she must have known about what had happened at the Uli tea house. As expected, the next second they heard Shi Ji's cold voice. Elder Yin, were you fighting with someone outside? People are everywhere talking about our demon sect's guest elder and right protector. They were the first to disrespect Elder Yin. You weren't there, so you didn't know the face of that Lin Zhou. Always fearful of being harassed by the elders, Yun Mei, fearing Shi Ji would unreasonably accuse them again, quickly jumped out and recounted the events of the tea house. She particularly emphasized Lin Zhou's hateful expression. Shi Ji's expression darkened as she listened. They're so disrespectful. Right, Protector, why don't you cut off that man's tongue, hands, and feet as a warning to others? You and Elder Yin represent the face of our demon sect. How can those random human beings be so easily insulted and offended? Yun Mei, ? Second Elder, when I caused trouble in the Southern Territory, you didn't act this way. How can you compare now? You were causing trouble before, and I naturally wouldn't tolerate it. But now that I've taken the initiative to provoke you, do I really have to blame you for it? Shi Ji was so frustrated that she was disappointed. If she weren't used to making expressive expressions, she would have wanted to pry Yun Mei's head open to see what was inside. When the demon sect was fighting against the four of them, didn't they have many ways to deal with them? Why are they changing their ways now that they're on human territory? Shi Ji's tone was cold, but her words revealed her defense of Xiaoying and Yun Mei. Family members can behave as they please behind closed doors, but if we allow outsiders to bully us and then do nothing, it would be a disgrace to the demon sect. Master, if the Lin family dares to come again, I hope you will allow me to deal with them. Chapter 599. Okay, then, let's do as the second elder says. Ji Huyuan naturally wouldn't offend Elder Shi Ji, or even embarrass her over such a trivial matter. After all, Shi Ji's loyalty and love for the demon sect were genuine. Ji Huyuan simply didn't want to reuse the people left behind by his father, but that didn't mean Shi Ji and the others were incompetent. Everyone knew that what happened in the tea house today wasn't just about the Lin family, it was also a test of the new demon sect by the aristocratic families of Wuyue City. The conflict between the human and demon races has been going on for a long time. The demon sect is respected by the demons, but the same isn't true among humans. In the world of immortal cultivation, resources for cultivation are limited, but those who need them are always available. The rise of the demon sect represents the strength of the demon race, which is naturally not a good thing for the human race. After all, in the previous new small secret realm, the demon race's bandit-like fighting style had long been infamous in the immortal cultivation world. Even though no one in the Immortal Demon Alliance mentioned it, everyone in the immortal cultivation world could sense this past year that the Alliance wasn't as committed to maintaining peace between the human and demon races and the stability of the immortal cultivation world as it once was. In just 1 year, while the immortal cultivation world appeared peaceful, countless incidents of conflict and fighting between humans and demons had occurred. Yet, throughout, the Immortal Demon Alliance never sent anyone to address these incidents. The very rules once established by the Immortal Demon Alliance to maintain peace and tranquility in the immortal cultivation world were now being silently abandoned and dismantled. Those who realized this finally understood. The peace that had prevailed in the immortal cultivation world for millennia might soon be completely shattered. At that time, war and slaughter would once again descend upon this continent, until every inch of its surface was stained with the scent of blood and death. It would be a world completely different from the present, a world where only the strong could survive. Thus, cultivation resources became especially crucial in this situation. Unbeknownst to the immortal cultivation world, which had already degenerated into the lost realm and was on the verge of extinction, most people sought to acquire more resources before the world fell into chaos, allowing them to grow stronger as quickly as possible. This would allow them to adequately protect themselves and avoid becoming prey to the slaughter after the chaos. Those members of the Immortal Demon Alliance, who knew the true state of the immortal cultivation world, understood even more clearly the true purpose of their immediate priorities. After all, when the end of the world was imminent, how many would still care about the superficial peace or whether the world would be in chaos? All they wanted was a chance to escape the lost realm and save themselves from the dire situation. Precisely because of this clear understanding, everyone acquiesced to the changes in the immortal cultivation world. Since the established rules had been broken, Ji Huyuan naturally wouldn't be the foolish one to cling to them and risk their own interests. So, the demon sect leaders gathered behind closed doors to carefully discuss how much compensation they should demand if the Lin family sent someone to visit. The Lin family didn't disappoint them. As night fell, Lin Bingyan had her disciples carry a large gift and find the demon sect's residence. Lin Bingyan had originally thought she would be severely harassed by the demon sect's members, so that she could leave without any criticism of her Lin family. Instead, they would accuse the demon sect of being unreasonable. But what Lin Bingyan didn't expect was that she wasn't even confronted. When the demon sect disciples learned she was coming to apologize on behalf of the Lin family, they ushered her in without a word, and were very friendly. Having completely anticipated this unfolding situation, and with her apology not genuine, Lin Bingyan fell silent. But now that things had come to this, Lin Bingyan could only temporarily change her plans. She signaled the disciples behind her to follow her, then strode quickly to catch up with the demon sect disciples in front of her. When she had returned to the Lin family, with the seriously injured Lin Zholu and the others, she had already recounted every detail of what had happened in the tea house. In Lin Bingyan's opinion, the likelihood that the demon sect's guest elder was actually Xiaoying was extremely low, and they simply didn't need to waste any more time on the demon sect. But her grandfather and the senior named Dai Tian disagreed. So Lin Bingyan had no choice but to make another trip, to see if she could find out the guest elder's true identity on demon sect territory. But Lin Bingyan knew this matter wasn't as simple as her grandfather had claimed. How could a nascent soul cultivator like her go head-to-head with a fusion stage powerhouse? How could she delve into the secrets beneath their veils? Did she risk her life, or was she shameless? With this self-awareness, Lin Bingyan wasn't surprised to see only Yun Mei and another woman in black upon entering. She gathered her composure, and then gave a formal smile. "Two seniors, I come here specifically to apologize to Elder Yin and the entire demon sect for what happened at the Uli Tea House today. These are the apologies our Lin family has prepared. Please accept them." Yun Mei and Shi Ji, however, didn't respond, nor did they ask their disciples to accept the gifts. Lin Bingyan only saw the seemingly cold woman in black curl her lips slightly, a smile uglier than tears. Her voice was like the chill wind of winter, so cold it seemed to freeze you to death. "Since you come to apologize to our demon sect, why don't you sit down and discuss compensation with us?" Lin Bingyan, ? What compensation? Could it be that the demon sect still despises the apology I brought today? Chapter 600. Although Lin Bingyan was reluctant to admit it, the attitude expressed by Shi Ji and the other two was clear. They simply despised the gifts from the Lin family. To be more precise, they thought they were too little. "I wonder how I should address you two seniors. I am Yun Mei, the right protector of the demon sect, and this is Shi Ji, the second elder of our demon sect." Yun Mei smiled softly and charmingly, seemingly harboring no ill will towards Lin Bingyan. But Lin Bingyan hadn't forgotten how it was this harmlessly smiling right protector who had stared most intently at Lin Zholu's self-deprecating behavior when they first met in the tea house. There isn't a single truly good person in this entire demon sect. Lin Bingyan internally resented this, but on the surface, she maintained the same smile as Yun Mei, unable to find fault with him. "So it's the right protector and elder Shi Ji. I long heard of your names, and today I finally meet them. My name is Lin Bingyan, the granddaughter of the current head of the Lin family in Wuyue City. I've been helping my grandfather with some matters at the Lin family. What happened at Uli Tea House today was indeed my fault. I personally went to the warehouse to pick these things out as an apology. I wonder where Elder Yin is now. Could I meet her and apologize to her in person? I don't think that's necessary." Yun Mei leaned lazily in her chair, fiddling with a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. "As for the apology, didn't Fairy Lin make it clear to Elder Yin at the tea house? If Elder Yin wanted to see someone from your Lin family, Elder Shi Ji, and I wouldn't be sitting here now. The right protector is absolutely right." Shi Ji, like an emotionless machine, coldly echoed Yun Mei's words. "If your Lin family truly wishes to apologize, then stop bothering our Elder Yin. Just tell us what you have to say." "Yes, yes." Yun Mei smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, Fairy Lin. Our Elder Yin is kind-hearted and easy to talk to. The tea house incident, at best, was a deliberate offense by your Lin family out of disdain for our demon sect. At worst, it was simply an unintentional offense by a Lin family disciple who didn't know what was good for him. As long as the compensation offered by the Lin family satisfies Elder Yin, we can naturally mitigate the issue. Of course, whether you're willing to pay a sufficient apology or not. As for Elder Yin's forgiveness, that naturally depends on Fairy Lin and the Lin family's wishes. We in the demon sect won't force it. Although our demon sect is composed of powerful demons, and although the first elder through the fourth elder are all ancestors of their respective clans, and although Elder Yin is only a cultivator in the late fusion stage, and although the sect master, and we are very protective of our shortcomings. But Fairy Lin, rest assured, our demon sect is a legitimate sect, and one that values reason. We will absolutely not backstab or attack the Lin family because of any deliberate offense." Yun Mei and Shi Ji exchanged words, not giving Lin Bingyan a chance to interrupt. Their attitudes could even be described as incredibly friendly, but looking at their faces, Lin Bingyan felt only. Yun Mei's forehead read, "We're just trying to trick you." And Shi Ji's forehead read, "Just try and see if you don't agree." Lin Bingyan's mouth twitched, and she quietly clenched her fists, but her smile remained unchanged. In reality, the Lin family's foundation was no less impressive than the demon sect's, but Lin Bingyan knew the entire clan had recently been busy helping the Immortal Demon Alliance seized the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin. The Lin family couldn't afford even the slightest mistake, let alone the retaliation of a late-stage fusion stage expert. Furthermore, after learning that Elder Yin of the demon sect had already reached the late fusion stage, Lin Bingyan became even more certain that this elder couldn't be Xia Ying of the Xiaoyao sect. Xia Ying was indeed exceptionally talented, but even in the ancient times, when geniuses abounded, it was impossible for anyone to achieve a breakthrough from the nascent soul stage all the way to the late fusion stage in the space of a year. So, Elder Yin couldn't possibly be their target, making an enemy of such a powerful individual would be a truly unwise choice. Thus, despite feeling displeased, Lin Bingyan didn't refuse outright. Instead, she followed Yun Mei and the others' lead and continued the conversation. Then, I wonder what kind of thank you gift would appease Elder Yin and the demon sect. Yun Mei's eyes lit up. Here it comes. They'd been waiting for Lin Bingyan to say this. Shiji glanced at Yun Mei, whose eyes were gleaming, sensing that she was losing her temper, so she took the initiative. If the Lin family truly wishes to apologize, then show your sincerity. We don't want these flashy things. We want a spiritual vein. Crack. Even though she had been mentally prepared, Lin Bingyan was still startled by Shiji's outburst. She lost her strength and crushed the porcelain cup in her hand. Even Yun Mei was stunned. Huh? Just like that, without even a hint of preamble, they just stated their demands so eloquently? Elder Shiji, are you even pretending? Seizing a spiritual vein from the Lin family was their prearranged decision. A spiritual vein nourishes a sect, while also generating new spiritual minerals underground. The stones mined from these minerals are the universal currency of the immortal cultivation world, spiritual stones. The demon sect originally possessed numerous spiritual veins, but following its destruction, those veins were completely divided up by the enemies and traitors who attacked them. Without spiritual veins to sustain the sect's operations, even the most valuable treasures would be wasted. Ji Heyuan had originally planned to personally search for a spiritual vein for the demon sect once the problems of the immortal cultivation world were resolved. But who knew the Lin family would intervene at this critical juncture? Why would he bother to do it himself when he could just rob someone else? Chapter 601. A long-established immortal cultivation family, like the Lin family, with its long-standing presence in Wuyue City and many generations of succession, possesses at least 5 spiritual veins. While the demon sect's demand for a spiritual vein would cost the Lin family dearly and cause heartache, it wouldn't make them unwilling to part with it. After all, the Lin family should prioritize other matters over spiritual veins, and didn't want the demon sect to cause them trouble at this moment. It was precisely because of this obvious fact that Shiji dared to demand a single spiritual vein. If the Lin family were willing to give it to maintain peace, that would be best. If not, the demon sect wouldn't suffer any loss. After all, the demon sect was a vested interest, so Shiji naturally had no concerns. In fact, for a moment, Lin Bingyan wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. But when she met Yun Mei's expectant eyes, and Shiji's expressionless gaze, she was forced to confirm one thing. Her ears weren't broken. It was probably the demon sect's brains that were broken. How could anyone be so outrageous as to ask her directly for a spiritual vein? That's a spiritual vein that continuously produces spiritual energy and spiritual stones. It's not worthless cabbage from the fields. How could the demon sect's people have the nerve to ask for such a thing? Even though she had experienced many ups and downs, and could already handle things on her own, Lin Bingyan still felt a rare sense of bewilderment when faced with 2 such shameless people. Haha. Elder Shiji is such a joke. No, I'm serious. Lin Bingyan, Seeing this, Yun Mei quickly chimed in, yes. We're serious. We want a spiritual vein. Lin Bingyan, Can't you just let me play dumb and get away with this? If she had known the demon sect was full of such unreasonable people who liked to make exorbitant demands, she wouldn't have taken on this mission. But now that things have come to this, it's useless for Lin Bingyan to regret it. She took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to curse, and forced a smile. I understand what you 2 elders mean, but the spiritual vein is a matter of great importance. I can't make a decision on my own, let alone give you an answer right now. I understand. Yun Mei acted very accommodating. Of course, a decision on this matter should be made with the consent of your patriarch. Then Fairy Lin, please return and consult Patriarch Lin. We await Fairy Lin's good news here. What good news? Did she agree to help them obtain that spiritual vein? Faced with Yun Mei's familiarity, Lin Bingyan nearly crushed another cup, but thankfully she managed to hold back. Then I take my leave. Lin Bingyan quickly stood up and hurried away with the other Lin family disciples. Her pace was as swift as the wind, as if the demon sect members behind her were some kind of monstrous beast. She was truly terrified that as she continued, Yunmei, and that Shiji would come after her for more things. She wasn't some turtle in a wishing well. How could she possibly give them everything they asked for? Lin Bingyan hurried back to the Lin family home and recounted everything to her grandfather. Then, the Lin family was thrown into another round of chaos. Xiaoying had no idea, nor did she care, about the extent of the Lin family's current predicament. She was currently waiting in her room for the quiet of night before quietly exploring Wuyue City. Not long ago, Yinin had given her a new mission. Side mission. Successfully rescue Zhou Mingzhi and the others. Reward: 3 system space rewards of your choice. Duration: 1 month. As soon as this mission appeared, Xiaoying clicked accept without hesitation. At the same time, the feeling that Yinin was deliberately giving her equipment grew stronger. But she didn't ask, and she didn't say anything. Now, she no longer insisted on getting the answer she wanted from Yinin. After all, when the problems of the immortal cultivation world were completely resolved, the truths she had so desperately pursued would unfold before her. Until then, she only had one thing to do: work hard to solve the problems of the immortal cultivation world. Xiaoying waited in her room until 3 o'clock in the morning, then changed into light clothing, covered her face with a black veil, and silently leaped into the night, blending into the darkness. After 365 years of peaceful cultivation, and honing her skills in the trial tower, she had now reached the late stage of the fusion stage. Looking across the entire world of immortal cultivation, there were only a handful of people who could rival her. In theory, as long as she carefully concealed her presence, no one would notice her. However, to be on the safe side, Xiaoying retrieved Tang Sanzang's cassock from Yunmei and draped it over herself. Though she and Yunmei had been sitting in the tea house listening to a story during the day, her spiritual sense had already quietly emanated, conducting a brief search throughout Renweiyu City. She knew that since the Supreme Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance had intervened, the place where Elder Zhou and the others were being held would be difficult to find, and certainly not a place her spiritual sense could easily reach. So she wasn't looking for people, but rather locations within Wuyue City where abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations were occurring. Elder Zhou and his companions were quite powerful, so the areas where they were held had to be heavily sealed to prevent their escape. And the spiritual energy fluctuations in these locations were bound to be much higher than elsewhere. This was the method Xiaoying used to determine where Elder Zhou and his companions were being held. But Xiaoying couldn't be certain that Elder Zhou and his companions were being held in Wuyue City. Since their lives were at stake, even if the chance was only 1 in 10,000, Xiaoying wouldn't let them go. And there were 5 locations within Wuyue City alone where abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations were occurring. Chapter 602. Xiaoying needed to personally investigate each of these 5 locations showing abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations as quickly as possible to eliminate them. Before setting out tonight, she had used divination to determine her best direction. The west of the city. Wuyue City has no city lord. Everything within the city is managed jointly by the several major immortal cultivation worlds within. The east of the city is home to the Lin family and other immortal cultivation families, while the west is inhabited by ordinary people and independent cultivators. West of the city is not as bustling as other parts of Wuyue City. The people here lead a simple and ordinary life. Mortals avoid interfering with the lives of cultivators, content to live their own lives. Shortly after nightfall, the candles in the west of the city went out one by one, and the entire city slept soundly under the cover of darkness. If Xiaoying hadn't sensed the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations in the west of the city, she might not have wasted so much time there. Xiaoying swiftly stalked the west side of the city in the night, radiating her spiritual sense to locate the anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations. A quarter of an hour later, she stood before a mass grave at the western end of the city. The graves within were scattered and disorderly. Torn paper money, rotting offerings, scattered bones. Everywhere exuded the aura of death and decay. Yet, for some reason, Xiaoying, looking at these utterly chaotic, almost untraceable graves, felt a certain order within this disorder. If she weren't incredibly confident in her own abilities, Xiaoying would have seriously doubted she arrived in the wrong place. Xiaoying gently tapped her brow with her fingertips, and a stream of light immediately illuminated, and everything before her eyes underwent a drastic transformation. Unlike the crimson sky of Jinyang City 300 years ago, almost completely shrouded in a tangle of blood and resentment, the sky above Wuyue City was shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white mist, but this was normal. Where there are people, there is conflict, and both positive and negative emotions arise. This grayish-white mist is the result of the intertwining and entwining of those lingering emotions. This kind of mist is ubiquitous in the world of immortal cultivation, and is nothing to be surprised about. More than this mist, Xie was more concerned with the true mass graves she had seen after opening her Dharma eye. As her power grew, her ability to see more and more with her Dharma eye increased. Standing at the entrance of the mass graves, Xie could clearly see that each unmarked grave was connected by a brilliant red spiritual thread. She flew into the air on the sword's light, and soon discovered that these spiritual threads intertwined, forming the shape of a heart. Furthermore, the paper money, offerings, and even the bones scattered throughout the mass grave were connected by strands of white spiritual thread, each as thin as a hair, covering the red spiritual thread. From Xie Ying's perspective, the scene resembled a bright red heart entwined with spider silk. The heart, clearly a mere fabrication of spiritual threads, began to beat eerily under her gaze. The moment she saw the beating heart, Xie Ying keenly sensed the approach of a sinister aura. She closed her eyes, no longer gazing at the heart, and simultaneously summoned the netherworld azure lotus flame. The azure lotus flame floated around Xie Ying, quickly dispelling the sinister aura that had been lurking in the shadows, attempting a surprise attack. Xie Ying opened her eyes again, and gazed down at the mass grave below. This time, she was certain the beating of the heart wasn't an illusion, but she hadn't been alert just now, caught in a spell, and nearly lost herself in it. Thankfully, she realized at the last moment, and used the nether azure lotus flame to incinerate the effects of the spell. When she had studied charm and illusion with Wu Huan in the Immortal Demon Alliance, Wu Huan had taught her primarily how to utilize different auras to create illusions without detection. As a distinguished disciple of Wu Huan's, Xie Ying's thinking had been influenced to some degree. She was particularly attentive to the influence of auras, but this had also led her to make a small mistake she shouldn't have made, ignoring the myriad different ways to perform illusions. The illusion had slowly taken its toll on Xie Ying through everything she saw with her eyes. From the moment she soared into the air, carefully observing the direction of the spiritual threads, the spell's influence had already quietly taken hold of her. Fortunately, she had always been steadfast and cautious, so she was able to detect the slightest sign of a problem and extricate herself from the illusion in time. Although illusions are difficult to defend against, they also have a fatal weakness. That is, once discovered, they can no longer affect the person. So, Xie Ying no longer had to worry about being drawn into the illusion, and could focus on researching the nature of this mass grave. Ying continued to answer with her usual ignorance, and Xie Ying didn't really expect her to tell her the answer. She closed her eyes, and slowly traced the different directions of the two spiritual lines in her mind. She was certain that they were two different formations superimposed on each other, but unfortunately, the formation she had learned didn't include these two types. Therefore, breaking the formation would inevitably require more time and effort. But Xie Ying didn't want to. First, breaking the formation would inevitably cause a huge commotion, potentially alerting the person who set it up. Second, she didn't know what secrets lay beneath the two formations. What if they had nothing to do with the Immortal Demon Alliance, but were set there by a former senior from Wuyue City to suppress some evil spirit? Although the possibility was slim, Xie Ying didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. To discover the secrets hidden within the two formations, besides simply breaking them, she could also actively enter them, revealing the truth beneath. For Xie Ying, finding the core of the two formations would allow her to untrap herself and unnoticeably uncover everything they concealed. There were two formations she needed to find their cores. To avoid wasting time, Xie Ying slapped the thought entangled in her trance-inducing arm. Wake up, it's time to get up and get to work. Okay. What do you need me to do this time? Yin Yan's cultivation differed from that of other spirit pets. Even after leaving Brahma Temple, he persisted in practicing Zen, just like the Buddhist practitioners there. Having cultivated resources in the Brahma Temple's merit pond for 1,000 years, Yin Yan already possessed a wealth of Buddha nature and understanding. Following Xie Ying into the world, experiencing one event after another, and comprehending the myriad aspects of life, Yin Yan's understanding also saw rapid progress in his cultivation. Thus, Yin Yan never refused anything Xie Ying asked him to do. Yin Yan considered all of this a form of his own spiritual practice. Chapter 603. Xie Ying briefly outlined her request, then handed the formation center, constructed from white spiritual threads, to Yin Yan. Yin Yan was a Buddhist spirit creature. Besides his expertise in treasure hunting, he was also deeply interested in formations. His comprehension was high, and his work efficiency was even higher. As soon as Xie Ying had located the center of the formation below, Yin Yan immediately pointed out the location of another. Xie Ying nodded, unsuspecting, and transformed into a stream of light, immersing herself in the formation. The beating of her bright red heart paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Even this subtle change was noticed by the Grand Elder, who, far away in the Immortal Demon Alliance and yet to arrive in Wuyue City, sensed something amiss. The Grand Elder had once suffered untold hardship due to her arrogance and contempt for others, forging her now exceptionally cautious character. Although the initial hint of something amiss was fleeting, almost imperceptible, the Grand Elder remained apprehensive. She could no longer concentrate on her cultivation while sitting on her futon. After much deliberation, she sent a message to the Lin family and Dai Tianchuan in Wuyue City, ordering them to immediately send personnel to the west of the city to investigate any problems with the formation. Meanwhile, Xiaoying had successfully passed through the center of the two overlapping formations and entered them. It was then that she discovered a small passage hidden within the two large formations. She followed the passage and was immediately met with a blinding white light. When her vision returned, the scene around her was completely different. Under the mass grave, there was an independent space. The passage hidden within the formations was secondary. The true purpose of the two formations was to absorb the dead energy from the mass grave, thereby concealing the vitality within the space beneath it. This space was occupied by a vast mansion, and walking within it were disciples dressed in the attire of the Immortal Demon Alliance and the Floating Cloud Palace. Xie Ying's cold eyes swept over each of them, and then, in a flash, she entered the mansion. Seeing members of the Immortal Demon Alliance and the Floating Cloud Palace here proved that her investigation was on the right track. Even if this mansion wasn't where Elder Zhou and the others were being held, it must be hiding some other, unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would it be so well hidden? Now that the Immortal Demon Alliance had become her enemy, the more secrets she knew about them, the better. There was no one within the mansion who was more powerful than Xiaoying, but Xiaoying remained extremely cautious. She layered countless invisibility talismans on her body, then followed a disciple of the Immortal Demon Alliance through the main gate. The courtyard was deserted, with no one in sight besides the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples. For some reason, the disciples of Luyan Palace were confined to the outer reaches of the courtyard, never entering. Those inside were exclusively Immortal Demon Alliance disciples. But not a single one of these disciples was familiar to Xiaoying. Those with whom she had shared a few months of friendship seemed to have vanished along with Elder Zhou and the others, seemingly vanishing with the imprisonment of them. Xiaoying set these chaotic thoughts aside, and began to carefully search the courtyard for any trace of Elder Zhou and the others. Unsure if there were any special restrictions within the courtyard, she refrained from rashly releasing her spiritual sense. Instead, she sat on a tall tree, using her demonic energy to cut countless small paper figures from the talisman paper, imbued them with that energy, and directed them to search the courtyard thoroughly. The little paper figures drifted across the mansion on the wind, their faint demonic aura barely catching the attention of anyone inside. Even if discovered, Xiaoying wasn't worried, for she could now freely switch between immortal and demonic forms. When she infiltrated this place, she had already mobilized her demonic energy to overwhelm her spiritual power. So who could possibly connect a demon with Elder Yin of the Demon and Monster sect, or even Xiaoying of the Xiaoyao sect? Again, what did the demon's actions have to do with her, Xiaoying, and Yin Xiaowei? About half an hour later, after searching the entire mansion, the little paper figures finally returned to Xiaoying's side. They surrounded Xiaoying, their paper mouths chattering about their findings. Unfortunately, although this place was hidden, it wasn't where Elder Zhou and the others were being held. Thankfully, the little paper figures made a special discovery. They spotted Elder Zhu here, but according to the paper figures, he hadn't stayed there voluntarily, he was being held captive. After integrating all the information, Xiaoying pondered for a moment before deciding to meet Elder Zhu. Although Elder Zhu had always been unkind to her, his respect and admiration for the former Immortal Demon Alliance and Elder Zhou were genuine. Furthermore, this man was a man of integrity, unlikely to collude with the third elder, otherwise, he wouldn't be imprisoned in such a haunted place. Having made her decision, Xiaoying no longer hesitated, tiptoeing swiftly to the easternmost corner of the mansion. At this moment, Elder Zhu, who had been imprisoned here for a full 6 months, was meditating in her room. The courtyard where she lived was rich in spiritual energy, planted with her favorite flowers and trees, and the furnishings within her room exuded understated luxury. If it weren't for the 4 long chains that bound her limbs and restricted her movements, no one would have guessed she was imprisoned here. These chains were the immortal binding chains used by the Immortal Demon Alliance to imprison criminals. A secret spell personally cast by the Grand Elder was also placed on the chains, making them unbreakable by anyone but the Grand Elder. Elder Zhu's spiritual power was gradually drained away by the chains. Even when Xiaoying sneaked into her room, Elder Zhu Yu was so weak that she didn't notice anything unusual. Xiang looked at the haggard Elder Zhu Yu, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. If she had known this would happen, she would have found a way to eliminate that scourge of the Immortal Demon Alliance's third elder first, even if it meant facing widespread condemnation, but saying all this now was pointless. Xiang gathered her composure, and was about to confront Elder Zhu Yu to learn more about the situation, when she heard hurried footsteps outside. Yining's warning echoed in his mind. Host, hide quickly. Dai Tian and that old man from the Lin family are out to get you. The next second, the door was flung open by a gust of wind, and Dai Tian and an old man with white hair and a white beard burst in. Elder Zhu Yu, startled awake by the noise, snapped his eyes open, his face filled with cold disgust. Why are you here so late at night, not sleeping? Are you worried I'm not dying fast enough, so you come to see me off? Dai Tian's face turned cold, and he was about to speak, but was stopped by the head of the Lin family. Elder Zhu Yu, why are you so angry? We came here so late at night out of concern for your safety. It seems a nasty bug has infested this house, and we're searching everywhere for it. It's precisely because we care about your safety that we came here to search. Elder, please don't misunderstand us. Chapter 604. Ha! Zhu Yu sneered. I see you're just dying for me. What's with that ridiculous talk of being infested with bugs? You're just out to kill me. Zhu Yu's uncooperative attitude didn't bother Patriarch Lin at all. In Patriarch Lin's eyes, Zhu Yu, whose spiritual power and cultivation were about to be absorbed by the immortal binding chain and sapped of all his strength, was nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn, unable to hop for much longer. He raised his hand and gestured, and the disciples behind him immediately rushed forward, violently searching the room. Xiang, completely concealing her presence, sat on the beam, watching the disciples' barbaric, bandit-like actions with apathy. Zhu Yu's face paled with rage. If her cultivation hadn't been bound and unable to be used, she would have swatted those despicable humans to death long ago, but now, completely defenseless, Zhu Yu could only stare at them as they rampaged through her territory, unable to do anything about it. Patriarch Lin and Dai Tian were extremely cautious. Not only did they instruct their disciples to search every corner of the room, they even produced their most precious treasure, the Immortal Seeking Disc. Once the Immortal Seeking Disc was activated, no trace of human or demon could escape its detection. When Elder Zhu Yu saw Patriarch Lin produce the Immortal Seeking Disc, his hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched subconsciously, and a flicker of nervousness flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the disc, so no one noticed. The disc's needle spun frantically, finally pointing to Patriarch Lin, who was controlling it. Patriarch Lin, what does the Immortal Seeking Disc mean? There's nothing unusual in the room. How could that be? Dai Tian looked at him suspiciously. The Supreme Elder's instructions shouldn't be wrong. The Immortal Seeking Plate can't be wrong either. The Lin family head was somewhat displeased at being questioned. The Immortal Seeking Plate was a treasure passed down through the generations of their Lin family. Human judgments can be wrong, but how could the judgment of a treasure be wrong? Since the Immortal Seeking Plate says there's nothing unusual here, then I assume the intruder the Supreme Elder mentioned isn't here. I leave a team of disciples to guard Elder Zhu Yu's door. Fellow Daoist Dai Tian, please come with me to search other parts of the house. Okay. Dai Tian had no objection. The two quickly left, and Zhu Yu's door was closed again. A team of 10 people stood guard on either side of her door, as if guarding a criminal. Zhu Yu curled her lips, her eyes filled with sarcasm. After the Lin family head and others left, Xiang didn't appear immediately. Instead, she produced another small paper figurine, imbued it with sufficient demonic energy, and then dispatched it. At Xiang's signal, the little paper figurine deliberately made a noise, quickly attracting the attention of Patriarch Lin and Dai Tian. Xiang's spiritual sense monitored every movement outside until she was certain Dai Tian and the others had left. Only then did she raise her hand to cast the barrier. However, before Xiang could speak, Zhu Yu, bound by the immortal binding rope, suddenly looked up at her current hiding place. You may come out now, sir. Xiang, somewhat surprised, walked towards Zhu Yu, removing the invisibility talisman. Soon, her figure appeared before him. Elder Zhu Yu, do you know I've been here? Well, I am a demon after all, and I have some innate demonic abilities. They can lock up my spiritual power, but they can't destroy my demonic instincts. Zhu Yu stared at Xiang's face as he spoke, trying to discern a familiar reflection in it. However, the cautious Xiang had already disguised her features, so Zhu Yu couldn't discern anything after a long stare. Xiang also knew her little paper figurine wouldn't be able to hold Dai Tian back for long, so she stated her purpose without further ado. Elder Zhuyu, I am Yin Xiaowei, the current guest elder of the demon sect. I have been entrusted by sect master Ji Heyuan to investigate the whereabouts of Elder Zhou and others from the Immortal Demon Alliance. If you have any information, please inform me as soon as possible. I only know that Elder Zhou, Xin Yu, and others are being held in a very secluded location, but I don't know the exact location. After all, you can clearly see my current predicament. When the Immortal Demon Alliance erupted in civil unrest, I and several other elders, who refused to submit to the Grand Elder, were captured on the spot. It's a pity we weren't imprisoned with Elder Zhou. We could be of other use to the Grand Elder. Zhuyu has always been kind to his fellow demons. Even while imprisoned, he still comforted Xiaoying. Don't worry too much. Elder Zhou is of greater use to them. Nothing will happen to Elder Zhou anytime soon. Elder, you're too naive. Xiaoying didn't know how Zhuyu had come up with the conclusion that Elder Zhou will be safe. She only knew that something needed to be resolved quickly. The Immortal Demon Alliance recently announced that Elder Zhou and his companions will be publicly sentenced and executed in Wuyue City in a month for their crimes of betraying the Immortal Demon Alliance and endangering the Immortal Cultivation world. There are only a dozen days left until their execution. If our demon sect can't locate Elder Zhou and his companions within these few days, we need to implement our rescue plan immediately. I'm afraid we have to wait until they execute Elder Zhou. By then, even if we can manage to rescue 4 or 5 people, let alone escape unscathed, we'd be lucky. So I implore you, Elder, to carefully recall what happened. Even the smallest detail could be a clue to rescuing Elder Zhou. Zhuyu hadn't recovered from the news that Elder Zhou and the others were about to be executed when Xiaoying's words forcibly brought him back to reality. At that moment, a look of obvious panic finally crossed Zhuyu's normally calm face. Damn it! They lied to me. I really don't know where Elder Zhou and the others are being held, but there's someone who might know. Go find someone named Yu Miao, known as Master Tianshuan, the most powerful master of the mystical arts in the world of immortal cultivation. She can use mystical arts to deduce a person's whereabouts by simply sifting through their aura. I have a talisman that Elder Zhou once gave me. It's imbued with Elder Zhou's aura. Find Yu Miao and give it to her. Perhaps you can find Elder Zhou quickly. This was the quickest and most effective method Zhu could think of, but thinking of Yu Miao's whereabouts, her brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. However, Yu Miao disappeared after the internal strife in the Immortal Demon Alliance a year ago. I suspect she used divination to avert the disaster from the Immortal Demon Alliance. She must be hiding now, trying not to let anyone find her. Mr. Tianshuan doesn't like to meddle too much in the causal entanglements of the immortal cultivation world. If you want to find her quickly, perhaps you could seek help from a disciple named Xiaoying in the Xiaoyao sect, or from Shui Shuangshuang, the head of the Shui family in the northern border. She has a good personal relationship with both of them. Chapter 605. I understand what the elder means. I will do this as soon as possible. Now, I will rescue the elder. No! Xiaoying said, as she walked over to Zhuyu, grabbing one of the chains and preparing to strike. However, as soon as she raised her hand, Zhuyu grabbed her wrist. This isn't an ordinary immortal binding chain. The Immortal Demon Alliance's Supreme Elder personally cast a secret spell on it. If you act rashly, it will backfire. I know. I can first undo the spell, then break the immortal binding chain and take the elder away. I happen to know how to undo the spell, but it will take some time. But if we act quickly, we can successfully escape this hellish place. Zhu Yu's attitude towards Xiaoying was unpleasant, but in Xiaoying's eyes, he was a good elder for the Immortal Demon Alliance and the Immortal Cultivation world. If she had no way, it would be fine. But since she had a way to rescue Zhu Yu from this prison, she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't leave with you. However, Xiaoying hadn't expected that even after she said this, Zhu Yu still wouldn't leave with her. Xiaoying's brows furrowed like a caterpillar, but this time, Zhu Yu finally didn't need her to question him further, and immediately revealed the real reason. Since you made it here, you should know that this damn place is enshrined in 2 layers of formations. There are 4 identical places like the one where I'm imprisoned in Wuyue City. The imprisoned ones are the first elder, the second elder, the 4th elder, and the 5th elder. These 5 places correspond to the 5 elements, and the Supreme Elder has set up a formation that uses the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint. There are 5 cores in the formation, corresponding to the 5 of us. This formation will slowly absorb each of our spiritual cultivation, converting it into the energy that powers the formation. As long as the 5 of us remain obediently within the core, the formation will simply absorb our spiritual energy, and convert it into the energy it needs. But if any of the 5 cores were to move from their original position, the formation would rapidly transform into an extremely vicious killing formation. It would directly absorb all the life force of the remaining 4 cores, devouring their souls along with them, annihilating them, and even their chance of reincarnation. Xiang understood. So, Elder Zhuyu, it's not that you're incapable of leaving here, but that you can't. Because your departure would directly lead to the deaths of the other 4 elders. Yes, the Supreme Elder saw through each of our personalities, and set up this formation, using the lives of our dearest friends to hold them captive, and attempting to slowly trap and kill us. Among the Immortal Demon Alliance elders, except for us and that traitor, the others should have met with disaster long ago. You might think I'm a bit cowardly, but I truly don't want to see any of my friends leave before me again. Zhuyu smiled bitterly. This was the Grand Elder's veiled conspiracy against them. You clearly knew all his plans, even knew how to break the secret spell and escape, yet you remained willingly trapped here. The 5 of them were surprisingly unanimous in their decision on this matter. No one was willing to sacrifice their friends' lives for their own freedom and safety. They preferred to die together rather than betray the moral principles they held dear. Xiang felt that Elder Zhuyu and the others were truly foolish. They would achieve nothing by doing this, except fulfilling the whims of those bastards and sacrificing their own lives in vain. But at the same time, she also admired these elders. Not everyone would care about the lives of others when their own fate was clearly before them, or even willingly sacrifice themselves for them. Such admirable fools should live long and long, to see the day their ideals were realized, to live and create the peace and stability they most desired for the world of immortal cultivation. As for the Supreme Elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance, they were the ones who truly deserved to be condemned to hell, to be cut into pieces and slashed into pieces, and to be condemned to eternal damnation. A flash of coldness flashed across Xie Ying's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Elder Zhuyu, I don't think you're cowardly. You're truly worthy of admiration. So I definitely find a way to get you out of here without any casualties. Xiang spoke with utmost seriousness, but Zhuyu didn't take it to heart. She had joined the Immortal Demon Alliance at a young age, and had fought for many years to ascend to the position of Elder. No one knew better than she the true power of the Grand Elder's methods. It wasn't that she didn't trust the younger demon clan member before her, but the time left for them was simply too short. Rather than wasting time worrying about rescuing them, Zhuyu hoped Xiang could quickly find Elder Zhou and their apprentice and successfully rescue them. She also believed the other 4 people shared the same sentiment. But she didn't want to refuse Xie Ying's kindness, so she smiled and nodded. I believe you. But you stayed here too long. You better leave now. Xiang knew from Zhuyu's expression that she didn't believe she could accomplish this. But Xiang didn't bother explaining. After all, no amount of words would be as effective as getting things done. Elder, don't worry. I leave now. But I think you're a little too pessimistic, both about your final fate and the whereabouts of the other elders. I have a feeling that perhaps you will meet again in the sunshine one day. Until then, please conserve your energy and wait for the right moment. Once Xiang said she was leaving, she didn't hesitate. Before she finished her words, her voice faded from the room. Zhuyu was left sitting there, a little dazed, lost in thought. Xiang left Zhuyu's room silently, without stopping. She passed through the center of the formation at top speed, leaving the West City, and returned to the demon sect's residence under the thickening night. Just as she left the 2 formations at the mass grave, the little paper figurines in the courtyard completely lost their vitality and dangled from the tree. Dai Tian and the Lin family head, who had mistaken the little paper figurines for thieves, who had broken into the house, and had been fooled by them for nearly an hour, were devastated when they saw the paper figurine hanging from the tree branch while holding the Immortal's seeking plate. The paper figurine, swaying in the wind, seemed to be mocking their foolishness, and their rage burned. Ha! So this is the little thief that fellow Taoist Dai Tian was talking about. The Lin family head laughed in anger, unable to hold back a sarcastic retort to Dai Tian. We're both thousands of years old, combined, and we were fooled by a paper figurine like that. If this gets out, I'd be completely humiliated. Chapter 606. Since it's the paper figurine causing trouble, there must be someone behind it. Unlike the Lin family head's fury, Dai Tian, though angry, still retained a shred of rationality. He yanked the paper figurine from the tree branch, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He had actually detected a trace of demonic energy lingering from the figurine, and for some reason, this demonic energy struck Dai Tian as inexplicably familiar. It was as if he had encountered the owner of this demonic energy long ago, yet his memory contained no trace of it. Could it be another incident from that lost time 300 years ago? Damn it! What on earth had happened 300 years ago? Never before had Dai Tian felt so desperate to recover his lost memories. He had a premonition that that memory was crucial to their next plan. However, at this moment, the Lin family head was unaware of the turmoil brewing deep within Dai Tian's heart. Seeing Dai Tian standing there speechless, he impatiently urged him, "Fellow Taoist Dai Tian, do you understand the secret behind this paper figurine? Can you find the person behind it?" "No." Dai Tian lowered his eyes, clutching the now useless paper figurine tightly in his hand. "Because the one who broke in here wasn't a human at all, but a demon." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Lin family head interrupted him. "Even the current Immortal Demon Alliance is constantly monitoring the seal of 10,000 Demons Gorge. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the current world of immortal cultivation is so rich that the barrier surrounding 10,000 Demons Gorge has been significantly strengthened. The demons inside absolutely have no chance of escaping." "What if it wasn't a demon that escaped from the 10,000 Demon Gorge?" Dai Tian asked gloomily. "How can you be sure that all the demons are sealed in the 10,000 Demon Gorge? What if there's just one demon that's escaped everyone's attention and has been hiding among us?" Dai Tian's words struck the Lin family head like a hammer, and he instantly understood the profound meaning of Dai Tian's words. Regardless of whether the immortal cultivation world has become a lost realm or not, the demons are destined to be unable to ascend to the upper realms through cultivation. To ascend, the demons must rely on external forces, namely the Dingtian hairpin they have been desperately searching for. If the person who broke in here today is indeed a demon, then it means that the demons have not only known about the Dingtian hairpin for a long time, but have also been targeting them for a long time. Who knows? The demons might even. It was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Lin family head pondered this with trepidation. He absolutely could not accept that the fruits he had painstakingly cultivated would be plucked by someone else. No wonder the immortal-seeking plate hadn't given clear instructions. It turns out it was a demon that had infiltrated this place. We must report this matter to the Grand Elder immediately. The Lin family head and Dai Tian were successfully misled by the false clues left by Xiang. They hurriedly left the formation and reported this to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, who had always seemed confident in everything, was momentarily distracted upon receiving the message. A rare expression of bewilderment was evident on the Grand Elder's face. The demonic energy that Dai Tian felt familiar, yet he couldn't recall its origin. Could it be that person? As the longest-serving and most successful exiled person in the world of immortal cultivation, the Grand Elder had always been the one to orchestrate the overall situation from the shadows. Dai Tian's plan to travel to the mortal world 300 years ago was only implemented after she knew about it and approved it. However, none of them could have imagined that Dai Tian, who had thrived in the world of immortal cultivation, would suffer such a catastrophic setback upon his arrival. They had sent a considerable number of personnel to the mortal realm, but when the Grand Elder learned of this and secretly rushed there immediately, they were still one step too late. Although she promptly collected the scattered consciousness of Dai Tian and the others, after healing them, she discovered that they had all lost all memory of Jinyang City. The Grand Elder even tried soul-searching techniques to uncover the truth, but still found nothing. Based on the fragmented memories pieced together by Dai Tian and the others, only one thing was certain. The primary reason for their failure was Xie Yutong's alliance with a demon clan member. Xie Yutong was a minor concern. After all, they had been battling the Balang clan for over 10,000 years, and their relationship was inherently one of mutual growth and decline. But where did that demon come from? The Grand Elder didn't even know its origins, let alone its name. So, upon hearing the news that the demons were targeting them, the Grand Elder immediately thought of the 300-year-old demon and became instantly alert. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder decided to travel to Wuyue City to investigate the matter in person. The Immortal Demon Alliance was certainly important, but if that demon truly returned, she had to make the trip herself. After all, if that demon had teamed up with Xie Yutong 300 years ago to thwart their plan, then 300 years later, it was still possible for that demon to ruin their long-planned plans again. The Wanxiang continent is nearing its end. This is their last chance. So the Supreme Elder will not allow any accidents to happen. Meanwhile, Xiang, having safely returned to the demon sex residence, sat at her desk, reviewing everything Zhu Yu had told her tonight. The candlelight on the table flickered, illuminating her dim gaze. She dipped her finger in water, and wrote on the table as she pondered. Empowered by her spiritual power, the water droplets that fell on the table didn't evaporate, but instead transformed into clear lines, allowing Xiang to observe them more clearly. Several chaotic lines intertwined, resembling a crude graffiti. However, Xie Ying's gaze was fixed on the 5 round water droplets that stood out among the chaotic lines. The lines corresponded to the countless streets and alleys of Wuyue City, and these 5 water droplets corresponded precisely to the locations where the 5 elders of Wuyue City were imprisoned. When using spiritual sense to perceive these locations, many things weren't immediately apparent. But now, looking at these 5 points, Xie Ying's thoughts suddenly became clear. These 5 points corresponded to the 5 elements mentioned by Zhu Yu, and also coincidentally corresponded to the positions of the 5 internal organs of the human body. Once the 5 points were considered the 5 internal organs, the messy lines of water could vaguely make out the outline of a human figure. However, this was not a normal human figure with all 4 limbs intact, but a mutilated figure with only 1 leg and 1 arm growing from its torso. Wuyue City was clearly a man-made city, but after removing all its buildings and connecting its streets and alleys, the result was a strange humanoid form. This strange figure even now possessed its own 5 internal organs. Chapter 607. The formation on the mass grave where Zhu Yu was imprisoned was also a beating heart, outlined by lines of blood. The mass grave was located exactly where the 5 points corresponded to the human heart. At that moment, Xie Ying considered many possibilities, but her thoughts ultimately lingered on an ancient evil method recorded in the demonic manuals. Using life to nourish the dead. The current situation in Wuyue City was precisely similar to what this evil method described. Those without a heart are merely empty puppets. Only those with a heart can live. Wuyue City, once a lifeless, dead city, has now sprouted a heart, for other organs, and even limbs. If this 5 elements formation were allowed to continue operating, continuously providing Wuyue City with vitality, and with human intervention, Wuyue City would continue to grow the remaining fragmented limbs, and finally the head. By then, Misty Moon City would be a complete person, a dead city transformed into a living one, and all living things within would naturally become part of Misty Moon City. Perhaps they would become its bones and blood, perhaps its skin and flesh. In short, they would never return to their true selves. If consciousness could be devoured along with the body, then perhaps that could be considered a kind of luck in a different sense. The most painful thing is to watch, conscious and aware, as a city devours you, becoming part of it, powerless to resist. The more Xie Ying pondered, the more she felt that the Immortal Demon Alliance's Supreme Elder's true purpose was to keep Misty Moon City alive, thus transforming it into a person. But even if it had a complete body, with functioning internal organs, flesh and blood, could such a thing, created through unholy means, truly be called a person? What was the Grand Elder's motive for going to such great lengths to transform Wuyue City into a human form? There were countless cities in the world of immortal cultivation, and even Dao City was more powerful than Wuyue City. Why did the Grand Elder single out Wuyue City? Could it be that Wuyue City was actually the old heavenly Dao entity that her sister Xie Yutong had been searching for years? If that were the case, then things would be truly difficult. She could think of 10,000 unique ways to kill a person, but how could she kill a city that was essentially a dead object? She couldn't let the Grand Elder and his companions sacrifice the lives of Zhu Yu and the other elders, as well as the lives of this city, and even more, to transform a dead city into a human form, and then find a way to kill that person? Xie Ying scratched her hair in frustration. She felt that if she continued like this, she might really face the problem of going bald at a young age. After finally sorting out the secrets hidden beneath Wuyue City, she felt no relief, but instead a headache. Why were each problem getting harder to solve? Xie Ying stared at the water map on the table, irritably waving her hand. The map instantly evaporated and vanished completely. Unfortunately, the map on the table vanished completely, but the map in Xie Ying's mind grew clearer. By then, the heavy darkness had long since passed. The first rays of dawn shone through the window, casting a chill on her. The cool morning breeze brought a touch of coolness, and her mind gradually cleared. She finally pulled herself out of her chaotic thoughts, and slowly calmed down. Finally, Xie Ying decided to proceed step by step, solving each problem one by one. While the situation in Wuyue City sounded dangerous, it wasn't a pressing matter. The most important priorities were finding Yu Miao and hiding, determining the location of Elder Zhou and the others' imprisonment, and then launching a rescue operation. The second priority was to rescue the 5 elders, including Zhu Yu, imprisoned within Wuyue City. The final step was to investigate whether Wuyue City was actually connected to the old heavenly Dao. Xie Ying was known for her decisiveness. After deciding on her next steps, she didn't even bother to rest. She went straight out to find Ji Yuan and the others, informing them of her findings and discussing the next steps. With clear division of labor, the group quickly addressed their respective areas. Xie Ying and Yu Miao shared a bond as fellow travelers, so the responsibility of locating Yu Miao naturally fell to her. In fact, shortly after leaving the mass grave, she had sent a message to Yu Miao using the communication jade slip, requesting her assistance. Unfortunately, she never received a response from Yu Miao. As Yu had said, when it comes to occult divination, no one in the world of immortal cultivation could rival Master Yu Miao. So, if Yu Miao truly wanted to hide, even Xia Ying wouldn't be able to find her quickly. All Xia Ying could do was wait. However, she hadn't anticipated that even faster than Yu Miao's response would come the spiritual vein said by the Lin family, along with another piece of good news. News arrived from the Xiaoyao sect. Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying had finally awakened, after a full year of deep sleep and nourishment from elixir. The awakened Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying had not only recovered from their old injuries, but had even found a blessing in disguise, having experienced a life-or-death crisis and realized their Tao intentions ahead of time. Now, the two needed to remain in seclusion within the Xiaoyao sect, integrating their Tao intentions into their cultivation and fully utilizing them for their own benefit. Therefore, they couldn't leave the Xiaoyao sect for the time being. But like Xia Ying, they were concerned for the safety of Elder Zhou and the others from the Immortal Demon Alliance. Xia Ying learned more details about the incident that day from Song Xiushi and Meng Fuiying. Although she still had no idea of the whereabouts of Elder Zhou and the others, she did learn something about the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. The third elder was surprisingly connected to the Hua family of Wuyue City in the Eastern Territory. When Xia Ying spoke of the Hua family in Wuyue City, the first person she thought of was Hua Xingyan, the eldest daughter of the Hua family. While her personal relationship with Hua Xingyan wasn't as close as that with Xie Zhou and the others, she could tell she was a person of unwavering love and hate, and of upright character. If they wanted to investigate the third elder's relationship with the Hua family, Hua Xingyan would definitely be the best source. However, Xia Ying couldn't show up in person right now, so she had to send a message to the sisters Lu Jinxi and Lu Jining, who had recently arrived in Wuyue City, to arrange a meeting with Hua Xingyan. The three of them arranged to meet at the entrance to a newly created secret realm outside Wuyue City, but Xia Ying, Ji Heyuan, and the others had already quietly entered the secret realm. Hua Xingyan arrived for the appointment, still dressed in her flamboyant attire. Before she even approached, the Lu Jinxi sisters could already hear her hearty laughter, carried on the breeze. "This is the first time we met since we last met. Why are you planning to invite me to join you in the secret realm instead of just catching up with me in the city? That's boring. I don't like Wuyue City right now." Lu Jinxi pouted. "I'm on Elder Zhou's side. I don't believe the governor and his men are traitors." Seeing the disgusting faces of the Wuyue City Lin family, who are praising the Immortal Demon Alliance, makes me sick. I'd rather go and experience the secret realm. Chapter 608. Hua Xingyan paused for a second, wisely choosing not to continue the conversation. After all, although she and her parents, like most in the Immortal Cultivation world, sided with Elder Zhou, no one wanted to offend the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder for this. Especially for disciples from an aristocratic family like theirs, there were many things they couldn't control. Even if she wanted to say something, she had to be wary of eavesdroppers. At this moment, Hua Xingyan realized that the Lu sisters had invited her to the secret realm to discuss something, so she addressed the topic directly. "Alright, it's getting late. Let's enter the secret realm now. We can discuss anything later." The Lu sisters nodded, and the three of them quickly disappeared at the entrance. Because this small secret realm had been created within the past year by spiritual energy, it still retained its original natural environment, with few traces of human presence. Hua Xingyan had been silent since entering the secret realm, following the Lu sisters obediently. It wasn't until they reached the depths of the secret realm that she spoke again. "Jinxi Jining, no one else will come here anymore. Can you tell me your real purpose for inviting me here? So you figured it out?" Lu Jinxi looked at her in surprise, then rolled her eyes. "Otherwise, I'm not stupid. If I hadn't figured it out, I wouldn't have followed you all this way. Just be frank. What's there to hide now? Actually, it wasn't you we wanted to see. It was Ji Heyuan." Lu Jining didn't keep the secret any longer. He's now the leader of the demon sect, and his every move is closely watched. That's why we had to meet you in the secret realm. Hua Xingyan frowned upon hearing this. She and Ji Heyuan weren't particularly familiar with each other. The only connection between them was Xia Ying. What could Ji Heyuan possibly want from her? Could it be something to do with Xia Ying? Before Hua Xingyan could figure it out, Ji Heyuan and Xia Ying approached from a distance. The three people who heard the noise turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes fixed on Xia Ying, dressed as a mermaid. The Lu sisters had known for a while that Xia Ying was Yin Xiaowei. Hua Xingyan hadn't known at first, but seeing their reactions, she had a rough idea of her true identity. Xie Ying was cautious. Even though the people before her were all trusted, she still didn't remove her disguise and reveal her true self. The others understood her caution, so no one mentioned her identity. After staring at Xie Ying for a moment, Hua Xingyan turned her gaze to Ji Heyuan. Master Ji, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? I want to understand the relationship between the Hua family and the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. The third elder? Hua Xingyan was stunned for a moment, a strange face suddenly appearing in her mind. The Hua family has no connection with the third elder. Although puzzled, Hua Xingyan knew that Ji Heyuan and the others wouldn't make random comments on such a matter, so she answered seriously. Although I don't often get involved in the core affairs of the Hua family, I can confirm that the Hua family has no connection with the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance. I also participated in the Immortal Demon Alliance's disciple selection. If the third elder was truly related to my Hua family, I wouldn't have heard anything about it. But if you ask me if there have been any particularly strange incidents in the Hua family in recent years, there has indeed been one. Before Ji Heyuan could ask again, Hua Xingyan took the initiative. About 400 years ago, a descendant of the Hua family appeared who lacked spiritual roots and bones, and was unable to cultivate normally. She was my grandfather's daughter, born in old age. Although an ordinary person unable to cultivate, he still loved her dearly, and used many methods to find her treasures that would prolong her life and preserve her youth. My grandfather's original intention was to allow her to live as freely and happily as possible within her limited life, but who knew it would instead foster her desire to cultivate immortality. To overcome her physical condition, which prevented her from cultivating immortality, she began secretly studying various sorceress techniques. When discovered by my grandfather, she feigned guilt and, taking advantage of my grandfather's downtime, stole many treasures from the Hua family and disappeared. My grandfather once thought that as an ordinary person, she might be very vulnerable after leaving the Hua family. She would soon perish in the treacherous world of immortal cultivation. Even after 100 years, her soul lamp in the Hua family's soul tower still burned brightly. Grandpa was now certain that my aunt, far from dead, had actually used some unholy magic to transform her physique and become a true cultivator. The Hua family, a renowned family in the world of immortal cultivation, had a disciple who relied on sorcery. From then on, this aunt became a disgrace to the Hua family. My grandfather erased all traces of her presence and forbade anyone in the family to mention her. Her soul lamp was also removed from the soul tower and destroyed by my grandfather himself. Now, no one knows whether she is dead or alive, let alone where in the world of immortal cultivation she is hiding. If we must say there's a connection between the third elder and the Hua family, it's only to that young aunt. But as far as I know, the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance had already joined the Immortal Demon Alliance before that young aunt was born, and had become a disciple of the then Grand Elder. The Immortal Demon Alliance was very strictly managed back then, so it stands to reason that the young aunt, a demonic cultivator, couldn't possibly have had any connection with the third elder. After saying this, Hua Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief and added, as a member of the Hua family, I shouldn't have shared this scandal with you, but I genuinely disagree with some of the current head's actions. If this can help you with what you're doing, then it would be considered that our Hua family has finally done something good. Xie Ying knew Hua Xingyan wouldn't let her down. This information was incredibly useful. It had been nearly 400 years since the appearance of a demonic cultivator in the Hua family. If Hua Xingyan hadn't proactively disclosed this information, how would they have known this? And Hua Xingyan's words reminded Xie Ying of someone. She felt the fog that had been veiling her vision finally dissipate as she walked forward with unwavering determination, and everything began to become clear. And as long as she gathered all the fragments and repaired the Dingtian hairpin, the troubles caused by the old heavenly Tao, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, would finally come to an end. Flower Fairy, do you know the name of your aunt? I don't know. Hua Xingyan shook her head honestly. But I can ask my father for you when I get back. Thank you. To avoid arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives, Hua Xingyan and the Lu sisters deliberately stayed in the secret realm for an extra day, scavenging some spiritual herbs and treasures. As for Ji Heyuan and Xie Ying, they had naturally left the secret realm long before then, quietly returning to Wuyue City. Hua Xingyan acted swiftly. The day after she returned to the Hua family, Xie Ying received a message from the Lu sisters. The evil cultivator from the Hua family was named Hua Xiangrong. Chapter 609. Xie Ying wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. After all, she had already prepared herself mentally when she asked that question. She simply hadn't expected that, in addition to Dai Tian's immortality, Hua Xiangrong had also survived the Great Battle in Jinyang City. This meant that there were likely many more people who survived Jinyang City 300 years ago than just Hua Xiangrong and Dai Tian. The enemies they faced were far more numerous than they had anticipated. After investigation, she confirmed that the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance had no personal connection with Hua Xiangrong. However, she also learned that 300 years ago, the third elder had, under the orders of her master, the Supreme Elder, traveled to a dangerous area to rescue a member of the Immortal Demon Alliance trapped there. The member was successfully rescued, but the third elder was severely injured in the area and spent 3 months recuperating. Upon learning this, Xie Ying's first reaction was that the current third elder had likely been possessed by Hua Xiangrong 300 years ago, during that critical injury. While Hua Xiangrong's strength wasn't enough to possess the third elder, with the help of the Grand Elder, not only would she be able to acquire a new body and identity, but even if Hua Xiangrong desired the third elder's life, she wouldn't have been a problem. This would successfully explain why the third elder, despite not being a member of the Hua family, was nonetheless connected to them. Xie Ying had been tracking the whereabouts of the sixth fragment of the Dingtian hairpin, but upon reaching Wuyue City, she discovered it had vanished completely. No matter how hard she tried to locate the fragment, with the broken Dingtian hairpin in her hand, she could not find it. The Lin family had long since pledged allegiance to the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder, so Xie Ying initially suspected the fragment was hidden within the Lin family. She had originally considered having Lin Yuexiang conduct a trial at the Lin family to determine the whereabouts of the sixth fragment. But now, it seems more likely that the fragment is hidden within the Hua family. The Hua family has always maintained a low profile, making it difficult to attract attention. After the internal turmoil within the Immortal Demon Alliance, the Hua family also showed no signs of aligning with the current Immortal Demon Alliance. In the eyes of the Immortal Cultivation community, the Hua family of the Eastern Territory, like most other aristocratic families, maintains a neutral stance. But in reality, the Lin family is the Immortal Demon Alliance's open pawn, a pawn designed to attract attention and attention. Hidden beneath the Lin family's spotlight, and even constantly at odds with them, is the truly effective hidden pawn. If it weren't for the clues provided by Song Xiushi upon awakening, and the cooperation of Hua Xingyan, they probably wouldn't have suspected the Hua family so quickly. With Yu Miao still missing, Xie Ying sent a message to Shui Shuang, hoping she could help her find her. Before doing so, she decided to first find a way to locate the sixth fragment of the Dingtian hairpin. So, a few days after receiving the spiritual vein from the Lin family as an apology, Xie Ying, Ji Yuan, and other members of the demon sect made a high-profile trip to visit the head of the Hua family. As the two largest immortal cultivation families in Wuyue City, the Hua and Lin families have long been engaged in open and covert strife. Almost everyone tacitly accepted that the two families were sworn enemies. Not long ago, the Lin family's offense against a guest elder of the demon sect had also caused a stir in Wuyue City. Therefore, upon seeing the demon sect's high-profile visit to the Hua family, everyone assumed they were planning to ally with the Hua family to deal with the Lin family. Even the Hua and Lin family shared this sentiment. The head of the Lin family, already frustrated for days by the lack of traces of the demons, burst into a rage the moment he heard the news. What on earth does that demon sect mean? They want a spiritual vein as an apology, and I already given it to them. It's only been a few days since I gave it to them, and they're already so eager to join forces with the Hua family to deal with us. As expected, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. The greed of this demon clan is insatiable. Lin Bingyan, Lin Yuexiang, and the other younger generation surrounded the head of the Lin family, looking at each other in bewilderment. Grandpa, calm down. Why get so angry over such a trivial matter? It's not worth it if you end up hurting yourself. Lin Bingyan, currently the most respected of the Lin family, personally poured a cup of spiritual tea and respectfully placed it before the head of the Lin family, whispering words of comfort. Our feud with the Hua family is indeed long-standing, but since the current patriarch took the helm, hasn't our relationship been reconciled? It's just that in the eyes of the world, we're still enemies. In my opinion, the demon sect's visit to the Hua family to seek an alliance is actually a good thing for us. The demon clan is vindictive, and their promises are not to be trusted. Instead of constantly being on guard against them, wary of potential surreptitious attacks, it would be better to foster an alliance between them and the Hua family. After all, Patriarch Hua and I have always stood on the same side. With Patriarch Hua by our side, we can keep tabs on the demon sect's every move. Who knows? We might even be able to uncover the true nature of Elder Yin. Patriarch Lin's anger slowly subsided under Lin Bingyan's gentle, Soothing analysis. How could he not understand such a simple truth? It was just that Lin Bingyan's recent performance that truly brightened his eyes. His former favorite was Yu Xiang, but for some reason, after all these years away from home, she had become so dull and introverted, not at all as lovable and clever as she had been in her youth. Compared to that, the calm and reserved Bingyan exceeded his expectations. Thus, Patriarch Lin not only accepted the tea she offered him, but also looked at Lin Bingyan with an even more loving gaze. You're right, this is truly a good thing for us. I will personally send a message to Patriarch Hua, urging him to cooperate with all the demon sect's actions. Who knows, we might be able to seize this opportunity to destroy the demon sect once again. Then the spiritual vein we gave away will naturally return to our hands. Patriarch Lin conveyed this message to Patriarch Hua with immense confidence. At the same time, the demon sect members were warmly welcomed into the mansion by the Hua family disciples. The current head of the Hua family is Hua Xingyan's uncle. While Hua Xingyan holds a high position within the family, he still doesn't have access to core secrets. However, because the Hua family head knew Hua Xingyan had interacted with Ji Heyuan during the sect competition and the Immortal Demon Alliance selection process, he considered bringing Hua Xingyan along. He hoped to use Hua Xingyan to further gain Ji Heyuan's trust. Chapter 610. Hua Xingyan likely guessed her uncle's intentions. She had been hoping to leave a way out for herself and her parents, unwilling to follow the Hua family down the same path. So, Hua Xingyan readily agreed. The demon sect's group received the warmest hospitality from the Hua family. After a moment of enjoyment, the Hua family's head dismissed all the disciples except Hua Xingyan, and finally got down to business. I wonder what brought Sect Master Ji and the elders to our Hua family. The Hua family's head is resourceful. I thought he had already guessed our intentions. Ji Heyuan smiled and stopped beating around the bush. We come here, naturally, to seek an ally. The Hua family's influence is clearly no less profound than the Lin family's. Yet, whenever anyone mentions the Eastern Territory or Wuyue City, the first thing that comes to mind is always the Lin family. Does Patriarch Hua truly harbor no resentment about this? The Lin family is so arrogant and domineering. Even if they offer their spiritual veins to apologize to our demon sect, their intentions are certainly not sincere. Given the Lin family's behavior, they undoubtedly return to target our demon sect in the future. Rather than passively responding, I rather take the initiative. If the Hua family is willing to cooperate with our demon sect, after inflicting a heavy blow on the Lin family, our demon sect can rest easy, and the Hua family can rise above the Lin family. This is a win-win situation. What do you think, Patriarch Hua? Patriarch Hua was secretly delighted, but to avoid Ji Heyuan's suspicion, he deliberately hesitated and hesitated, testing Ji Heyuan's intentions. The alliance cannot be taken lightly. After all, I have countless disciples of the Hua family behind me. I need to consider this carefully before I can give Sect Master Ji a definitive answer. I wonder what clever plan you have for dealing with the Lin family. Faced with Patriarch Hua's probing words, Ji Heyuan curled his lips and chuckled softly. I will explain this to you in detail once you agree to form an alliance with the demon sect. But before that, like Patriarch Hua, I must also consider the interests of the demon sect's disciples. I believe Patriarch Hua will understand my caution. Of course. Patriarch Hua's face showed no sign of displeasure, and he even offered a warm invitation. It's getting late today, so why don't you all stay at my Hua home for now? I give you a definitive answer tomorrow. Forgive me for bothering you then. Ji Heyuan naturally agreed and followed the disciples assigned by Patriarch Hua to the guest house to rest. After Ji Heyuan and the others had completely disappeared from his sight, Patriarch Hua finally looked at Hua Xingyan with a gentle smile. Xingyan, I heard that you had a good relationship with the demon sect's leader when he was still a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Why didn't you even take the initiative to say hello to your old friend today? Who told you this nonsense, uncle? Hua Xingyan looked up at Patriarch Hua in surprise. I don't have any personal relationship with Patriarch Ji. My true friend is his former senior sister, Xiang. It's a pity that the Xiaoyao sect is now secluded. I don't know when I'd be able to see Xiang again. Oh, is that really the case? I thought you had a good relationship with everyone in the Xiaoyao sect. Patriarch Hua's tone was gentle, but his eyes were sharp. He stared at Hua Xingyan's face, unwilling to miss a single expression or movement. Hua Xingyan seemed oblivious to the tentativeness in his eyes, even glaring at the Hua Patriarch with an unpleasant glare. Uncle, you think too highly of me? I'm not a spirit stone. How can I possibly be liked by everyone and have good relationships with everyone? Although I have a good relationship with the Lu sisters from the Beast Taming Valley, but within the Xiaoyao sect, I'm only vaguely familiar with Xiang. I've spoken less than 10 sentences to the others combined. So, of those people from the demon sect you met today, didn't you feel particularly familiar with anyone? Uncle? Hua Xingyan looked at the Hua Patriarch with clear eyes, her large eyes filled with bewilderment. The Hua Patriarch had always favored Hua Xingyan's innocent, spoiled, and willful nature, because such people were the easiest to control. Among the Hua family's younger generation, Hua Xingyan possessed the greatest talent. If he couldn't harness her talents, she would become his greatest threat in the future. It was precisely because of Hua Xingyan's easy-to-control nature that the Hua Patriarch, while not allowing her to interfere in the core affairs of the Hua family, still doted on her deeply, solidifying her title as the eldest daughter of the Hua family. But at this moment, for the first time, the Hua Patriarch felt a tinge of annoyance at Hua Xingyan's foolishness. But by keeping Hua Xingyan under control, Hua Xingyan's parents wouldn't act rashly, and he could maintain his position as Patriarch of the Hua family. The Hua Patriarch took a deep breath, suppressed his impatience, and spoke softly. I heard the people outside suspect that the newly arrived guest elder who joined the demon sect is actually Xiang in disguise. If that's true, as a friend, you should persuade Xiang. The Fairy Demon Alliance and Fairy Linging are already prejudiced against her. If it were discovered that she had concealed her identity and infiltrated the demon sect, they would have even more reason to target her. Hearing the probing words, Hua Xingyan sneered inwardly, but maintained her expression of a foolish beauty. Uncle, while what you say makes sense, I really want to know who's been gossiping about you all the time. How could such a wise man like you believe the nonsense of those outsiders? I honestly don't see any similarities between that elder and Xiang. Not to mention that Xiang isn't as tall as her temperament is completely different from the elder's aloofness. Just judging by their cultivation and aura, the two couldn't be more related. Elder Yin is a powerful cultivator in the fusion stage, and Elder Yin exudes such a distinct aura of the sea race. Didn't you smell it, uncle? Even if Xiang could conceal her identity, she couldn't transform from a human into a fish, could she? Hua Xingyan's question, sounding suspicious, left the Hua family head at a loss for words. How could he not know that these two people bore no resemblance? It was just that the Immortal Demon Alliance refused to believe, no matter what, that a woman so close to Ji Heyuan could be unrelated to Xiang, so they repeatedly urged them to test the waters. Although Patriarch Hua was loyal to the Grand Elder, he was unwilling to resort to tactical tactics. Even those in the fusion stage had strengths and weaknesses. He didn't want to expose his true position over such a meaningless matter. Patriarch Hua had originally intended for Hua Xingyan to approach Xiang, but Hua Xingyan completely failed to grasp his intentions. Feeling frustrated, he had no choice but to abandon his original plan. You're right. I was overthinking it. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Come see me early tomorrow. I take you to meet the seniors of the demon sect. Although they're demons, they're quite powerful. Their guidance would be of immense benefit to you. Thank you, uncle, for your consideration. Hua Xingyan nodded heavily, her eyes sparkling. I go back now, and come back early tomorrow. Go ahead. The Hua family head and Hua Xingyan's eyes were filled with affection, one filled with admiration, the other with adoration. But the moment Hua Xingyan turned around, the warmth in their eyes vanished without a trace. Chapter 611. In the clash between the uncle and nephew, the Hua family, the head of the Hua family and Hua Xingyan, the younger generation ultimately prevailed. This was because she was far more patient and skilled in disguise than the head of the Hua family. When she was young and naive, she had believed that her uncle truly loved her, but the truth was that even feigned affection, no matter how convincing, was always false. Once she grew a little more mature, she could see the endless calculations beneath the Hua family's mask of kindness. Hua Xingyan knew that the Hua family head had been using her, but until she had enough power to protect her parents, while also fighting back against the Hua family head, she would not break with him. Since the Hua family head wanted to play the game of a loving uncle and a filial nephew, Hua Xingyan would play along as he wished. The Hua family head's kindness to her was fake, but the benefits she could gain from this perceived love and her status as the eldest daughter of the Hua family were real. As long as she could continue to benefit from the Hua family master, Hua Xingyan was willing to continue playing coy with him. Until she became truly powerful, Hua Xingyan was willing to remain the willful, unassuming, and innocent eldest daughter of the Hua family. Even though she didn't know the true connection between the Hua family and the third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance, after today's testing of the waters between the Hua family master and Ji Heyuan, and after the Hua family master's recent hints, Hua Xingyan knew she couldn't continue playing dumb. Between the Hua family and the true future of her family of 3, it was time for her to make a choice. The sky darkened, and the vibrant lights of Wuya City lit up one by one. Xia had just returned to her room after discussing the next plan with Ji Hyun and the others, when the communication jade slip on her waist began to flicker. She glanced casually, then her gaze fixed, a complex expression crossing her face. Because the person delivering the message was Lin Yuexiang. The Lin and Hua families have long been colluding, so she must proceed with caution. Although Xia Ying had initially been using Lin Yuexiang, she hadn't anticipated her going so far undercover. One can imagine how intensely Lin Yuexiang wanted to escape Dai Tian and Helian Yao. Yining could see everything Xia Ying saw, so she remembered every word in the jade slip. To be honest, when she first bound herself to her host, Yining never imagined that the story centered around a charming female protagonist would one day take the turn it did. The charming female protagonist, originally meant to eliminate her host, had completely deviated from her character, practically becoming her host's most useful pawn in the enemy camp. Yining couldn't help but sigh, "Host, binding you is the best decision I ever made. It's good that you know." Xia Ying was no longer the pitiful little girl she'd been when she first arrived in the world of Immortal Cultivation. Yin Yin's bland praise couldn't stir much emotion in her anymore. Wouldn't the host send a message to Lin Yuexiang to arrange her next steps? Why did you reply? To rush to tell her that I'm actually a guest elder of the demon sect? Xia Ying rolled her eyes, speechless at Yin Yin's naivete. Yin, be more careful. Don't let your system colleagues gnaw away all your data when you return from this mission. You don't think that just because Lin Yuexiang is on my side now, I truly trust everything she does, do you? Have you ever considered what would happen if this message was just a pretext to test my ability to leave the Xiaoyao sect? And I responded? Without waiting for Yining's response, Xia Ying delivered her answer. Then the Lin and Hua families could use this clue to uncover my identity, causing the endless trouble. With my current strength, I certainly don't need to fear the Lin and Hua families' manpower, but my plan to rescue Elder Zhou and the others would inevitably be impacted. So, no matter how much useful information Lin Yuexiang sends me, I won't respond until Elder Zhou is rescued. But Lin Yuexiang's current favorability towards the host. Yining, whose side are you on? Xia Ying interrupted Yining's unfinished words. To be honest, she wasn't the least bit curious about Lin Yuexiang's favorability. Because whether Lin Yuexiang liked her, or disliked her, loved her, or hated her, it wouldn't affect her attitude towards her. Sometimes, she really felt that Yining, although a system, was more like a kind-hearted idiot. True feelings are ever-changing, and favorability won't remain fixed forever. You must remember, I will never unconditionally trust someone who has hurt me so many times. As for arranging Lin Yuexiang's tasks, I don't need to worry about it. Lin Yuexiang is not a fool like Wang Qing. If she wavers, she will eventually suffer the consequences. But if she is determined to cooperate with me, and use my help to eliminate those who restrain her, then she knows what she should do without me saying anything. Yining felt that her host's words made sense. She didn't know why. When she first bound to her host and came into this world, she hadn't shown many human emotions. But as she spent more time in the world of immortal cultivation and witnessed more and more diverse aspects of life, Yining couldn't control herself, saying and doing inappropriate things. Damn it, could she have been infected with a virus? The sudden thought of this terrified Yining. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Host. I suddenly remembered something very important. I go ahead. Host, please don't miss me too much. So, without waiting for Xia Ying to say anything else, she hurriedly said something and returned to the system space. She needed to request antivirus software from the main brain. She needed to scan herself. Xia Ying had long been accustomed to Yining's sudden startles, and had never anticipated that Yining's thoughts at this moment had strayed so drastically from the truth. She put down the communication jade slip and prepared to begin her daily meditation practice. The message jade slip suddenly flickered several times. Xia Ying, assuming it was another message from Lin Yuexiang, didn't pay much attention and slowly picked it up to read. Once she saw who had sent the message, Xia Ying couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. A single line of words appeared on the jade slip. Outside Wuya City, 10 miles south of the city walls, I'd be waiting for you there. And the messenger was Yu Miao. Chapter 612. That short line of words finally calmed Xia Ying's restless heart. But after the ecstasy, Xia Ying quickly calmed down. She believed Yu Miao wouldn't side with the Grand Elder, but the current situation was tense, and deadly traps could be lurking everywhere. So, she had to be cautious and careful with every step to maximize her benefits. Xia Ying didn't leave the Hua family rashly, nor did she plan to avoid the appointment. During her 365 years in the Trial Tower, she learned many unknown skills. One of them was extracting her nascent soul from her body and creating a new one for her, commonly known as refining an avatar. However, Xiaoying used her own nascent soul as the foundation to create the avatar, so the avatar possessed the same strength as her original body. Furthermore, after cultivating with the immortals and demons, Xiaoying had refined 2 nascent souls, an immortal and a demon. Therefore, she also had 2 avatars. She could release different clones as needed, and whenever she wished, the clones, created from her nascent soul, could return to her original form. Precisely because she practiced 2 different techniques simultaneously, the 2 clones possessed vastly different strengths. After deciding to go to the appointment, Xiaoying released her demonic infant clone, leaving her original form in the room to set up a simple protective formation. She then left a message for Ji Heyuan and headed straight for the city. A ghostly figure swiftly passed through the night, completely shrouded in the darkness. She arrived at the place she had agreed to meet with Yu Miao, and the foul mist, acting on her will, enveloped her in a thick haze, obscuring her presence. Xiaoying sat high on a branch, her eyes hidden in the foul mist, watching the forest entrance. At this moment, there was still a quarter of an hour left until the time they had agreed upon on the communication jade slip. Not long after Xiaoying arrived at the agreed location, she heard a slight movement behind her. Xiaoying immediately turned around and saw a sudden ripple in the forest air. Then, space distorted for a moment, and a figure cloaked in a white cloak tore through the air and stepped out. Seeing this, Xiaoying immediately became extremely alert. With a flick of her wrist, 3 silver needles flashed with a cold light between her fingers. Then, the figure in the white cloak suddenly looked up at Xiaoying's hiding place, revealing his true face beneath the cloak. Yu Miao. Xiaoying retracted the hidden weapon she was holding when she saw the familiar face. She waved her hand and pulled away the foul mist surrounding her. The wariness in Yu Miao's eyes vanished like a tide the moment Xiaoying appeared. You scared me to death. I thought I was being targeted by those inexplicable people again. Yu Miao patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Come with me. I take you to a safe place where we can talk. Yu Miao waved to Xiaoying, and the two walked side by side in the direction Yu Miao had come from. As ripples rippled around them again, the space in front of Xiaoying's eyes distorted again. Yu Miao pulled her forward quickly. Xiaoying felt a slight squeeze, but the next moment it disappeared, and Yu Miao immediately released his grip on her. Okay, we're safe now. Xiaoying? ? They hadn't just taken one step, and even the surroundings hadn't changed at all, but soon, she keenly sensed a slight difference in the surrounding atmosphere, and with a flash of inspiration, she realized the key. You opened up a second dimension in this forest? Those people forced me into it. Yu Miao threw up her hands in a bitter smile. But it's all thanks to them, otherwise I don't know if I could have created such a miracle. Meow meow, who are those people watching you? And I heard you disappeared when the Immortal Demon Alliance experienced internal turmoil. How did that happen? Xiaoying already had a ton of questions, and now that she saw Yu Miao, she naturally let them all out. Coincidentally, Yu Miao also had a lot of complaints and nowhere to vent them, so the two of them hit it off perfectly. One didn't need to ask any more questions. The other had already spilled the beans about their recent experiences. Don't mention it. Yu Miao pulled her down and sat down at the foot of a nearby tree. I was forced to leave the Immortal Demon Alliance. Though the demons had spread my identity as Master Tianswan to everyone, the Immortal Demon Alliance's former head elder, Elder Zhou, was in charge, so no one dared to harass me. After you left, Elder Zhou frequently summoned me to his cave to help him calculate the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin fragment. It was then that I learned what had happened on the Wanxiang continent, the existence of the expelled, and what you had been doing. And Elder Zhou, fearing the slightest drop of vigilance regarding the traitor within the Immortal Demon Alliance, could only search for the Dingtian hairpin fragment with me, while he asked the 3 supreme elders of the Immortal Demon Alliance to investigate. The third elder's problems were obvious, and Elder Zhou had always been wary of her. But we never imagined there were more traitors within the Immortal Demon Alliance than just the third elder. Even among the supreme elders were disloyal to the Immortal Demon Alliance, but Elder Zhou has diligently overseen all affairs of the Immortal Demon Alliance for many years, and his prestige within the Immortal Cultivation world is extremely high. Even the Supreme Elder, who was behind it, wouldn't have easily touched him unless absolutely necessary. It was the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin that brought Elder Zhou to his death. At this point, Xiaoying finally understood the real reason that had prompted the Supreme Elder to suddenly attack Elder Zhou. It was all about the Dingtian hairpin. Since Elder Zhou knew the true state of the Immortal Cultivation world, and the existence of the Dingtian hairpin, The Supreme Elder must have known more about these matters than Elder Zhou did. Meow meow, did you find the fragments of the Dingtian hairpin after I left? Or did you discover that the Grand Elder also had a fragment? It's probably the latter. Although it was a question, Xie Ying's tone was incredibly certain. As is typical of the expelled, if Elder Zhou had found the fragments, they wouldn't have rushed to expose everything. They would have stayed hidden until Elder Zhou had collected all the Dingtian hairpin fragments. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. That's what they always love to do. Ah. Yu Miao sighed. You're quite right, but truly, it was I who harmed Elder Zhou. If I hadn't used mystical techniques and formations to discover that one of the fragments in the Dingtian hairpin search led to the Immortal Demon Alliance, Elder Zhou wouldn't have revealed his intentions by testing the Grand Elder, leading to the subsequent series of disasters. Chapter 6:13. What does this have to do with you? Xiang looked at her disapprovingly. The victim-blaming theory is wrong. If you hadn't figured out the whereabouts of the Dingtian hairpin fragment, wouldn't the Supreme Elders have done such evil? As long as Elder Zhou didn't turn against them, they would have attacked him sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. That being said, if I had been more careful and cautious, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position now. Yu Miao naturally wouldn't punish herself for the evil deeds of others, but with the situation now unfolding like this, and her having been hiding like a stray dog for so long, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Everything happened suddenly within the Immortal Demon Alliance. Before Elder Zhou was completely controlled, he sent me a message asking me to leave the Alliance as soon as possible. He told me that the Supreme Elder wanted to use my abilities to determine the whereabouts of the other fragments of the heaven-defining hairpin. Could I have let them do that? I ran away that very night. Although I wasn't much of a fighter, when it came to hiding and concealing my presence, the Supreme Elder's men were no match for me. Unless the Supreme Elder personally intervened, they wouldn't have a chance of finding me. But I didn't expect that. In addition to the troops sent by the Immortal Demon Alliance, there was actually another group within the cultivation world also tracking me down, and whose origins were unknown. They were even more discerning than the Immortal Demon Alliance. No matter where I hid, they could always find me. If I hadn't possessed a secret treasure that could alert me in a critical moment, I have fallen into their hands long ago. I'm being so cautious now, even going so far as to cut off contact with the outside world, just to prevent the group from tracking me down. Unlike the gnashing of teeth and indignation she displayed when she spoke of the Immortal Demon Alliance, Yu Miao's expression was extremely solemn when she spoke of this mysterious group that suddenly appeared. Xiang also discerned something unusual in her expression. Meow meow, are you already suspicious of the mysterious group that's been tracking you alongside the Immortal Demon Alliance? But are they from the Yu family in the Northern Territory? No, Yu Lang has never disliked me. I expelled myself from the Yu family when I left the Northern Territory. He wouldn't waste his time on an outsider, like me, who wouldn't pose a threat to his position as head of the family. Yu Miao pondered for a moment, before finally expressing her long-held suspicions. Do you remember when we were together in the snowy mountains? Ningxian once said that a man covered in a dark cloak suddenly appeared there, trying to sow discord between him and the Saintess? It was that person who taught Ningxian the art of corpse raising, allowing him to raise a horde of zombies in the snowy mountains, nearly causing chaos in the Northern Territory. To be honest, I always doubted whether the cloaked figure Ningxian mentioned actually existed in the world of immortal cultivation. It wasn't until I was hunted by a mysterious group of people this time that I finally knew for sure what Ningxian had said. Because not long ago, when I escaped from them again, I clearly saw their attire. It was exactly as Ningxian had described it, completely covered in a cloak, and the voice was indistinguishable from male or female. Furthermore, their goals are not aligned with the Immortal Demon Alliance. The Immortal Demon Alliance wants me, but they want my life. Even though she had escaped the clutches of those mysterious cloaked men time and time again, Yu Miao still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it now. Xie Ying couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, feeling a sharp headache. She had always believed that the cloaked man who had sowed discord between Ningxian and Saint Xuening 1,000 years ago, luring Ningxian down a path of no return, was actually one of the exiled. But now it seemed that these were clearly two completely different forces. In other words, in addition to the exiled who had always opposed them, there was a third party hidden within the world of immortal cultivation, whose motives and details were unknown. No wonder Yu Miao's face was so solemn when he spoke of this matter. This was truly a wave. Before one crisis had subsided, another arose. Not only did they now have to outmaneuver the Immortal Demon Alliance and rescue Elder Zhou and the others in the shortest possible time, they also had to constantly guard against the mysterious third-party force that might suddenly appear and attack them. If everything they had experienced was a game dungeon, Then this time she had definitely landed a hell-level dungeon. You mean, do you know the origins of those mysterious cloaked individuals Meow Meow just mentioned? Host, I just checked. Unfortunately, the system space has no records of them. Enin knew this matter was extremely urgent, so before Xiaoying could ask, she had already checked the results. Unfortunately, even Enin, a system member, was surprised by the result. She shared her understanding with Xiaoying. Before entering this small world, the system had already proactively loaded all of its information. In theory, anyone born on the Wanxian continent, whether human, demon, or devil, would have their information available. Since the origins of that mysterious group of individuals remain unknown, the most likely scenario is that they, like the original host, are outsiders. This group of mysterious cloaked individuals, who periodically appeared in the cultivation world like ghosts, stirring up trouble, had arrived on the Wanxian continent from another small world. Xia Ying's brows twitched. Outsiders? Were they time travelers, like her and Yu Miao, who had traveled to this continent? Or were they invaders, who had torn through space from another small world? Whatever their origins, why did they target Yu Miao and want to kill her? Xia Ying couldn't figure it out, but she couldn't bear to see Yu Miao killed by that group. So, after a moment of thought, she took out the robes that concealed her presence. The cassock is a system product, not from the small world of Wanxian continent. Who knows, it might be effective against that group. Meow Meow, put this on. Perhaps it can temporarily evade those pursuits. Wow! Ah-ing, you're so thoughtful. Yu Miao hugged Xiaoying, moved, and without a word, she threw the cassock on herself. Whether or not the cassock worked, the outcome couldn't be worse. By the way, Ah-ing, didn't you ask me to help you determine Elder Zhou's whereabouts? Do you have anything related to Elder Zhou? If so, give it to me now, and I set up a formation to calculate it immediately. Of course, the more deeply the item you give me is connected to Elder Zhou, the more accurate the result will be. Try this. Xiaoying took out the elixir Zhu you had given her. After Yu Miao took it, she immediately took out a bunch of things from her storage bag and set up a magic circle on the ground, and she placed the pill in the middle of the formation. Chapter 6:14. Yu Miao, now no longer joking, now focused on the magic formation under her command. Xiaoying Ping, standing nearby, focused and guarding her. As Yu Miao cast her spell, a series of obscure incantations poured from her lips, and the small instruments within the formation began to glow one after another. They slowly floated upward, swirling around the elixir in the center. The light from each instrument gradually converged into a ball of light, tightly enveloping the elixir. Yu Miao seized the opportunity, and when the light surrounding the elixir reached its peak, she hurled a tortoise shell. The tortoise shell floated perfectly above the ball of light. At the same moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the ball of light, striking the tortoise shell directly. Crackle, crackle. The hard tortoise shell cracked under the impact of the white light, and then there was a crisp pop as it fell to the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When Xiaoying regained consciousness and walked over to Yu Miao had already picked up the tortoise shell and was carefully examining the cracks. Huh? What's wrong? Can't you calculate the location of Elder Zhou and the others? No, the direction and location given by the tortoise shell are very clear. I just didn't expect Elder Zhou to be imprisoned there. Yu Miao looked up at Xiaoying, and meeting her expectant gaze, he relayed his calculations. The hexagram indicates that Elder Zhou and the others are currently imprisoned in the confinement cliff of Jiushu Academy. Jiushu Academy? Confinement cliff? Is it actually here? At this moment, Xiaoying finally understood Yu Miao's surprise. Upon learning that Elder Zhou and the others were imprisoned, everyone instinctively assumed they were being held in a very secret location, surrounded by numerous traps. After all, whether it was Elder Zhou or disciples like Xinyu, Shuang Xiaohuan, or Wu Huan, none of them were among the best in the Immortal Demon Alliance. How could they have been held captive if it weren't for a very secret location and numerous dangerous traps? But who could have imagined that Elder Zhou and the others were being held right under their noses, even at the Immortal Demon Alliance's confinement cliff, where Xiaoying had once been? But after a brief moment of surprise, Xiaoying had to admit that confinement cliff was indeed the most suitable place to imprison them. No matter who they were, no matter how powerful their cultivation, once they entered confinement cliff, they would gradually lose their spiritual power and cultivation due to the formation, becoming completely ordinary mortals. Add to that the barrier of confinement cliff, which inherently cuts off contact with the outside world. This made sense as she hadn't been able to contact Elder Zhou using the mark. Xiaoying clenched her fists. The Immortal Demon Alliance's tactic of concealing their true intentions was truly remarkable. Ah-ing, now that Elder Zhou and the others' whereabouts have been confirmed, When will you rescue them? The news that the Immortal Demon Alliance is about to dispose of Elder Zhou and the others has spread throughout the cultivation world. If we delay any further, we miss the best opportunity for rescue. Of course, the rescue should be carried out sooner rather than later, but we also need to make arrangements for their placement after they're rescued. Xiang stood up and dusted off her skirt. Yesterday, I received news from senior brother Xie and Guankong Buddhist disciple that the Five Elements Sword Sect and Brahma Temple have arrived in Wuyue City. I'm going back now to discuss the rescue with them. Miao Miao, why don't you come with me? Hiding here isn't a long-term solution. If something happens to one person, there's really no one to turn to. Of course. I go back with you even if you hadn't mentioned it. I'm not an all-around thug. I'm just an ordinary, squishy magic support. If I stay here alone, I'm sure you have to come collect my body after you rescue Elder Zhou. Yu Miao had been hiding for a whole year because, in this vast world of immortal cultivation, the only two people she could truly trust were Shui Shuangshuang and Xiang. But the Yu family existed in the Northern Territory. When she had expelled them, she had vowed never to set foot in the Northern Territory again. Therefore, her path to Shui Shuangshuang's support was blocked from the start. And with the Xiaoyao sect closed to the public, she couldn't go there either. If Xiang hadn't contacted her this time, Yu Miao felt she would have continued to hide until she had nowhere else to hide. Now that she had the support of Xiang, an almighty powerhouse, she certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse. Yu Miao quickly gathered her magical tools, removed the second-level space spell she had cast, and followed Xiang back to Wuyue City. Now a true late-stage fusion cultivator, with the help of the cassock, Xiang wanted to quietly bring a. Entering Wuyue City wasn't difficult. However, due to Wuyue City's unique characteristics, Yu Miao encountered some minor issues upon entering, which prevented them from returning in time. It was already dawn by the time Xiang had settled Yu Miao in. Meanwhile, Ji Heyuan and the others had been summoned by Patriarch Hua to the main hall for a meeting. Ji Heyuan had already seen Xie Ying's letter from last night. So, upon noticing Xie Ying's delay, Ji Heyuan left Yun Mei outside Xie Ying's room to watch over her. So, when Ji Heyuan and the others arrived at the main hall of the Hua family, Patriarch Hua immediately noticed that two members of the demon sect were missing. An internal alarm instantly went off, but he remained calm, even smiling with concern. Why aren't Elder Yin and the right protector here? Could it be that one of my disciples neglected you last night, causing you to be unhappy? Patriarch Hua, you're worrying too much. Ji Heyuan remained calm, his lies flowing freely. Elder Yin had a sudden enlightenment while meditating last night, entering a state of trance. The right guardian asked to remain behind to protect Elder Yin, and therefore did not come with us. Let's first discuss yesterday's events. After a night, I wonder what Master Hua has thought about this now. Chapter 6:15. Upon hearing this, the Hua family head paused for a moment before speaking solemnly. If we can form an alliance with the demon sect, our Hua family naturally has no objection. However, Sect Master Ji should also be aware that the situation in the cultivation world is currently tense, and our Hua family has always maintained a neutral stance within it, not actively siding with any faction, nor intervening in any conflicts between factions. If it's simply a matter of joining forces to deal with the Lin family, our Hua family naturally has no objection. But if Sect Master Ji and the demon sect have other plans, then I'm sorry, our Hua family cannot accompany them. Ji Heyuan, quite a pretentious person. If he hadn't known about the Hua family's problems long ago, he might have actually believed this old fox's words. I naturally understand the Hua family head's concerns. But no matter what he thought, Ji Heyuan didn't show it on his face. He simply nodded in understanding. Don't worry, Patriarch. We only want to deal with the Lin family right now. As for the complex relationships and affairs in the world of immortal cultivation, our demon sect shares the same attitude as the Hua family, and has no intention of getting involved. If that's the case, then I wish you all the best in the future. Patriarch Hua's face lit up with a smile, and he raised his glass to Ji Heyuan from a distance. Their glasses clinked in midair, a tacit understanding. But what was truly in his heart was only known to the two of them. Now that the temporary alliance had been reached, Patriarch Hua no longer concealed his true intentions, and got straight to the point. Regarding dealing with the Lin family, I wonder if Sect Master Ji has any specific plans? Of course. Ji Heyuan paused deliberately, then glanced at the other Hua family disciples in the main hall. Patriarch Hua understood, and gently waved his hand, prompting all the disciples in the hall to retreat. Soon, only the closest confidants from both sides remained in the main hall. Meeting Patriarch Hua's expectant gaze, Ji Heyuan slowly spoke, unpacking everything they had previously discussed. Patriarch Hua must have heard that the Immortal Demon Alliance will soon try and punish the traitors in Wuyu's city. I don't know where those traitors are being held, but the Immortal Demon Alliance certainly wouldn't wait until the day of their execution to send them to Wuyu's city. The most likely scenario is that they secretly transported them to Wuyu's city ahead of time, but that would pose a new problem with where to hold them. And the Lin family has already allied themselves with the current Immortal Demon Alliance. As one of the Immortal Demon Alliance's most useful minions, even if the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder is unwilling to entrust the Lin family with the important task of guarding the traitors, the Lin family will actively strive for it to prove their worth. And as long as we can get the Lin family involved in this important matter, if anything goes wrong, they naturally be dealt a heavy blow. Without the support of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder, the Lin family's demise in Wuyu's city is only a matter of time. And as long as the Lin family is in decline, regardless of whether the Hua family is willing to add insult to injury, our demon sect will never give them a chance to make a comeback. The Hua family leader looked worried after hearing this. But if we intervene in the Immortal Demon Alliance's handling of the traitor, there's no guarantee we won't get into trouble. If the traitor truly escapes, then those of us who have tampered will naturally be caught in the act. But what if we kidnap the person from the Lin family, and then have your Hua family return him to the Immortal Demon Alliance? Ji Heyuan's lips curled slightly, his smile concealing a deep desire for fame and honor. What's the point of simply bringing the Lin family down from their perch? It's fine if we don't do it, but if we do, we naturally see it through to the end, maximizing our own interests. Even if the Hua family isn't willing to side with the Immortal Demon Alliance, leveraging its influence to elevate their status in the world of immortal cultivation isn't a bad idea. Even though they were on opposite sides, Patriarch Hua had to admit that he couldn't help but be moved when he heard Ji Heyuan's plan. So, his next question came almost from the heart. So what is Sect Master Ji's specific plan? Patriarch Hua, please be patient. I explain it to you in detail. Patriarch Hua listened carefully to Ji Heyuan's plan, not wanting to miss a single detail. For this was crucial information he would later relay to Patriarch Lin and the Immortal Demon Alliance. After hearing that Ji Heyuan was planning to attack Elder Zhou and the others, Patriarch Hua had already developed a sense of as expected. The third elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance had indeed foreseen the situation. The demon sect's forces were here to rescue Zhou Mingzhi and his group. Thinking he had glimpsed Ji Heyuan's true plan, Patriarch Hua secretly rejoiced, unaware that this was all false information Ji Heyuan had deliberately given them. They were trying to divert attention, confuse the Immortal Demon Alliance and its minions into thinking they were going to attack Elder Zhou and the others en route to Wuyu's city. They wanted to focus all their attention and manpower on the demon sect. That way, no one would focus on Xiaoying, Xiejiuzhou, Guankong Buddhist, and the others. After all, their plan from the beginning had been to find Elder Zhou and the others' imprisonment and strike decisively before the Immortal Demon Alliance could transport them. Ji Heyuan spoke with great clarity, eager to dismantle his plan and feed it to Patriarch Hua. Patriarch Hua was equally enthusiastic, but after the two of them finalized the details and escorted Ji Heyuan and the other members of the demon sect out, he immediately returned to his room. Patriarch Hua raised the barrier, then took out several pieces of spiritual jade and fiddled with them on the table for a long time. As the light from the spiritual jade flickered, the shadowy figures of the Grand Elder and Patriarch Lin appeared before Patriarch Hua. Chapter 616. Nephew Hua, what's the situation now? Have you learned anything about their specific plans from Ji Heyuan? The moment the Lingyu built communication array successfully connected, Patriarch Lin couldn't help but ask. The Grand Elder quietly arrived in Wuyu's city this morning and moved directly into the Lin family home. Thus, Patriarch Lin had done nothing all morning, anxiously awaiting Patriarch Hua's response. Patriarch Hua felt the urge to roll his eyes at Patriarch Lin's superior demeanor, but he held back because the Grand Elder was present. Everything is going as we expected, and it's going very smoothly. He didn't look at Patriarch Lin, but instead looked directly at the Grand Elder, detailing the plan he had learned from Ji Heyuan. Ji Heyuan not only told me their entire plan, but also worked with me to finalize the details and refine it. And their plan. Damn demon sect. The demon clan is truly a bunch of despicable villains. Patriarch Hua had barely finished his words when Patriarch Lin launched into a barrage of curses. They came to my Lin family to take a spiritual vein, yet they devised such a sinister and treacherous scheme to destroy us. How could such shameless people exist in the world? Patriarch Hua, Grand Elder, They were all speechless at Patriarch Lin's sudden outburst of emotion. However, Patriarch Hua often interacted privately with Patriarch Li, so he was more perceptive than the Grand Elder to detect something was amiss with Patriarch Lin. Patriarch Lin, calm down. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. The demon sect is certainly despicable, but their every move is now under our control. Why bother getting so enraged and losing face over such a trivial matter? Besides, I feel like something's been off about you lately, Patriarch Lin. I wonder if you noticed that you've been getting angry and losing control of your emotions more often than before. The Hua family leader looked at Patriarch Lin pointedly. Perhaps it's time you thoroughly investigate your own mansion to see if anything's gone wrong. Our plan can't afford even the slightest misstep. Patriarch Hua's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing the raging anger within him. Patriarch Lin finally calmed down. When Patriarch Hua hadn't mentioned it, he hadn't thought anything of it. But now, after hearing his words, Patriarch Lin sensed something was seriously amiss. He carefully recalled the events of the past few days. His outburst of emotion and irritability seemed to have only occurred in the past few days. But as an old man who had cultivated for hundreds of years, he had long since mastered the art of not letting external factors affect his emotions. And his current state was indeed a serious problem. Patriarch Lin took a deep breath and proactively acknowledged his mistake. I will investigate the Lin family's problems later. For now, let's discuss how to respond to the demon sect's next move. Grand Elder, Nephew Hua, my current situation isn't right, so I won't express any opinions, so as not to mislead you. Patriarch Hua and the Grand Elder had no objection to this. They hadn't wanted Patriarch Lin to interfere with their discussions. The room suddenly fell silent. The Grand Elder recalled what Patriarch Hua had just said and quickly formed an idea. Since they want to rescue Zhou Mingzhi from the Lin family, let them do it. Hua Dai, from now on, you will cooperate with Ji Heyuan and the others in all their actions. Make sure you gain their complete trust. The Grand Elder's expression remained unchanged, but a cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Just when I was worried I didn't have enough reason to apprehend them all, they just came to me on their own. Since they're so anxious to accompany Zhou Mingzhi to his death, I grant their wish. But Grand Elder, isn't that too risky? What if they actually rescue Zhou Mingzhi and the others? Wouldn't that be more trouble than it's worth? I don't think they actually hand them over to me as planned. I don't know Ji Heyuan's character, but I heard Zhou Mingzhi was very kind to him, and Xin Yu is his closest friend. Let's not talk about others for now, but he definitely wouldn't stand by and watch these two die. Don't worry, just do as I tell you. The Grand Elder was confident, completely oblivious to Hua Dai's concerns. How could I possibly give them the chance to rescue the real Zhou Mingzhi? I could just spread the word so they think it was the real Zhou Mingzhi. Wouldn't that be enough? At this point, Hua Dai understood the Grand Elder's intentions and immediately smiled and flattered him. The Grand Elder is truly foresight. I will definitely stay undercover and live up to your expectations. Meanwhile, while the Lin family head and the others were secretly discussing how to seize this opportunity to wipe out the demon sect, Lin Yuexiang quietly reported the Grand Elder's arrival at the Lin family to Xiang. Although Xiang never responded to Lin Yuexiang's request, she nonetheless proactively shared all the information she could find useful. Thanks to Dai Tian and the others' exceptional regard for Lin Yuexiang, they kept nothing from her. Therefore, she was the first to know of any developments within the Lin family. Not only that, Lin Yuexiang even indulged herself a little. Her grandfather, the Lin family head, had always enjoyed burning incense, so she took the opportunity to add a small extra ingredient to the incense. Chapter 6:17. Though Lin Yuexiang was vicious, she wouldn't actually kill her grandfather. Back when they were studying together at Jiushu Academy, she diligently learned the uses of the various spices that Wu Huan taught all the other disciples. However, her approach was different from others. While others learned how to use different spices to create incredibly advanced illusions, Lin Yuexiang studied the effects of combining different spices. Her grandfather, the head of the Lin family, who loved burning incense, happened to be the guinea pig for Lin Yuexiang's experiments on the effects of these spices. Lin Yuexiang added a colorless and odorless spice to the head of the Lin family's usual incense, thereby altering its effects. The new incense wouldn't harm the head of the Lin family physically, but it would slowly affect his mind, causing him to lose control of his emotions and gradually transform into a madman controlled by his emotions. Lin Yuexiang understood clearly that, under her grandfather's control, the entire Lin family was firmly on the side of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder. This was unchangeable, and her grandfather was bound to do one thing after another to undermine her and Xie Ying's plans. To completely resolve this issue, she needed to seize control of the entire Lin family. So, what she wanted was never her grandfather's life, but the power he held, Lin Yuexiang wanted to become the new head of the Lin family. Only then could she control the entire family, feigning obedience to the Immortal Demon Alliance's orders while using her power to truly benefit herself. Lin Yuexiang acted without hesitation. Including today, this was the 7th day she had been tampering with the Lin family head's incense. Because Patriarch Lin loved incense, exquisite, ancient incense burners were placed throughout the Lin family home. These were perpetually filled with the Patriarch's favorite incense, which combined with his own cultivation techniques to calm his mind and enhance his cultivation. So, Lin Yuexiang didn't even need to bother approaching Patriarch Lin's residence. She could simply tamper with the incense burners in the areas he frequented to achieve her goal. At this moment, Lin Yuexiang, as usual, was tampering with the incense burner in the small hall. Before she could turn around, she heard subtle footsteps approaching. Instantly alert, she calmly withdrew her hand, pretending to fiddle with the tianqing radish in the vase. Then, as expected, Lin Bingyan's cold voice echoed behind her. Lin Yuexiang, what are you doing here? Sister Bingyan, can't you see? Lin Yuexiang turned around, holding the vase, and smiled at Lin Bingyan. I'm just having fun. Humph. You better not let me catch you. Grandpa's been in a terrible mood lately. If I find evidence and tell him, I see if he let you go. Sister Bingyan, I really don't understand what you're saying. I always followed Grandpa's instructions since I returned home. I never even leave the Lin family's gate unless he needs me. So how could there be any evidence? Stop pretending. Grandpa can't see you clearly, but how can I not know what kind of person you are? Sister Bingyan, you're really wronging me. Haven't I always been like this for all these years? How could I ever pretend? This is who I really am. Lin Yuexiang had been acting slyly for over a decade. Although she no longer bothered to act, she always subconsciously adopted this sly demeanor when facing Lin Bingyan. Lin Bingyan hated this look the most. As long as she was made uncomfortable, Lin Yuexiang would naturally feel incredibly happy. Because she loved seeing Lin Bingyan upset with her, but helpless. Every time she saw Lin Bingyan helpless, Lin Yuexiang felt as if she could experience the pleasure Xia Ying felt when she bullied her. As expected, Lin Bingyan was nearly irritated to the point of collapsing under Lin Yuexiang's artificially delicate demeanor. What she had wanted most for years, besides the position of head of the Lin family, was to tear off Lin Yuexiang's facade and expose her true vicious heart to the entire family. Unfortunately, neither of these wishes had been fulfilled to this day. Faced with the smug challenge hidden beneath Lin Yuexiang's gentle smile, Lin Bingyan, though angry, didn't lose her composure. She took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. Especially when she thought about what her grandfather, Patriarch Lin, had recently instructed her to do. Lin Bingyan slowly let out a confident smile. Lin Yuexiang, who had witnessed Lin Bingyan's mixed feelings of anger and laughter in just a few seconds, said, ? She couldn't have driven Lin Bingyan mad, could she? Lin Yuexiang, I want to see how long you can keep up this pretense. Everything you do leaves traces. Don't think your covert actions will remain unknown. If Grandpa knew you were plotting to harm him, even if Senior Daitian explained it for you, you'd be dead. I wait and see what happens to you. Lin Bingyan said this to test Lin Yuexiang's reaction, but Lin Yuexiang didn't give her the reaction she was hoping for. Lin Yuexiang still maintained her harmless demeanor, but only she knew her heart was in her throat. But she wouldn't allow herself to be outdone by Lin Bingyan, and she retorted directly. Sis Bingyan, if you're so concerned about what I do every day, you should focus more on Brother Luzheng and the others. After all, I'm a disciple of the Yutian sect, and can't possibly inherit the position of Patriarch of the Lin family. But as for the others, well, that's harder to say. Chapter 618. Lin Yuexiang finished her words, with a sweet smile, clutching the Heavenly Star Spirit Grass in her arms, as she walked away, unconcerned with Lin Bingyan's expression or her speculation about her words. But her arms around the bottle unconsciously tightened. She and Lin Bingyan had been battling over and over for years over cultivation resources and the path to immortality. As Lin Bingyan always said, no one understood each other better than they did. That was how Lin Yuexiang was certain that those words were definitely not fabricated by Lin Bingyan to frighten her. For Lin Bingyan to dare say that, she must have some information no one else knew. Thinking of how Lin Bingyan had just mentioned Grandpa, Lin Yuexiang couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Grandpa had discovered what she had done to him? If that were the case, it would be such a shame. After all, if she kept the dose she placed in the incense burner, in just 2 weeks, she would have Grandpa completely exposed as a violent maniac, completely controlled by his emotions. By then, the position of head of the Lin family would naturally have to be replaced. But now, The thought that her plan might fail at the last minute clouded Lin Yuexiang's eyes. But then she thought again. From the moment she decided to attack Grandpa, she had already prepared for failure and had already found a scapegoat. So if she failed, it wouldn't be so hard to accept. After all, success or failure wouldn't cause her any loss. On the other hand, Lin Yuexiang's words had also left an indelible mark on Lin Bingyan's heart. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that what Lin Yuexiang said was not wrong. Her feud with Lin Yuexiang was entirely driven by personal grudges, but the real threat to her chances of becoming patriarch lay with the other Lin family disciples. Regardless of whether Lin Yuexiang had anything to do with this incident, her words had given Lin Bingyan a great deal of inspiration. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to eliminate some of their rivals within the Lin family. While the Lin family was busy searching for the traitor, Xie Ying, having received a message from Lin Yuexiang informing them that the Grand Elder had left the Immortal Demon Alliance's Jiuxiu Academy and arrived in Wuyue City, immediately decided to depart for Jiuxiu Academy today to rescue Elder Zhou. Ji Yuan would remain in Wuyue City, continuing to play coy with Hua Dai and confuse the public, and naturally would not be able to participate in the rescue operation for Elder Zhou and the others. After discussion, the group finalized the plan. Xie Ying, Xie Jiuzhou, and Yu Miao would lightly travel to Jiuxiu Academy to launch the rescue operation. Buddha Guankong, the Lu sisters, and others would be responsible for meeting them and handling the aftermath. The demon sect's members naturally had to remain in Wuyue City and fully cooperate with Ji Yuan's actions. While the Grand Elder was laying out a wide net against the demon sect, Xie Ying's plans were also progressing smoothly. Xie Ying used a clone to leave Wuyue City and reunited with Xie Jiuzhou and Yu Miao, who had been waiting outside the city. Using speed talismans, the three of them traveled through the night, finally arriving at the foot of the Immortal Demon Alliance's Jiuxiu Academy late the next night. The Jiuxiu Academy wasn't actually the Immortal Demon Alliance's headquarters, it was simply conveniently located, so all the elders in the alliance were accustomed to handling their affairs there. However, the Grand Elder needed to remain at the Immortal Demon Alliance headquarters to prevent any unforeseen events that might cause unrest in the world of immortal cultivators. Even after the mishaps of Elder Zhou and the others, the Immortal Demon Alliance's Grand Elder remained the sole remaining one, and he remained in charge of the headquarters. As for Jiuxiu Academy, Hua Xiangrong had been in charge, ostensibly. But in reality, the one remaining in the Immortal Demon Alliance was merely a shell. The true Grand Elder had long since moved to Jiuxiu Academy to personally oversee it. Now, for various reasons, the Grand Elder had secretly departed for Wuyue City, leaving Hua Xiangrong as the sole person in charge of the entire Jiuxiu Academy. This was the perfect opportunity for them to rescue Elder Zhou. Hua Xiangrong's personality was completely different from the true Third Elder. After playing the role of Third Elder for over 300 years, she was finally able to shed her mask and be herself, unwilling to compromise herself in any way. When the Grand Elder was around, Hua Xiangrong had restrained herself. But once the Grand Elder left, the entire Jiuxiu Academy fell completely under Hua Xiangrong's control. During this period, the disciples of Jiuxiu Academy endured unbearable suffering. They were unaware of Hua Xiangrong's possession of the Third Elder's body. They only knew that the usually affable and generous Third Elder had suddenly become unreasonably cruel and ruthless. They were heartbroken by the Third Elder's transformation and deeply worried about their own future. Most of the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples were particularly unable to comprehend and refused to believe the fact that the Supreme Elder and Hua Xiangrong had collectively targeted Elder Zhou and the others, blaming them entirely for the deaths of the other two Supreme Elders. The Immortal Demon Alliance comprised numerous disciples, hailing from all corners of the world and from all races. Their original motivation for joining the Immortal Demon Alliance was the same, that of protecting the world of immortal cultivation and maintaining peace and stability. Regarding this matter, Elder Zhou, who had served as the head elder for many years, had done a great job. In contrast, the actions of the Grand Elder and Hua Xiangrong over the past year completely contradicted the original ideals of the Immortal Demon Alliance. However, ordinary disciples were unaware of the truth behind these events. Without definitive evidence to prove who was right and who was wrong, most chose to wait and see. But over the course of a year, the more the Immortal Demon Alliance disciples witnessed, the more their judgment shifted. At first, they were wary of the Grand Elder's power and prestige, so even if they witnessed something, they kept silent and pretended not to have seen it. But as time went on, it became increasingly difficult for them to let go of this matter, feeling a constant sense of guilt. Many disciples even nearly lost themselves in their cultivation and suffered serious consequences. It was as if the Grand Elder needed evidence sufficient to silence the murmurs of the entire cultivation world before he could execute Elder Zhou and the others. These disciples couldn't just betray the Immortal Demon Alliance and target the Supreme Elder without evidence. So, aside from those who truly followed the Supreme Elder and Hua Xiangrong and obeyed their orders, the rest of the disciples seemed to be muddling through. Especially after the Supreme Elder left Jiushi Academy, she secretly dismissed her followers. Most of the remaining disciples at Jiushi Academy became unruly. They even didn't bother to go out on night patrols unless Hua Xiangrong showed up. As a result, as Xie Ying and the others infiltrated Jiushi Academy with impunity, they even briefly wondered if their plan had been leaked. What unfolded before them was a tactical trap. Chapter 619. Junior Sister Xie, Junior Sister Yu, something seems amiss at Jiushi Academy. The moment Xie Zhou entered Jiushi Academy, he used his spiritual sense to communicate with the other two. His brows furrowed, his body tense, his eyes scanning the surroundings, unwilling to miss a single movement. We must proceed cautiously. I'm worried there might be a conspiracy. Brother Xie, don't worry. Xie Ying responded immediately. Let's proceed according to the plan. If you notice anything amiss, don't hesitate or worry about others, evacuate immediately to ensure your own safety. Miao Miao and I will deal with Hua Xiangrong first, to prevent her from tipping off and disrupting our plans in Wuyue City. I meet you at the confinement cliff. Xie Zhou nodded. This was a decision the three of them had agreed on from the beginning, and he naturally had no problem with it. A quick victory is the key, and there's no lingering battle. The three quickly separated, heading in different directions. Fortunately, they had lived at Jiushi Academy for several months, and were familiar with every corner of the academy, saving them a lot of effort. Yu Miao was highly capable, having mastered the profound arts to the highest degree. Even in formations and barriers that had nothing to do with profound arts, she could now use them to quickly locate the weakest points and shatter them with a single strike. This was also the main reason Xie Ying wanted to bring Yu Miao with her to Jiushi Academy. The most challenging aspect of successfully rescuing Elder Zhou and the others imprisoned at the confinement cliff was the cliff's powerful barrier and the formations that block spiritual cultivation. If Yu Miao's profound arts could be properly utilized, they might have unexpectedly beneficial effects in this matter. Unfortunately, while Yu Miao possessed numerous skills, none of them involved combat. Therefore, she had no choice but to stay close to Xie Ying, lest she get caught up in any unforeseen circumstances and bring trouble upon Xie Ying and her companions. Candlelight flickered throughout the vast Jiushi Academy, but not a soul was visible, making the entire academy seem eerie and haunted. Hua Xiangrong still resided in the third elder's cave. Xie Ying and Yu Miao concealed their presence and headed straight for her, passing Elder Ning Yuan's medicinal herb fields along the way. Once lush and green, growing countless rare medicinal herbs, the fields quickly fell into decline after losing their cherished owner. Xie Ying glanced past, only to discover that the medicinal herb fields were overgrown with weeds, devoid of any trace of medicinal herbs. The once elegant and tranquil bamboo courtyard was now completely abandoned, covered in countless unknown weeds and vines. Although only a year had passed since her hospitalization, Xie Ying felt a strange sense of distance. Especially since Elder Ning Yuan, with whom she had a brief mentor-disciple relationship, was still missing, Xie Ying couldn't help but overthink things. Yu Miao, perceptive and aware of Xie Ying's gaze lingering on the medicinal herbs field, guessed she was worried about Elder Ning Yuan and offered a gentle reassurance. Ah Ying, don't worry too much. No one who ascends to the position of Elder of the Immortal Demon Alliance is a pushover. If the third Elder hadn't been assassinated by her own master and outsiders, Hua Xiangrong wouldn't have even touched the hem of her clothes. And Elder Ning Yuan was a unique individual. Although everyone said he was a wind demon, even the free wind, after gaining spirituality and becoming a demon, should possess its own original form. But strangely, out of curiosity, I once used mystical techniques to explore Elder Ning Yuan's true form. Unfortunately, in the end, I could not discern anything. The wind can be formless, or it can take any shape, but it is never completely invisible. So I suspect Elder Ning Yuan's true form isn't a wind demon at all, and that his abilities are far greater than we should have anticipated. Elder Ning Yuan seems to be filled with riddles, an extremely mysterious figure. So Ah Ying, you really don't need to worry about Elder Ning Yuan. I know, I'm not worried about his life or death. Xie Ying nodded, her pace unchanged. I just can't understand why, if Master Ning Yuan isn't in trouble, there's been no news. Even with such a serious situation unfolding within the Immortal Demon Alliance, he hasn't shown any interest in helping to rescue the other elders. This is something I truly cannot comprehend. Xie Ying felt she had never truly understood Ning Yuan, and she couldn't determine his position within the world of immortal cultivation. The only thing we can be sure of is that he harbors no ill will toward us, or the world of immortal cultivation. But as Yu Miao had said, Elder Ning Yuan is a complete mystery. Unless he's willing to reveal his secrets, Xie Ying will likely have to wait until his strength reaches a higher level before she can uncover them. There's no rush. Perhaps Elder Zhou knows Elder Ning Yuan's true identity. Once we successfully rescue Elder Zhou, all doubts may be resolved. After all, Yu Miao paused before she could finish her words. Looking up, she saw the third elder's cave just a stone's throw away, and decisively swallowed her unfinished words. Let's get down to business first. The two slowed their breathing and quietly approached the cave. Hua Xiangrong's cultivation was difficult, so she cherished her life more than anyone else. Thus, the barrier surrounding her cave was the most complete and comprehensive, though unfortunately, it was no match for the barrier at the confinement cliff. Xie Ying and Yu Miao worked in perfect harmony, their movements incredibly swift. After determining the principles behind all the protective barriers Hua Xiangrong had placed outside her cave, the two of them worked together to break through them in a matter of seconds. A series of crackling sounds echoed, alerting Hua Xiangrong, who had been meditating within the cave. Hua Xiangrong hadn't expected someone within Jiuxiu Academy to so recklessly attack her barrier. Furious, she rushed out, intent on teaching the attacker a lesson. But once she left the cave, she realized something was amiss. The noise she heard was the barrier shattering, not simply the sound of an attack. Especially when she saw Xie Ying and Yu Miao standing outside the cave, Hua Xiangrong's surprise and anger reached a peak, her eyes blazing with fury. Xie Ying! Yu Miao! How dare you two show up at Jiuxiu Academy and even attack my cave? How audacious! We haven't even thought of causing trouble for you, yet you come knocking on our doorstep. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 620. Hua Xiangrong let out a delicate cry and rushed forward, pulling a red silk ribbon from her waist, and swung it fiercely at the two. The red silk fluttered and unfolded, revealing tiny blood-red flowers hidden within. Each flower had a sharp mouth at its stamen. These blood flowers were created by Hua Xiangrong, nurturing the resentment and blood of countless people struggling in agony and despair before their deaths. From the red silk to the blood flowers, even the petals that scatter as the silk swirls, and the delicate fragrance that wafts in the breeze, they are all highly poisonous. During combat, they will infuse their poison through various means, permeating their opponent's body, paralyzing their thoughts, and disrupting their judgment. Finally, when the poison takes effect, they will strike decisively, aiming for a single strike and a single kill. In 300 years, this was Xie Ying's first direct confrontation with Hua Xiangrong. The fact that Hua Xiangrong was favored by the Grand Elder meant that she must possess abilities that even the Grand Elder admired. Her cunning tactics now proved this point. Xie Ying had no intention of disrespecting Hua Xiangrong. 300 years had passed since that incident, and she absolutely could not view her with the same perspective she had 300 years earlier. Otherwise, she might very well be the one to lose. The moment Hua Xiangrong attacked, Xie Ying did not immediately engage. Instead, she quickly retreated out of the red silk's range, taking out an antidote pill and swallowing it. Ever since she learned that Hua Xiangrong had possessed the third elder, she had studied some of her methods and was prepared for them. Yu Miao also immediately left the battlefield, retreating to a safe location and diligently performing the duties of a supporting role. Meow meow. The moment Xie Ying opened her mouth, Yu Miao understood her meaning. She quickly formed hand seals with her hands, and a string of ancient incantations poured out of her mouth. As Yu Miao cast her spell, 18 round mirrors pierced the night sky and appeared out of thin air around the three of them, encircling them. This was a formation designed for both offense and defense. The 18 round mirrors, like 18 bright moons, condensed with the moon's essence, could restrain Hua Xiangrong's sorcery while also deflecting some attacks. Not only that, as long as Yu Miao was within the formation, she could control the mirrors to change positions at will, even able to partially block some of Hua Xiangrong's attacks against Xie Ying. Xie Ying, meanwhile, summoned her Qianquan spear once again. Her Qianquan spear, a spiritual weapon blessed by the heavenly Tao, inherently imbued with the aura of the heavenly Tao. This is also one of the most effective forces against evil. As Xie Ying wielded the Qianquan spear, arcs of light emanated from the air. Each of these arcs of light eventually solidified into a solid form, rapidly attacking Hua Xiangrong from all directions. Seeing this, Hua Xiangrong immediately switched from offense to defense. The red silk swung around and wrapped around her, expanding in the blink of an eye to tightly protect her. The red silk enveloping Hua Xiangrong was like a bright red fleshy ball, radiating an eerie and alluring sheen. The silk was incredibly soft, yet the blade's impact with it didn't tear it. Instead, it emitted a sharp, sharp sound. The blade quickly deflected after landing on the silk, but upon contact with the mirror, it quickly split in two and rebounded onto the silk again. This cycle continued, and the spear lights attacking the red silk grew in number. Although the red silk that Hua Xiangrong had painstakingly crafted was indeed exceptional, a rare treasure among evil weapons, it was no match for the sharp blade. Even the countless blood flowers that had grown on the silk, almost fused with it, were slashed off by the overwhelming onslaught of blades. An incomparably sweet fragrance permeated the air. Xie Ying subconsciously frowned, then raised her palm upwards and, with a flick of her wrist, released a small blue lotus flame. Sensing the aura of evil, the blue lotus flame immediately released tongues of fire, spreading and burning along the sweet aroma in the air, igniting streaks of blue flame across the sky. Both the pervasive sweet fragrance and the red silk blood flowers that threatened to devour the blade withered at a visible speed the moment the nether blue lotus flame appeared. Even the red silk enveloping Hua Xiangrong instinctively shrank under the pressure of the netherworld azure lotus flame. Hiding within the red silk's protection, Hua Xiangrong nearly suffocated to death from her own natal spiritual instrument. Hua Xiangrong's expression was solemn, her fingertips turning pale. As time passed, crimson blood slowly trickled down the corners of her mouth, finally dripping onto the red silk before being absorbed by it. As Hua Xiangrong's natal spiritual instrument, this red silk was inextricably linked to her. To enhance the power of this instrument, Hua Xiangrong employed numerous unholy methods to nurture it. Not only did she allow the red silk to absorb the blood of innocent people and gather their resentment, but to strengthen her connection with the red silk, she also placed it within her spiritual abode, nurturing it with her own flesh and blood. Therefore, while this red silk may appear to be merely her natal spiritual weapon, it has in reality long since become an indispensable part of her being. Now that the red silk has suffered such significant damage, Hua Xiangrong herself has suffered numerous backlash injuries. She was filled with shock and anger, but even more regret. She regretted not acting rashly before she understood Xie Ying's true strength, leading her to this dilemma. The noise made by the two of them fighting was immense. If it weren't for Yu Miao's mysterious magic, the commotion would have drawn many people to their feet. Xie Ying hadn't expected Hua Xiangrong to hold out so stubbornly, but she clearly had no intention of giving her a break. She stared at the red silk, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a violet hue. She activated her innate ability, Life Calling. Hua Xiangrong, who had been able to hold the red silk against her a moment ago, suddenly felt weak in her limbs, losing all strength and collapsing to the ground. She looked as if she had aged 20 years in an instant. Hua Xiangrong, sensing something strange in her body, didn't even have time to check her current situation before the red before her eyes was ripped apart by the blades from all directions. The once smooth red silk was instantly shredded into tattered rags. Suffering a severe backlash, Hua Xiangrong lay on the ground, wailing and spitting blood. The red silk, now almost completely shredded, offered no response. Having her lifeblood weapon so brutally destroyed, Hua Xiangrong felt a surge of hatred, but before she could vent her anger, the tip of a spear, gleaming with a sharp, cold light, pressed directly against her neck. The rage burning within Hua Xiangrong was instantly extinguished at the touch of a chill. She didn't want to die,